Thompson's jumper no good after the Curry free throws. He'll walk it across. Rockets won't foul. Ball game over. Warriors win and take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-7 series. Jalen Green and Draymond Green screaming at each other as they head off the floor.
Spicy.
It's spicy. It's the playoffs. It's supposed to be spicy. 104-93. Golden State with a win. Steph Curry at the end of the first quarter had 2 points. He finishes with 36.
Oh, he certainly does, Tim Roy. It was spicy. 104-93 the final. That call right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Dubs on top, 2-1 in this series. Game 4 tonight. Can they put a chokehold on it officially? We will find out. But, man, feels like a squandered opportunity. No Jimmy Butler, no problem. Because you know why, Joe Shasky? You got the chef. 36 big ones. Doesn't matter what Fred VanVleet's doing. Doesn't matter how many flopping Alperen Şengün's doing. Doesn't matter how many shots Amen Thompson's missing. Maybe he does need to go to church and say amen instead of amen because that jumper is broken. We got the Buddy Hield game, people. Yay, Buddy. We never doubted him. Never. And Gary Payton II, GP2, Young Glove, clutch. Huge win. Huge.
2-piece beans and rice, all spice, Nicotina.
Oh, I love that.
Let me tell you, that was such a fun game. My voice is still a little sore from how great it was.
I could tell you were yelling a lot, huh?
Yeah. That was just Steph Curry. You know, look, GB2 is going to get a lot of appropriate adoration. Obviously, Draymond Green defensively down the stretch was
masterclass.
Awesome. I mean, just awesome.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Steph's floor game was unbelievable. Obviously, everyone's going to point to his shooting ability and the gravity and all the different things that he does when the ball's in his hands. But I thought the way he was passing the ball and the way he set up for others, the way that he was controlling the tempo and coming off screens, multiple GP2 left-handed layups were there because Steph comes flaring over on this circular screen, and they just do a fake handoff. And he did exactly what Draymond does forever, that little fake kind of like RPO, dribble drive handoff, as we like to call it, and just right to the lane. And you know, they did so many really, really good things on defense in this one. I thought they did a better job staying in front of guys. You know, no one wants to admit this, but Dylan Brooks has actually been really good for the Rockets. Outside of him, who's been reliable game to game?
Well, they got their Fred VanVleet game, but that was in the first quarter. Outside of the first quarter, he only made one other shot. They got that. He was the one keeping them afloat in that first quarter when they had 22-18 lead after one. And it felt like, okay, Fred VanVleet can get his. You know why? He's 6 feet tall. I don't think he's going to keep this up the entire game. And he couldn't. After the first quarter, he was cooked. Amen Thompson, amen, whatever you want to call it. His jumper's it's just not there. And scoring is at a premium in this series, and you've seen it with the Houston Rockets. And when you have one of, if not the greatest offensive player in the history of the game in Stephen Curry, yeah, that's a big difference. I know there was no Jimmy Butler, so if you're Houston, you felt like, man, we couldn't win that without Jimmy. Now the Warriors are feeling the confidence is sky high. Not that they needed the confidence to win without Jimmy. It just feels good to know that you can do it because this team, without Jimmy Butler for the most of the season, was not very good. They were an average team at best. So the fact that they were able to do it and get it done on Saturday, and it was the way they got it done. Yes, Steph, as you alluded to. Quentin Post, I was very impressed. I know shooting the ball wasn't great for him.
He was nasty.
12 rebounds?
Yeah.
For QP? Huge. 4 assists as well.
Throwing Steven Adams at one point.
Yep.
It was incredible to see that happen.
Well, Steven Adams also had.
Hey, Steven Adams.
He was going at
How about him picking Buddy at the top? And that was a great Buddy game. I don't want to. But it was a hell of a pick.
What do I like to call him, though, at times? Buddy Butterfingers. That's what he is at times. It gets away from him. That's what happens.
I might be in the minority here.
And Jimmy Butler says don't dribble. He does not want him dribbling at all.
But he was really good in this game. Outside of the three-point shots, I thought he was active. He was rebounding. I thought he was defending as well as he can and got a couple of loose balls. I thought he was brilliant in this one. If Steven Adams is ever available, the Warriors should be looking at him for the remainder of his career.
Ooh, I'm not mad at that.
He is one of the best offensive rebounders in the game. Clearly a load. He just knows what his job is. Like, sign me up for Steven Adams for the rest of his career. If he's available, we should be going to get him.
Him and Draymond going to bury the hatchet, if you will? Or do you think there's any bad blood still from the OKC days? Huh? No?
I don't think
at me like
nutty.
no.
I don't think you bury hatchets with Aquaman. I think you have to. What is the spear called?
Trident.
The trident.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, King Trident.
You have to harpoon the trident, I guess.
There we go. Thank you. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And you mentioned it, Brandon Pajemski. You mentioned Quentin Post. We've mentioned Buddy Hield, all these different players, Gary Payton. It was a total strength and numbers victory when you did not have Jimmy Butler. And we found out the news that a little bit before the game, about like an hour or two before. Anthony Slater, Shams Charania, all the different reporters had it. So no Jimmy Buckets. What were they going to go to? Well, they ended up doing a couple things. They inserted Quentin Post into the starting lineup, which you've seen in the past. And Jonathan Kuminga got the start. So it was Draymond, JK, QP, Stephen Curry, and Brandon Pajemski. Moses Moody got shifted to the bench. Wasn't his best game offensively. I thought he did a couple things here and there, but was not his greatest game shooting the ball. But you know what? Neither here nor there. You won the game, so I'm not going to focus on that.
Jimmy Butler, did you see the outfit he had
I was going to get to that. The coat was something.
Was that mink?
I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's. I don't know. Do we do that anymore? Mink coats. See, I don't want to. It's
I have no problem. I'm going to be real with you, PETA. I don't care about you.
Just saying,
it does not matter to me.
Just saying,
pelts are what this country was founded on early on in the early days of the frontier. Mm-hmm. So I have no problem with that. Simultaneously, he had on this yoga outfit that my wife and one of my cousins, Alexis, they were talking about aloe yoga. It was like a brown.
Couldn't tell you.
It's like a Lululemon Vuori. Okay. Is that how it's pronounced? I don't even know. He just looks so saucy on the sideline.
Well, I just love a good like fur coat. I do. I'm a sucker for who's my guy, Joe Namath, Hollywood Joe. Come on.
Well, I think mink coat. I think Cameron, but that's fine.
I say Hollywood Joe. That's
the point of this game.
Miami.
Here was the moment in the game. Okay, Tari Eason hits a midi, and they go up 34-22, and Steve Kerr calls a timeout. And Jay Billis says, as they're cutting to break, Jay Billis says, who besides Curry can do anything in this game or do something in this game? I'm paraphrasing. Who besides Curry can do something in this game? And then there's a loose ball foul, a couple of off ball fouls, a big Steph 3 on a QP inbound. And they're down 12, basically, 49-37. Yep. And they're going back and forth and back and forth. There's 2 minutes to go with a little bit of change in the second quarter. Again, down 12. Yep. It felt like any momentum that they had was kind of all in the Rockets' favor.
I'll say this with the Rockets, though. I know Bonte had the stat when they've led by 10 or more at any point in the season. They're like 49-7 or 8, something like that. I'm paraphrasing, if you will, but it's something around that. They're really good when they have a 10-point lead because their defense is so damn good and they could sit on it, right? It just felt like, though, yesterday, outside of Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks, and really it was just Fred VanVleet in that first quarter, because outside of that, he turned into a very inefficient scorer. Dylan Brooks, as you mentioned, he was the only guy that was pretty efficient. 4 of 8, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc. He hit some big shots for them, but Şengün was not very good. Jalen Green, who dropped 30, was not very good. Again, just a game prior. Jabari Smith, I thought, showed up off the bench. Defensively, too, I thought he was one of their better players. He made some big three-point shots. But again, Joe, you're going to get games like you got game 2. They can't do that 4 times in this series, than what they did in game 2. Game 3 and game 1 is what I expect from this Houston Rockets offense, and that's what we got.
But in the end of the second quarter, after the end of the first quarter.
I know, I hear you.
They closed really well, the Rockets, at the end of that first quarter. And it was like, at the end of the second quarter, down 12, Buddy, 8 points, Steph making plays. The way they finished the half, to me, set the tone for the rest of the game. They cut it to a 3-point game right before halftime. They had all the momentum. I believe Pods had the ball at the end of that half. They could have only been down 1, but to be down 49-46 after the way that second quarter played out, I thought that was the game right then and there. Having watched it back, I know there was moments in time where the Rockets took the lead and whatnot, especially in the fourth quarter, and they were trading buckets. But if you don't cut that 12-point lead where Tari Eason hits a 3 and basically puts it at a 12-point lead, it might have been, we're looking at this as must win today in the other direction.
Well, and it's so refreshing to see, because how many times have you seen this Warriors team, even in the Jimmy Butler era, just their failure to close quarters and halves is maddening at times, whether it's careless turnovers, whether it's not paying attention in the final seconds, when the opposing team gets another last second shot off, like them and their ability to close at the end of this game in each and every quarter, if you will, was massive for them. And it does carry momentum. Like I truly believe that in a given game, not a series, because everything can change, right? Because Jalen Green can have a big game in game 2 and game 3 can have a stinker. But in a given game, we've talked about this, there is such a thing as momentum, and carrying that into halftime. Like Steph was feeling himself. You saw going into the tunnel, like he was doing the little shimmies. He was like, all right, we're here.
Bounce in their step.
Yes. And even at the start of the third quarter, when they go on a quick 7-0 run, the Rockets, when they do go up, I was like, okay, they calm down, get a timeout, and they get back into the groove of things. And again, everyone's stepping up on Saturday. Buddy Hield, 5 of 11. We finally got the Buddy Hield game. Wasn't the most efficient game. Had a couple turnovers and some inopportune times.
He was really good.
But I thought he was active defensively.
Yeah.
3 steals for Buddy. Gary Payton, again, cannot say enough about the young glove.
Well, and look,
7 of 9, 2 of 3.
To be fair with GP2, he hadn't looked great.
No, we were talking about this not being maybe his series.
And you know what? He look, 2 things. Credit him for taking the most, taking advantage of I think with Jimmy off the floor, it kind of opens things up for him to be a penetrator at times where he's got single coverage. He's not just relegated to being a corner 3 guy. And now, if Jimmy comes back, his role will alter. He'll go back to that dunker spot. But I think they utilize him in a different way. And that's where I go with like Kerr. Kerr went with Moody and GP2, and I believe, what was the start? So it was Steph, Moody, Buddy, Dre, QP to start that quarter.
Yes.
And then Steph came out. He went with GP2 and then stuck with GP2 down the stretch.
Yep.
So I credit Steve Kerr. And you bring up Kuminga. Kuminga had a couple of big buckets in the third quarter. I thought it was a mixed bag overall. There was some good. There was some bad. Like, he's guarding Jalen Green, the inbounder. And he's got basically, he's too tight to Jalen Green, who's not necessarily someone you need to face guard, coming out of an inbound play. Maybe you lay off him a little. You have to stay between him, the ball, and the hoop. And he allows a backdoor cut. Like, those are the little things that are going to keep him off the floor. But then he makes a couple of big ISO plays later on. So he didn't play in the fourth quarter. He went with GP2. I like going with GP2. GP2 had it rolling. Hits a couple layups. Hits the corner 3. Like, Steve Kerr was in his bag too.
No, let's give credit to Steve Kerr when credit is due, because the amount of people that want to crush him, whether it was after game 2 or any L that they're going to have the rest of the way, because I promise you, when the Warriors lose another game, and it might not be in this series or the next series, everyone's going to blame the head coach first and foremost, because that's just what we like to do, whether it's Shanahan, whether it's Kerr, whether it's Bob Melvin.
Look at the Lakers this morning.
Look at J.J. Redick getting absolutely eviscerated because you know what? He played all of his starters the entire second half, and they lost. They blew a big lead, and they lost, and they're down 3-1 now, and it's probably night-night on Luka, night-night on LeBron, night-night on Austin Reeves. Real quick, that's what the Warriors have an opportunity to do tonight to the Rockets. Don't let that team come back into this series and push it, because you know what? And I get it. And maybe the Lakers win game 5 or whatever. I don't know.
It's an uphill battle, though.
It's an uphill battle for a team that's old, and their best player was 40 years old. And he's exhausted because he was the only other player playing defense on that team outside of Dorian Finney-Smith. Austin Reeves couldn't guard a nosebleed. Luka Doncic was getting attacked. And credit to Anthony freaking Edwards. God, that guy's box office. He is incredible.
He's absolutely
so damn good.
There's
an incredible weekend of sports, by the way. Just the NBA playoffs. Yeah, obviously the draft, and I know Giants with the Little League walk-off home run. That was insane. Poor Luke Jackson gets the L on that one. I was like, oh my.
What a great Giant.
What a great Giant, right? I mean, Elliot Ramos getting that run in. Great call from Kike, by the way.
Your point on the Lakers is a great one. So yesterday, you have no game. You're still decompressing from how fun the Saturday night game was. I love Saturday night games.
No, they're great.
They're not great for radio because we lose a little momentum.
Well, it's okay. You mentioned Jay Billis, who was on the call for ESPN alongside Mike Jones. He's going to join us at 8:30.
He was great.
River Island's guest line. So
I thought he was great. I'm not the biggest. What's the other guy's name?
Mark Jones.
Mark Jones.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Mark Jones guy, but that's fine.
I thought Jay, though, real quick, being able to go from college to the pros, like, it's seamless for him. Kirk Herbstreit, I know it's not your favorite, so there is that guy's a college guy. I don't really buy it, but Jay, the way he's able to break it down with his humor involved in it too, I thought it was great. And obviously,
he's smart.
He's very smart. Well, he's a Duke guy, obviously.
No, I mean, like when I'm watching the game, and not only does he say the obvious, but he tells me the next layer, right? And he's talking about how Curry's gravity, and he's explaining how, look, when this guy moves, there's a wave of people that have to honor him.
Yep.
And he kept saying what we've all kind of been saying, like in Warrior Land, if you're an astute follower, which is, guys, you're going to get advantageous opportunities in matchups. And if you're not a threat offensively, you're making it harder on yourself and on Steph Curry. I mean, he said it 3 times. I thought the quote of the day, and I'm going to ask him about it, Jay Billis, who besides Curry can do something in this game?
Right.
Well, Buddy Hield did. Well, GP2 did. Quentin Post, though he didn't score, I thought he made plays defensively. Draymond Green was awesome defensively. So you're going to need contributions from the others. But Steph Curry's floor game as a point guard, as a facilitator, as a shot maker, defensively, he had big rebounds. He had a couple of steals. I thought Steph Curry's floor game was spectacular.
Outside of Stephen Curry, I'm going to ask the question at 888-957-9570. I'm not giving you the chef because it's too easy. Who's your MVP on Saturday? 888-957-9570. I'm not giving you Stephen Bleepin' Curry. It's not fair, all right? 36 points for the chef, 5 of 13. He got to the line, folks. He got to the line. The most free throw attempts from any play on Saturday was from the chef, 7 of 8. He did miss one, I know. Insane, right? And he had 9 assists. He was getting everyone involved. He had a couple of rebounds shy. Hell, guy might also had a triple-double, for Christ's sake. Yeah, Steph had 2 blocks?
Yeah.
2?
Yeah, the play on Van Vliet was one of the best play. And Jay Billis was talking about like his body and how he didn't leave his feet and he played him straight up. I mean, he doesn't make that play 4 or 5 years ago.
No, I thought going back
It was
to
a hell of a block.
Going back to game 1, what he was able to do on Jalen Green defensively, and I know Jalen got his in game 2. Steph's not stopping everyone. He's not a DPOY
How
candidate.
many guys are staying in front of Jalen Green?
Exactly. Can you do enough to make him work a little harder?
Yes.
That's all I'm asking Stephen Curry to do.
But in true Steph fashion, not only does he get the block, he gets the loose ball and then turns and fires it baseball style down court to, I believe, a streaking Buddy Hield for a big-time layup.
Yep.
Moses missed shots in this game.
He did.
Moses hit a couple of big layups early in this game that are going to get forgotten. I actually thought Moses was really good in the first half because first half they were looking for anybody to make a play.
Right, and Brandon Pajemski had a big bucket late in this game as
did.
well. It just a little finger roll in there. He got a little jump shot that just snuck over the rim.
Poor guy hit a 3 on a play that got blown dead. And you could just feel him like, And also his D-cell, I swear to you, it's a travel every now and then.
Well, he was
Come to a jump stop, doggy.
Well, you know what drives me nuts is, and it's the Chris Paul play. He's been doing it forever. And Fred VanVleet
slow down.
Yes,
I hate it.
When they're dribbling in front of him, they notice the guy's right behind him. And he's running, and they just stop basically, and they just foul him. I was like, by the letter of the law, yes.
The bumper cars.
Yeah, but it's such like a little brother play.
Well, you're
right?
not
It's like
making a
just
basketball
trolling.
play. You're trying to initiate contact.
Exactly, which goes back to the charges, and I know I know. We'll get into it. Big win, and it wasn't the only thing. It wasn't the only team that won over the weekend, I should say, in the Bay Area. But the Niners had a win over the weekend, too. We'll discuss that at some point.
All right.
NFL draft happened. Shedeur Sanders, the slide heard round the world. Guy got pranked called. He was sliding so badly. That was pretty messed up. We'll get into that. So much happened. And yeah, the Giants took their series against Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers with a Little League walk-off home run yesterday. We'll get into that. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Warriors up 2-1, looking to go up 3-1 today. We will have that call right here on 95.7 The Game. But in the meantime, this segment is brought to you by Serramonte Ford. Employee pricing for all is on now at Serramonte Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Serramonte Boulevard or shop 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, from America, for America.
7-0 run for the Warriors. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Yay!
Steiny's so pumped for that win. You kidding me? You know why he's pumped up today. You know why Steiny's going to be excited. By the way, Steiny and Goo broadcasting live, Stone Tree Golf Course. All right, 10 to 2. We're going to be there. We're going to be golfing. We're going to be having fun today.
I'm excited.
You're wearing your Titleist hat. You got all decked
ready.
out. I'm ready too. I got my tucked in shirt. When I tuck in my shirt, you're going to a wedding or I'm playing golf.
Oh.
I'm actually not usually a tucked in shirt guy for golf, but today I'm trying to, I'm representing the company.
I
gotta look
probably
good.
tuck my shirt in more than most.
You do, but
on lots of things.
that's okay. It depends on the course too. Like if I'm paying that like PG Muni, I'm like untucking it. I'm fine. It's like whatever. It's fine. Not to disparage the great Pacific Grove Municipal Golf Course. It is awesome, but there's levels to these things. If I'm playing at Pebble, probably going to tuck in my shirt. And that's okay. It's just, it is what it is.
At baseball practice, I'll tuck in my shirt.
There you go.
It's just a Jerry Rice thing in me. Look good, feel good, play good.
Was that Jerry Rice or was that Neon Deion Sanders?
No, it was literally Jerry Rice would meticulously fold his towel the appropriate way. He would sit there and like his whole uniform had to be just right.
But they're going to be there for the Agape Charity Golf Tournament, by the way, Joe.
Yeah,
So that was
fun.
so a lot of the proceeds going to the benefit autism, and it's going to be brought to you by Atco Pest Control. So shout out to them. But Steiny's going to be excited, not just because of that. His Wolves are howling. His boy Chris Finch, they're up 3-1 over the Lakers. And by the way, if these stand in both these series, it's going to be Warriors, Wolves in the next round. Warriors take care of business tonight. They're going to put a chokehold on this series up 3-1. And we know historically, when you go up 3-1, more often than not, you're going to win it.
So,
but, don't want to bring up old wounds.
Saturday, about an hour before the game, I'm in the downstairs living room, and I'm doing a Mad Dog radio hit with this.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, and like I'm doing it on the phone, and I got the little guy, and I'm ordering round table pizza because.
Oh, what are you getting?
Well, we got, pepperoni, this like double pepperoni thing, a bunch of other stuff. Anyway,
Okay, all right.
Long story short, I'm watching the Nuggets Clippers, and I'm saying to myself, there's like 10 seconds left in the half. And I believe with 7 seconds, Harden and Gordon and everyone starts going at it over a Christian Brown play where he's just defending him.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is why you need to put teams away.
Yep.
Right? This is why you need to put teams away because it gets chippy and guys get angry and then stuff happens. And then next thing you know, the benches randomly might clear and a guy could get a suspension, a couple of flagrants or techs or whatever. And the next thing you know, you put yourself in a position to where you lose a game and you have to exert more energy than needed. And I'm looking at that game, and then I watch the Warriors win the one that they did. And I see Jimmy Butler, who's hurt,
In his coat.
sitting on the sidelines. And I decompress. And then I watch Lakers Timberwolves, and I say to myself, the T-Wolves have now backed the Lakers into a corner. And I don't know if the Lakers season is over. They're up 3-1, the T-Wolves. But I do know this.
It's over.
I do know this. With OKC finishing off the Grizzlies.
They're chilling right now. Chilling.
They're just relaxing, and they're young, and they're hungry, and they're focused, and they're ready.
And no one still believes in them, too. And that's what the coach is telling them. No one believes in them.
Of course.
Yep.
Even if the Lakers fight back, the amount of energy it would be required to stave off Minnesota, it's really diminishing their opportunity to move on.
Well, I think conversely, too, like you're rooting for the Lakers. Weird enough as this sounds, if you're the Warriors, you take care of business tonight, you think you could put a chokehold on this series. Now you're rooting for the Lakers like, hey, can you take a pound of flesh from the T-Wolves? Can you maybe do some crazy things and force a Game 7 and exert a little bit more out of Anthony Edwards, out of Nas Reed, DiVincenzo, all the McDaniels, all those guys.
And who knows what happens in that series? Like you never know. And so, as a Warrior fan this morning, you're up 2-1. You're feeling great. You have to win tonight.
This is going to be the most desperate version of the Rockets you're going to see. It's going to be tonight.
100%
And they're going to throw
agree.
everything at you, the kitchen sink, all of it. Real quick, we have to play the ending because we got the call and we got the sound.
They showed us during the Warrior game. And I go, there's no way that it went down that way.
The Nuggets, Clippers.
I couldn't believe it.
Insanity to end the game. Just listen.
Subban is on him. And this is for the win. Whoa! It's close. They're going to call it. Buzzer. Did Gordon beat the buzzer?
They're going to take a look at it.
but the official, Sean Wright, signaled it was good. Now it was called good on the floor. I think it's good. I think it stands. Gordon coming in. They did not block him out. I think it stands.
The ball was deemed to get out of Gordon's hands right before the LED line. This is a successful basket. The game is over.
The Nuggets have won, and the series is tied at 2.
Sound courtesy of TNT right there. Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller on the call. Insanity. And no one's better at breaking down insanity in sports than Kevin Harlan, by the way. He lives for chaotic moments. Even when things aren't chaotic, he'll make them chaotic by the calls that he does. But just insanity there. And by the way, there was more cheers than boos there. You know why? Because at the Intuit Dome and there's no Clippers fans there. Continue.
No, but if you're watching that and you're the Warriors, you're saying anything can happen. This is why you don't give teams opportunities, chances. I still don't, it doesn't sound like anyone's going to get suspended.
I don't think so.
No, but here's the thing.
Michael Porter Jr. left the bench, right? And they're talking about him and like, I don't know.
What did Harden get assessed on that swing punch?
Flagrant? I don't know. What was it?
I think that Harden's kind of skating on that. Like, not that it was like some legitimate punch and he deserves to be suspended, but he should get an accumulation of flagrants. Like, because that you cannot do that.
Well, he got it. He for sure the tech, right? I didn't know if he got a flagrant 2 on top of it or whatever. But let's see. There's 6 technical fouls that were dished out on that
3
game.
and 3.
Right, exactly.
But I guess where I'm coming from is this: that
no, I hear you, but part of me is like, all right, you divided them up. Everyone got techs. That's fine. Like, just I want the best players to be on the court in this series. I don't want James Harden to have to miss the next game because like that's what I don't want as a fan.
But he's also
the last thing I don't want.
He's also a punk, and it drives me nuts because he gets away with a lot of foul grifting. And at some point, like enough is enough. I'm not saying he should be spent. I'm saying just he needs to accumulate specific amounts of flagrants. That being said, I'm watching that series, and I said to myself, hey, I want those two to continue to go to war because if you can handle business and go up 3-1, maybe you put them away in Houston. Maybe it goes to game 6, you put them away when you come back to Chase Center. But you're sitting in the driver's seat because that series feels like it's going 7.
Well, you're looking at that series, and the reason you're saying that right now, and again, you have to take care of business against the Rockets. You'd be playing the T-Wolves. You'd be playing the T-Wolves or the Lakers coming up next. And obviously, the Timberwolves go up 3-1. And then the winner of the Nuggets-Clippers series is going to be taking on the idle Oklahoma City Thunder, who's the only team thus far, I think, to sweep, right? Are they the Cavs? Did they finish it off yet? I don't even know. But I think the Oklahoma City Thunder, only team to sweep thus far. I could be wrong. But I'll say that. I'll say this to say that as I go guru here. The reason why you'll want the Nuggets and Clippers still to go 7, or at the very least go 6, is because we still don't trust the Oklahoma City Thunder. People still are fearing more of what the Clippers and the Nuggets are doing because of the players that have been proven in those given series. Kawhi has been there and done it. Not in the Clippers, but in the past. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray have been there and done it. Different coach, but they've still done it. Shea hasn't done it yet. That head coach hasn't done it yet. There's so many unknowns still. And again, they'll have the opportunity to shut everyone up. There's a good chance in here, I still have it on the back of my mind, the Thunder might just roll through everyone because it was the path of least resistance and everyone else was just tired. Like there's a scenario here. Maybe the Warriors do get to the conference finals, but they're so exhausted and the Thunder are just so much more athletic than them and younger. And that's baked into the equation. But that's why it's more incumbent on taking care of business tonight against this Rockets team. I do not want to go to Houston in a tied series and they have home court again. That is the last thing that I want.
But against the Rockets, the other part of this is that I don't want to come out of this series with the shenanigan flagrants and the shenanigan techs because we know it's Dylan Brooks. Şengün right now, I think Şengün's vulnerable. He looked horrible in this game on Saturday.
Credit Draymond Green for that, by the way. He was incredible defensively.
He also is a flopper. Did you see what he did with he put his arms underneath Quentin Post.
Oh, and Quentin Post kind of locked him in there. That's why they challenged the play.
Why are your arms underneath someone's armpits? Yes, Quentin Post did lock him in. What are your arms doing underneath someone's armpits.
You wanted to give him a hug.
No, that's what are you doing? That's not even basketball.
You ever seen the movie
But
Ghost?
That's my point.
You ever
And,
seen the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze?
They have got to put this guy away and this team away so that they don't have to worry about it. At the end of that game, they win the game. And Jalen Green's got something to say for Draymond. And Draymond's got something to say back to him. All of these little ticky-tacky things can add up, and it will cost you a game down the stretch. And that's why I'm sitting here and I'm like, take care of business tonight. Go up 3-1.
Do you think it was funny that the guy that ended up getting in the middle of Jalen Green was the guy that was getting into it with Draymond at the end of game 2? Fred VanVleet was the guy. Remember, they were like shoulder to shoulder. They were talking mess to each other, and the benches got together. Fred VanVleet was the guy that got in between Jalen Green and Jay. Was like, all right, dude, like, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Classic Rockets. We lost the game. Let's win the fight in the parking lot.
There you go. And they couldn't even do that. What's coming up in the game, I should say, is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. And by the way, you can text us now on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It is the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Your MVP from game 3. I'm not giving you Steph, because that's the easy answer. You going GP2. You going with Quentin Post defensively. I thought he was huge. You going with Buddy Buckets. And we'll continue to break down this game. A crazy weekend of sports. 888-957-9570. And at one point, we will get into what the 49ers did with the draft, because their first 5 picks were very telling about the holes on this team. That's coming up next. It's Spadoni at Shasky. We're rolling on the Morning Roast. Warriors up 2-1. Can they go up 3-1 tonight? We'll find out. 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Pods. Is he in the building? He's feeling, hey, bro, this is a perfect song for Brandon Pajemski. No one feels themselves more than one Brandon Pajemski.
All right, the D-cell, which I know that he loves. And
10
it
points
has
for
worked.
Pods.
The Doc, come to a jump stop. That was a travel. And Jay Billis called it out. He was like, I think that was a travel. I was like, I 100% agree that was a travel.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Jay Billis, 830. And by the way, your phone calls also appreciated and welcome. Same with the text line, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, same number, 888-957-9570. We're rolling. The Warriors are rolling. No Jimmy Butler, no problem. All right, Joe. So when you saw the news, there was going to be no Jimmy buckets. What was the panic level for you when you saw that? Where it's like, oh boy, well, we're losing this game. Were you fully in like, I don't think we're going to win this game? Or was there a part of you like, no, we win this game. Like, the psyche for the Rockets is effed, right? Like, that's how I felt like going into it. Like, I was like, no, this is an opportunity for the Warriors to put the Rockets away mentally going up, because going up 2-1, it's not the end of the series, right? But I'll say this, teams that do go up 2-1 after the series is tied 1-1 go on to win 70+% of the time that series. So mathematically, massive win for the Golden State Warriors in that regard. But I think more so what they did to the mentals of the Rockets, like the Warriors were without their second best player.
Yeah, I hadn't even considered that, quite frankly. The psychological part.
I'd be like, coming out of that game, I'd be so disheartened if I'm the Rockets. Like, man, they didn't have Jimmy Butler and we lost. Coming off after that emotional win that they had, and you knew heading into game 3, and this is going to be the first road playoff experience for like a lot of these guys outside of obviously Dylan Brooks, outside of Fred VanVleet, and outside of Steven Adams, all those other guys, that was their first road playoff experience. And I thought Chase Center showed out on Saturday.
Huge Warrior chance with 4 minutes to go.
All the Warriors chants I was hearing that game. Really it was massive. So shout out Chase Center. Huge for them showing up, because I thought Houston Rockets in comparison, the Toyota Center, that was very stale the first couple games. Maybe I'm just a hater. I don't know, but it sounded pretty stale in comparison to what I heard from Chase Center. But you know what? They've been there. They're used to it. They've had championship moments. They've had finals games there. And I feel like Chase Center, a lot of people like to compare, Oracle. Yeah, Oracle's its own thing. It's going to be special. That's what it is. Candlestick is its own thing. That's going to be special. But you know what? Eventually, Levi's built a soul. And it does. I know a lot of people like to say it's a soulless. No, when there's playoff games, big playoff games there, they show up. Joe, you've been there.
Joe, I love going to playoff games, Levi's. It's not Candlestick.
It's not.
I'm just letting you know.
No.
It's not even close.
I'm not saying it is. Yeah. That's why I'm saying Chase will never be Oracle.
Yes.
That's okay.
Sure.
It could be Chase Center. And Chase Center showed out on Saturday in a big way. And I think it got to the Rockets' young players. I did. Ahmed Thompson, 5 of 16. Jalen Green, 4 of 11 after have that huge game in game 2. Tari Eason, not his best game. 8 points, 3 of 9 shooting for him. It was not great. Outside of Jabari Smith and Dylan Brooks, the efficiency just was not there for the Houston Rockets. Credit the Warriors defense.
So you asked heading into the game, what was my, feeling? I had zero expectation because I watched this team without Jimmy Butler. And they had Wiggins at the time, but, for the months before he even showed up, I didn't know what to make of this team. They could look like a bottom 5 team. They could look good enough to beat anybody. So I didn't know what to expect. And I kept thinking, like, okay, offensively, who's going to show up? Like, are they going to be hounding Steph to where he's an inefficient version of himself? And, is Draymond going to have to step up the scoring? I don't even know. What did Draymond finish with? I don't even think he scored in the fourth quarter.
He finished with 7 points.
Yeah.
And he had 4 assists, 8 boards, 3. It's just a typical Draymond game. But the triple single.
Like without Jimmy Butler, I was like, all right, maybe he has to score 15. And, can JK score enough to, offset some of Butler's, loss? And can Pajemski hit buckets? And none of that ended up mattering. It felt like to me it was Steph, GP2, and Buddy Hield in the second half.
Well, in that first quarter alone, it was just a grind. Steph was 1 of 4, right? You had Pods 2 of 5. You had Draymond 0 of 3. He had a couple 3-point attempts that clanked. They scored 18 points in that first quarter. Like early on in this game, like the defense, and I'll continue to give Houston credit for this because their defense shows up. The Warriors did score over 100, so there you go. 104 for them.
Is my 100? I've been saying in every game.
Yeah.
First to 100. Is that not ringing true?
No, it absolutely is.
In this series, this is we're not going to be able to put the ball in the hoop team, especially in tight, condensed spaces down the stretch. And I knew if you can get to 100, you're winning this game.
Lawler's Law, right? There you go. First team to 100 usually wins the game. Shout out Ralph Lawler, the Clippers, who took an L, and their series is now tied 2-2. But we're talking about the Warriors, 888-957-9570. Something happened early on in this game, Joe, and you mentioned Draymond Green. I thought was huge. That tech early on, I thought was well calculated from Draymond Green.
Calculated?
I did.
I thought he was going to go after the referee.
You know what?
The way he was stomping at him, I was like, oh boy, here we go.
You know why I thought it was well calculated? Because it was early on in the game. I knew he was going to let it go.
He was livid.
He was pissed. Buddy Hield spoke to it after the game on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he said that was when the team got going.
We didn't make as much shots as we wanted to in the first half, but we was able to weather the storm in that second quarter. You know, after the Draymond tech got us going, and we were able to weather the storm.
So, again, like a well-calculated tech, because there are some times where it's like, that wasn't the moment, that wasn't the time to do it. And you see this a lot in baseball, whether it's a manager getting thrown out. You see it a lot from the coaches. It's sometimes incumbent on the players to do it. Because Steve Kerr, I don't think, wants to get a tech. And I think he's already got a tech in this series.
Yes.
Maybe one. And again, complaining about the fouls and the lack of foul calls. But I thought that was well-timed for him early on in the game to set the tone. And you know what's funny?
You
and
thought it was a well-timed tech.
I did, because, also, what the refs don't want to do? They don't want to give him another one. So they're going to let him tote the line, be aggressive. Well,
I mean,
you can say lucky, but the refs, especially in this time, you mentioned the James Harden. They don't want to throw anyone out.
I understand
they
that,
don't
want to
do that.
Green.
I know.
And I just thought the way that he was
he's a champion of change.
The way he was demonstratively walking over to stomping over to the referee and like got in his face that way, it crossed my mind that he's going to get tossed in this game.
Well, he talked about it after the game as well, how important it was to be the enforcer on this team.
It's important, for sure. You better have one on your team or you just get bullied. So I take pride in being that for our guys, being that for this franchise for many years. But, I thought it was time to take one right there, so I did. And made sure I got one. And then I kept it pushing, got back in the game. But it was, sometimes stuff like that is needed, and I felt like it was needed there.
Why are you laughing?
I call cap on that.
What?
He acts like he's in full control of his emotions.
He was.
And there's just no way that anyone who's watching that sequence is like, Dre knows exactly where he's going with this and where to walk up to the line. Like, I'm sorry. I think he was unhinged, and it was like, he could say afterwards, hey, I knew exactly what I was doing. In real time, I was like, oh boy, he's pushing it. And quite frankly, credit to the referee for not throwing him out. I think a lot of other people would have been tossed.
James Williams, Kevin Scott, Curtis
You
Blair.
really think he was in full control?
Yes.
I mean, we can disagree on this.
Yes.
I'm tired.
Hey, Draymond, what did Jalen Green...
I love him, but God, I was like, please don't get thrown out of this game.
What did Jalen Green have to say to you at the end of the game?
Yeah, the game was over. Don't matter.
There you go. It don't matter.
I thought he said something about painting his nails. That's what I saw on the internet.
Yeah, the game was over. Don't matter.
I keep that on my board. I just want that. Doesn't matter. It could be Niners related. It could be Giants. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, the game was over. Don't matter.
That's what Luke Jackson said yesterday after the Rangers lost.
Down the stretch, he had a play where he went straight up vertical against Amen Thompson, and it was incredible. Then he had two other ones where he went straight up against Şengün. Şengün was so afraid that even on a wide open shot, he hit net. No rim, no backboard, net.
Amen Thompson, I think, again, rising star, guy's a rookie. He has a very good career ahead of him if he's on this trajectory. I think people were anointing him a little bit too soon early on in the series. The efficiency, the shooting, the wildness, everything. He looks uncontrolled at times. This is his first playoff experience. So I'm trying not to be too hard on the guy, but the whole Curry stopper. Oh, Amen Thompson. He's different. I got body envy. I get it. 5 of 16. I'll live with that. Alperen Şengün, 7 of 18 overall, 1 of 6 from the free throw line. Yikes. Hey, Rockets, you can make your free throw. They're called free throws for a reason. They're free. You can get them. 14 to 24? You kidding me?
Well,
horrible.
Well, what did Şengün end up with?
1 of 6.
What is he?
1 of 6 from the free
crazy.
throw line.
Well, they did a hack of Adams too in this game.
And he was their best free throw shooter outside of Fred VanVleet.
Well, and then he missed one and then made one, missed the next one. Yeah. And then they got the offensive rebound and scored again.
I know.
And it was like, we got to stop doing that.
But I will credit Steve Kerr in this one because I did think the lineups and the combinations, everything worked.
He was on
and
it.
When it works, we give you credit.
Absolutely.
Again, and I don't know where Dub Nation is on this. When the guy loses, you like to call in and crush him. Well, how about when he does things well? You're going to call in and give him, hey, all you Kuminga haters, Steve Kerr hates Kuminga. He's iced him out. Put him in the starting rotation. And started him.
And then even after a clunky first half, went back to him in the third quarter.
Yes, he did.
To start the second quarter, they went actually very big. And then they went to a 1-3-1 zone. Steph, GP2, Buddy, Looney, QP. Mm-hmm. Now, Looney, I thought, had a mixed bag in this one as well. He had some moments, and then he comes way too far out on Jalen Green, and just a little head fake, and boom, layup.
Yep.
He's gotta get backwards. I actually think QP defensively,
he's great,
has outplayed Looney in the last couple games.
That was a big,
which is crazy.
That was a big revelation for me coming out of this game. The Rockets, if you look at just the rebounds in total, they only out-rebounded the Warriors by 6. Obviously 5 on the offensive glass, but 6 in total. 51 to the Warriors 45. And a big reason why it was damn near even was Quentin Post. He had 12 boards, 3 offensive. If he could do that, the shooting would be great. And that's why we always talk about shooting with Quentin Post, is because you don't really get a lot defensively. Well, in this case, and not saying he's this world beater defensively, I'm not saying he's Steven Adams.
No,
I'm not saying
he
that.
Was battling.
But he was battling. And he had 4 assists as well.
Yeah.
So if his shot wasn't going down, he was 1 of 7, 0 of 3 overall, pressing a little bit. And that's come to expect from a rookie, right? But you can control that if you're 7 feet tall. Those rebounds, Quentin Post. If you can rebound against this Rockets team, you can rebound against any other team left in this Western Conference. That was a huge takeaway for me.
He pushed Adams in a way I haven't seen Adams pushed.
You all right over there? You all right?
I don't know what's happening.
Up. It's okay. You're getting excited. You're getting choked up.
He literally 2-hand shoved him.
The young Warriors are they're developing before your eyes. The Quentin Posts, the Brandon Pajemskis, right? Hell, Moses Moody, who had a couple baskets here. It wasn't his greatest shooting game. And again, there's going to be a Moses Moody game here going forward.
Pods hit a shot late in the game.
Oh.
It was very bold, to say the least, off the front of the rim. And it was a huge bucket for the team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni at Shasky. We're rolling 1 hour down, 3 more to go as Jay Billis going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Now it's getting to me. Jay Billis obviously did the game for ESPN, usually with college, but I've been very impressed. He had one of the Lakers Timberwolves matchups as well. He's been bouncing around, getting paid overtime, if you will, coming off March Madness, now going right into the NBA playoffs. So Jay Billis going to be joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. But I was talking about it, Steve Kerr. And with that win, Joe, on Saturday, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr earned his 101st playoff coaching victory, moving him into sole possession of 6th place on the NBA's all-time playoff coaching wins list, passing Larry Brown, who had 100. So 6th all-time in playoff victories for a head coach. It's pretty impressive for a guy who everyone wants to fire left and right all the time. I'm just saying, we love to call in when he does something wrong. Can we call in when he does something right? For the love of God. 888-957-9570.
You know that.
Why?
Because people are haters.
I'm giving you all the opportunity right now. You want to crush the team when they lose. Oh, game 2, the sky's falling. Jimmy Butler's out. We're going to lose this series. Oh, my God, we're not winning. Well, they won without Jimmy. They're up 2-1. And if Jimmy comes back today, I'm smelling blowout. Yeah, call me arrogant.
Okay.
I'm smelling potential blowout.
We're not doing that.
Why?
These games are too tight.
I think that was a psychologically damaging loss for them on Saturday, the Houston Rockets. You don't agree with me? Listen to Draymond Green.
I think for us psychologically, it just kind of reconfirms to ourselves that we can do it, that we're capable of making any adjustment, next guy up mentality. I don't know what it does for them. That's not really my focus My focus is what happens in our locker room. And, you know, the way Buddy stepped up, the way GP stepped up, QP with 12 huge rebounds. Loon played really good minutes for us, so, you know, just to see other guys step up in his absence was huge.
That's growth from Draymond Green because, you know, what he really wants to say is that was a psychologically damaging loss. That's hashtag new media. Draymond Green wants to jump on with Baron Davis after that and says, yeah, they're cooked mentally. They're shot. That's what he wants to say, but he showed growth there. He's like, I don't know what it does for them. I'm going to let them fester on a little bit. I know for us, it just reconfirms that we could beat anyone on any given night, even without Jimmy Butler. You know why? And I think people need to remember this. The Warriors have a top 10 player in the history of the NBA on their team still. There's only one other team that could say that's in these playoffs currently, and they're down 3-1, and that's the Los Angeles Lakers with LeBron James. Outside of that, no one else has a player of Stephen Curry's caliber. He dropped 36, and it's high time people start remembering that. He's one of the greatest players in the history of the sport and giving them him and the team respect when he goes out there. Because there's a lot of scared. I saw on the broadcast before, Stephen A. Smith, if you're the Rockets, you can't lose this game because they don't have Jimmy Butler. Yeah, they don't have the best player still in the series. The Warriors do. That's Steph Curry. Does that mean something?
And you can make the argument, that when Şengün doesn't play well and Jalen Green doesn't play well, they might have had the second best player in that game as well. In Draymond Green,
right?
Who played great defensively.
I agree with that.
So, look, the part about tonight, though, and just this Rockets team in this matchup regarding blowouts, this team doesn't get blown out. They walk the ball up the court. They're methodical. They limit the amount of possessions. It's really difficult for them, I'm talking about the Rockets, to be down 15-20 just by style of play.
Right.
They're going to be in a lot of these games, and they're going to do a really good job kind of slowing you down and making you work the shot clock to get a shot. So, pace of play, they don't allow themselves to get down 15. That's just kind of how they play.
I hear you, but I also think, the Pajemskis of the world, the Quentin Posts of the world, the Moses Moody, one of those guys is going to catch fire. And again, maybe that was the Gary Payton game you got on Saturday in the Buddy Hield moment, and then it shifts from there, right? The strength of numbers we were talking about, it returning. A lot of people saying the strength of numbers faded, right? After the game 2 loss. There's no strength in numbers. It's Steph, and it's Steph and Jimmy, and that's it. No one else can step up. And listen, is the Warriors' depth as good as, let's say, the Oklahoma City Thunders? Probably not. But I will take the veterans and those players and their ability to get theirs on any given night and how that confidence trickles down to those other guys. That's absolutely the case in point. And I saw that with Gary Payton, a guy that's been there. Gary Payton's won a championship. He's had big moments in the playoffs in the past. That means something against a Houston Rockets team where no one outside of Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, and Steven Adams have had moments, right? I don't know if Steven Adams has had huge
No, Steven Adams has been good.
No, he has been good. No, he's been solid in this series. But again, he's not going to be the guy that's scoring on offense. Every time the guy gets the ball on offense, he's looking to pass it. That's what he's doing.
If Steven Adams is ever available, the Warriors need to be all over him.
Sure.
He's a perfect off-the-bench big who just eats glass. He's exactly what they've never had.
I mean, Quentin Post. 12 boards. Do we even need a Steven Adams? Talking about the glass eating. That was Quentin Post on Saturday, right? Show some respect for QP.
QP
12
great.
boards.
QP was great. They're just totally different play styles.
They are. But aren't you not coming out of that game for me? Quentin Post is what I came away from there saying, if he can give me that level of production against that team that has 2 bigs and plays 2 bigs, why can't he do that in every other series going forward?
Well, that's the big takeaway. Right? Is that the kid has been baptized by fire in regards to the playoff atmosphere, and he's doing a great job battling against probably one of the more difficult combinations in Şengün and Adams. Şengün's got a pretty deep bag offensively in terms of when he catches the ball deep, he's got the little finger roll, he's got the turnaround, he's got the fadeaway.
He smoked a lot of layups, by the way, on Saturday, too.
No, he wasn't good, but
he smoked that dunk that he tried to do, and then Draymond runs on the other side and smokes the layup. That was the best moment of the game for me.
But in general, wouldn't you say that Şengün has a pretty good repertoire once he's deep in the paint?
No, I would say he's one of the more elite, more of the elite footwork when it comes to the big man in an era where that's lost. Yeah. He has that.
Yeah, and he's got a great touch off the front of the rim.
Better than Sabonis.
He kisses it in. Yeah, I really like Şengün. And obviously he's a standing player. Steven Adams, in terms of battling, name a tougher, stronger player to battle with underneath.
Ooh, that's a great question. Maybe Zubac.
Okay.
Zubac.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Jokic, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Two guys that if you want to go far, you might have to face.
Yes.
Right? And so I think for Quentin Post, these are awesome reps that he's getting right now and unbelievable confidence. Couple of his three balls, he shot them so quick because he was trying to get off a shot. Front of iron, it wasn't even good. He'll calm down. He'll settle in. I really would like him to hit a couple of threes to go alongside some of this defensive rebounding that he's showcasing. I just think he's a smart player, and I think that he's learning right now when and where and how to be aggressive. And he did a really good job jumping onto the floor twice in this game. He's done that in every game, jumping onto the floor. If you want to play on this team and not be a headline player, you better jump onto the floor.
So you get greedy tonight, and that's how you're feeling. And it's not even getting greedy. It's just about taking care of home court. I don't even like using that term. The Warriors can get greedy tonight. No.
The difference from 3-1 to 2-2 is monumental.
No, this is about stepping on their throats tonight.
Exactly.
And not giving them any last gasping breath to have. That's what the Minnesota Timberwolves did yesterday when the Lakers knew they could not go down 3-1 in that series. Going back to La La Land, they didn't want to do that. They wanted to get that home court back yesterday, and they had every opportunity to do it. But you know what? Their big boy showed up in Anthony Edwards. He dropped 40 on that ass, and he was the closer, and he was the best player on the floor yesterday when they had Luka out there and LeBron. No. It was Anthony Edwards. I'm looking at the same thing tonight when it comes to either Stephen Curry or, hell, do you need Jimmy Butler tonight? Now, it would be nice. I would love to have Jimmy buckets tonight, but do they need him back, or do you give him a little bit more time to rest? 888-957-9570.
Monday today.
Yep.
Wednesday for sure.
Yep.
TBD Friday.
Correct. Do you rest him tonight after you won on Saturday? Maybe we'll get into that on the other side.
Chew on that.
888-957-9570. We'll chew on that. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. You know the number. And it's brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. What's up, Steve?
Hey.
Thank you, Guru. That one got me. That's pretty good. Steven Risotto filling in for Carter, who's on his honeymoon. Shout out Carter Chickering. He's in Jamaica. He's crushing it. I saw it on his story on Instagram. He's just chilling with the water. It's crystal clear. He's looking great. Having some jerk chicken probably. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We got Warriors Rockets tonight, Joe. Game 4, potentially going up 3-1. They have an opportunity, the Warriors do, to go up 3-1 because they took care of business on Saturday. No Jimmy, no problem. And again, coverage starts at 6 o'clock tonight with Warriors Live, 7 o'clock tip, and we got the postgame, all of it, right here on 95.7 The Game. Then we'll come back tomorrow to talk about it all, too.
Think about how you feel as a non-fan observer of Nuggets Clippers, series tied 2-2.
Great series, by the way.
Right?
Insanity, yeah.
You feel like that one's guaranteed to go 7.
It feels like it.
Right? That feels like it, absolutely.
I think that was, most people saw that as the most even matchup heading into the playoffs. Like, oh, that's going to be the best one.
Has played out as such.
And it has been, yeah.
Overtime in game 1, the game winner just the other day. And then you look at Lakers Timberwolves, whoever wins this Rocket matchup is going to face.
Yep.
3-1. Feels like a completely different series.
Yep. And then if you watch the last 2 games, the Lakers, they're kicking themselves. They have opportunities to win it. They're up 10 in the fourth, both games too. They were going, and I know Luka had his flu game, if you will, and he did not play well on a Friday night, I should say. I was actually out at the old ship watching the game by myself, and it was a lonely experience watching that one. It was a fun game though because Anthony Edwards didn't do anything in that fourth quarter, and all of a sudden, as he does, and as superstars do in the playoffs, they come alive when it matters most. And that's what Stephen Curry did on Saturday. That's what Anthony Edwards did yesterday in their win over the Lakers to go up 3-1 in that series. And I think a lot of people are looking back and saying, yeah, maybe we overrated the Lakers. Because you know what? We do that with names. But you still got to play defense. There's 2 sides of the ball, Joe.
Yes.
And that's what was noticeable to me on Saturday, too, with the Warriors. Because we know defense is going to be there for the Rockets. The big question for them is always
the offense.
It's the offense.
But think of how different those 2 series feel. 2-2 and 3-1. Monumental.
Huge.
Monumental. And that's why tonight is massive for the Warriors.
Yep.
To go up 3-1, it puts you in such a driver's seat. There's really no other avenue than tonight is a must win. You have to hold serve on home court.
I'm just going to ask the question right now. 888-957-9570. After Saturday's win, do you need Jimmy Buckets tonight to play if you want to win this game? Do you need Jimmy Butler? 888-957-9570. That's what I want to ask as we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, because there's part of me that wants to say, of course, I want Jimmy Butler. Of course, I would feel much better about winning this and going up 3-1 in a situation like this. But I'm thinking from the perspective of the younger guys too. The confidence that must be instilled in them, like even with Jonathan Kuminga, who got the start. I don't think it was his greatest game, not by a long shot. I don't think he'll tell you that. It wasn't a very great performance for him. It was solid. But a guy like that, Moses Moody, who again, who had been in the starting lineup all the time. He got kicked to the bench. I didn't hear him crying or complaining. Quentin Post, who I thought was great defensively. All those rebounds that he was able to grab, 12 in total for him. That was insane. Quentin Post led both teams in rebounds as a player. Şengün is on the other side and Steven Adams on the other side, and Quentin Post out-rebounded both of them. That's incredible. So the confidence in all of those guys, Podziemski as well, who had some timely buckets, like carrying over into tonight's game, that's a huge plus for them because I do think you're going to get the Rockets' best swing. I don't know. I'm kind of like, is it crazy to say, Joe? I'm kind of leaning like holding Jimmy out the next couple days. So?
No, it's insane. If he can play, he plays.
But if he's still like sore and he's still hurting,
you play him.
Even if he's hurting a little bit still,
you can
Steph
stop
Curry,
asking
the playoffs.
that question.
You play him.
I mean, Steph Curry.
I'm just saying.
Steph Curry is nursing a thumb injury, a butt injury, and it looks as good as ever. When you're one of the top players in the league and you're making max money and your name is Jimmy Butler and you had the same exact injury in 2023 where you missed no time, you play if you can play.
So wait, you're saying they need him to win tonight?
No, I think he wants to play. I think he will play.
Okay.
I think it'll be a moot point regarding whether they need him or not. I think they won the one game without him. They got the house money. Now you bring them back and you step on their throats.
All right, still questionable with a pelvic contusion again.
Sounds like Celebrini and team, the trainer, they're the ones who held him out. That's what it, like kind of reading between the lines of the Slater report and some of the people that were reporting on it pregame. He was working out. It was going to be a game time decision. Sounds like the Warriors were the ones that preemptively took him out.
That sounds like your 60 seconds to Celebrini was right there for Rick Celebrini, not Macklin, of course. Do we know if Macklin's going to win the Rookie of the Year, by the way?
We're probably not.
What?
I would
Just
say,
the motivation he needs.
I would say to this team and to Jimmy and the trainers, if you win tonight, you can go back to Houston. You can kill shot them in the second half of the Houston game, for lack of a better word, sorry. And then you get a little bit of time off and you can observe what happens with Timberwolves Lakers and breathe a little. And then Jimmy can rest after the series is over. That's the way I would be approaching this.
888-957-9570 is the number. Do you need Jimmy Butler tonight, Dub Nation? And what was your biggest takeaway from that win for you, like going forward in this series? Because for me, it was Quentin Post. I think for a lot of people, it might be Buddy Hield in his performance. I know a lot of people were questioning Buddy Hield, and you had to, because we haven't really had a Buddy Hield game in a win. We've had Buddy Hield games in losses. I think Buddy Hield's last best game was probably against the Houston Rockets, and it was a loss, and it was a regular season game.
3 weeks ago?
Exactly. Then it was on that Sunday night, right, at Chase Center, and it came in a loss. So, like, whenever we had Buddy games, it was like, well, we can't really talk about, it was the Buddy Hield game. We say it tongue in cheek, and it was an L. No, this wasn't a win. You had Gary Payton stepping up. I mentioned Quentin Post. Draymond Green defensively was all time and showed why he was a DPOY candidate. And I thought it was very, very good for Draymond Green. Take the high road. I know he was feeling some type of way about not winning the DPOY, but celebrating Evan Mobley when asked about it, he's like, hey, Evan's grown tremendously as a player. He was great. He deserves it.
For a second.
It was what?
He didn't deserve to win it this year. It's okay. That doesn't mean he didn't have a great year. He had a great year, but if you look at the last month or so of the season, he didn't do well against the other bigs. Now, those guys are talented. They outsize him, height and weight-wise, and he didn't finish the season the way that he needed to if he wanted to win the award, and that's okay. That doesn't take away from a great year from Draymond. He played more games than I anticipated. He played better offensively than I ever anticipated, and he was his vintage defensive self, except down the stretch when they needed to slow down some bigs. I thought that some of those bigs had his number. Karl Anthony Towns, Aaron Gordon, like I can go right down the list. Evan Mobley had a banner season. They had a banner season. Good for him. It's okay. It doesn't mean that Dre sucks. It doesn't mean that he didn't have a great year. All these things could be true all at once. And so, yeah, he did take the high road in that, but I also didn't think he deserved the year.
Well, you said the word right there. They had a great season. Draymond Green had a really elite couple months here since the Jimmy Butler acquisition. That's not enough to win the DPOY.
Yeah,
I think we get jaded.
And I don't think he finished.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's defensively.
Correct.
The way that I wanted
the old adage is not how you start, how you finish. No. When it comes to the award season, it's the entirety of the regular season.
Exactly.
Because, it's all Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. See, that's great. There's this whole first half of the season that the Cleveland Cavaliers dominated. The entire season, they dominated. They dominated those matchups against you, actually. Evan Mobley in particular.
The difference between right now, between the West, when you watch the playoffs, and then you watch the East, the level of intensity just drops. You can feel it off the screen.
I don't think anything's happening there that's out of the norm. I've actually been impressed.
I like Detroit.
With Detroit, and I thought they got hosed. That Josh Hart absolutely fouled. Who was that? Tim Hardaway in the corner? Come on, man. And poor Detroit, I get it. They're feeling some type of way about it.
That atmosphere was sweet.
It was awesome. You don't post about it on your social, though, about the lack of a non-call. I thought that was kind of that's showing they're green. They'll know, but you don't go outwardly and say it was a bad call and they post it in big font from your player saying it was a bad call. But they're going to be licking their wounds. That was a tough L for them. I don't believe in the Knicks at all, by the way, going forward. I don't. I thought with all those trades that they had in the offseason last year, bringing in Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, I thought they might have had something. I just don't think Jalen Brunson can be your best player and guy you lean on in closing minutes to win it for you.
He's on the floor with that ankle, calf. I don't even know what that was. The
foul baiting that he is doing. I know we like to get on James Harden, Luka. Jalen Brunson, oh my God, dude. Get up.
Yeah.
Stop.
But he's a little guy, and so for whatever reason, people find it endearing. And he plays for the New York team.
Oh, New York team.
I know.
I haven't done anything my entire life. Please. Steve Kerr, his thoughts on a big win without Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, it's a big-time win. I mean, you could see we were out of sorts early. With Jimmy out, we changed the starting lineup. We went to some combinations that we've barely played all year, and it took a while for us to find some rhythm. But I thought what kept us in the game was our defense. They got up, I guess, 13 at the most. But, these days, 13 doesn't feel like that big of a deficit. And I thought the key to the game was the way we closed the second quarter, to pull within 3 and get some momentum. And we felt pretty good at halftime as a result.
No Jimmy, no problem.
It was 34-22 in the second quarter. Steve Kerr calls the timeout. And then, he's not happy. He's just not happy. No. Then they go trading baskets. At one point, it's 49-37 Rockets. They're up 12 with 2:24 to go. Mm-hmm. And somehow, some way, after a couple of Buddy buckets, a couple Steph plays, it's 49-46 at half. And I felt like the Warriors had all the momentum heading into the half after playing a really poor second quarter overall.
Well, a big play in that was the Steph block on Fred VanVleet. Feeds Buddy, as you talked about, the touchdown pass.
Yeah, it was a great play by Steph. And one of the better plays of the year from him.
Here's how it sounded. Tim Roy, 95.7 the game.
VanVleet over to Jalen Green. He'll dribble, drive on Curry. Back out to VanVleet. Run off the line. Pajemski steps in. Shoots over Curry. Blocked by Curry. Curry with the ball. Baseball pass. Healed. Layup. Good! On the break.
That's Steph Curry with the block shot.
Steph Curry, the defender. 7-0 run for the Warriors.
He said baseball throw. More of a Shedeur Sanders throw, if you will. Right down the middle. 5th round pick going to Cleveland Browns, by the way. Shedeur Sanders, the slide of the season, of the offseason, I should say. We'll touch on it at some point today because there was a draft.
Because there's just not enough Shedeur content out there, huh?
Hey, you were thinking about it if you're the Niners. You were thinking about it in the face,
Possibly.
There was a guy with a torn ACL in the 7th, and we just couldn't resist.
Oh my, yeah, who was that guy?
The Indiana quarterback.
Curtis Rourke. Yeah, the Indiana quarterback. You didn't even know who it was. Curtis Rourke. Not Mickey Rourke. Curtis Rourke. There you go. But they did go their first 5 were on the defensive side of the ball. We'll get to the 49ers draft at some point, I promise.
Actually love their draft.
Joe Shasky will have his grade. I know he's big on grades, so he's going to go his full Mel Kiper here. And there was a full Mel Kiper meltdown over the weekend that we also have to react to because it was crazy to say the least. So we'll get into that. Also, there was an interview over the weekend with Bill Belichick on CBS this morning. Cringe doesn't even put into words. That isn't even the word I'm looking at. There's something greater than cringe that took place with Bill Belichick in this interview and his girlfriend. Very odd. And we need to break it down, Joe, because I know you're all in on Billy B in the offseason. That is Bill Belichick, now head coach over with North Carolina football. So definitely got to get into that at some point.
You better be careful.
But we're talking Warriors. We're talking Rockets. We're going up 2-1, Stephen A. Don't worry. And we got Leroy in Oakland who wants to join the conversation because I think Leroy's feeling like I'm feeling. I'm considering sitting Jimmy tonight. I think we can win without him. Leroy, Good morning. How are we feeling about that win, man?
Man, I'm feeling great. Good morning, guys. And I tried to hit you guys, I think it was on Thursday or Friday last week. And, I was like, man, I hope they sit Jimmy Saturday because, I want to see if the Warriors have learned to win without him. I wanted to see if Jimmy had infused enough in those young guys, enough toughness, enough, oomph in those young guys to go, hey, you can do this, because I was watching the young guys when Jimmy was out there, and he just infuses this toughness and I can do anything in the young guys. So I was like, okay, Jimmy's going to be out Saturday. Let me see if these guys have picked up on some of Jimmy's, toughness. And boy, they really played well. I didn't expect them to get that game the way that they got it. So I was like, hey, if we have 2 games without Jimmy, and if we can get one, because I was expecting Curry to have a 35, 40-point game. If they set Jimmy 2 games, I was expecting Curry to blow up on one of those games and for us to get one of those games. So I'm like, hey, now that we got the first one, definitely sit Jimmy, let him rest. I think, Curry is feeling it now. I think Curry is starting to smell it now. When you're a champion so many times, it's this point in thing where you start smelling it. And I don't think Curry's going to let up. I don't care if they put 2, 3 people on him. We've seen him do it before. He is the most spectacular player we have seen in, just 20, 30 years. And I think he's dialed in. So I don't think, no matter what Houston does, I think Curry's going to show that championship medal and just start doing what Chef does. And so Houston's in trouble.
Houston's got a problem. Thanks, Leroy.
I disagree with him. I think that you can't mess around, because if you lose tonight, it just changes the whole dynamic for the rest of the week and this team, and you just don't want to play with your food here.
Well, no. I'm actually protecting Jimmy Butler in this scenario, because maybe there is still some soreness, and the last thing I want to do is put a compromised Jimmy Butler out there tonight, Joe.
Sounds like it's pain tolerance, not like you can, injure it further.
But even if it's pain tolerance, he's playing through something that's going to be bothering him. That might hamper him just a little bit today. And you lose this game with Jimmy Butler, all of a sudden, that swings the momentum back to the Houston Rockets saying, okay, well, we just beat this team again with their best player. Like, their only win in this series was basically without Jimmy Butler in the game. So there is still the mental edge there for the Warriors that, hey, once we have Jimmy for all the game, we're 1-0 against them. We get them back today.
You have to go out and you have to play. Like I get the whole mental part of it, but to me, this is about you have to go out and play and execute, and they need to win. To rely on, again, I'm not saying that they can't get these contributions, but 33 combined from Buddy and GP2. I don't know if I could bank on that without Jimmy again.
Well, I don't think that Pods is going to be that bad again. I don't think that Moses Moody is going to be that bad again.
Pods had one game, and now I know he's sick, so let's throw that away.
Exactly.
But it's not like he's a scorer at heart.
He's due, though. I think some of these players, these role players for the Warriors are due. And that's why I think tonight, if Jimmy does play.
Got the role player contributions, though.
Again, well, someone else step up. Like that, great. I didn't expect to get the Buddy Hield game and the Gary Payton game at the same time. I'm glad it worked out that way. But someone else is going to step up. That's what happens in these playoffs. Guys where you least expect it. Like, I think that's what was so impressive to me as well. And I am reacting to what I saw yesterday a little bit too, because on Saturday, I thought Steve Kerr had a coaching masterclass, and I thought JJ Redick for the Lakers had a coaching disaster class, if you will. He played, and for those of you who just joined us who didn't watch the game, maybe you weren't up to it, I thought it was a great weekend of sports in general, whether it was the draft or there was NBA playoffs, I thought baseball's on fire. It was great watching the sports heading into May next week. This is a prime time of the year for me. But the Lakers and JJ Redick played all of their starters, or I shouldn't say started because I guess Dorian Finney-Smith didn't start technically. But basically, all their players in the second half played the entire second half.
Played the same five.
Same five
every minute.
For the entire second half. Didn't get a break at all. And it showed late in that game. It showed. The young guy of Anthony Edwards, who did get some rest along the way, he was fresher than Luka, than LeBron. Then, actually, LeBron was probably the freshest guy, and it's pretty sad that a 40-year-old has to be your best defensive player on that team, and that just goes to show that team is where it's at. But relax. I heard what you had, a little snide comment over there. Chill. But that's what showed up to me over the weekend. Coaching still matters, guys. I know the stars. In basketball, we like to think that coaches don't matter. It's just the stars. No, coaching matters, especially in the scenario where we saw Jimmy Butler was out and Steph Curry was there, and maybe Steve Kerr was buying Steph a few extra minutes in that fourth quarter, but he played 41 in total.
Well, he never starts the fourth quarter. I think that's a great wrinkle that they went with. They started him in that fourth quarter, took him out, put GP2 in, and then subbed him back in, and he got multiple timeouts because of television timeouts. Mm-hmm. And so really the real time, sit down for Curry was probably closer to 10 or 15 minutes as opposed to the 2 or 3 minutes that he ended up sitting on the bench. Look, they've done zones. They've done specific doubles. They've gone to a 2-3. They've gone to a 1-3-1. They've changed. Some of their offense seems to be a little more Steph bring the ball up the floor more than we're accustomed to. I mean, there was even a point where you saw Steph said to GP2, give me the damn ball.
Yeah.
As he's coming up. So they've done a lot of really good wrinkles. I like that with Jimmy Butler out of this game. The floor in the middle opened up and GP2 took clear advantage as opposed to being in that dunker spot, meaning baseline side. He had the ball in his hand at the top of the key and did that fake handoff to Steph Curry as he's coming off the action, and it just draws so much attention. And then boom, you saw 3 different layups in the late third quarter into the fourth quarter for GP2. It was brilliant.
Stephen Curry talked about it after the game on how unbelievable Gary Payton II was with his father also in attendance.
Gary was unbelievable, taking advantage of the double team up top, get in the paint, finish at the rim, the big 3 in the corner, and obviously what he does on the defensive end. So, he's been around too. He was part of the 22 championship team. He knows what it takes.
Let's not forget that. Gary Payton II is a champion still, and championships matter in series like this when you're going up against the only player that has a championship on the opposing team is Fred VanVleet, who showed up in the first quarter. He was great, only made one shot after that. One shot.
Yeah, I know.
One. But those ones, we felt like that was the Fred, like we were all waiting. You were talking about it. There's going to be a game where Fred VanVleet goes off. I think that was it. He had 17 points in total and wasn't very efficient.
I still think that the Rockets are a threat to the Warriors here, and that's why I don't want to mess around. I will play Jimmy. This is what you signed up for. This is why you got him.
They will be their most threatening, I think, tonight. This is the game. So
this is why I need Jimmy.
Their backs are against the wall, and they're going to come out swinging. I just don't know if they have the offense to do it. Like, it's one thing to play desperate, but you have to contribute offensively to do that. I just don't know if they have the guys to do it. And what I saw from the Warriors defensively was ferocity on Saturday. They rose to the moment when it mattered most, and it's the Rockets who didn't score 100 points, not the Warriors. The Rockets didn't score 100 points on Saturday, and they had all their guys healthy in it. After Jalen Green dropped 30 on their ass, what did he do? Didn't even hit double figures. He had 9 points. 9.
Leroy brought up Steph Curry, and we're just,
we can't undersell it enough.
He's the best of all time. Look, Joe Montana, what makes Joe Montana is that he took over a team that had never won anything. All right? They never won anything. And he did it with a variety of playmakers. He did it with Dwight Clark and Freddie Solomon. He did it with Roger Craig in the backfield, and he became kind of a hybrid player. And then he did it with Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Brent Jones. He did it at the end of the 70s, even though they didn't win much. And then he did it at the end of the 80s, and he did it for so long. And when push came to shove, no matter who was around, when the chips were up against it, in the middle of the table, he would always deliver. Always deliver. He didn't fit the mold Joe did in terms of height, weight, speed requirements, although he was much faster than you gave him credit for. He had the guile, the smarts, and it just didn't look like other players in terms of style of play. That's what Steph has. And then you think about like the excellence, the pure excellence in terms of you expect it to happen, and it happens, and it still blows you away. That reminds me of Bonds. That reminds me of Ricky Henderson, where it's like, he's going to steal here. Yep. You know it's coming, and he finds a way to still get it done. You know the home run's coming. You can't give him a pitch to hit. Nope. Boom, he hits the home run. That's Steph Curry. He had a shot on Dylan Brooks. We all saw it coming, and you knew it was coming. He just bang. He just flicked it from the hip like he's Pistol Pete Maravich. He has the excellence and the longevity of Jerry Rice, which he's better in his 30s than he was in his 20s. How's that even possible? They kept charting how many feet he was running in the game, Joe. They're like, he's logged 2.5 miles of of track today running around. He's more deadly without the ball than he is with the ball. What other player in the history of the NBA can you say that about?
Not many. If not at all.
Rip Hamilton?
Maybe.
And Rip wasn't even, and I'm not, all
champion,
respect to
but
Rip.
it was not.
He's not this. No. Reggie Miller used to come off screens, and Reggie does broadcasting. Reggie was all-time. He wasn't this. I mean, this guy's all-timers. He has every drop in every bucket that you're looking for of the greatest legends in Bay Area sports. He has them all combined into one. And unlike baseball, where you only get 4 at-bats, unlike football, where you only get maybe 20 or 30 throws in a game, this guy can have the ball on any possession in the game. He can walk up and say, give it to me. And he can either make a beautiful pass, because he made multiple unbelievable passes in this game. One to Buddy Hield on the corner, which was brilliant. Some unbelievable pick and roll plays. He makes defensive plays, which are completely underrated. No one talks about his defense. And then the shot making and the dexterity around the rim is unreal. The shot making from beyond the arc is unparalleled. The guy's the greatest Bay Area sports athlete of all time. And we have Willie Mays, and we have Barry Bonds, and we have Joe Montana, and we have Ricky Henderson, and we have Jerry Rice, and we have Ronnie Lott in terms of toughness. Steph checks all those boxes. He's the greatest Bay Area athlete ever. And I'm ready to just close the book. And I can't believe I'm saying this. You had Jerry, you had Joe, you had Willie, you've had Barry Bonds, Ricky Henderson. Pick who you want. He's the best. And I can't believe I'm saying it. And I'm watching it in real time. And I don't even think he's close to done.
You said something that I thought was interesting in that. And it's well said. And 888-957-9570. We can always have the Steph conversation. And it feels like we take it for granted at times because just how damn good he is. And I'm not taking it for granted, especially in these playoffs, because I said it earlier. I'll say it again. There are only 2 players that we can all agree on are in the top 10 all time of greatest in their sport that are in these playoffs. Only 2. One of them's down 3-1 on the other side. It's LeBron James. He's 40 years old. They're probably cooked. And it's Stephen Curry. And you're up 2-1 now with the chance to go up 3-1. Why are we talking about it more that the Warriors have the best player still?
And he did
the best player in the playoffs.
And he won a must-win game without the second best player on the team.
See, I don't think people agree that he's still the best player in these playoffs. I think a lot of people go to, Nikola Jokic, he's MVP. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jason Tatum. Well, Jason Tatum's hurt, but Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. Donovan Mitchell. I don't
No, Curry's the best.
It's Stephen Curry.
He's the best.
It's like Saturday showed you why. Do you think this is the best? Like you said something there. Do you think this is the best version of Stephen Curry?
You
said that. You said he's playing better.
This is why I say that.
Okay? It's interesting to me because I don't think people would agree.
He may not be the spring chicken that he once was in terms of, there's something about being young. Like there is an element of like when you're in your athletic prime, he's not in his quote unquote athletic prime. I think he's stronger now than he ever was.
The guns definitely are. You see those biceps there.
Right.
In the gym.
I think his finishing around the rim is spectacular. It's just I think it's the element of his game no one talks about. Defensively, I don't think he's ever been smarter. He knows when you're trying to attack him and what your strength is, and he tries to take it away. He might not physically be able to block a bigger guy's shot, but you saw it in that Fred VanVleet, that one Fred VanVleet play. How many times has he jumped passing lanes?
Yeah.
He's rebounding as well as he ever has, which has always been a key element of his game. He's just got a knack for the ball. Some guys just have that. Like, as great as Rodman was in terms of athleticism and hand-eye coordination, he also had just a knack for how to time things. There's just an innate quality, an instinct, if you will. He's great at that. His court vision is unreal. How did he makes that play and he knows Buddy Hield is flying down court and just turns and baseball passes it perfectly. Now, does he make the dumb turnover?
Of course.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Only 2, by the way, for Steph. Only 2 in the turnover battle was in favor of who? The Golden State Warriors. Not a coincidence that they won. 14 turnovers for the Houston Rockets, 10 for the Warriors.
His understanding of leverage and his number one threat to the opponent is the 3-ball. He uses that to get steps on you, to get mid-range shots, to get layups. Like, his feel for misdirection is unreal. I'll tell you, I can sit here all day and do 4 straight hours on why Curry is, I think, the greatest Bay Area sports athlete of all time. And I'm ready to just kind of, for right now, close the book. It's over. He's the man. And I trust me, I watched Jerry Rice's entire career. I watched Bonds' entire career. I watched Ricky Henderson. I saw the tail end of Joe. I went back and watched everything of Joe. He's the GOAT. This is the dude. I didn't watch Willie, so I'm not here to pretend like I saw Willie. This is the GOAT for me in my lifetime.
I think David in South City agrees with you. 888-957-9570. Let's go to David. David, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast. What you got, man?
Oh, hi. I watched the game the other night. Warriors, it's been a while since they've been in the playoffs, but I think Curry is the best ever. He's the reason I started watching basketball again. He just makes the game exciting. That's my opinion. So there might be other players, but he's the best in my book. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, David, what about him makes you most excited? When you watch him, what is it about Stephen Curry? Okay, just
but here's the other part.
Off myself.
I referenced all of the prolific things he does on the floor. He's also like one of the greatest humans ever in terms of like, he's a great teammate.
You see a smile he had on the court, by the way, that Cheshire Cat kind of smile that I think Nahegan put in his profile picture. Everyone was posting it. It's just the smile that he looked like the Grinch, like the Jim Carrey Grinch, how he stole Christmas. Because he stole that game in game 3 and he stole it away from the Houston Rockets. Stole it from him.
He's an absolute killer. He's just, and he's gracious on and off the floor. He seems like a good family man. You know, in an era where it feels like everybody is in your face with all of the things that you shouldn't be doing, he does everything the right way. He's a great role model. He's a guy I reference at every baseball practice. Mm-hmm. Every single basketball and baseball practice with the youth. I go, do you think Curry half butts it during practice? No. Like, he practices faster than he does in practice so that the game time is like it's slowed down. Well, he's the greatest free throw shooter ever. We had Rick Barry here.
Right.
Who's one of the greatest free throw shooters the game has ever seen.
And that's practice.
Do you listen to Chris Mullen played on the freaking dream team.
With the greatest player in the history of the sport, Michael Jordan. The greatest player he ever played with.
He marvels at the stuff Steph Curry's doing.
Well, and again, I think it speaks to Chris Mullen too, because he was a shooter at heart and one of the best in the history of the NBA, which goes to show you even guys like that, Chris Mullen, who I think people say, dream team, one of the greatest shooters in the history of the sport, marvels at Steph Curry. Reggie Miller marvels at Ray Allen. We don't hear that much from Ray because he's a soft-spoken guy. He's quiet. Marvels at what Stephen Curry can do and has done his entire career. And are we watching the best version of Stephen Curry? 888-957-9570. I think that's up for debate right now.
Which is crazy because earlier this year, I was like, oh, man, it feels like he's lost a step.
We were talking about on these airwaves, not you or I, on these airwaves, talk about trading Stephen Curry at some point this season. I know, sounds crazy.
That's how down and bad we were.
I love you, Steiny. He's going to be out doing the broadcast of Guru today from the Agape tournament, the charity golf tournament brought to you by ACO Pest Control from 10 to 2. Shout out those guys. We're going to be out there. We'll come and say hi. Shasky and I are golfing in a couple hours, and Shasky's got the fit. He's got the vest, too, just in case it gets a little chilly out there. He's ready.
And the other part of this is that as I watch Ant Edwards try to make a name for himself in the league, going at LeBron, and the video of him just not backing down from LeBron, as great as LeBron has been, his number one foe is Steph Curry. And I actually think the two of them have elevated each other, right? There's an argument to be made that like Magic and Larry elevated each other, right? Mm-hmm. And elevated the league as a whole and brought everyone up to their standards. To do it during the LeBron era, specifically running through him, and to do it with so many different teammates, whether it's Clay, Draymond, KD, Jimmy Butler, Wiggins, like it's just... The guy he's the greatest. He's the greatest ever. And I don't know what we're going to talk about once he's gone because he's the best of all time.
Oh, we'll be talking about my guy, Brock Purdy, and how he's going to bring multiple titles to the San Francisco Bay Area.
Brock pales in comparison to Steph.
Just wait. Just give him an opportunity, all right? Mr. Irrelevant is anything but. Thank you, Sam. Let's go to our guy, Verducci, El Dorado Hills, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Duce? How you doing, man?
Good, brother. Good. And I totally agree with you, Spadoni and Shasky. I mean, with Curry. I mean, look, my wife is pregnant, and we were watching this game on Saturday, about to go to a movie, and we're sitting there going nuts, sitting in the snack line, seeing Curry do Curry things, and to see the joy that he plays with, how he elevates everyone else around him. And then as they cut to the fans, I mean, the fans that have seen him from the very start are still in awe after all these years later.
Whoa, Verducci, I got to cut you off there. The Golden State Warriors are playing... Yeah. They were playing in Game 3, first round, Western Conference, series tied 1-1, and you were going to the movies? And you were at the snack line? What are you doing?
Hey, you know what, baby? I had husband things.
Oh.
You know, my wife wanted to see a movie, so I had to take care of her.
What
But
movie?
you know what?
What movie?
What was that?
What was the movie?
Sinners.
Okay, everyone said that's pretty good. All right, I'll back up.
It is, but you know what? I'm a connector, and I would say there's about 3 other guys with their wives in line, and we were all huddled around my little phone watching this on YouTube TV. So you know what? We might have been mobile, baby, but we had still eyes on the game. And finally tonight, you guys were talking about Jimmy Butler. He has to play. I mean, this is a must-win game. No questions asked. This is why you brought this man here to be Curry's Robin. You're paying the man $60 million. Curry's got a bum finger. You know, he's also playing with a tailbone injury. He's still out there. So, Jimmy, baby, I know you're going to step up. You're going to be there. And you know what? We're going to take it 3-1. This is a must-win because we can't go back 2-2. This is the game that we got to win. We got to win this in 5. Hope that Lakers wake up and take it to 7 so we can get our rest. And then you know what? This is where we're going to take it all, baby. It's our road to the chip. So you all have a good Monday, baby. Let's go.
There you go. It's Verducci in the EDH. 888-957-9570. You're more inclined or less inclined to play Jimmy Butler tonight, Dub Nation, after the win on Saturday without Jimmy Buckets? And are we watching the best version of Stephen Curry? I do think that's an interesting question because there's more baked into it than, just the age number. I think we always go to the age like, well, he can't be at 37. He can't be. Well, we were talking about it with LeBron a couple of years ago. Is this the best version of LeBron we're seeing? And I do think baked into that equation is the mental game that we sleep on.
Exactly.
And I think what Jimmy Butler has helped unlock, because it was always within Steph, and Steph didn't need anything from Jimmy Butler to validate who he is as a player, but there's things that even guys like Stephen Curry could garner from players like Jimmy Butler. And I do think that IQ on defense and being able to intercept things, that seeing plays steps ahead instead of, just going through the motions on defense. A player like Jimmy Butler and what he's been able to do on this team as a two-way player has helped, I think, Stephen Curry tremendously going forward. And I think that was on display on Saturday with his defense, obviously, getting that block on Fred VanVleet.
The degree of difficulty on some of these shots.
Yes.
I mean, it's just...
that's always Steph. Like, for me, the shot making. But I think defensively, first and foremost, too, I'm seeing Jimmy rub off on everyone in that regard.
There's a Mahomes-like quality where... God. Anything he throws up, you feel like is going to be a touchdown.
Right.
And it's the same thing with Steph. Anything he throws up, you're like, that's a good shot.
Right?
It's crazy.
Well, they were saying, I think on the broadcast, Mark Jones is like, oh, he just pulled that up from half court. I don't know if that was a good shot. And then Jay Billis was like, no, that's a great shot. That's what we call a layup.
Yeah.
That's what we call a layup for Steph. Let's go to Jay, who's in the Bay, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Jay, good morning. What you got, man?
Well, the only thing I'm saying, this is Miss J from the Bay. I say we should play Jimmy. We shouldn't grind Steph down to a pulp. We should, timing and rhythm is everything. Them boys is in rhythm now. Plug Jimmy in, let him get his timing back. We got our foot on their necks. Let's take this game.
I completely
That's all
agree.
I got.
There you go. Jay, I
Completely
apologize.
agree.
I keep saying, I think that's
Thanks,
the
Miss
second or
J.
third time. Yeah, I said, what's up, man? It's a woman. Put female on there, please. I don't meet many Jay who are women, but she's a great caller. We love Jay. And relax, Chris Rock, or just relax.
I just...
Okay, you don't want to play with fire. I hear you. And maybe I'm just throwing it out there. You more inclined or less inclined to play Jimmy Butler after what took place on Saturday? Let him rest up a little bit more and maybe you go up 3-1. But I hear you. You feel a lot better with Jimmy Buckets in the lineup tonight. But I don't know what the medical says. I lean on the doctors. Dr. Rick Celebrini, best in the business. All right, I lean on them.
This is part joke, but I am kind of serious.
Oh.
Steph's so good, I might retire 30, even though it's already retired for the Giants with Cepeda. I might retire at 4 Curry in a Giants uniform and a Niner uniform. That's how good he is.
Just cross sport. Does that happen?
Marino's retired for the Miami Heat.
Oh, is he? I didn't even know that.
Then they unretired it.
Oh, they also...
Because I think Bam Adebayo rocks 13.
Remember when Pat Riley retired Michael Jordan's number? No one will ever... I was like, Pat, you didn't coach this guy. Like, what? Like, you didn't play for the Miami Heat. What are we doing here? Very odd. But yeah, that happens, I guess. It happens.
Dylan Brooks was so hell-bent on not letting him get a shot off, and he just had him just like in a blender. It was unreal.
And again, Jay Billis, who's going to be joining us at 8:30, he was I thought he was really good on this broadcast for ESPN. Can't wait to pick his brain about what he saw from Stephen Curry. But even Jay was like, Dillon Brooks is playing great defense on him, and it still doesn't matter. Like that's the thing in this. The Rockets, who are probably the best defensive team left in these playoffs, I think they're up there. Like they're hounding them.
No, they're
very good, so damn good. But it's still not enough when it's Stephen Curry, and they're making them work harder. And credit to them. But again, it was the Rockets who failed to score 100, not the Warriors on Saturday, and that was because Stephen Curry is on their team. And he's not on the Rockets. They got their best players, Alperen Şengün, and it was noticeable on Saturday. He didn't have a good game, and they lost because of it. Let's go to the injury report. And we do have a broken clock in here. It's been 3:58:30 a.m. the entire show. Man, time. Is it Stephen Curry? Can he stop time? Is that what he's doing right now? Steph is so amazing he can stop time. Do you believe, well, the Warriors believe that Jimmy Butler will be back on the court for the Warriors in Game 4 tonight. Butler has been recovering from a deep glute muscle contusion that he sustained in Game 2. He worked out on the Warriors practice court before Game 3, but the Warriors medical team decided it was best for him to get an extra 2 days to rest and recover before returning action. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, Samita and Los Gatos. We'll get to you on the other side. Plus, Jay Bill is coming up at 8:30, called the game for ESPN alongside Mark Jones. So we'll get his thoughts on that and how the series goes going forward. Warriors could put a chokehold on it tonight. Coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live, 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. It's Spadoni, Shasky. We're rolling, baby. Halfway home on a Monday at 95.7 The Game.
Dribble, guarded by Brooks. Crossover, into a three. It's up, and he has tied the game!
Well, that time Steph just said, heck with the screen.
Yeah.
Let me go one-on-one.
Curry's got 30.
30 for Curry, 104-93. Warriors win. No Jimmy buckets, no problem, because you got Batman. And oh, by the way, no Robin, but you got Alfred also showing up in Buddy buckets. Buddy healed with his best performance of these playoffs, maybe best performance of his playoff career. 17 points for him off the bench as the Warriors, again, go up 2-1 in this series. Chance to go up 3-1 tonight, and that coverage right here on 95.7, the game starting at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. 7 o'clock tip at Chase Center, and Chase Center was buzzing on Saturday, Joe. As I say good morning to you, I say good morning to Steven Risotto, Sam Lubman, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. And no better way to start a Monday after the craziness of the NFL draft, after the craziness of those Giants back-to-back day walk-off wins on Saturday and Sunday, to be able to talk about this Warriors team being up 2-1 as opposed to being down 1-2 without Jimmy buckets. Just the confidence is sky high right now. Sky high, and why shouldn't it be?
I mean, it should be, because we feel great right now, but I'm a little paused.
Oh, pause, hashtag.
You got 17 from Buddy. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's sustainable.
It's not. I don't know. It's not. I'll tell you that right now. It's not.
But you also got GP2 giving you 16 in that game. So that's 33 from two guys not necessarily known for scoring, and also who have struggled to score against this team in this series.
Mm-hmm.
Leading into that, Jimmy Butler only played the one full game. What do you have, 25 in that game?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. They need those 25 points. I really am kind of searching for offense outside of Steph Curry right now. And that's what made Buddy Hield's contributions in Saturday night's game so big, and GP2's contribution so big. When GP2 hits not one but 2 threes and multiple layups, we need to find a way to bottle that back up. Moses Moody continues to struggle from outside. He had a couple of layups.
He's due, right? Like that's what I'm saying.
Due.
Someone's due on this team.
He's so due.
Right.
Quinn Post, as great of a game as he played,
shot's not there.
Shot is not there. But I'm talking about offense.
But defensively, that was the revelation for me. I know offensively he needs to be better, and he'll tell you that. He's also his rookie that was his first ever. This is his third career playoff game.
Yes,
so I'm not gonna be too hard on him on the offensive end, but what he can't control is the defensive end and the effort level.
Yes,
and that's what I came away with. So damn impressed. He led all players in total rebounds.
Yeah,
12 when Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün are on the other side.
And the other part of this is that Podziemski, who is a guy who's been a reliable scorer for this team, I don't know if it's just coming back from the illness or whatever. He just, it doesn't feel like this is a great matchup for him offensively. So that brings me to why Jimmy has to play in tonight's game. It feels must win to me. It does.
Whoa.
I get right to Draymond Green being a guy who has struggled to score in this series as well. Kuminga, the guy who's playing some of the minutes where Jimmy Butler's out. It's one game. He hasn't played for a long time. Played a lot in game 2 because of the injury, kind of out of nowhere. He played in this one. Had 2 big buckets in the third quarter. I just don't trust him right now as a scorer in the half court. And so I come back to the same answer and the same question. Where am I going to get scoring from? I don't know. Where am I going to find offense from? I don't know. So if Jimmy doesn't play in this one, I'm scratching my head as to who I can hang my hat on outside of Steph Curry, who's going to get me buckets. They've got to find scores. So that brings me back to this. Jimmy's got to play. I need him to play because I know he will get to the free throw line. Not only will he create for himself, he will help set up these other guys who are struggling to score right now.
888-957-9570. Do the Warriors need Jimmy buckets tonight to win this game against the Houston Rockets, to go up 3-1, to put a chokehold on this series? And if you're just joining us, the team you're going to be playing up against, if you were to pass the Houston Rockets and win this series, would be either the Timberwolves or the Lakers. And in that series, it is 3-1 in favor of Minnesota. So they're up 3-1 right now. They're trying to put away the Lakers. And that would be more incumbent on you, Golden State Warriors, to do the same tonight, because the last thing you want to do is have this series drag out, and then you're playing a rested Minnesota Timberwolves squad with Anthony Edwards, who looked like the best player on the floor yesterday, when they have Luka Doncic and LeBron James out there. No. It was Anthony Bleepin Edwards. He is incredible, and he is a guy that rises in big moments. A lot like Stephen Curry did on Saturday when he rose up. When someone needed to take over in that game, it was Stephen Curry. It was Gary Payton. Hell, Buddy Hield, who had some, Buddy Butterfingers at times. Steven Adams stripping him at the half court.
I thought he was great, though.
I thought he was great. It was the whole Buddy experience, right? And I loved seeing the sideline interaction between him and Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy's talked about it. He's one of his favorite teammates, and it's the back and forth, and it's the camaraderie, and it's all that baked into the equation. And I even said at the top, I was like, Jimmy Butler, I think he posted on IG, you have Batman, you have Robin, but don't forget Alfred. And that was an Alfred performance coming in clutch.
Yeah, but Alfred was reliable. I love Buddy.
On Saturday he was. He came through in the clutch.
I know.
You can't rely on Alfred all the time, Joe.
Exactly.
He's just an old Englishman, okay? He's not going to be able to do it.
Draymond or Kerr would be Alfred, not Buddy. But I hear the analogy.
Kerr was Commissioner Gordon, all right? He did his things. He got the situation right. He's got it correct, all right? He put the players in positions to succeed. If we're going Batman comic books here, shout out DC. Let's go to the calls. People want to join the conversation.
Let me ask you. Let's say Jimmy doesn't play tonight. I want him to, but let's say he doesn't.
Well, you're saying it's a must-win, which I think is fascinating, because I don't think it's a must-win tonight.
Oh, it's absolutely. Going back to Houston tied 2-2 that's demoralizing.
And now you can win in Houston, though. You can win in Houston.
Yeah, but you go Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. That's I don't like that.
Do we know real quick? I'm going to ask the guys in the back.
They need rest,
please, for this. If the Warriors were to take care of business tonight and then win on Wednesday and close it out in 5 games, and the T-Wolves were to close it out tomorrow, would they play this weekend? Do we know? Do the other first round series have to end? Please get to me on that. I'm not the best when it comes to playoff scheduling. That's not my forte. Shout out Matt Forte, Chicago Bears legend. It's not mine. But in the meantime, let's go to Samita, who's in Los Gatos, wants to give Steve Kerr his flowers. Samita, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's a good Monday because we won on Saturday, so that's always makes for a good Monday morning. I would just like to, I heard you guys talking earlier about J.J. Redick and the Lakers game. Talking about, that was kind of a failure of coaching. I think Steve Kerr deserves his flowers for a very well-coached game Saturday. I think he gets a lot of flack for not playing certain guys and for his rotation sometimes, but I think Saturday was a really well-coached game. And I just wanted to also add, I don't know if you all heard Anthony Edwards interviewed after the win over the Lakers. He was shouting out his mentor, who told him, you play best when you play with joy. And you know what? Nobody ever said that before Steph Curry. Steph Curry is a guy who plays with joy. There was an article in The Atlantic about the impact that he has and what makes him special, and everybody was like, no matter what's going on, he plays with joy. And I think other players are starting to catch on to that. And, you see guys smiling on the court, even in tense games. Anthony Edwards had a smile on his face and kind of talking back and forth with LeBron. Steph always has that, mischievous smile on his face. I think that's kind of missing a little bit in basketball, and it's good to see, and I think he deserves credit for that.
It's a great point. The only other guy I can think of, just off the top of my head, Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
The smile.
Yeah.
There was a childlike exuberance that you would feel through the television when he would play, and everyone wanted to do as I take the basketball and go from the left to the right side.
Different, though, too, because, again, it's all baked into the equation. But you're right. It is the smile and all that. Magic, off the court, we know all of it. Winning time, if you watch that.
Yeah, but she just meant joy in playing.
No. I know. I'm talking about joy overall and the experience of the player, for sure. That's baked into it. But no, absolutely. But if you're just talking about the people and all of it, all baked into it. There is a difference with Stephen Curry, though, and I feel like, and people just gravitating towards him as the person when he's playing with joy. It's like, God, he's not Magic. He's not 6'9" and can play center if you need him to. He's 6'3", soaking wet, if that. And it's like, he's not super chiseled. He's not big like Magic, like LeBron, like all those guys. And it's just different the way he does it. The shimmies, the everything.
Joe, there was a play. It's never going to show up in this box score. I have the box score right here. Podziemski got the pass to GP2.
Yeah.
Steph comes circling around, and 3 guys come flying at Steph Curry. Pods has the ball. He just turns. It's like, oh, GP2 cut to the hoop. Bang, backdoor, wide open layup. It's Podziemski in the box score who got the assist. It's GP2 who got the dunk or the layup or whatever it was. It was Steph Curry that created it. How many plays like that happen in a game when the ball's hopping and guys are aware and they have court vision?
Yep.
Like, it's not just the 35, 36 he scores. It's not just the 9 assists. It's the gravity that creates wide open looks for others.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First and NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed right here in San Francisco. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And shout out to them and Sam and Steven Risotto in the back getting this to me. So the second round of the NBA playoffs, I'm not getting ahead of ourselves. I just asked the question about the scheduling. So the second round starts on the 5th or 6th. So that'll be next Monday or Tuesday, but it can be moved up to the 3rd or 4th, which would be this Saturday and Sunday, respectively. So there is a scenario where the Warriors so again, if the Warriors were to win tonight, they're up 3-1, and then you're with the T-Wolves, who are also up 3-1, that play tomorrow against the Lakers in LA. If both of them were to take care of business by Wednesday, you could see a scenario where they are playing this weekend, not next Monday and Tuesday. So again, that's all baked into the equation. We'll see. Starts tonight, though. Take care of business tonight. You're up 3-1. You're feeling pretty damn good about this series. You know why? Because history will tell you not many teams blow 3-1 leads. I have to say
it's not just about this series, though. It's
not many. This team has done.
I'm not looking past the Rockets. I'm not saying that they're not a threat. They are a threat. You have to take care of them, and you have to have appropriate fear. What I'm saying is that when you have Steph Curry and you have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, your sights are on something a little bigger, right? Yes. And so not only do you need to extinguish the Rockets, you need the rest so that you can get ready for whatever the task is that's in front of you, Lakers or Minnesota.
It's going to be Minnesota.
Okay, but a 6 or 7 game series with the Rockets probably takes too much out of you, which really diminishes your chances against a team like the T-Wolves.
Right. So,
and if you have aspirations beyond them, multiple 6 and 7 game series before you even face a Denver or a Clippers or an OKC. Yeah. That just feels like too much for me.
It feels like for sure. The perfect scenario, though, baked into all of this and why we're talking about it, you win tonight, then you're rooting for the Lakers to win tomorrow. I know, it's gross. You don't want to root for Lakers, or you're just rooting for Minnesota to lose.
No, I'm rooting for overtime.
Correct.
And a Laker win.
Yes.
Because we want that series to go on as long as possible.
You want it to go 7 games. Because I feel like this Warriors team likes their chances against both of them. In a weird way, maybe not for you, but you actually don't want to face Minnesota, probably. You'd rather not.
I told you guys I wanted the Lakers on the front end.
Sure, but I think the Lakers also would have given you a tougher first-round series than the Rockets would have. That's just me personally. But again, that doesn't matter. Take care of business tonight. Go up 3-1, put a chokehold in the series, put them away potentially on Wednesday. That would be massive. You know what else is massive? Oreo cookie on a Monday morning.
What's up, Oreo?
I can go for one of those right now. Oreo, what you got? Who are you giving props to after that win on Saturday?
What up, fellas? Hey, I'm giving props to the others. More specifically, man, I want to point out Quentin Post. Quentin Post, he didn't have the best scoring game, but he did what we needed to do, which is rebounding. That's Houston's strength. That's how we have to beat this team. Hey, let's face it, they're going to miss some shots. We got to get that rebound, and Post did it. He sacrificed some points. I'm sure he wants to score some more. But let's keep this in perspective. The rebounds is where we're going to win. And I'm very, very confident in tonight. Before I go, I do want to say this. It's Oreo cookie, and I said it here on the roast first. The Rockets never have two things that match. Peanut butter, no jelly. Ham, no burger. No Jimmy, no problem. Dubs and 5.
Okay, not mad at that. Oreo cookie. No ham, no burger. Do you put ham on your burgers?
Hamburger.
Ham on your burger.
No, but he was saying hamburger.
Yeah, but I was thinking of an actual burger.
Oh,
I was like, ham on your burger. I like it though. Thank you. No, we'll cut it. It wasn't. We'll do it as a rejoin. Oreo. See, this is the thing. He puts up so many like 3-point shots and like makes a lot of them.
Yeah.
He put some jumpers there too, and that was a jump shot. Those might have been a free throw line. That's okay. You a big Oreo guy, by the way? Do you smell like the double
stuffed?
Oh, always double stuffed.
Yeah, I go mega stuff these days.
What is it called?
Mega stuff.
Oh,
I've never even seen
That's the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
What is it 4? Is it 3?
I guess it's like, I would say it's like 2.5.
It's the obese version of the Oreo cookie.
Well, now I feel self-conscious.
Well, you look good. You shaved the beard today. You look slimming, Sam. You look good. All right? Be confident in yourself. Like Stephen Curry's confident in himself.
Confident in these mega stuff Oreos.
Thank you.
The Rockets coming out to play.
That guy's confident right there. Draymond Green.
I thought you meant Tari Eason.
Oh, please. That guy. What a clown. Draymond Green talking about the team following their leader, Stephen Curry.
I mean, we all follow him. Just with that type of tenacity. You're not going to be the guy to let him down when he's playing like that. I think anybody wants to be that guy where he's coming out, he's giving that type of effort. I think, oftentimes I try to bring that energy, and I didn't have it, and he found it, and then I followed him, and we all followed him, so I thought it was beautiful. He realized that it wasn't there, and he took it upon himself to, bring that type of force to the game, and we all fell in line and followed behind him.
888-957-9570. We'll go to David in San Francisco here in a second. We got Jay Billis joining us in about 10 minutes. Was on the call for Game 3 on ABC Saturday night. You know Jay Billis, usually doing college stuff as a college basketball analyst, but he's doing some ESPN work as well, doing the color commentary for them alongside Mark Jones. He's done a couple games. He's really, really good. The guy's so damn tapped in. Can't wait to talk to Jay Billis. I'm what impressed him the most on Saturday. I have a feeling it is the guy that Draymond's talking about, one Steph Curry. He's been amazing. This is the best version we're seeing of Stephen Curry. Sounds crazy, but you know what? For what this team needed on Saturday, not just the scoring, but the ball distribution, 9 assists for the chef. He was dishing them out, man.
Yeah, his floor game was really good. Defensively, I thought he was really good. And I love the shot selection. There are times where he will get erratic, and I feel like the team becomes very predictable, and he just settles for really poor shots because he's frustrated.
Right.
In this one, he kind of got whatever he wanted. He's been using their over-aggression against them, and the amount of times that he's V-cut away from where he actually wants to go to set himself up, or, a hezzy dribble, a backstep dribble, a hard dribble to the paint, drawing, Dylan Brooks into a backstep and then being able to back up and bang. I mean, Steph's been brilliant. The handle has been so much better in this last game.
Let's go to David in San Francisco, wants to join in the conversation, 888-957-9570. Good morning, David. What you got, man?
Well, sis, I'm like absolutely all the Warrior fans. I want Jimmy Butler to play tonight, but I actually don't want him to play tonight if the Warriors think there's in any way it could hurt him for the rest of the series in any major way, because we have beaten Houston without him. So that does leave, is it the end of the world if he can't play tonight? Maybe not. Basically that's what I believe. I just don't. I want him to play if he can play, but I don't want him to play if the Warriors are in the same situation that they felt they were, in the game, in that first home game. Yesterday, day before yesterday. Yes.
No, I got you, David. No, you got there. Don't worry. But I hear him. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want them to be in the same situation they were on Saturday, heading into it with no Jimmy Butler. So he'd love to have Jimmy out there, but he doesn't want him to get hurt even more so than he already is. I don't think he can.
It's a tolerance.
It's a pain tolerance thing at this point. And if the pain is going to outweigh, the talent on the floor, and if it's going to hamper him that much, they won't put him out there. If you see him out there tonight, it means that he's going to play to the level that is up to a Jimmy Butler standard. That is when he would play. If he's anything less than that, then they may keep him out, which is what they did on Saturday.
So there's one thing that's been bugging me, and we haven't brought it up all morning, and I will bring it up, even in a win. The officiating is all over the place. They called 2 off-ball fouls in the meat of the game on the Warriors for the Rockets. meaning the Warriors were holding a Rockets offensive player off ball. I mean, I threw my hands up. I'm like, you give them an off ball call and we can't get one? Then the final 2 minutes plays out. And I had a couple people over watching the game. And I'm like, now you call that?
Wow.
Now you call an off ball call?
Watch party Shasky. Continue.
It's not a watch party when it's immediate family.
Oh, that there's
you have to be fully vetted.
There's levels to this.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're only allowed to watch a game with certain people.
Oh, okay.
I go, why are they calling that now? And Jim goes, 2-minute report. I go, you know what? You're right. They call the game completely different in the final 2 minutes because they know they'll actually be under the microscope.
I mean, they do that with the NFL. They do that.
No. In the NBA in particular, everything is under the eyeballs. And I'm telling you, the final 2-minute report is actually, it's, I don't even know if it's helping or ruining the game. Well, I really don't know.
I'll tell you this. The Detroit Pistons do not care about the final 2-minute report because you know what?
Oh, they botched it regardless.
They botched it. And the ref said it. David Guthrie, who I think was the game 2 ref for the Warriors that let the more physicality go, he reffed that game between the Knicks and Pistons where Josh Hart in the corner absolutely fouled Tim Hardaway Jr. It should have been three free throws. Thank you. They didn't get it. And he's like, yeah, I should have called it. Great. Thanks for telling me after the fact. That does nothing for me.
Yeah, but
does absolutely nothing. So no, I hear you on it.
But
It's
let me defend the Rockets. They got 2 kind of bogus, cheapo, depot fouls when they've been playing physical all game off ball, and they called them in the final 2 minutes because the minute it got the second it went into under 2 minutes, it's all under scrutiny, and they're like, oh, now we're gonna call it. And like, to be fair, I thought they were kind of ticky-tacky and kind of weak compared to how you were calling the game literally 5 seconds before it went under 2 minutes.
Let's talk about on the other side with Jay Billis, who was on the call. Game 3 on ABC Saturday night. We got Game 4 tonight, and you can get that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game starting at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. Tip-off at 7 with the great Tim Roy. But in the meantime, let's talk to Jay Billis, ESPN. On the other side, it's Spadoni at Chasky. We're rolling, baby, on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Safeway. shifts from March Madness all the way to NBA playoff action, and that's pretty great. And we get his call not only for that, but he was doing some Lakers T-Wolves, so we can ask him about everything happening in the NBA playoffs as well. First and foremost, Jay, good morning. What was it like, though, Saturday, watching Stephen Curry take over a game like that? No Jimmy Butler, and he puts the team on his back, obviously with help of Buddy Hield and Gary Payton. But what was it like calling the game, a Stephen Curry playoff game?
Well, it was great, but, over the years, you've become used to seeing Stephen Curry do incredible things, and it becomes, that's one of the challenges, I think, of living right now when you get to watch Stephen Curry or LeBron James, or when you watch Tiger Woods or Rory McIlroy play golf, is, they do the spectacular. You have to be careful not to think that the spectacular is routine. And he was spectacular in that game, especially after a slow start. I mean, in the first quarter, I think he only scored 2 points. He was 1 for 5. And I don't remember the Warriors. At one point, I turned to Mark Jones during the game, and I said, geez, Golden State's only got 22 points. It was midway through the second quarter. And they just kind of picked it up, and defensively, they were great. I thought Steve Kerr did a great job of making adjustments, not only in rotations and his starting lineup. Houston had been using Alperen Şengün on Moses Moody, and it really was disruptive of any screen and roll action that they were using. And I think Steve wanted to change that dynamic, and the starting lineup really helped him do that. And throughout the course of the game, I thought the decisions that were made, especially when Gary Payton was in the second half, when they, put him right around the foul line and ran Curry off him for a little handoff action, he kept it and got to his left hand and was able to score, and then used him in screen roll situations, because when he rolls, man, he opens up a lot of space. And it was just I thought game plan wise and then execution wise, and having so many role players step up to help out. I don't think Steph was Batman. He was Superman in that game.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the GP2 thing, because when Jimmy's out there, Butler, that is, it feels like GP2 is relegated to a corner three-point shooter or in the dunker spot. And so, having Jimmy not operate into that middle area in the paint, they were utilizing GP2 at the top of the key, and all these guys are just so worried about Steph Curry getting the ball. They did that Draymond little fake handoff, and then boom, let me go right to the rim. He did it multiple times. But watching Steph Curry, and you see the younger era where these guys are all training with the ball, right? They all train with the ball. Every kid that I coach is training with the ball. I go, what makes Steph is that he's as, if not more deadly without the ball. And whether it's Tari Eason, Amen Thompson, Dylan Brooks, if they fall asleep for just a second, he's backdooring, he's moving or sliding, or he continues to run. Watching him without the ball, Jay, how many other players in the history of the game have played this way?
Well, there are a bunch that have done a great job of moving without the ball. I think Steph is the most dangerous player I've ever seen, or at least that I can conjure up. When he gives it up, he finds ways to get it back in areas where he's really, really dangerous. And, a lot of times when you give the ball up, the natural tendency of a defender, relax is the wrong word, but you're not as intense. And he gets face guarded, top locked, all these things to keep him from getting it. But when he gets it, then gives it up. He's so good at relocating, at cutting, and cutting hard. I don't know how many miles he runs in a game. I know they measure that stuff, but nobody runs more. And that's probably the thing. You combine his basketball intelligence, which is supreme, with his endurance and conditioning, which, we throw a lot of rose petals at LeBron James's feet for playing at that level at age 40. But sometimes I think people tend to forget that Steph Curry's 37. And Draymond is not far off, but Draymond looks a fair amount older than Steph does with his beard. But both those guys, I thought, as good as Steph was, as great as Steph was on the offensive end, he was really good defensively. I thought Draymond Green was the equal to that defensively. He was maniacal on defense, and I think I said it during the broadcast, probably showed my age, but it kind of reminded me a little bit of the look he had on his face, the plays he was making, it reminded me kind of Mike Singletary as linebacker for that 85 Bears team. I mean, he's so engaged in every play, and you take him off the floor, and there's no you take those two off the floor on each end. There's no way that Golden State operates at the same level. He's a remarkable defender. And one of the best I've ever seen.
He really is. I mean, he went up vertical multiple times on Şengün and Thompson at the rim, and those guys they're just huge, and they're athletic freaks, and Şengün's touch around the rim is spectacular. Those two players are a great example. Seasoned college players with high IQ who grind the film, and, it shows in how they play. As you're watching, the Warriors, there's been a lot of chatter about JK and maybe how he doesn't necessarily fit the style of play. And then you see a young guy like Quentin Post, who's a 4 or 5 year player coming out of college, and you're seeing growth in real time. As you watch the game, and you have such a slant to college because of all the years doing it, what is it about this system that it feels like it's a requirement to have that instinct, that IQ, and that feel, and you have to log the hours in college to kind of play in it? Why is it so nuanced?
Well, I don't think it necessarily speaks to having to log years in college. I think it just speaks to an understanding of the game where you have to play without the ball in your hands. In other words, it's not a system where you're going to get the ball and go create something for yourself. So if your decision is to catch the ball in the middle of the floor and look for your own offense instead of catch it, move it, and then go set a pin down for Steph Curry or try to get somebody open, that's one of the reasons Kevon Looney is so effective over the years with Golden State. He's not a scorer, but he's a hell of a screener. And I think he does as good a job as any big guy in the league of getting other people open. And then when he does that, it opens up opportunities for him and great offensive rebounder, things like that. But if you're not proficient in thinking through how you can get somebody else open and how you can space the floor, I mean, your point earlier about Gary Payton is a good one. Like when Jimmy Butler's in there, his role is different. But just because your role is a certain way with a particular combination doesn't mean you're not capable of more. And I think a number of players in Game 3 showed that with Jimmy Butler out, they were capable of doing some things they don't necessarily have to do when Butler's in there. And that's the mark of a smart player, in my view.
Talking with Jay Billis, who was on the call for Game 3 on ABC Saturday night. Obviously does a lot of work with ESPN on the college side, but has been calling some games here in the first round of the playoffs. And another series you called, maybe we'll get to it at the very end here, was the Lakers and the Timberwolves. Obviously, winner of that series will face either the Rockets or the Warriors. T-Wolves up 3-1 there after a monster performance from Anthony Edwards. But keeping it on this one, Jay, the Rockets, obviously, and you felt it with the Lakers yesterday, they were down 2-1. You're going to get their best punch, I think, tonight. Like they cannot go down 3-1 in this series and feel like they have a shot to win it. Obviously, with all those young guys making their first ever playoff series, the confidence has got to be waning right now. So what can they do differently tonight, you think, to combat the Golden State Warriors? We don't know if Jimmy Butler's going to play. I'm probably leaning that he is, but again, you don't know. What could they do differently tonight heading into this game that they haven't done these first 3 games?
Well, number one, they can make their free throws. If they make free throws, they may have won Game 3. And I mean, I can't remember the exact number that they missed game long, but at one point they were like 12 of 22. And you can't miss that many free. And it wasn't just the hack of Steven Adams thing, because Adams made free throws at a higher level than he normally does. I think he might have been 4 of 6 or something like that. But it was the other guys, missing free throws, guys making 1 of 2 and all that stuff. But the cumulative effect of missing that many free throws, you can't give those points away. So making free throws is one. But the other part of it is they've got to find more ways to get easier baskets. They didn't capitalize on offensive rebound opportunities, which Golden State did. Like if Golden State grabs an offensive rebound, it's going to be a 3. And I only remember Dylan Brooks hitting that one after they grabbed 2 offensive rebounds in one possession. but there might have been more than that I just can't recall. But I don't think they took advantage of the offensive rebounds they grabbed. That's true of game one, frankly, too. They grabbed 22 of them in game one, and I don't think they capitalized on enough of them. And then the other part of it, I think, is Jalen Green. Like, he's an outstanding young player, but he's still a young player. And I just don't think you can win at that level and expect to beat Golden State when, he goes 7 points, 38 points, then 9 points. And you give Golden State credit. They got into him and took space away in games 1 and 3. They didn't do it in game 2. They allowed him to get space off high screen and roll things where he could get downhill and maneuver. And they took his maneuverability away, I thought, in game 3 really effectively. And, because if he had another, 20-plus point game, it's a lot harder to beat Houston. But, they'll be at home. It'll be a different, they have to win. They have to win game 4, in my view. I think your point is right. I mean, hell, 74% of the teams that win game 3 when it's tied 1-1 go on to win the series. So game 4 is going to be a must.
Another guy I want to bring up, Jay, who we've been talking about all morning, who I thought rose to the occasion, obviously not offensively, but defensively and definitely on the glass, was Quentin Post. I mean, this rookie, given where this team was at come January, and he gets inserted in here and he plays, and, he's just, you didn't know where this team was. And all of a sudden you get the Jimmy Butler trade, and he's been a huge factor as a rookie on this team, a 7-footer with size. But it's what he was doing shooting the ball for the most part. We didn't really talk much about his defense. And I thought on the glass, when you got the likes of Steven Adams out there, Alperen Şengün, obviously an all-star, and he was the one that led all players in total rebounds, 12. What did you make of Quentin Post, the player, coming out of Boston College? And are you surprised at all as a rookie, him being able to have these type of performances in the playoffs?
Yeah, maybe a little surprised. I mean, Quentin, you guys know he was born in Amsterdam, and he actually played with Jesse Edwards there when he was growing up, who's in the NBA now, played at Syracuse and all that. But Quentin started out at Mississippi State. Now, how you go from Amsterdam to Starkville, Mississippi, I don't know. But when he transferred to Boston College, he was one of the better players in the ACC. It's just his team didn't win at the level where he got recognized for it by the masses. But I thought, going into that game, getting the start, he's made more threes than twos on the season. He's better from 3 than 2. He's not a great finisher inside of 10 feet. And I think that showed up a little bit in game 3. But you're right. Scoring wasn't his contribution. It was more his defense, where he helped protect the lane. You guys know, like, Golden State's not a rim protecting team. They're not a shot blocking team, but they protect the lane really well. They're a very good paint protecting team, and Post really contributed well to that. But his rebounding was a difference making factor in the game, and he rebounded really at both ends. But he accepted the physical challenge, which is considerable, and he played 20-plus minutes. He must have played 24, 25 minutes. So to do that, I was really impressed and rebounded at a really high level.
Jay, you've kind of alluded to it a few times on this call. Steve Kerr is just brilliant. And you made a couple of great points in this game. There was one when they did the hack of Adams. He misses the second free throw after hitting the first one. They get a rebound, they score a bucket. You go, well, I mean, the whole point of fouling him is to not walk away with 3 points in a possession. So I would probably ditch that. And then he calls a timeout. You were referencing it earlier, 34-22. Calls a timeout, and you say, somebody besides Curry has got to do something in this game, and they got to figure this out. And then later on in that quarter, they're down 49-37, and there's 2:24 to go. And it feels like the Rockets are in full control, and Buddy starts making plays, and the Warriors go on a great little close of the half, and they're down 49-46. And I just felt like they seized all the momentum. And then Steve Kerr, to his credit, as they're changing and they're going back and forth, he's riding certain combinations. He rolls with the GP2 lineup to kind of close the game, and GP2 rewards them. And I thought they made some subtle adjustments. As you watch from your vantage point, why is it in the NBA we don't give a legendary coach like Steve Kerr more credit? I know the players are spectacular. I get it. Steph Curry's an all-timer, but it just feels like Steve Kerr, at least with this fan base here, never gets his just due for the subtle adjustments and the riding of the hot hands on the ancillary pieces that he's got out there. Why is that?
Well, it's probably because we tend to gravitate toward what the Stars did in the NBA, and it's a star-driven league, so that dominates so much of the conversation. I mean, I think what's kind of interesting, and part of it's the way the NBA does their stats, but I know that the Warriors sometimes take a little heat from the fan base about, well, they need to run more pick and rolls. Well, they run a ton of pick and rolls, but a lot of them aren't statistically logged because they don't lead the pick and roll itself. That action doesn't lead to the shot, the missed shot, or the turnover, whatever it may be. But they use a lot of pick and rolls to as initiating action to get the secondary action. And I think earlier in the year, and maybe that's one of the things that made Golden State a little more comfortable in the Jimmy Butler injury situation. But they were messing with combinations and lineups all the time at the start of the year. Like, remember how many players Steve was playing at the start of the year? I mean, I did their game against Boston that they won. I mean, they played everybody on the roster. I think they put the trainer in for 4 minutes. They were playing everybody. It might have been going 12, 13 deep. And they couldn't do that the whole season. And then the team changed after the Jimmy Butler trade. But he spends a lot of time with the staff thinking about combinations and, I think like we mentioned before, they wanted to change the dynamic of Şengün getting away with guarding Moses Moody. So they wanted to put a lineup out there that made him guard a 5-man. And they could put him in screen roll situations. They could get him out of being the low man and disrupting things. And I thought it was brilliant, but Steve's a really smart basketball person. He's been around the game forever, but you guys know how it is. It's kind of like, and he has a connection playing for Phil Jackson, but when Phil Jackson was coaching the Bulls and the Lakers, he probably didn't get as much credit because, well, of course he's got Jordan and Pippen, or he's got Shaq and Kobe. I don't remember people saying that about Red Auerbach having the lineups he did with Bill Russell and John Havlicek and all that. No coach is going to win without great players. There are some coaches that lose with them, but there aren't very many that have ever won. I think it would be zero that have won big without great players. And sometimes, the coaching gets overlooked in that.
Hey, Jay, we really appreciate the time, man. Great stuff. Continued success on the calls. No, we've loved it because I love you so much in the college game. Yeah. I think I speak for everyone here. It's been really a breath of fresh air to hear your analysis on the NBA side. Now, truly agree. Whether it's the Lakers and T-Wolves or this Warriors-Rockets series, real quick on that. Obviously, T-Wolves are up 3-1. The series isn't over. Warriors could go up 3-1 there. How would you handicap that series if it were to be the Warriors-T-Wolves next round?
I think Minnesota presents a ton of different challenges for any team. They are long and athletic, and they're really deep, and they bring off starter quality minutes from the bench. And one of the most underrated players in the league is Naz Reid, and he's shown that in the Lakers series. Really shown it all year long. He was Sixth Man of the Year last year, and arguably could have been it again. He had a better year statistically this year. But Dante DiVincenzo and Julius Randle, they're finally used to I think Minnesota's finally used to the trade. It took a while to kind of figure everything out for the whole group, and they were a loss away from the play-in. But there's no separation between the number 2 team in the West and the number 8 team, or it was 10, I guess, with whoever got in. Well, I don't even remember the play-in now with Memphis. And the Kings, yeah. So it really didn't matter. They were all so close, but they can really, really shoot it and really spread the floor. And they can put a big lineup. They can go small. So they can cause anybody a lot of problems. But when you've got Steph Curry and Draymond Green right now with Jimmy Butler, if they're healthy, there's nobody out there that Golden State cannot beat. I just still think Oklahoma City is so strong and so talented across the board that it's going to take an amazing effort to beat them deep into the playoffs.
Jay, good stuff. Appreciate it, man. You have a good morning, and appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There he goes. That's Jay Billis, who was on the call for Game 3 on ABC Saturday night. And obviously he's been doing a lot of work there on the college side, but and I mean it, he's been so damn refreshing listening to on here. And I didn't think, you never know with college guys coming over here, but Jay's been in the game for so long. He knows all these players from their college days,
You
right?
know why I like it so much? So with Herb Street in the NFL, there are so many guys that broadcast NFL games that are so good that I feel like Herb Street is just better. He's better in college. Whereas
there's not a lot of good people in college too, calling college football. I don't think there's a lot. I think Joel Klatt's pretty good on Fox.
Agreed.
I think Kirk's pretty good too.
No, Kirk's excellent.
I think Greg McElroy is actually underrated as well too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when I look at the NBA coverage,
right,
and I'm listening to Richard Jefferson talk about we, and he never even played for the Lakers yesterday on the broadcast, it's like, hold up, man. Come on. And I love Reg, as a player, Reggie Miller, as a player. He's not very good as a broadcaster, my personal opinion. So I think that what ends up happening is someone like Jay Billis actually giving you hardcore X's and O's and just unemotional basketball intelligence. It is a breath of fresh air. And you're sitting here as you hear Kendrick Perkins at halftime shows, as you hear Stephen A. Smith on halftime shows, not give you anything but hyperbolic narrative crap. It is so refreshing. It's like, wow, I want more of this. Imagine if I got more of this.
Right.
God, I honestly, Jay is so good. I don't care for Mark Jones as much.
It's fine.
Not that he's not a professional. Not that he's not good.
He's not your cup of tea. It's fine.
No.
He's still very good, but he's not your cup of tea. That's fine.
Kevin Harlan and Jay, I think would be excellent together.
Okay. No,
because Kevin's got that energy.
He's great. I think Stan Van Gundy's really good too.
I think
Stan. He's fun. He adds the funniness, and he's also
he's also hardcore X's and O's.
Yes, and he's been to a finals. He's coached teams to an NBA finals.
He's
before.
also no nonsense on the narrative stuff.
Correct. You know who else is a no nonsense kind of a guy? I'd say Brian of Palo Alto.
Oh, okay.
No nonsense individual. Brian, good morning. How we feeling after that Jay Billis interview and after being up 2-1 with no Jimmy buckets? Optimism, even for you, Brian's got to be pretty high.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. By the way, somebody needs to ask Jay Billis how Steph got 0 recruitment from Duke in North Carolina, growing up in North Carolina as a Coach K guy, right?
Right.
One of the all-time whip jobs.
I'll answer that. I don't know if you saw the what was it called?
Uninterrupted?
No, it was Steph's
his doc.
Underrated.
Underrated. There you go.
Yeah, basically underrated. He had not played AAU, so he wasn't on anyone's circuit. He stopped from 9 years old till about his junior year, and he was super skinny and he didn't fit the mold whatsoever. And they were way wrong.
Yeah. I'm optimistic. I am. We need the kids to step up to play to a minimum level. Pods, Moody. I think we can close the book on Kuminga now, but we need those guys to step up and make some open shots. Right? No, we don't need them to do anything else. I like the defense from Moody and Pods, but we're gonna need them to be able to make a shot sometimes. Hopefully Jimmy plays tonight, and takes some of that pressure off them. But when he's not there, they really do have to help offensively.
Offense is a problem, right, BBA? For this team.
To expect GP2 to score 18 points again and Buddy to do 17 is probably not realistic.
Exactly.
And so, hopefully Jimmy's back. I'll say that. And I think I wouldn't mind seeing TJD take Looney's minutes because there's nothing Looney's doing that's contributing to the team, right? I mean, he's so slow now. He can't even keep up with Steven Adams, who's not fleet of foot. And so, he's not he's just not doing anything, not defending, not rebounding, obviously no offense. I think that's it for Looney, right? He's just too broken down, too slow.
Well, yeah, and Brian, if you're getting the rebounds from Quentin Post like you are, absolutely. Why do I need Kevon Looney out there? I mean, 12 in total for him. Insane. I don't think we're talking about that enough, Brian.
Yeah,
God, 12 total boards.
I think TJ, and I also think TJD can give you more length defensively, right? And maybe even some offensive rebounding. And so, look, it's just time, you got to look at the evidence, right, on the floor, which tells you that Looney's, his passes sell date. And then, obviously Kerr was obviously right about Kuminga. We saw it in this game, right? Only starter with a negative plus minus. The stands drop it, guys. Right? You lost that war. Thanks, guys. Bye.
What war? Why does this have to be a war about Jonathan Kuminga? He started and they won. He didn't have his best game. It's okay. Most moving didn't play all that well too.
Wild lefty.
He did
lefty shots in the lane, but nobody was moving.
Right. And I did.
But then he also had a really nice spin move in the
I
third
appreciate
quarter.
that Jimmy was also coaching him up on the bench a little bit too. He's like, hey, when you're going there, you maybe do that. Like, I don't know what he was saying, but like he was coaching him up there. Like, again, it's very difficult for Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, Jonathan, was that his first ever start in the playoffs too? Yeah, probably was. I
didn't even think of that.
Yeah, that was his first ever start, I would assume. Okay. It's again, a lot of these guys, their first cup of coffee on this.
BPA, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. Now, here are the 8 things I'm pessimistic on.
It's past the sell date for Kevon Looney. That's not quite the expiration date, but the sell date is past this due. 888-957-9570.
And here's what I would say to all the JK people.
Sure.
He didn't play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
Neither did Looney.
Yeah. So there you go. It's okay. Steve Kerr realized that early on. He played 17 minutes. It was him and Looney had the least amount of minutes played in that game. Not named, I guess, Taron Armstrong, who I guess got a couple seconds here or there. No Guy Santos, by the way, in that game. No Guy at all.
I'm not surprised.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from Laughing Monk Studios. I'm surprised how fast this show has gone. Great stuff from Jay Bills, who joined us. If you missed any of that interview, find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. We are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, so search on all those platforms. 1 hour left. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Warriors taking on the Rockets tonight for a chance to go up 3-1. Shasky called it a must-win tonight. He called it a must-win. Are you going into this as a must-win? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Shasky, why do you feel like this is a must-win? You don't, like, you lose this game, it's 2-2.
Yeah, the
it's not
difference
over.
between 2-2 going back to Houston, and then basically it becomes a best of 3 where they have 2 of those home games.
See, it's a must-win for Houston, not the Warriors. They're the ones with all the pressure tonight. They have all the pressure tonight.
2-2, they have all the momentum. And basically, if you lose on your home floor, then that game 1 win is completely negated.
Okay, but again, it's 2-2. It's not the end of the world. Like, you're acting like, you know, you lose this game, you're down 3-1. No. You win the game, you're up 3-1. If you lose, you're 2-2. All the pressure in the entire universe, galaxies, are on the Houston Rockets. It's on them. It's on the young
Houston
guys.
Rockets are in their first ever playoff series as a unit. They've got a bunch of guys that are 23 and 22 years old in their starting lineup, which they referenced at the beginning of the game.
They're down 2-1. I don't care any about that. They're down 2-1, and they looked awful on Saturday.
In their life cycle, they're on the very front end.
But that's not how they're
Warriors in their life cycle are on the back end. And so every single game is of huge magnitude for Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. These are 35, and 37-year-olds, all right? And their goal isn't just a first-round win. Their goal is a championship, right? And it just is. And whether we think they can get there or not. And so every game that you blow off to the Houston Rockets and make the series go longer gives more opportunity for a random injury, a technical, whatever it is. You're giving hope to a young team that their confidence has to be a little shaken right now. And going back to Houston 2-2 would feel devastating.
Devastating strong. It would sting. But again, I'm not...
your chances at a title. Not for this series.
Well, okay. Can you take it series by series?
No. But you have to have a zoomed out view and say, hey, to get through these next 2 rounds, because we know it's a gauntlet.
Yes.
You have got to make quick work of the Rockets. The Rockets series might be the easiest of all the other matchups that are available. So for you to take that one 6 or 7 games would be too much. And even if you got through the second round, you're probably not getting through the third round. This is a war of attrition, and losing to this team, this game, I would think that it would speak volumes as to their opportunity of winning it all. It would really put.
We'll see, because
a damper on it.
We'll see, because if they lose tonight and the Rockets win 2-2, and then let's say the other team that you're looking on the other side, Minnesota and the Lakers win tomorrow in Los Angeles. Then it's 3-2 going back to Minnesota, and then they're playing in a 6-game series all of a sudden too. I get it. It's more incumbent on this Warriors squad than it is for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
They're the oldest team left.
Because they're old. I I hear you on that.
And I would argue they're as banged up as any team left on that side of the bracket. Steph's got an injury, a butt and a thumb. Jimmy's got the butt injury. We know Draymond Green is, he's played a lot of games this year, 67. That's surprising. He looked tired toward the end of the year. We know that GP2's got some sort of ligament issue in his hand. Like, this team is not 100% healthy.
888-957-9570. A guy that stepped up big yesterday, and you alluded to it. Brian did, Jay Billis. Everyone's been talking about. I can't talk enough. I want to hear from him after the game because we haven't talked about him enough, in my opinion, was GP2. Gary Payton II. He had an awesome moment after the game with him and his dad, Gary Payton Sr. up there. Obviously the glove, the Hall of Famer. We know all about Gary Payton, what he represents, toughness, right? And he instilled that absolutely in Gary Payton when it comes to, the physical, but also the mental toughness to just know, like, he hasn't been great so far this series shooting the ball. And then when they needed him most, he stepped up in a big, big way. And he actually talked about it after the game, asked about his dad, saying he is special.
Like I said, just being aggressive. I know how they're going to play me. And it's the first time I'm hearing him say I'm special. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask him about that.
That's awesome. That's the first, you hear that? That's the first time he's ever heard his dad say that he is special. Because Gary's obviously probably a tough father. Doesn't want to gas them up too much, right? Wants to let them, do their own thing. But that's a cool moment. Like, that's something he's never going to forget, right? And obviously, Gary's won a title. Like, that's awesome, man.
Got to be so hard to be not just a good player's son, but a legendary player.
One of the greatest defensive players ever. Ever.
He's one of the... time has forgotten how great GP2 is. Gary Payton is the glove.
Jordan kind of turned him into a punchline.
Everybody talk, Chris Paul, right. The point guard. I'm taking Gary Payton over Chris Paul all day. All day.
Offensively?
As a player.
Okay, well, whoa. That's Warriors legend, Chris Paul. How dare you, sir? I talk about my guy, Chris Paul. Again, a Warrior. Come on, dude. Yes, Gary Payton's very good. I think I'm probably taking Chris Paul over him. I think I'm probably...
At what?
At what?
Yeah.
As a facilitator, as a pure point guard? Probably.
Doc, Gary Payton was so sick.
Yes, I know. Well, you've turned this into...
This is where you're showing your age.
No, you're turning this into a thing it doesn't need to be.
No, this is exactly what it is. Gary Payton, if Steiny walked in right now, must-win game, would you rather have Gary Payton on your team or Chris Paul?
Well, okay. A must-win game. Well,
Gary Payton dragged some Seattle Sonic teams that had with Hersey Hawkins, they had no business being in the finals. He would have won a ring if there was no Jordan. Yes.
Okay, maybe Chris Paul wins a ring if there's no Steph Curry. Right? On the Houston Rockets.
So he couldn't even get out of his own way. No. I will not buy
Their team is 53-pointers in a row. Come on. I think we're forgetting a little bit.
I think we've elevated Chris Paul to levels that he's just not.
Can we agree we're comparing Hall of Famers? So, there you go. There you go. You don't want to even put Chris Paul in the Hall of Fame,
Chris Paul's a Hall of Famer.
Okay, but it sounds like you're diminishing what he is as a player.
Part of the charm of Chris, he's little. He try-hard guy. Gary Payton was legitimately locked down.
Okay. All right.
And a great facilitator. And everyone's texting it. Gary Payton all day over CP3.
That's fine because he's an all-time, everyone hates Chris Paul, so that's part of the equation.
No. Even if you step back, if you watch the late 80s and the early 90s, Gary Payton was legit.
I know we're on broadcasting. This is San Francisco Bay Area. I know where Chris Paul's standing is here. I'm not going to win this argument. Gary Payton's from Oakland. I hear you. I stuck up for the guy.
Even if he wasn't from Oakland, he was
That's
so
fine.
sick.
It's going to be baked in the equation. I'm going to lose no matter what.
And he was kind of ahead of his time because he actually could knock down a three.
Can I actually listen to Gary Payton II talk more?
As a player.
Thank you. I don't even know where is that from? I don't even know where that drop is.
Literally just now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You guys, I'm telling you guys, everybody elevates Chris Paul. He's one of the greatest point guards ever. Jason Kidd, Isaiah Thomas.
You said one of
Gary Payton.
Yeah, he's one of them.
One of the
not
back end.
Take.
On the back end. We're talking of the greats.
Calm down.
The back end.
Calm down. Gary Payton's also talking about one of the greatest of all time. And no, it's not Steph Curry. He's actually talking about Jimmy Butler, and not having them out there actually gave the team more confidence.
Absolutely. We had to have Jimmy's back, while he was out. So hopefully we get Jimmy back for game 4 and, we get back to our regular schedule program.
And talking about players thriving when Steph is playing the way he's playing.
Oh, yeah. Just stay ready so you don't have to get ready. It's just another corner three for me, by myself. So just take my time and, do what I've been doing, working on corner threes, and just knock them down. They go in when they matter. So that's all I care about.
That's all he cares about.
I got to close this loop on Gary Payton.
Oh,
9-time All-Star.
That's it?
9-time All-Star. 9-time All-NBA. 9-time All-Defensive Team. I mean,
Chris Paul's a 12-time All-Star.
What?
12-time.
The participation awards.
How many All-NBA first teams was he?
9.
And first team?
It just says All-Defensive Team as well.
Oh, it's defensive. No, All-NBA first team.
All-NBA 9 times.
First team. All-NBA first team.
Joe, you're not winning this matchup. I'm telling you.
I'm not trying to win it. I'm just telling you. I'm
Text it in right now. Gary Payton, right now. Gary Payton or Chris Paul. Chris Paul is he was
All-NBA twice first team. Chris Paul was 4 times all.
I don't even care. I'm taking Gary Payton all day over Chris Paul.
It's fine.
I'm with Shasky. I'm saying Gary Payton over Chris Paul any day of the week.
I mean, it's honestly, it's my head is going to explode how we've elevated Chris Paul over all these other players who were significantly better than him.
Okay, well, that's fine. All NBA defensive first team 7 for Chris Paul.
He's one of the greatest defensive guards of all time, GP.
Well, so is Chris Paul. He's 7-time NBA All Defensive First Team. You're saying he's again, but big boss man's going to ask, why were you talking about Chris Paul and why were you talking about Gary Payton Sr. this much? Well, because you wanted to, clearly. You're acting like this, blowing him out of the water. I'm just giving you the accolades as a player that you want to dismiss, and I'm not letting you dismiss them. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I'm not going to back down on this. I'm not. Why are you so upset about it? I don't know where this came from.
What's happened is that the Michael Jordan doc has taken a poop on one of the great players of all time, Gary Payton.
Well, you said Michael Jordan's the greatest player of all time, and he's saying that. Sorry. It is what it is.
No, what I'm saying is that Chris Paul is not who everyone claims him to be in the annals of the NBA.
Okay.
He's a great story. He stayed around way longer than he should have. About 6 of them All-Star appearances are not warranted.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That's how you feel. That is how you feel, Joe. And you can feel that way. We'll end it there. This is how Stephen Curry feels about the guy you're talking about, his son, Gary Payton II.
Gary was unbelievable, taking advantage of the double team up top, get in the paint, finish at the rim, the big 3 in the corner, and obviously what he does on the defensive end. So, he's been around too. He was part of the 22 championship team. He knows what it takes.
You know what I did love from GP2 real quick? Do you know what I loved about GP2? That shove he had on Dylan Brooks when he just said, whatever, I'm going to take my job. I'm going to shoulder charge him a la Dre Greenlaw on your ass.
He plowed him. And on that screen, when it's a wipe away screen like that and you're blinded to it.
Wait, it's a what?
It's a wipe away. As in, I'm wiping you out on that play.
I thought you said something else.
Yeah, wipe away.
No, I thought you said it's a white boy screen, like Brandon Pajemski or something. No, that's what everyone thought here too. Yeah,
no, that's what I heard too.
My bad. I said wipe away was what I meant.
Like the Austin Reeves or something? Yeah, continue.
No,
okay.
I don't understand how that's a foul on GP running through that screen. Like he's guarding a guy full length of the court and it's a blind screen. I don't know.
Well, Gary talked about it after the game too.
And can you describe that foul? It looked like almost an open field block of Dylan Brooks. And did you note the irony of that, I guess?
Which one are you talking about?
Late in the game when you were sort of in the open court. And
I didn't see him.
I thought I saw this.
Didn't see him.
I love GP2.
Yeah, didn't see it.
God, I love that.
What's coming from the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. Give our thoughts on Game 4 tonight. Jimmy Butler, do you need him tonight, Dub Nation, not Drub Nation? And 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Stephen Curry. Is this the best version we've seen from Steph in his career, which sounds insane, but maybe it's not as insane as you think, as Joe Shasky alluded to earlier. Plus, we'll touch a little bit on what took place this weekend in the NFL draft and the meltdown of the weekend we have to get to because it's about the NFL draft and it's about one Mel Kiper Jr. That's on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What are you laughing about over there? What are you doing?
Shout!
No, it's jump.
No, I say shout.
Why?
Whenever this song goes on, I go, shout! Yeah, I know it's jump, but I always say shout, as in get up and shout.
That's a different song.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You look great today, by the way. You're happy. We got one more segment left. We're going to drive up to the Stone Tree Golf Course for the Agape Charity Golf Tournament brought to you by ATCO. And we're going to be having fun. We're going to hit some balls and we're going to, try to attempt to play the game of golf. And we'll do a good job. Steiny and Goo are going to be broadcasting live from there.
Haven't played in a while.
Nor have I, but that's okay. Don't stand. You're not going to sandbag me. I'm not going to allow it.
Well, I'm just setting myself up for playing terrible.
Well, that's all right. That's what I do every time anyways. I attempt to play golf.
Under promise, over deliver.
That's right. And you know what? The Warriors, did not under promise. They promised and they delivered. How about that? Because when you got Stephen Curry, you can do that, Joe. And they'll have Stephen Curry back in action tonight. They'll have Draymond Green. The question is, will they have Jimmy Butler, who did not play, obviously, with a gluteal contusion on Saturday? Hopefully, it's feeling a lot better, and then he can play and put the clamps on this series to go up 3-1. That would be huge. Obviously, the team you're going to be playing up against, it's looking like, the series isn't over, but looking like the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are up 3-1 over the Los Angeles Lakers right now. And as we know, statistically, teams that go up 3-1 in any series, they're probably going to win it. And I'm going to look it up right now. 3-1 NBA lead percentage series win. I'm going to have it right here. Shout out AI. 95.4% of the time in an NBA best of 7 playoff series, that team goes on to win.
There is not a single Warrior fan here that takes a 3-1 lead for granted.
That's right. 226 out of 237 series where that team is up 3-1, they win. So that's what the Warriors have on deck tonight.
The difference between 2-2 versus 3-1 heading back to Houston with 2 out of 3 games being in Houston, it just feels Grand Canyon-esque. This is a game they have to have. And if you lose tonight, it's as if game 1 never happened, right? That part of winning on their home floor is you have to hold serve while you're on your home floor. And this team needs to have the rest. They need to have the continuity, the studying, for them to incorporate some of the subtle adjustments. You can't get into an opportunity where foul trouble, your health, flagrant situation, whether it comes to technicals and whatnot. All of that can factor in to the final couple of games. And we just don't need to play around with that. And why give a young team any kind of confidence?
Well, exactly. And speaking of confidence, that's the big word for me, because I do think it was the opposite for the Warriors on Saturday. They gained a whole hell of a lot of confidence, I feel like. Quentin Post, his shot's not there yet. And when it comes around, that's scary hours for the rest of the league as far as I'm concerned. Brandon Podziemski has not really shot the ball all that well. Game 1, it was solid, but he can get better. I feel like Moses Moody, we're waiting for him to break out. We saw the breakout game finally from Buddy Hield, and we saw it from Gary Payton II. So if those guys can do it, I know Moody, Post, Pods, one of those guys, 2 of those guys can do it. And how big would it be to have any of those guys do that tonight with Jimmy Butler coming back? That's a recipe for success, recipe for a win, and putting the clamps in the chokehold on the series overall.
Whose offense is more sustainable in tonight's game if Jimmy plays? Is it Buddy or GP2?
Boy, it's a great question. I want to say Buddy Hield. I know, it's you laugh. I want to say
Buddy's actually been good defense. On his scale, defensively, he's been good. He
had 3 steals.
He's gotten a lot of loose balls.
It's where Buddy gets himself into trouble is what Jimmy Butler makes fun of him for all the time. Is you just stop dribbling. It's not stop. You're not Kyrie Irving, buddy.
But on this team, when they're searching for offense, sometimes he has to put the ball on the floor. I'll defend him on that.
I don't want to see that, though. Can I have anyone else with handle? Well,
this is why Pods play so much.
Again, who I also don't think has the best handle, but he gets himself into a lot of trouble. But that's okay. Not every team is built to have great handles on it, and that doesn't mean anything. I think the Rockets have some good guys that have good handles, but they can't shoot the ball. So it really doesn't matter all that much, and they try to set up other people who also can't shoot the ball very well. So it's all baked into the equation. Like the Rockets, they showed you who they are. In the first or 2 out of these 3 games, they've showed you who they are. Like, they're a very inconsistent offensive team. If I can get any semblance of consistency with the Golden State Warriors team that have better consistent offensive players, I feel like, and Jimmy Butler being part of that, that's why him being back would be massive. If they can just not turn the ball over, you're winning this game. And I thought Jay Billis brought up a great point when I said, is there anything the Rockets can do in this game to like help them win? Like, taking it from these 2 losses that they've had, what can they do in this game 4 that they haven't done? And he just said, can you make your damn free throws? Well, I don't think they can. They're just not a good shooting team.
Yeah, but you've got to think that Şengün can play better.
Yeah.
You got to think that Jalen Green is going to have at least one other game. He's not going to go out with a whimper. He's going to have another game. And at some point, I think they need to play Jabari Smith more. I would actually consider maybe even playing him and get Fred VanVleet off the floor. That's what I would do.
Well, they started doing what we've been telling them to, finally. They were attacking Fred VanVleet defensively.
You're talking about the Warriors.
The Warriors, excuse me. Like, I saw early on in that first quarter, and I was going nuts. I sent it to the chat. Kuminga was isolated on Fred VanVleet at the top of the key. I was like, dude, go at the guy.
Yeah, but he's afraid. When he does that, he goes up with them crazy left-handed layups, and everyone goes nuts.
No, but he did do it again when it was a baseline and it was inside.
He spun backwards.
He did a 6-spin move on him.
Really nice.
Just yammed it on him. I think Draymond Green took him to task at one point too. I was like, dude, this guy is not 6'10". Fred VanVleet is 6 feet tall.
The irony of Draymond telling others to be more assertive offensively.
Right? No, it's funny, right? And that's another thing baked in this situation. Like, Draymond Green only had 7 points. I know he could score more. And I actually didn't hate that he attempted 4 3-point shots. He was open. He took them. All right.
Yeah, but the early shot clock ones for me, because he doesn't have it going right now, like when and where they are matters to me with Draymond.
He had the 3rd most shot attempts out of anyone, by the way, on the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, Steph had 23. Then he had Buddy Hield. Then he had Draymond Green, 3 of 11 overall. Like, there's going to be a better Draymond Green where he does knock down a couple of these threes, and those are going to be backbreakers for the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think Pods as well, who was only 1 of 6 from beyond the arc. Speaking...
Well, he's going to continue to get wide open looks.
Right.
He's got to hit.
Right. And, Steve Kerr talked about the guys that did hit and the guys that did step up on Saturday's win. Here's the head coach talking about it.
Buddy flipped it. Gary Payton flipped it. Both those guys. But everybody contributed. You know, Quentin had 12 rebounds. We had Moses come in and make a huge 3 in the second half. But this is what the playoffs are about. You know, they're about injuries and they're about guys stepping up. And we had both today. With Jimmy being out, you have to be able to withstand that and win a game here and there. We've done that for many years. We've had some of our most important guys, you know, miss multiple games in series. So this is what you have to do. You got to find a way, and our guys did that today.
And you got to find a way tonight, game 4. Is this a must-win for you, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Shasky's going into it like the Warriors have to feel like it's a must-win. Do you have that same mentality heading into tonight's game? Same number, caller text, the Boxer and Gerson text, work injury attorneys text line, at 888-957-9570.
Do you have any issues with people not wearing the shirts?
No.
They give out shirts at these games now. Well, they've been doing that for quite some time, and which is cool. It's like a memento, you know, for people to hang on to,
right.
And nothing's cooler than having like a box of T-shirts from all the different playoff runs and whatnot. But a lot of people aren't wearing the shirts, and there's a lot of outrage online. Shocking outrage online.
There's people are mad that they're not wearing the giveaways.
They're not wearing the shirts.
Are they you're not you can. You don't have to.
Well, if you bought a $200 jersey, I'm not mad at you for wearing the $200 jersey.
Hell with the jersey. If I bought the $200+ ticket, I could do whatever the hell I want in my seat. Don't tell me what to wear. Like, I get it. I hear you. You want to you have to create that effect. But you saw it with the Rockets. I saw a lot of people in Houston. They had tried to do the red out or whatever. Mm-hmm. They weren't doing it. They were in white. They were in black. It's like, yeah. If I have my Stephen Curry, blue jersey from, I don't know, the We Believe days, maybe. Yeah, I'm rocking it. Like, whatever. Sue me. What are you gonna do, huh? How do you feel about it? Let me ask you. I don't care.
I'm indifferent, quite frankly. I think that the T-shirt thing has run its course. I get why you do it. I would go towels and have everyone waving the towels.
That's
and
easier.
Do something different because it does feel like the T-shirt thing has run its course. I mean, when you've been doing it for 20 years, started with We Believe for us, and it does feel like it's a little, not that it's played out. I would just try something different.
Is there anything in games that bother you? Like the little subtle things like that, like in playoff mode, there are people, and I can't believe I'm saying this, there are people, and I hate at concerts, it's different. Like when you're standing up, right? You're standing up. It's like, oh, hey, sit down, sit down. Like early on in a game, is it ever acceptable to be standing up?
So I have a whole fandom kind of report card on this.
Please. Thank you. This is his draft fandom report card.
Look, if you go to a game and you spend money, on some level, you should be able to stand and cheer and do whatever you want. Simultaneously, you also need to be self-aware of the people behind you.
Mm-hmm.
And if they, for health, age, whatever reason, can't get up in their seat, then, as best you can, you try to be respectful of the people behind you, because there are some older people that just maybe can't stand, or they have health issues or whatever. So I do believe, yes, Joe, 9 times out of 10, stand, no doubt about it. But if the people behind you are a little older and maybe they're struggling to get up out of their seat, that's where I'd be like, hey, when I'm in that situation, I'll stand, but I'm so sorry that the people in front of me are standing and I can't see unless I stand. And then they usually go, it's all good. Right. But I always feel bad for people behind me that can't get up.
Shout out Life Alert. I've fallen and I can't get up, but I hear you on that. It's more so like concerts for me, where people have the audacity to say, you need to sit down. It's like, no, dude, I'm here I'm dancing with so-and-so. I'm having a good time. All right. Sue me. Sorry. This is concerts are different than
concerts are way more free,
right?
The seats are very loose.
Yes.
You're dancing, you're moving around.
There you go.
Games tend to be a little more, intense. You're sitting in my seats.
We could continue to talk about this. I did want to talk.
I just thought the arena was loud, though.
No, I
thought
thought
the vibe.
I thought Chase Center was popping.
I felt
on
the
Saturday
vibe.
night. Again, we were talking about this earlier, and we were comparing Levi's and Candlestick, and Chase with Oracle. It's different, right? It's never going to be the same, and that's okay because you have memories built into those places. That's why, nostalgia always hits better. That's why for a certain generation, it's always going to be Michael Jordan because that was my guy, right? For your parents are like, it's always going to be Willie Mays. You didn't see Willie Mays, or like my dad, you didn't see Bill Russell, right? Or Wilt Chamberlain. That's fine. No, I didn't. I saw a little bit of Mike. I saw LeBron. I saw Kobe. And we're seeing Steph right now. It's going to be different, right? But that being said, that doesn't take away anything that I felt from Chase Center on Saturday. And I want that same energy tonight because it's going to be different. That was a Saturday game around 5 o'clock. This is going to be Monday around 7 o'clock tip right here, 95.7 The Game. Coverage of that starts at 6 with Warriors Live. Again, voice of the Warriors. Tim Roby on the call, Tom Tolbert. Catch all the post-game action. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy doing a hell of a job. Get there early, account for traffic, get in those seats, and be loud early. And you guys matter in a game like this. It matters in a game like this because I want those young Rockets players to be feeling that pressure.
Şengün felt it down the stretch.
I need them to feel it early on in this game.
I'm with you on that. There is something real to these new stadiums that is impossible to ignore. When you used to go to Candlestick or to Oracle or
Coliseum,
part of going to the game was you knew on the front end, if I go to the bathroom right now, it'll be so backed up, I'm going to miss 15 minutes of action.
Shout out the troughs.
If I go get a beer right now or I go get some food right now, it's going to take 20 minutes. So the old stadiums, you knew that you were there for the game. Mm-hmm. And if you got up, you were missing way too much of the action. Second part, none of the older stadiums had the entertainment areas. Now, I know Oracle at the end built not a Modelo Club. I forget what they called it up top, but they built some sort of a little area where everyone could hang out or whatnot. The new stadiums have those everywhere, where it's more like standing room only, party atmosphere, big televisions. And what that does, it drives people out of their seats. Organically, they're going to want to hang out, have a drink, because there's great food, because there's great amenities and all that stuff. People do get out of their seats at halftime. When you were at Candlestick, if you left for halftime, it was to literally just walk for 5-10 minutes, and then you ran back to your seat because you knew if you were standing in the concourse, you couldn't watch the game. No. There wasn't enough television. There wasn't a flat screen. So I think the newness and all that stuff, it actually is impossible to overlook that. It does take you out of your seat.
It does.
And that's part of the beauty of a new stadium and part of what will never be able to be replicated from the old stadiums.
I'm usually more lenient on the people that are getting back at halftime. There's so many empty seats at halftime. I was like, yeah, because halftime takes a long time. Everyone's getting up and you're all doing your business. You're getting food. You're checking on so-and-so. I get that. It's the start of the game for me tonight, 7 o'clock. You got to be there.
For sure.
I want the Rockets to feel it early because the last thing the Rockets want, because they've kind of low-key dominated the first quarter in a lot of these games. Like, can the Warriors flip the script on them early in this one?
I thought they closed the first really well, too.
No, they did. No, absolutely. I'd agree. I thought Fred VanVleet was keeping them afloat, the Rockets, that is, and outside of the first quarter, he only made one shot.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing a whole hell of a lot. That's a credit to what the Warriors were doing defensively and Steph Curry in particular. But I want early in this game, I want them to feel it. Like, that's my recipe. Get on a lead, sit on it early, and I think you're going to start seeing a panicked Rockets team, and they're going to start doing some, maybe, I'm not going to say clown behavior, but they're going to start doing some stuff. If they get down big, they're going to start, exposing themselves as a young team.
Well, the one thing that the Warriors did really well in this game was Curry brought the ball up more than I've seen him do that. And so I think he had more room to operate when that double came, and they weren't just bringing up a lazy high pick and roll to bring a second defender up. Rockets went zone 2.
Right.
I wonder if they're going to try to do that again.
They got to try something.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm looking at more like defensively. I think they're I think they're fine. Like defensively, the fact of the matter is, and it was our guy who we had on a couple weeks ago from the Rockets pre and post on the radio station out there in Houston. The name's escaped me, excuse me. But the guy's name was Adam Wexler. It was when Bonte was filling in for you. He said this series is going to come down to Jalen Green scoring. And really it has.
Wow.
Like
That's what he said?
That's what he said. He's like, the Rockets will win if Jalen Green scores. They're going to lose if he doesn't.
Well, he hit a 3 at the end of the first quarter. I go, uh-oh, here we go.
And he didn't do anything after that.
No.
I mean, 4 of 11 overall for him.
JK did a pretty good job on him, and GP2 did a really good job on him.
Right? 9 points, 6 boards, 5 assists for him. I mean, the only thing he really did was get into Draymond Green after the game, and Fred VanVleet had to come over there and break it up. Like,
I call that the loser's limp, right? Like when the game's over and you want to talk, it's like, come on, man, you got to play during the actual time when the clock's ticking. So don't wait till afterwards to talk.
So it's not Alperen Şengün for me. Like, he's going to get a double-double probably tonight. It's what's Jalen Green doing? If Jalen Green's not doing anything, like, the Warriors are probably going to win this game. Well, that's it.
And Dylan's been one of their more reliable perimeter shooters.
Fouled out.
No, I know.
Like they needed him, and he fouled out.
I actually think he's gotten a pretty poor whistle. If I'm being fair,
yeah, I
didn't love the off-ball foul that fouled him out. I thought it was kind of weak.
I have no problem with him not getting a great whistle right now. Dylan Brooks. I'll just say it. I really don't know. And Warriors fans don't feel like that.
Why do I have a feeling one day at the end of his career he'll be a Warrior?
Oh my God. Well, just like your boy Chris Paul, right? A Warriors legend.
My boy.
8-8. I'm looking at that, by the way, right now. The Chris Paul is Gary Payton, the comparison, land of basketball. It's a lot of green checks for one Chris Paul.
Because he stayed in the league forever.
Not really. He only has one more season than him at this point.
But Gary Payton, when he came into the league, he was not a starter right away.
Okay.
Number 2 overall pick. The arrows were different. You didn't just play on the New Orleans, whatever they were at the time. I don't know if they're the Pelicans or the Jazz. Just right, here you go. Just go out there and play.
Well, he was rookie of the year. That meant something. Weren't they a playoff team too? He was pretty damn good. I'm just saying.
You're showing your age.
No, I'm not. I think you're showing your age too. You want to cling to the old guys. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You want to get into some football here? We got 10 minutes.
One guy is known as a winner, and one of the I don't back down in the face of adversity, and I lost to the greatest of all time. The other guy is literally known for choking it away every year in the playoffs.
Okay, let's relax here. When they were both the best players on their given teams, neither of them won NBA championships. One won a championship because he was at the Heat with Dwayne Wade and Shaq towards the end there.
He was also on the Lakers too.
He was, and they lost. Yeah. So I'm just letting you know. All NBA selections in total, 11 for Chris Paul, 9 for Gary Payton. All defensive teams tied total selections at 9 apiece. Assists leader, 5 times for Chris Paul, Gary Payton 0. Steals leader, 6 for Chris Paul, 1 for Gary Payton. Gary Payton does have a defensive player of the year. Chris Paul, as I mentioned, as the rookie of the year. Points per game, 17 to 16.3 in favor of Chris Paul. Rebounds in favor of Chris Paul. Assists per game in favor of Chris Paul.
I pulled up the 10 years in a row. 10 years in a row for Gary Payton. He averaged 40 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And?
Averaged 40 minutes a game.
Yeah. What do you want me to do with that? Okay. That's fine. He's a great player. We're comparing
this
two
is
Hall
like
of
this is
Famers.
like me trying to break down Jack Clark's swing. Like I let it be. Like I'm going off the players that I saw, and I'm taking Gary Payton all day.
You know what I'm taking all day? It's Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. You know what else I'm going to be locked into in the meantime? Maybe I'm going to be listening to this on my way up to Novato for the Agape charity golf tournament, Steiny and Goo, 10-2 live from there at Stone Tree Golf Course, presented by Atco Pest Control. I'm going to listen to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky, and occasionally Steven Risotto, have the best Giants talk in the world. Subscribe now, because this week they'll be talking about how the Giants, owners of the second best record in all of baseball, have not even begun to play their best baseball yet, Joe. Big series win over Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. 2 walk-off wins after celebrating Brandon Crawford Day on Saturday. Nice to see, was it BC Raw? That's what he has to be called?
DJ BC Raw.
Oh, excuse me, DJ BC Raw with all the kids, the loved ones. That was great. And then yesterday, do we have the call? Do we have that walk-off call? I'm throwing you on the spot, but when we can get to it, let's play it. Insanity happened yesterday. Give it to me when you can, Steven. You got it? Thumbs up.
Ramos is 1 for 2. Taps this one to third.
And he throws it down the right field line. Ramos is on the move. And he is going to stop. No, now he's going to go to third. Here's the throw.
Oh, no.
It gets by him. Here comes Ramos. This game is over. The Giants win the game on a Little League home run.
Oh, heck yeah.
Tell me you've seen that one before.
Well, that's since my oldest son was 10 years old.
What did I do wrong?
Thank you, John. Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Kruger on the call, NBC Sports, Bay Area.
I would send that audio. I would package that audio, and I would send that to Rob Manfred, and I would say, tell all the data boys that the fans get excited when people are running the bases.
Of course.
Not when there's a strikeout, not when there's even a home run. Yes, it's exciting for the time being. The most exciting play in baseball is when people are running the bases and the ball is coming toward a base and you could be tagged. That is when the crowd gets the most excited. Inside the park homers, plays at third base, plays at the plate, a steal. When the ball is in play and people are running the bases, listen to how incredible that crowd was.
It was great. I thought the crowd was popping all weekend long. Baseball is back in the Bay Area, and they're feeling it. And part of that is because the Giants are winning.
Yes.
And they're winning in crazy ways. Back-to-back walk-off wins the way they did. 19-10 on the season, 9-4 at home. I'm not sleeping on that. By the way, Camilo Doval, ballin'.
It's was my call for comeback player on the Giants.
Okay, not mad at that.
Guys who was going to bounce back. He's looked really good. What exactly is going on with Ryan Walker and his back?
Well,
is there any... I haven't heard anything regarding his back, Ryan Walker, guys. I know
I chatted with him about it over the weekend, and he said it's feeling a lot better right now. So, I mean, he seemed in good spirits when I was talking to him and had a couple good outings, so I think he's trending in the right direction.
Is he still your de facto closer?
I broke my back.
I think right now he's going to be the closer. He's probably going to have to, have a couple more bumps in the road before they make the switch, but I think right now, yes, he is the closer.
No, it's working. Whatever's working right now, you go with it. And if there comes a point in time when he has 2, 3, shaky outings in a row, and he has a couple blown saves, then he can revisit potentially going back to Camilo Doval. That's what I would do, and I think Dave Fleming alluded to that to us last week.
Yeah.
And we'll talk to Dave again, obviously voice of the Giants, on Wednesday. We'll talk to Anthony Slater at some point this week as well. Also Wednesday, great. So, again, Giants, just keep doing what you're doing. It's okay. Everyone, people are like, why are you talking about the Giants? I don't need to talk about them right now. Don't care about the national media saying. Let them talk about their Dodgers, their Yankees, the Padres. That's fine. That's where I want to be if I'm the Giants right now. Going under the radar, sneaking past everybody, and then it'll be them against the world. And we've seen how that movie has happened, by the way, in 2010, 12, and 14.
They need Willie Adames to start hitting, like now.
Well, hey, he walked twice yesterday. Okay. So that's something.
He snapped a 5-game hitting streak yesterday, too.
There you go.
I mean, they need him to get going here, Sam. He's got to get hot. We're starting to turn to May. Him and Chapman have got to get rolling here because you're not getting much production from the catcher offensively. You're not getting it from first base. They need it. Jung-Woo Lee's been spectacular. This is probably the best month a Giants center fielder has had in a long, since Angel Pagan, a decade ago.
And it's how he's doing it. And I love the swagger he has. And listen, you don't really see it too much. And I got to be careful here because the way we talk about overseas and international players is very fascinating here. And when it comes to baseball in particular, because there is this notion of, and we saw this a lot when it was, who was it? my guy at the Atlanta Braves, who thought he was like the code of conduct for Major League Baseball in America.
Brian McCann.
That was that whole thing, right, about playing with joy and bat flips and stare downs and all of that. And it's like, no, you can't do that, and showing up and all this. And, it's baked into the Latin culture a lot, whether it's the Dominican, whether it's Mexico, whether it's Venezuela, where these guys live and breathe baseball as their national sports. Less so in Mexico. I know it's soccer, but the baseball is big there too. And it's a celebration. It's fun. It's a party. It's like you celebrate all this stuff, and no one takes it seriously or personally when you do a bat flip or take a trot around the bases and wear your big gold chains. We love that. Conversely, when it comes to players coming over from Japan or Korea, very stoic, very by the book, very not to say they don't play with passion or flair. I think Shohei Ohtani has a lot of that.
Yeah.
But I think the way we talk about them and view them, it's not like we talk about Latin players coming over here when the game's played different. There's a different aspect and rules, and that goes back to culture and cultural settings. There's something about Jung-Hoo Lee that feels different from anyone else that I've seen coming over there. It is. The way he talks through his translator even, he was going at whoever. What was the play that happened? Maybe, Steven, you could come in on this, where he was talking after the game about something that happened, and he was like going at the ref and talking about the ref and saying they would made a horrible call or mistake, tapping on the helmet or something, right?
Yeah, so he fouled a ball off, and it looked like a foul ball, but the umpires called it a swing and a miss on a pitch that hit him. So he went out and argued and said that the pitch didn't hit me, I made contact, and he brought his translator, Justin, who's awesome, by the way, out to argue for him.
Love that.
And yeah, a lot of people didn't see that. It was an Apple TV game, but just a really funny moment. And he did have an incident in Philadelphia, too, where he tapped his helmet. And umpires are kind of on edge that players are kind of showing them up if they tap their helmet, because in spring training, that was the signal to challenge. So, nobody's done it sarcastically, but that's what umpires are scared of, and they thought Jung-Hoo Lee did it sarcastically, but he was just adjusting his helmet. No harm, no foul.
But I love bringing out the translator real quick, Joe, to talk some smack to the ump.
But there's a difference.
Great.
There's a big difference culturally. So, my neighbors are Korean, right? And I have other neighbors that are Japanese, and there's a big difference in their cultures.
No, there is.
Whereas the Korean culture is very live and big and vibrant, and the music is huge and everything. Whereas in the Japanese culture, from what I've seen, is very more formal, more buttoned up. It is different. No, they're very distinctly different cultures.
And I'm not trying to lump Japan in with Korea or everything. I'm just talking about how we view and talk about players that come from different countries here in America, because I think baseball is so unique in that regard.
Yes.
Because it is, quote unquote, America's pastime, but it's really become a global game. And we celebrate these globals, the Fernando Tatises of the world, right? The Manny Machados of the world, Shohei Ohtani, obviously, the Ronald Acuñas, all these players baked into it. And it's just so refreshing to see an international, dare I say, he's playing like this star come here, and the way he's playing and acting, give me all the Korean home run calls. Like, those guys, it's insane what they do. He's huge. He's so damn fun. Now. So,
but like the cultures, it's funny because you're right on a lot of the Japanese players, at least in terms of how they Matsui,
very stoic.
Nomo, Ohtani, less is more. Yep. Everything, your image is almost everything, right? In terms of how you're perceived, and you don't let your hair down at all. You almost don't even celebrate in some ways. Like just a fist up by Shohei as he's rounding the bases is his way of doing it. The cultures are so different. It'd be like the culture difference between, Folsom, California and Oakland, right? Just very different cultures.
Absolutely.
So, it is a trip. And I actually think Jung-Hoo Lee is right now one of the most fun players in the NL West, which is a big statement.
No, it's huge. Again,
think about the players you have in the NL West right now. Three of the best teams are coming out of that division.
Corbin Carroll's been on fire. By the way,
he has been.
Who's my guy who hit 4 home runs the other day for the D-backs in one game?
Eugenio Suarez.
Oh my God, Mariners legend, correct? Eugenio Suarez, if I want to say. Wow, 4 jacks in one game. Is that still hit for people these days? I know it feels like it happens maybe once a year. Maybe it didn't. I don't even know if that happened last year, but 4 home runs in one game. When's the last time someone hit 5?
Well, 4 home runs, that's the Willie Mays number from back in the day.
Nobody's hit 5.
Well, no one's hit 5, right?
Hit 5.
Josh Hamilton, I remember, did it once upon a time. He hit 4. That has not happened. I don't want to say a lot. That's not quite a perfect game, but 5 would be like a perfect game if that ever happened. That'd be insane. Wow, this show has flown by. We talked a lot of Giants right there. Did that feel good? Didn't even talk about the draft. What's your grade, by the way? What are you grading it?
What, the Niners draft?
Yeah, what do they do? NFL draft.
If they drafted the right positions, right?
Okay.
Like they needed to fix the defensive line, which they did on the first 2 picks. They needed to fix the linebacking core, which I'm hoping that they did
Nick Martin.
with that 3rd pick. And yeah, they went to some secondary. Then we found out Malik Mustafa had a torn ACL.
Yeah, what was that? What was that?
What a horrible end of the season. Juwan Jennings got tossed, didn't get the 1,000 yards. Mustafa got hurt. Like, just what an awful game that week 18 versus the Cardinal was.
So when the regular season is over and they don't have to go to the playoffs, do they just not have to report anything on the injury front? I'm seriously asking. I don't know if they broke anything. Maybe they don't have to. But that was shocking to me. After the high of the weekend, you're feeling pretty good. And then it's just like, oh, yeah, one of your starters is going to be gone defensively. So a secondary that you felt that might have been already thin just got a hell of a lot thinner. Now I'm just looking at, Deommodore Lenoir and who? Well, maybe it's Fast Five time. Is that right? Okay, my final thought, I'm going to go first here before I go to you, Chad. Yeah. As we're talking about the NFL draft, my final thought is, can someone check on Mel Kiper Jr. to see if he's okay after Shedeur Sanders, the talk of the draft, ended up being a 5th round pick to the Cleveland Browns, who was the 2nd quarterback they took after Dylan Gabriel, who I'm taller than, you might be taller than. They took him out of Oregon with the 3rd round. I don't know what they were thinking of, but hey, Shedeur, you got selected. It's okay. And by the way, sneakily, it could work out for Shedeur. I want to say that first and foremost. Kevin Stefanski is on a short list for me as one of the best offensive coaches in the NFL. I thought he did wonders with Baker Mayfield. I know the Deshaun Watson thing didn't work out. I think that was more of an ownership move than a head coaching move for him. But we'll see. I think him and Flacco had their run a couple years ago. I'm very curious to see what happens there. But bringing it back to Mel Kiper, who was just livid the entire time that his number 2 quarterback in the entire draft fell to the 5th round, he wanted the people to feel some type of way about it.
Boomer Esiason was not happy when he was a 2nd round pick. Tom Brady was not happy. They dropped. How'd they turn out?
And you know what? Nobody's arguing that can happen.
Race, the NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's
Possibly.
proof. There's proof of that.
How many
times? They say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterback. They don't.
Mel Kiper Jr. knows more than the NFL when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks. Jimmy Clausen on line 1.
So there are certain things that come into your mind when you say 4 home run game. It's weird how my brain goes. You can look this up. 1961 against the Milwaukee Braves. I believe not only did Mays hit 4 home runs in that game after Alvin Dirk was not going to play him, and he had a stomach virus or he was sick, or I don't even remember. Maybe virus isn't the right word. He wasn't feeling good. He wasn't supposed to play, but in batting practice, he was hitting home runs. Not only does he hit 4 in that game, Hank Aaron, who's playing for the Milwaukee Braves, I believe hit 2, and I thought Cepeda hit another one. Look that up. 1961 against the Braves.
So there have only been, I was actually right when I first said 4 home run games it's the offensive equivalent of a perfect game. There's only been 19 of them ever.
Mike Schmidt did it. I know J.D. Martinez has done it.
I mentioned Josh Hamilton. He's done it.
Scooter Gennett did it for the Giants a couple years ago. No, before he came to the Giants, but he did do it though.
Okay. Oh, Scooter Gennett for the Reds?
He's on the Reds when he did it,
Cincinnati, that's right.
Sean Green.
Wow. J.D. Martinez, did we mention him?
I said him,
Okay, J.D. Martinez did it.
Martinez. I wanted the Giants to get him one year as a DH.
Bob Horner did it. There you go. Ed Delahanty. There you go. 1896.
Did you look up the 1961 thing? Anyone? No? Look it up. 3 Hall of Famers hit home runs in that game.
Mays almost hit 5, but he flew out to the warning track.
Was that what it was? Did Hank Aaron hit 2?
I think he might have.
I think he might have.
Guys. 3 Hall of Famers hit home runs in that game. That's kind of like my favorite. Like Wilt scored 100. Who was the second leading scorer?
Mike Schmidt. Did we mention him?
I said Mike
Okay,
Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt.
I know Mike Schmidt did.
Carlos Delgado.
One of my
there
faves.
you go.
Was he a Toronto Blue Jay or a
He
Met?
was. He was a Toronto Blue Jay.
No, I'm saying, like, when did he do it?
2003. Again, that's
Blue Jays. Got it.
Blue Jays. He was a Blue Jay against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Look up Yordan Alvarez's swing. He's a little more upright, and then look up Carlos Delgado. It's the same swing.
Mike Cameron, 2002.
Mike Cameron, wow,
There you go.
he was sick.
Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, wearing your hat to the side.
Yep. Mark Whiten with the St. Louis Cardinals. Yep. And then we got all those other guys that we mentioned. Joe Adcock for the Milwaukee Braves, 1954. Are we good? We good? What do you guys got?
My final thought is Bill Belichick. I don't know if we have time to play. I'll just play the clip.
Play it.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
Well, now I kind of even more. Now I'm even more curious how they met. So way to just make it even worse.
Put that on my board. What did you just play? We're not talking about this?
Not talking about this.
Put that on my board. We're keeping that forever.
What if he just came out and said, like, we met on Tinder?
Oh, I'm sure it was something online.
See, that's when you play it, Steve.
What are some of the other dating apps?
That's for tomorrow to talk about.
Grindr, I think, is one of them.
You think?
Not talking about this.
I'm sure the text line and the YouTube chat will have a lot of fun with that one. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. Get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Not talking about this.
righty, everybody. Good morning from the Stone Tree Golf Course at the Agape Golf Tournament. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. This is sponsored by Atco Pest Control. And you mind if I channel my inner Kobe Bryant?
Not at all.
Job's not finished.
Yeah,
job finished.
But
Job's
it's
not
almost
finished.
2 more to go, Stoney.
Warriors win on Saturday, 104-93, and just an absolute classic again from Steph Curry. Woo. He was absolutely tremendous. Best player on the floor. Got a lot of help on Saturday from Buddy Hield, from Gary Payton II. And the Warriors beat the Rockets again by 11, and now they're up 2-1. Game 4 coming right at you tonight, 7 o'clock. You can catch Warriors live at 6, and the Warriors could take a 3-1 lead, Goo. But before we get ahead to Game 4, we got to get into Game 3.
Yeah, and it was incredible. And I got to tell you, there was a moment late second half, 6 minutes left. The Rockets had a 12-point lead. And I'm looking at the Rockets like this is an opportunity with a capital O to take down the Warriors and maybe take control of this series and go up 2-1 without arguably one of their best players. Robin, Batman, whichever you want, Superman, Jimmy Butler was not on the court. And for the Warriors to come back with a guy named the Chef, and that's Wardell Stephen Curry, Stoney. It was special. Buddy Hield, we've been asking where you at, buddy. No pun intended. He showed up, and Gary Payton II, Stoney, to go on his own personal 9-0 run. They got the Warriors in position now to step on their neck. I won't say the guy that predicted the Warriors to win this series in 5, it's over. I don't know Jimmy's status, but Steph Curry, Stoney, is playing basketball at a top 3 level of guys left in the playoffs. And I just got goosebumps thinking, handle business tonight, I know, but where this thing can go when you talk about what I used to tell the kids when they would go outside, close the door. And if they can close out the Rockets tonight, I mean, man, Stoney, we don't know where this thing is headed.
Well, they can't close them out tonight.
But you can go up 3-1.
But they can go up 3-1. I'll start. I mean, look, we're going to talk about Steph Curry most of the day because he was just absolutely phenomenal. But Buddy Hield, we've been waiting for that game for a while. And one of the things I've been saying about Hield kind of all season is just the reason that Steve Kerr goes to him every single game.
Tell me.
Is because you have to give him a chance to have that kind of game. And even though he's been a little bit subpar over the last month or two, what he did on Saturday was he shot the ball well, and it impacted the Warriors winning the ball game. And so, as far as I'm concerned, Buddy Hield, Gary Payton, and then, of course, Draymond and Steph brought that thing home. But I don't want to diminish what Buddy Hield did. When he makes shots like that,
right,
they're capable of beating anybody.
No doubt. And I'll say this, Donnie, you can be like, what are you talking about? Obviously, it's about making the bucket, but there's so many times in that game, in basketball games, especially the playoffs, when you make it. And when Buddy made his, along with Steph and GP, Stoney, there was not a moment you could just breathe and kick your feet up on the table. They had to have it, and it was good to see. And I'm going to say this. I don't know if you know this stat. If you're the Houston Rockets, you got the Warriors averaging 15 points less than what their season average is through 3 games. So to me, that is, you're doing your job defensively, but yet you're down in this series. And I keep going back to no Jimmy Butler, and the Rockets couldn't pounce and hone in on that. And to battle back from 12 the way they did, it was just a tremendous game, Stoney. The building was live, and I don't know what to expect tonight. I know it's not going to be easy, but I'll tell you what, the fact they did it without Butler has me just feeling just superb about this team's chances. What you got?
Do I get a victory lap today? Because now I'm starting to remember on Friday.
Look at the boss like,
now I'm starting to remember. Let me finish my thought. I could have sworn I said this team can win a game without Jimmy Butler, and you were a little bit more timid, but that's all right. You know what? I do so many victory laps. I'm absolutely phenomenal shape.
I'm going to leave that up to Evan, but kind of stating the obvious, I don't know if that constitutes a victory lap.
Why
but
not?
They did do it, and the whole game I just kept thinking, my gosh, a guy that's come to town and Jimmy Butler and changed everything, you're without him. And you lost the game basically that he played, 8 minutes when he got hurt in game 2. But Steiny, it's not about Houston. That's your opponent tonight. But I got to think their psyche is as low as it's ever been, thinking we let one get away. And Jalen Green, I'm not going to blame him. He's up and down. He's young. But Steiny, I feel like you keep putting these kind of games together, you might be playing yourself out of a Rocket uniform as great as your future is.
Yeah, getting back to Hield for a sec. The one thing I was thinking about Buddy Hield is he'll never how do I want to put this? He'll never help you lose a game more than he'll help you win a game. And what I mean by that is when Buddy doesn't play well, he's very seldom the reason or the main reason you lose the game. But when he does shoot well, it's such a bonus, and you could just see it happening on Saturday night. He was 5 for 11 from 3, made some big shots, and he gave the Warriors a place to get some scoring that they haven't really gotten any scoring, and they needed it because they didn't have Jimmy Butler, and then all of a sudden you get Gary Payton II, and you get Buddy Hield chipping in, and that was just a little bit too much for the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, when you bring up Buddy Hield, Steiny, and you see the ball go in, and you talk about the last 5 years, who's made the most threes, I mean, that's a big sample size. So Buddy Hield making a three-pointer is not a shocker, but you just wonder, Steiny, can it be more consistent? And we've seen him in and out of the starting lineup, but man, oh man, for him to have his best game of this series in 29 strong minutes when they were shorthanded is incredible. And I'm going to say this about Gary Payton II, too, because I got to keep going back to him, Steiny. I mean, the guy, there's not enough flowers, not enough floral locations to give him his flowers in regard to what he did on the defensive end, and then offensively, they needed every part of it. And the first time this series that they've scored in a long time over 100 points on the Rockets without Butler.
Yep, 888-957-9570 is the number. Going to be a fun show today. Once again, we are at the Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. That's where we're broadcasting today. But let's get into Saturday's game for the Golden State Warriors. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. The one thing I will, I got to push back on. Not like I think the Rockets are going to come out and try to play tonight like they played game 2. The one thing about having a young team, I don't think they're demoralized.
Okay.
And if they are, I think they'll be ready to go. And they know they're one victory away from stealing home court back.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that Ime Udoka is the kind of coach that's even going to let them feel sorry for themselves. And quite honestly, if I were the Rockets and I'm looking at that Saturday game, I'm not saying we blew it. I'm saying we just weren't good enough. And the Warriors, they outscore you by 13 or 11 in the fourth quarter. You just can't do that. And then lastly, Goo, you know what? If you're going to shoot poorly from the free throw line,
that's where I was going.
Then you have no reason, to make excuses. I mean, you left a lot of points at the line.
14 to 24, 58%.
Yeah,
come on, it's the playoffs.
And it's not just 10 misses, 10 points. It's when those misses come over the course of the game, they always affect you in a negative way. And so the Rockets, they didn't get it done at the free throw line. The Warriors got it done, of course, and now the Warriors are up 2-1 in this best of 7.
Steiny, I'm going to give you these numbers, and the definition is gravity. So the Warriors score 104 points. Steph Curry at age 37 plays 41 minutes. Do you understand they scored 99 points with Curry and only mustered up 5 without him in the 7 minutes that he didn't play? And again, we could sit here and stay here till 5 o'clock block talking about the chef. But, Steiny, the three-pointer he made where he caught the ball and didn't even give Jalen Green at the top of the key, top of the three, and just fire it. It was like, how many guys can make that shot and take it with confidence? But 99 points with Steph and only 5 without him. It's incredible, man.
One guy can make that shot.
One guy can.
Steph Curry.
Okay, got you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk some Golden State Warriors basketball on 95.7 The Game. We'll be right back from the
Things are buzzing at
Agape Golf
Fremont. By
Tournament.
choosing to bank with Fremont Bank, you're helping create a more vibrant...
Curry now guarded, dribbling on Smith, stops and put him into the blender. Knocked down the free throw jumper. It's up and good. Smith didn't know which way Curry was going to go. 27 for Curry. Warriors up 1.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Tim Roy on the call on Saturday night on 95.7 The Game. Game 4 coming to you live again from Chase Center, 7 o'clock start. We'll get it started with Warriors live at 6 and tip-off at 7 o'clock. Warriors, they take Game 3, 104-93. Steph Curry, just another classic. It's really that simple. He was the best player on the floor like he is often, and he got some help from some sources that don't always come through. Gary Payton II and Buddy Hield. And now the Warriors, with a win tonight, can take control of this series. But the one thing that I will say about the Rockets is expect them to come out and play as hard as they have in each of the first 3 games. And that's one thing I got to give it up for the Rockets. I mean, they play hard, Gil. Yeah. They're young. They got a lot of room for growth, but they do play hard.
No doubt about it. And just to piggyback off of that, Stoney, the first 19 minutes of this game, the Golden State Warriors, led by Steph Curry, had 19 points. So just think about that when you talk about what you just said, giving them a compliment, because they do come at you in waves, athleticism and nastiness. But I was a bit worried, like, man, this is going to be one of those. And let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Stoney, Curry had a phenomenal game, 36 points, but can I dare say that was after a slow start? I was starting to think, oh, here we go. That number's at 3, that number. And then he just took off like the 4th of July, man, an M1000.
So you haven't watched Steph enough to know that if he misses 4 out of his first 5 shots, he still might be all right?
I have, but, recency bias is, that game that Sunday that wasn't a playoff game where Amin Thompson held him to 3 points, and I know that was an outlier, but, man, a lot of minutes, when you talk about playoff minutes, that's a quarter and some change, and the Warriors had 27. And that's not just on Steph, but it's the tip of the cap to Houston, too. And the Warriors said, you know what? To hell with that. This will be the game. We'll eclipse 100 points, and they did.
I mean, honestly, as I'm watching that game through the first quarter and a big chunk of the second, I wasn't really encouraged. I was thinking, this team right now feels like it's swimming upstream. Felt like everything was difficult for them. And then you look at that, you look at the court or on the court, and there's no Jimmy Butler, and you start wondering, how is this team going to score enough, especially against this Rockets defense? And then what ends up happening? Well, Curry makes his usual, 3 to 5, 4 to 6 crazy shots, which changed the momentum. And then the next thing you know, Buddy Hield and Peyton are chipping in. So let's go to Richard. Richard's in Chicago. Richard, how you doing, man?
I'm all right. I have a comment. The way I look at it, in the next round is going to be 4 teams. Denver, the Nuggets, the Warriors, and Minnesota. Because I think Minnesota's going to take care of the Lakers. And OKC is another class in itself, but I think those 4 teams are going to be capable of winning, equally capable of beating the other, and end up in the Western Conference Finals. Because I don't see much of a difference between those 4 teams, which is the Warriors, Minnesota, Denver, or the Clippers. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the one team you're forgetting is Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah, didn't mention that.
Oklahoma City is there already, and I think that the Denver Clippers series, that's just a tough one for the loser of that series, because I do think that the loser of that series is going to be the best team that's been eliminated from the playoffs, unfortunately. No, but I mean, if the Warriors can get by the Rockets, they'll play obviously Minnesota or the Lakers, and they got a shot against either of those teams. They got to finish off the Rockets first, and tonight I think is going to be the type of game where if Jimmy Butler plays and Steph Curry plays and Draymond Green plays and, heck, even Looney, Peyton, I really think they know this is the game they want, because if they could somehow wrap this thing up in 5, 6 at the most, huge, get a couple days off before their next series, I think they'll greatly benefit from that, no doubt about it, because, the one thing I will say is I'm watching the Warriors-Rockets, but I'm watching every playoff series, and it's tough to get a win. It's grueling, and it takes its toll on players, especially veteran-type players. So a big part of this offseason, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be whether or not the Warriors can win the games they're supposed to win and take control of a series and hopefully give themselves some rest between series.
No doubt about it. And I'll say this to that point, Stoney. We know it's Operation Game 4 about tonight and finishing this series. But the bottom line is whoever they play in the next round, if they advance, they're going to start on the road. And, like good taco meat, the Warriors are seasoned. So I'm not saying, and they're proving it right now by taking game 1 against the Rockets, but whoever they play after this, I believe is more experienced and better than this Houston team. But rest would be imperative at this point.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors up 2-1 against the Houston Rockets. And they won game 3 without Jimmy Butler. We'll have to find out whether or not he's going to play tonight. I got to believe if he can, he will. But
I got a question for you too.
I don't know how the back feels. I don't know how he feels. So that's one of those where, when we ask should he or shouldn't he play, I'm not afraid to say, I have no idea. Well, it's up to him. If he thinks he can play and be effective, then he should play. If he doesn't, then he shouldn't.
Because it's all about psychology, life and sports, right? Stoney, as crazy as this take is going to sound, let me know what you think. In no world, I know the Warriors are not a better team without Jimmy Butler, but if you're the Rockets and you know what he's dealing with, and if he were to go tonight and be somewhat compromised and not the Jimmy we know, do you think the Rockets would want to take their chances on him getting in there for the simple fact that if he's not himself, that could throw things off? Or are you looking at me like, goo, they were down 12. The Rockets can't make a free throw. If Jalen Green does this or that, and, it could go a different way, which would you prefer?
I mean, if I'm the Rockets, I just don't get caught up in that. I just can't. I got to go into that game, and I'm just saying if I'm the Rockets. If I'm the Rockets, I certainly don't want to go into that game saying, I hope Jimmy doesn't play. You can't have that mentality. You just can't. And you also can't control whether Jimmy Butler plays or not. So I think the Rockets go in with the same mindset regardless. Now, their strategy, it may change if Jimmy Butler plays versus if he doesn't play. But to me, this is another game for the Rockets like game 2. They cannot go down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors and expect to beat them 3 straight times. And that's why tonight's game, I expect them to come out and play exactly as hard as they did in game 2. Now, the one thing that's what's my word? The one thing that's tangible, though, is the Rockets have to acknowledge that they haven't played well or well enough when Butler plays. I mean, they essentially beat Butler when he didn't play. They beat the Warriors when Jimmy didn't play 3 quarters, and then they win a game, the Warriors do, against the Rockets in game 3 where Butler doesn't play. So the Rockets have to figure out the Warriors with Jimmy Butler, whether it's tonight or even in a clinching type of game.
Are you shocked at all? Because we gave all the compliments and used the superlatives and adjectives to describe the tenacious Rocket defense, but another game where the Warriors only had 10 turnovers, Donnie. Are you shocked that Houston's not turning the Warriors over more? But I got goosebumps back to, November a few years ago when Kevin Durant was a Warrior and clapped for the ball, and Dre didn't give it to him, but I'm all over here. But Steph Curry, did you see the sequence where Peyton had it, and he told him, give me the ball, like, I'm hot, I'm cooking, I'm about to put this thing in the hole. Are you shocked that Houston's not turn them over that much?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit, and that's been a key to the series. If the Warriors don't turn the ball over, they're going to be in good shape. I want to say Game 1, the Rockets had more turnovers, they lost. Game 3, the Rockets had more turnovers, they lost. And it's pretty easy to figure out why. If you're a team that if you're a team that struggles scoring, I mean, you can't be giving up, 15 extra possessions because you're turning the ball over. That's just a recipe for disaster. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what stuck out to you on Saturday night? What gives you confidence moving forward in this series? The Warriors look to take a 3-1 lead tonight at Chase Center. Let's go to Max in San Jose. Hey, Max, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing well. So, great question that you just asked, Steiny. Personally, I feel like the Warriors figured out where they should be setting the high pick and roll. I feel like that unlocked GP2. If we get Butler back, I really feel like he can play the same role that we saw GP2 play at the end of the game there. But just a question to you guys, what do you guys think the Rockets will do to try to counter the high pick and roll and the placement of where GP2 catches the ball and has a lot of space? I also feel like setting it as high as they were doing at the end of the game allowed Steph to get a running start, so to speak, and really kind of pick and choose his spots on the court a little bit better. But what do you guys think, and how do you guys feel about that high pick and roll and how it worked out for us?
Well, I think it worked out pretty well on Saturday. I think the issue for the Rockets, I mean, you can't devote a lot of attention to Gary Payton II, because if you do, it's just going to open things up for everybody else. I mean, the reality is sometimes in the NBA, Steph Curry's going to make his shots and Buddy Hield's going to make his shots, and then Gary Payton II is making some threes or going 5 for 5 in the fourth quarter. You're going to get beat.
Yeah.
Especially the Rockets are going to get beat because they have so much trouble scoring.
Yeah, and we haven't once mentioned Steph's 9 assists, Donnie. So when he was driving, I mean, he looked like Peyton Manning sometimes, and Udoka spoke to it. Guys getting lost on their assignments and bounce past to Gary Payton, dunk, layup, like that kept happening over. But as far as Gary Payton II and the others, Donnie, not named Buddy Hield, I'm just going to live with them taking the shots, hopefully, from the perimeter, and tip your cap if they go in.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, Warriors take a 2-1 lead against the Houston Rockets. Game 4 is tonight. And if you're a Warrior fan, how do you feel about that game on Saturday? You won it without Jimmy Butler, and I mean, what more can you ask for? You get Jimmy Butler a little bit of rest. We'll find out whether or not he plays tonight. I don't know whether the Warriors being up 2-1 or let's say if they were down 2-1, I don't know if Jimmy Butler would be more likely to play in one and less likely to play in the other. I just got to believe if Butler feels like he can play, he's going to play.
Yeah.
Whether they're up 2-1 or not.
Yeah, but, again, I came in here and even before the series started, fat-mouthing when you talk about my prediction. But, man, if somehow this thing goes back to the Lone Star State 2-2, then as Malcolm X, right, by any means necessary, we need Jimmy out there. And I did have that thought driving in. Do you err on the side of caution, or is this thing going to be what it is, Donnie? It's not going to get better, and him playing tonight would be like him playing Wednesday, because that is the one thing that we do know. These games are coming fast and in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he can play, he's going to play. But I also think that the rest has got to be helping him, at least with the pain. So, it's up to their medical staff. It's up to Butler. And I don't know if 2-1 means he's more likely to, sit or not. Yeah. I think it's a good sign that the Warriors were able to win that game without Jimmy Butler, obviously, though.
Now, you're the stylist of the show, pretty much the station when it comes to attire. Was that a fur coat Jimmy was rocking? He was clean, Steiny. Do you know? You had to have some thoughts on the fur.
I mean, if I were to guess, Jimmy Butler's
clean.
Jimmy Butler's a professional basketball player who's made hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll bet it was a legitimate fur coat, and I'll bet it was fairly expensive.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's poppin'?
Hey.
2 moments of the game that I absolutely love. You kind of took it, though. But when Steph Curry, I was watching it. I was like, did you just say, give me the ball, give me the damn ball? I'm looking like, okay, what's Steph going to do? He did one of the illest things. Bro, this is you can't make this up. This is like a movie script. Give me the ball. And I kind of never seen like Steph Curry kind of like yoke up on somebody. I don't know if you know what that means. I mean, like, get at somebody, like, bro, you don't give me the ball, I'm going to knock you the hell out. He kind of got at GP too. And I'm looking like, what's Steph finna do? He set the screen, he gets the switch. First he did the sick little Timmy Hardaway, Kevin Johnson crossover. Whoa. Then he went to the left. Then he stopped on a dime and went behind the back looking like Jesus Shuttlesworth. I kid you not. I thought it was Jesus Shuttlesworth in high school. He was so smooth with it, hit the jumper. I love how he switched his game up mid-game. He was talking. I did like you in Shasky. I watched the game like 3 times. He was talking to himself, walking around. He was talking. He was like, man, I got to switch my game up a little bit. They had him bottled 0 for 2 or something like that. He started hitting the middies, going to the hole. It was just on display. Man. Last point. Last one more thing I seen. I don't know if you watched this. Steph and Draymond was on the bench, and they kind of like both wiped their heads at the same time towards the end of the game. That was epic. You could tell they real brothers. Last point, Jay Billis and Mark Jones, protect them. They were in their bag.
Wow.
I don't know. I hate watching ESPN basketball, but they need to stay together. And Jefferson, he needs to stop just rooting for the Lakers and LeBron so openly. He damn near needs to get trumped and fired. It's crazy how he just obviously roots for them. I'm like, bro, what are you talking? Doris Burke had to check him, and I love Doris Burke. She's like, I don't think the offense has been playing. He was like, the offense has been playing wonderful. Bro, they got like 5 points in the last 7-8 possessions. What are you talking about? Man, I love y'all show. I love 95.7.
I love you, Mike.
Man, y'all keep doing your thing. Damn.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. I love
it,
funny.
Go ahead.
I thought Billis was really good.
He's incredible to me, man.
And I watched the whole Lakers-Minnesota game, and you know who I want to win that series. Hey, Evan, I know you're 40 miles away, but I don't need that. Richard Jefferson. I'm rooting for the Timberwolves. I like Richard Jefferson,
I do
actually.
Too, but I think Mike does too, but he had his Laker pom-poms on, or LeBron.
I didn't notice that he was
overly rooting for the Lakers.
Yeah, but maybe I didn't have the sound down.
When I heard Jay Billis doing NBA, I was like, Steiny, you know how I am about my commentators, but I'm with Phil on Mike. I'm in. And Mark Jones, we don't need to say anything else about him, but Billis he knows the game, and he's not afraid to say, what's going on, and I love it.
I was thinking about this, and maybe we can put one thing to bed, and then you can all make fun of me for another thing. So remember about 15 years ago when Curry came into the league, and he wasn't a real point guard, but he wasn't quite a shooting guard. And I said, boy, I'll tell you what, he'd be great coming off the bench. And I'm looking at Jalen Green, and I'm seeing a guy that scores 9, then 7, then 38, then 9, then 26. And I'm thinking to myself, if this is who he is, and I get it, he's only 22, 23, but if this is who he is, hell, I'd make him a 6th man right now. I mean, you just cannot have a starter that has that much discrepancy between a game where he scores and a game where he doesn't score.
Now, wow, you preach.
I mean, Steph Curry has a bad game, he still can get you 18, 15 to 18. You cannot have your leading scorer scoring in single digits every other game, not only because that's not what a leading scorer is supposed to do, but then it's also game to game, you all have to, in essence, react to how he's playing. And in game one, he couldn't make a shot. And if his teammates sense that, they've got to play a certain way. Game two, he's going nuts. Then you gotta acknowledge that if you're his teammate and try to get him the ball. And then the other night on Saturday, he's not playing well again, and somebody's got to pick up the slack. So it's tough on a team when when you're leading scorer. You just don't know what to expect out of them.
Yeah, but I'll say this to that, Stoney. I think we're watching Jalen Green go through his playoff puberty. There's no doubt we are. But where I have a problem with what I deem how he attacked and approached this game, Stoney, is, you're not going to make every shot, young man, but you cannot leave Chase Center Saturday night, headed back to the Four Seasons or wherever they're staying, after you had one of the greatest games of your young career with 11 field goal attempts. And to your point, Stoney, I want to bring up the red stop sign. I think Şengün right now is their best player, but Jalen Green, get in the game and meet the moment. I felt like he was passive, and if you can't do it after you have, your breakout game in front of the world, that was just a head scratcher. And while I say all that, I want to give some kudos to Kuminga, who didn't do it and only played 17 minutes. I thought it was disappointing. I'll say that and get that out the way. But, Stoney, he was on him some, and I was saying, okay, am I missing or omitting giving love to Kuminga for maybe making Jalen Green swing the ball and not be aggressive? But you're right, dude. That should have been a 8 for 24 game, but it wasn't. And we'll see what he does tonight. But, man, Stoney, I thought he let them down.
Yeah, and, the other thing is you start talking about Şengün, and
make a free throw.
A heck of a player, but post being in that game bothered him a little bit more than I think he thought. So they kept him under control field goal wise. And again, look, you can't have your best or second best player, and I'm talking about Şengün, go 1 for 6 from the line.
That's killer, man.
And this is one of the psychological things I always think about with the Warriors. You can't, if you're the Rockets, you cannot be missing free throws and then have Steph Curry making those shots at the other end, because it just demoralizes you. It absolutely demoralizes you. You're missing 15-foot free throws, and he's throwing in 25-footers, which seem like nothing for him. And over the course of a game, I just think it wears you down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And like you said, if you're trying to pull off the impossible in a series, you got to make your free throws. And they just, Stoney, to go up there and have the guys you kind of want at the line, Şengün, and to miss both of them, and he wasn't the only culprit. But my goodness, the Warriors are in good position right now, Stoney, to go up 3-1 and put a stranglehold on this series with or without Butler. I just wish I could give you and the listeners a better read. I'm no doctor on Jimmy's availability and how crucial that is in tonight's contest.
You got Celebrini's cell phone?
I do not.
All right, this is from Apollo Cruz on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Şengün was cooked after he missed that dunk. I get it. It's only one play, but you just can't be giving away. You cannot be giving away points to the Golden State Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, Game 4 tonight at Chase Center.
Yes, sir.
They can put a stranglehold on this series. Let's talk about it on the other side. What stuck out on Saturday as the Golden State Warriors got some big contributions alongside Steph Curry, and they are now up 2-1. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. That's where we are broadcasting today. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. That segment was also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
The all-new Honda of Vallejo, offering
Van Vliet over to Jalen Green. He'll dribble, drive on Curry. Back out to Van Vliet. Run off the line. Podziemski steps in. Shoots over Curry. Blocked by Curry. Curry with the ball. Baseball pass. Healed. Layup. Good! On the break.
Got Steph Curry with the block shot.
Steph Curry, the defender. 7-0 run for the Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, get that shot out of here, Fred Van Vliet. Curry was really good on defense. Dare I say he's got that old man strength right now as a 37-year-old. But the Warriors, they win Game 3, 104-93. And how about this? Now,
give it to me.
This is unbelievable if you really think about it. So Curry won an award today. He won the Jack Twyman Teammate of the Year award. Okay, so he's a superstar. And he won the Teammate of the Year award. I mean, that's pretty unbelievable if you think of it. Usually, when you think of great teammates, you think of kind of role-type players or secondary-type players. But Steph Curry, a superstar singularly, apparently is also the best teammate in basketball.
You sound surprised. I mean, this dude is the most humble superstar ever, I believe, and we've seen many examples, Donnie, and the fact that, you know, he has the, I'll call it luxury of having a guy like Draymond Green, a junkyard dog, to be the police officer of the locker room and you know, be rambunctious and say what needs to be said, even predicting the title on All-Star weekend, which was here in the Bay Area. You talk about his upbringing and not letting that get to his head. Like, you're shocked?
Well, I'm shocked because superstars don't usually get that award. When is Luka Doncic ever going to be Teammate of the Year? Never.
But I think of a Magic Johnson. Like, he was one of those dudes beloved by his teammates.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, Jimmy Butler, would he ever be Teammate of the Year? Probably not.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
But it speaks to his greatness.
Of course. It absolutely does. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. By the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Once again, Warriors Live tonight, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, you're not going to want to miss it. Let's head out to Livermore, where our good buddy Caleb is. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Happy Monday.
Yeah.
2-1, baby.
There you go. It's game day. By the way, where are you guys at, man? You guys are at like a golf range?
We're at the Stone Tree Golf Club in, is this Novato?
Yes.
Novato. Yeah, we're up there. We're up there on the edge of the Redwood Empire. Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic. Thanks for the invite. Look, I'm not going to talk.
We only read it for the last 3 weeks.
Doubt, Caleb, that's on you, baby.
This is the Agape tournament. What's up? Okay, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
Look, Steiny, I'm not going to bring up your favorite player, Jonathan Kuminga. I'm going to talk about some of the other guys. I mean, I'm going to be honest, man. Yes, we all know Quentin Post. You know, he's going to hit his threes, but you know, he had a bit of a tough night shooting, but that's the best I've seen him defensively, and his rebounding. I was like, wow, you know, he was fantastic in Game 3, and Gary Payton came through. Gary Payton was excellent defensively, and him as a roller when they would double step, and him being able to finish at the basket. And I know the most controversial or second most controversial Warriors player, Buddy Hield, was making shots. He was great. But this is going to be a tough game, man. Even if Jimmy comes back, I think you're going to see the best the Houston Rockets are going to come in this series, because everyone knows when you get down 3-1, it's pretty much curtains. So the Rockets are going to ball out tonight, and I expect a big game from Jalen Green. I think he's going to play well, and we'll see, man. I think it's going to be a great game.
Yeah. Thanks, Caleb. I'll tell you this. He'll either play well or he'll stink.
This sucker.
Jimmy?
No, Jalen Green.
Oh, gotcha.
Jalen Green.
Yeah, But I'll say this: that was an astute assessment by our guy Caleb in regard to Quentin Post. Steiny, we didn't even talk. He got the start and got 12 rebounds, 27 minutes, and Caleb said it didn't shoot it well. 1 of 7, 0 of 3 from deep, but was a +7. And when you do other things outside of scoring, Steve Kerr will give you the license to play. And I thought Quentin Post, on a night where a shot wasn't falling, did the other stuff, the grimy stuff that kept him out there. 12 boards.
Well, that's something that I wrote down at the start of the game. So we're Warrior fans, and we've been watching this team for 15 years, and we've seen Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, Draymond, Durant, Iguodala, David West, Bogut, all these big-name guys.
Yeah.
All right? You know who they started on Saturday? They started Steph Curry.
Okay.
Great. They started Podziemski, Kuminga, and Post, along with Draymond Green. I'm looking at that starting lineup, and I'm thinking, wow, look at the youth on that starting five. You got a rookie, a second-year guy, and a fourth-year player who hasn't played much lately.
Facts.
And you went into the playoffs, and you won a playoff game using some of your young players, not to mention Moody, who came in off the bench and played 23 minutes. So, I mean, I don't want to say the Warriors got away with a win or got away with a game, but the reality is Curry drug them home, and it wasn't the normal team that he was towing along.
No doubt about it. And, to that point, it almost makes it, and it does to me, Steiny, more special that Curry was able to be the mailman and deliver. But I will say this just about Steph, Steiny. Is it me, and it's not just the last game, or does it feel like he's using the mid-range more to get going? It's not just 3 or bust. He's using that middies. He's selling for the middies, and he's making them. And then it's like, he sees one go in, and, the rest is history. The old adage is, watch out. But I feel like, and I love it, Steph's using the midi a bit more than I'm accustomed to seeing him do it.
I mean, if they're going to hound him 30 feet from the basket, then he's got to go by him. He has to go by him.
41 minutes.
If you want to play him that tightly at 30, 35 feet, the court is wide open, and he's still crafty enough and clever enough and quick enough to get by his man. And now all of a sudden, you're playing at an advantage. And he knows. I mean, I want to say that, God, he's always among the leaders in mid-range percentage. It's just that he's such a great long shooter. We just tend to take that for granted. But it's not like Steph misses 18-footers.
Now, if you didn't ask me this, and I won't even call it charade, Steiny, but if I'm the Rockets and I'm Udoka, I'm closing the door and I'm saying this. For a guy as great as he is on offense, Steph Curry, he's no longer a bad defender. And you talked about him building up his body. But, Steiny, for the Rocket team not to get one foul on Steph Curry, that tells me we didn't do it right. Nobody attacked the rim with reckless abandon. How can Steph Curry play 41 minutes and not have one foul? My answer is the Rockets offensively were soft.
Well, I mean, what do you do? What does Jalen Green do if Steph Curry's standing at the foul line, daring him to shoot? It's tough to go by a guy like that. And the other thing about Steph was it's not like he was just waiting at the foul line every time or at the top of the key. He would get out on Green a little bit. Green's not the greatest ball handler. And so the Warriors have really found a way in those 2 wins to absolutely take Green out of the game.
Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, we talk about the game that Steph played against Houston 3 weeks ago where he scored 3 points.
Right.
I mean, imagine the Houston Rockets. Their leading scorer, Jalen Green, has not been in double figures like 5 or 6 of the last 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a tough way to win. Imagine the Warriors trying to get wins when Steph has 32 one night and then 7 the next. It just doesn't work.
And to me, Steiny, you didn't ask, but the true definition of a bona fide point guard is read the room. And as young as Jalen Green is, Steiny, I just felt like Van Vliet and even the coaching staff and his teammates didn't do enough to know that we need this guy to get going and comfortable. And kudos to the Warriors defense for not letting that happen. But I don't feel like, Stoney, you got a problem if I use the word feature to where they put Jalen Green, they try to give it to him to set the tone you know what I mean? I don't feel like that happened.
Why would you?
I mean, he had 38 points a couple nights before.
I mean, look, I'm against that. I'm against trying to do that, and I'll tell you why, because I've been watching the Lakers series against Minnesota.
Oh, they blew it.
And it is just unbelievable how Doncic and or LeBron come out in the first quarter, look terrific, other guys don't get involved, and then over the course of the game, Doncic and LeBron get less and less effective, and then what? They got one player, Austin Reeves, who can help out. But I got to tell you, I do not think the recipe for a team to win, and that's why we've had so many discussions about Steph, and he's got to be aggressive right off the bat. Well, he's smart. He understands that if he gets 20 in the first quarter, the rest of the team's going to combine for 10 or 12, and that might not be the best for the team. Now, sometimes he's got to do it, obviously, but I don't think it's the best way for a team to win, for your best star to come out totally aggressive. Unless you're in kind of a dire situation.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Steiny and Guru are joining you from the Stone Tree Golf Club. It is the Agape Golf Tournament sponsored by Atco Pest Control. We'll be here till 2 o'clock, and we'll be talking Warriors, who are up 2-1, look to take a 2-game advantage in the best of 7. Let's go to Kwame in Oakland. Kwame, what's going on?
What's going on, y'all? It's actually Kwame. But,
Kwame, like Kwame Brown. All right.
Yes,
all right, Kwame, I got you.
Yes, sir.
All righty.
So, yeah, I was really just wanted to talk about the Warriors and their offense. Really wanted to say, if we was going to win tonight, I feel like Curry, he's a special player, everything, but if he follows the offense, we're going to have our role players more in sync for when Curry goes to the bench. So what I mean is, if they blitz Curry early, I feel like Curry need to get the ball off really, really fast, so it'll get our players in rhythm. I know we have a lot of, key weapons, and a lot of role players can hurt the Houston Rockets, but if they're not in rhythm, because, Curry is doing a Curry flurry, which we love and which we, appreciate, but when they're not getting the ball and Curry goes to the bench, they're looking like chickens with their heads cut off. So that's all I wanted to say, just stay within the offense early in the game, and if we do need the Curry flurry, for surely we're going to get it, and we're going to love it. But I just feel like we just need to keep our role players a little warm. That's all.
No, that's always a good strategy.
But I thought that's how it played out.
Yeah,
it speaks to Steph's 9 assists. And again, I don't want to blame anybody, but the bottom line is Moody and Pods, just from a shooting standpoint, didn't have their best game. Who's to say if they're doing what the caller's alluding to, which I feel like Curry did, Steiny, that number might be 12 assists. You can make a great pass. Guys got to do their part and put it in the hole.
Well, the other thing is, we know for a long period of time, the Warriors sometimes struggle when Steph's off the court. Look, they're playing a great defensive team, and they're missing Jimmy Butler. They're probably not going to score a ton of points against that team, and yet they broke 100 for the first time in the series without Jimmy Butler. So they must have done something well. But I do agree with Kwame. I think Steph Curry knows that the best way for the Warriors to be successful is for him to get others involved, at least in the first 8 to 12 minutes. If if for no other reason than to keep them, keep them in the game. Plus, here's the other reason why he should do it, is because he knows that it's a 4-quarter game. And how many times have we seen Steph Curry play a so-so first quarter?
Yeah.
And then the next 3 quarters,
we saw it
Curry.
Saturday.
Exactly.
Yeah, we saw it Saturday. And, Steiny, we haven't given kudos to the bench. They outscored Houston's bench 42-28. And all of a sudden, the Rockets are looking light in regard to Steiny. They played 8 guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I know they kind of have been inept offensively, but to come into this series through 3 games and hold Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors under 15 points of their average, and you're down 1-2, that's got to sting. And Jimmy Butler didn't play Saturday.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, he's got a pelvis issue. And the Warriors have game 4 tonight. They're playing tonight. They're playing Wednesday. If they need to play Friday, they're playing Friday. If they need to play Sunday, they're playing Sunday. So the Warriors right now are in the middle of one of those stretches where game off, game off,
no
game
doubt.
off. So they got to...
But if you handle business, Donnie, and whatever goes on, if this Lakers series and Minnesota series is extended, then it's REST, 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 rest.
Yeah.
Look at our
look
2
at Joe
guys,
Shasky.
and Spadoni.
Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni.
But let's talk about what we need to. Their attire is fire, Steiny. Look at it. They look like 2 golfers. Go get her done. Yeah. Oh, God, don't start.
By the way, this just in, not a piece of good news. Damian Lillard has been diagnosed with a torn Achilles, and he's done for the rest of the season.
Oh, that hurts.
Damian Lillard out for the rest of the playoffs.
Oakland's home.
888-957-9570 is the number. Again, the Warriors win that game without Jimmy Butler, and they play again Wednesday. They have a 2-1 lead. I don't know. I don't know if you determine his status by the status of the series.
Yeah, but can
really
you understand how that could be a part of the equation, all depending on how they, do I dare say they might have one to play with? And that you might win that one that you have to play with because you just beat this Houston team without him.
It's funny because when you say they might have one to play with,
just from the math point,
I feel like, and I know Celebrini's the doctor, and he does all that stuff, but you can't tell me that Steve Kerr on Friday said, yeah, there's a chance Jimmy could play,
and I
Saturday.
fell for it. Yeah,
so he doesn't play Saturday. It leads me to believe that Butler's going to be the one to make this call because it is just pain management. It's not, he could hurt it worse. It's
but how about his body? Is he going to be elastic? Is he going to be able to go for the rebounds and do all that stuff that he does, not compromise?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out, obviously, later today whether Jimmy Butler's going to play or not. But if you're a Warrior fan, do you have a strong opinion about whether Butler should play or not? Assuming he's 80, 90%. Should you just go out there and play, or would you give it another day or two? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smooth's in Oakland. How you doing, man?
Well, guys. So here's what I'd like to say. If you can just let me get these 3 points out. First of all, Steph Curry gave a master class in destroying a defense that is aggressively mugging him all game. He just picks his spots in the first half, and he gets everybody else involved. And then he knows his cardio is so great that he knows that fourth quarter what he needs to do. I love it. And I want to say this. Ime Udoka, I hope he doesn't listen to this show, because the one thing I hope he does not do is start inserting Jabari Smith. That dude is the scariest Rocket for me, because you can't really stop. He has a great jumper, and he's 6'10". And if you look at it, man, he was draining those all series long, but doesn't play that much. So keep that up, Udoka. I love it. And then also, if we get one pod shooting game, it's a wrap. We just need one of those games that he had He had about 3 or 4 of them. If we can get one of those 5 shooting games where his jumper is just accurate, it's over because there's no way that you can combat him hitting those shots. And then the other final point I'd like to make, you can tell that Jalen Green doesn't get it because of what he said after that little dust-up after the game. He said, Draymond, all he knows how to do is talk. That tells you that he doesn't get it. Because if you think that Draymond needs to score a lot of points, that's telling you his mindset, score a lot of points. And it's all the things that Draymond does. He should be watching that and go, I need to pass. Because if you think about it, he's an ISO player. That's all he does. He doesn't really do well when that ball is moving and spinning. So he's just thinking about points. If he thinks all Draymond does is talk, even though Draymond doesn't have a lot of points, he's missing it, and he'll never get it. He'll just be a high-scoring free agent, and some team will pick him up. But his points does not really institute winning. And even in that game where he scored those points, that was the game the Warriors were still shell-shocked from Jimmy going down. I believe the Warriors were still processing, Jimmy's down. And that's when Jalen got loose. And I want to say one other thing. JK, he did well. He did well for what he can do. Maybe we should just start looking at what he can do now. What he can do now. He can guard Jalen Green for now. Next series, if we get that far, it's a whole different thing. Man, he's been in the league for 4 years. He is what he is. Not saying he can't get better, but I'm just saying, man, he's been in the league for 4 years. We need to start looking at that and taking it into consideration. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful and blessed day. And Goo, you are highly favored, my brother. Take care.
There it is. I needed to hear that this Monday.
Yeah, I mean, give Kuminga got the start. Let me look at...
and while you do that, Stoney, I'll just say this about it since the Big Smoothie brought it up. And I'm a big JK supporter. He started. That's why we're talking about him. He played in this game. But if I'm his best friend, as soon as we get in the car after the game and I didn't watch the game and I saw minutes logged 17, that lets me know you didn't take advantage of that opportunity. You don't need me to say you played good or bad, but the 17 minutes and you getting the start, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity that was bestowed upon you. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, and the beauty of the Golden State Warriors is that they can move on from a player, at least in terms of one game, and still get the victory. I didn't think he was very good, but hey, he played 17 minutes and you won the game. Yeah. And what you got to hope for now is that he starts to grow throughout the playoffs. But again, now we talk about Jimmy Butler.
Exactly.
Is Jimmy Butler going to play again tonight?
Yeah.
And if
one
Jimmy
rebound in 17 minutes, Donnie.
If Jimmy Butler plays tonight, then what does that do to Jonathan Kuminga?
I think we know.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take a 2-1 lead over the Houston Rockets with a win on Saturday, 104-93. And Game 4 tonight at Chase Center. 7 o'clock start. Warriors live at 6 o'clock. You don't want to miss anything. Warriors can take control of this series. 888-957-9570 is the number. And today is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament. We are at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. That's where Guru and I are at today. We just had Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky join us. They're going to go hit the links. Guru and I are going to hold it down here in the clubhouse. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. Once again, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do with Jimmy Butler tonight, Warrior fans? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance?
See what he can do. He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on the delay. Oh boy. It went about a yard. Oh, boy. It went about a yard, ladies and gentlemen. But that's okay. There it is. Okay, on the second one, Daryl the Guru Johnson with...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why'd they scrap that this year?
Man, feelings a little hurt. Maybe it went that great. Evan just taking shots at his boy. But I did have that thought, Steiny. Well, it went that well, huh, last year?
Well, the funny thing is, yeah, they tried to surprise you with the exploding golf ball, but you didn't hit the first one hard enough for it to explode.
I was tipped off.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. But Guru and I here at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's the Agape Golf Tournament sponsored by Atco Pest Control. That's where we are today. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They take a 2-1 lead over the Houston Rockets, and they really played well when it mattered. And the one thing I kept thinking about during that game, as Houston was defending like they always defend, Steve Kerr, he doesn't talk so much about the grabbing and the holding as he does that when a team is playing you like that and when they're overplaying everything like that, the one thing you got to start doing is cut harder.
Yeah.
You got to cut harder. You got to come off screens more precise. You have to really set good screens. And I think that's something that the Warriors did really, really well. And the reality of the situation is, what did they have, 10 turnovers?
10.
You take that any day of the week against the Rockets team.
No doubt about it. And I know how you think, partner, so I got to slow my roll because I know it's about tonight and Saturday in regard to Game 4 this evening. But 41 minutes from Steph Curry, Steiny, and this is the second time in 3 games this series he scored over 30 points. There is no such thing as a Curry stopper, but I cannot get on this radio station today and give Steph credit for his endurance, Donnie. He just knows how to pick his spots, get fresh, and stay fresh. And I know how you say, Goo, it's going to be a bear for this Warrior team at their age to progress. But, Steiny, there's going to be rest days, and they might get more than they even bargained for if they can end this series quick, fast, and in a hurry. But, Steiny, I'm just starting to think, because it's hard for me not to look down the road, if they get down there, you know, fatigue makes cowards of all men, but I don't know if Steph Curry's one of those guys. And Saturday was on display with no Butler. He had to do more. But, man, to Fillmore Mike's point, mine earlier, him telling GP to not sit this one out, but give me the rock because I'm feeling it, and I'm about to show you why I'm feeling it. I mean, there's not too many of these guys, and they're out there that have won 4 in the playoffs, man, and that just gives me ultra confidence as a fan.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would
caution.
Yeah, I would say it's been great so far, but he played 41 minutes Saturday, and now he's playing Monday, and he's going to play Wednesday, and then maybe just maybe he's going to play Friday. So I do think it's fair to start to look at Steph Curry, not in a different way, but the next 3 games, let's watch Steph Curry, or at least the next 2, if they can wrap this series up. I don't know if they can or not. And kind of compare that to the first 3 games and just see if we notice any energy difference or anything Rockets defense related that just makes him look a little bit less than he's looked in the first 3 series. I mean, the bottom line is he's been way too efficient, right, for the first 3 games for the Rockets to be in control of this series. He has played too well. They have to do a better job against Steph Curry if they possibly can.
No, I love that. Can you, and this might not even be fair, Steiny, but when you talk about, I'll call Gary Payton a second for the sake of this exercise, one of the others. Can you remember during a playoff run, a sequence in the fourth quarter where the game's in the balance, you're down, and for Gary Payton II to go on that 9-0 run, Steiny, Clay was a starter. I can't remember another, Jordan Poole maybe, but my goodness, that 9-0 run it felt like 18 because, Steiny, it wasn't Curry scoring. It was somebody else taking initiative, and they needed every one of those 9 points, man. And I got to tip my cap to GP2 for one, staying ready, making those hard cuts, hitting the threes. It's like, damn, I get it. It's Dre, Jimmy, and Steph, but I no matter what happens the rest of this series, I can't forget that sequence, when it happened and how it happened, and the impact it had on the Warriors winning this game.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing, my man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Happy Monday, man. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so great win on Saturday, man. It was a team effort. I loved it. It was exciting. It kept me on the edge the whole time. But I got to put a rat on the table, man.
Uh-oh.
It's a sad thing I have to do, but
brought to you by Adco Pest Control. Go ahead, baby.
Okay, KJ, man, you had an opportunity. You had an opportunity to show that the coaches were wrong, and you come out there and show you what you got. He looks lost. He looks out of control. He looks like he wants to get rid of the ball as soon as he gets it. He's not engaged, man. I mean, he is checked out completely.
I don't know about checked out. He's struggling, but I don't know about checked out. But go ahead.
Okay, but all the damage and all the talk and all he's out of all the team, he's got the worst, man. So he's gonna. I think they're going to do a sign and trade at the end of the year, man, because we've given him 4 years to get better, and he's just not. Okay, so let me change it to a second thing here. Four teams that are going to go to the Western Conference Finals, man. OKC, Clippers, Warriors, Minnesota. And I'm going to tell you, all four of these teams have deep benches, man. Deep benches. Minnesota Clippers scared the hell out of me. Why? He looks like he's back in 2019, ready to get another ring, man. Glad to talk to you guys. Go Warriors, baby.
All right, that's Tom in Sonoma.
Yeah. Steiny, just real quick, I wish I could say JK was checked out. That's unfair. I don't think he's checked out. But when you just talk about, and I keep going to life and the mental component to all of this is an uphill battle for him. But again, getting the start with no Jimmy Butler and now him possibly coming back after Saturday's showing, I don't know how that number would grow. I could be wrong in regard to minutes for Jonathan Kuminga, but if you feel like you wanted to see more, I understand it. But man, oh man, I was thinking, man, this could be the game. And like you said, his impact was not great. How about that?
I mean, it's he's playing against a great defensive team, and one of the reasons I think the Warriors have been are up 2-1 is they've really done a great job of taking care of the ball. They've been strong with the ball.
Yeah.
They haven't dribbled into a lot of traffic. They've kept the ball moving. And if Jimmy Butler plays tonight, then obviously it's going to impact Kuminga's role. But look, the Warriors are 1-0 with Jonathan Kuminga as a starter in the playoffs.
Oh, there you go.
How about that?
Yeah.
Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Yo, man, what a win the other night. Go up 2-1. I think Jimmy Butler should play, because I think we can win without him again, but it's like, you got somebody like him, on your team, you want him to play. We got to make sure we get this 3-1 lead, man, going back to Houston so we can close it out there and get as much rest as possible for the entire team. So at the end of the day, I don't think Kuminga's checked out. I'm a root for Kuminga to do well, offense, defense, I don't care what they have gone through with Steve Kerr. I mean, Steve Kerr deserves some blame for not developing or whatever, but it's just like with the Niners, man, Deebo Samuel, he checked out. It's like when he's out there, I'm going to still hope that he gets a touchdown, whether it's a run or a touchdown, or a receiving touchdown, no matter what, man. So I think Kuminga gets 20 tonight, and I think he gets, his third time's the charm, and I'm ready for go up 3-1, man. Jimmy Butler.
There it is.
Turn two.
There it is.
Appreciate it, Antonio. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Steiny, I'm looking at that Warrior bench. They don't win the game. And I know they all got jerseys, right? But they don't win the game without the production. 42 points as a whole, but Buddy Hield and Gary Payton II, I mean, you can't ask for much more.
No. 16 for Payton, 17 for Hield. And Buddy goes 5 for 11 from 3-point range.
Man.
He'll take that any day of the week. I mean, even Steph Curry, 5 for 13, 38.5%. We've seen him shoot better, but in the playoffs, the percentages come down a little bit. And any way you cut it, Steph had 36 points on 23 shots, so he ends up being extremely efficient, and the Warriors end up taking that game home. And if you look at the Rockets, I mean, they didn't have one player shoot over 50% from the floor except Steven Adams, who went 2 for 2. So the Rockets continue to struggle at the offensive end, and they're not going to beat the Warriors. They're not going to beat the Warriors unless they start scoring more.
And especially when you miss 10 free throws, Donnie, and go 14 of 24 for 58%. Guys, it's not a three-pointer, it's a free throw, but if you want to come in here and steal one and beat Steph Curry and the Warriors, I mean, Stoney, you got to take advantage of the charity stripe, and right now it's like they're kryptonite.
Yeah. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Coach.
What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. How you doing? My take on Jonathan, my take on Jonathan is a little different. You guys talking about players doing other things. Kuminga will set the tone for Blake and Jalen Green. I mean, from the beginning, he would not let Green penetrate at all. He stayed with him. He frustrated him. And who knows Jalen Green better than Jonathan Kuminga? He played a whole year with the guy and practiced with the guy for a whole year. I think that was a very important part of that win. Also, Kuminga did not take any three-point shots. Kuminga drove the lane, sucked in the defense, passed the ball out. He's got a few assists. And you talk about Kuminga and rebounding. Well, you know what? People don't rebound in big numbers no more these days, especially if you're playing out on the perimeter. The guards gets as many rebounds as forwards and centers now. That's the way the game is played now. So Kuminga getting 10, 12 rebounds, he's not in there enough to do that. He's out there guarding on the perimeter. But I think, again, someone else could shoot bad, and you look at other things that they do to contribute. Kuminga contribute this past game because he played great defense out there. He really did, and I think he should be given credit for it, and Steve Curry even gave him credit for it. Okay, so Andre Iguodala says he thinks that Kerr has pretty much screwed up Kuminga's head.
Whoa, what did I miss?
Yeah, wow.
Where'd that quote come from?
Yeah, Oh, yeah, you got the YouTube. This came after this past game. Iguodala was talking about, he wasn't sure, how Kuminga's head could get back right after the way Kerr has been, playing him or not playing him. I think Kuminga is doing very well for the situation that he's in and the stress that he's been under. Kuminga is under a microscope more than any other Warrior, and you guys know that. I mean, it's Kuminga's fault. Every loss this year was Jonathan Kuminga's fault. Let the fans tell it. But I think the young man is doing well, and I hope Kerr keeps him in the lineup because he and Payton are the best perimeter defenders on the team since Andrew Wiggins is gone. That's my
on
take.
ball.
Yeah.
On ball.
Yeah,
on ball.
Yeah, Stoney, you can back me up. Coach, we hear you, but I'll give Coach this, Stoney, and I said it about Kuminga. Maybe Jalen Green being a ghost early was because of Kuminga was on him. But as far as, Coach talking about his impact, I would just say Kerr must have felt it was minimal when you look at how many minutes he played,
Or it may have been a matchup thing. Or it may have been one of those cases where he saw Payton and Hield. If Buddy Hield's making shots, I think Steve Kerr's going to play him as much as he possibly can.
Well, I would too.
Because he gives you another dimension out there. And then when Payton's not missing any shots and giving you defense, why wouldn't you play him too? 888-957-9570. Let's go to JD in Oakland. What's up, JD?
Man, I feel like I'm the third host on this show, man.
There you go.
I love coming in and talking to you guys. I got a couple things, man, and I want you guys to hear me out. First of all, I don't agree with Coach on his Jonathan Kuminga take. With his skill set, he's got to be more than a glorified role player. Jonathan Kuminga should be a star in this league, and he has to think that and play like that. Secondly, the Warriors' last 25 points of the game, of Game 3, was scored. Steph only had 6 of the last 25.
One was a tech, a couple free throws, and the big three that he hit. So he's out there playing decoy, allowing other guys to eat, which is what you need to do to conserve energy, especially without JB, and to do some of the things that he did. That was tremendous that he's able to allow those guys to grow in their roles. Thirdly, we got to realize certain things that Steve Kerr does. The fact that we see the Los Angeles Lakers play their starters the whole second half, and that was truly a panic on J.J. Redick. That was truly a panic. And for him not to have any
Wow, we lost.
JD, we lost you. We lost you. I'll let you finish up if you call back. No, if you don't know what JD's referring to, yesterday the Lakers played the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 4, and J.J. Redick used the same 5 players the entire second half. He didn't make one single substitution, and it was evident the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game. Anthony Edwards got rest, and he's 23, 24 years old. LeBron James and Luka Doncic don't get rest, and they start to wear down a little bit. So I think what JD was getting at was that that's what happens when you overuse players.
But it comes down to trust, too. Redick, all of a sudden, Vincent played in the finals, and I'm not saying these guys are all-stars. Real quick, Vanderbilt, he's active. Man, JJ, I guess the starters didn't, the guys that played, Stoney, that were gassed, didn't have a problem with it, but he's catching hell, and you talk about a 40-year-old not getting rest in the second half and that CYO turnover from LeBron in the inbound. Yeah, and I asked you before we got on the mic, and you were emphatic, hell yeah, they were gassed.
Yeah, that's fatigue. There's no doubt about it. He had no zip on that pass.
No zip.
The other thing that always hits me with these kind of things is, so not only don't they get a rest in the second half, but now they have to play 12 consecutive minutes in each of the third and fourth quarters. How many times this season did LeBron James and Luka Doncic play an entire half without coming out? I'm going to guess 0.
Okay, I'm
going to guess 0.0 actually. And so even though they are superstars, you're asking them to do something they haven't done in the regular season. And I think JD's right. I don't think that's smart on Redick's case.
I do like JD. Just my last thing with Kuminga, Stoney. I do like what Kuminga means to JD in regard to how he watches him, and I don't think that's unfair because I think the dude's got all the talent in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he should be more than a glorified defender.
All right.
I'm not convinced that we're looking at a future superstar. That's all. And I make a differentiation between star and superstar. I think there's about 8 to 10 superstars.
Is Jalen Brunson a superstar? I think yesterday I put him in that.
He's right on the edge.
Come on in.
He's right on the edge, although he's now become the most annoying player to watch in the NBA.
What? What happened?
It's a flopper.
Oh, well, everybody's
worse than Harden. he's worse than Harden ever was.
All right.
And, but if you get rewarded, keep doing it. Telmo in San Francisco.
Our man.
What's up, Telmo? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey.
So I was fortunate fortunate enough to be in the building on Saturday, and I was just reminded the greatness that is one Wardell Stephen Curry III, because and I'll bring this will come back around at the end of my point, but it's like Guru said, what we saw wasn't his best shooting or athletic display. I think it was one of his best mental performances ever. He trudged through the mud that whole game. He was walking through the mud that first half. Things weren't going right, and he just kept pushing, kept the team on his back, and we saw that on full display, and he willed the Warriors to that win. But the other part of the equation is somebody like Coach. I hear him call in, and he sticks up for Jonathan Kuminga. I get it. He likes his guy. He sees something in it. And like I've said before, I'm not saying Kuminga won't ever be a higher caliber player than he is now. but he's not that right now. And we keep watching it and making excuses. He only played 17 minutes because other than guarding Jalen Green well, which he did, he was the only starter with a negative plus minus. He was a negative minus. He was a negative -5. He was the highest on the whole team for the game, and he was the only starter to be in the negative. And we saw that on display, especially on against a team like Houston, where if the ball sticks to you, they swarm you. And if you don't make your decisions quick, you're gonna turn it over. You're gonna be stuck. You're gonna be forced to do something you don't want to do. And he just doesn't make those decisions quick enough for it to work, especially against a tough defense like Houston. And we need to stop making excuses and saying, "Oh, Steve Kerr did this." Look at Moody. Look at Quentin Post. Look at Paz. Look at Guy Santos. All these guys. Look at GP2. Whether they get run, no run, they come in. They're ready. They hustle. They do the little things. You know, a coach can't put that dog in you. He can't make you mentally tough. Either you got it or you don't. And we can't make excuses. I get it. He's a young man. He's an athlete, but he's got to do that himself.
No, thanks for the call, Telmo. And,
good stuff.
I mean,
but he hit it with the Curry, the mental, you know, all that stuff was on display. But Stoney, I mean, we're almost 2 hours in. We hadn't mentioned Draymond Green. I know the offense wasn't there, but my gosh, man.
That's a good point.
Shingun might pull up on us and be like, dude, do you know who's guard me? That dude's a bear. And 34 minutes, Stoney, again, 5 turnovers. Yeah, you want that to be lower, but 8 rebounds and just everything the Rockets tried to do inside the paint. I mean, he was there, and it's become the kryptonite area for the Rockets. It's just they got shots, and they just can't hit them. And I believe just from afar, Stoney, Draymond Green, the silhouette of his body is just it's doing something to the Rockets, and they're not the first team for this to happen to in the playoffs, but we got to give him his flowers for a great performance, plus 12 if you're into that.
Well, Draymond on the defensive end is a lot like Steph on the offensive end. We start to get used to the greatness of each. And when I think of Draymond Green and I think of him as a defensive player, what makes him one of the best defensive players I've ever seen is he can guard individually and he can guard and help. And not only can he guard and help, I want to know if there's anybody out there in the history of the league that's been a better rim protector at 6'5" or 6'6", whatever he is. So there's nothing that he's poor at defensively. If he gets matched up on a guard on the perimeter, he can hold his own. If he has to defend the rim, he's a pretty good rim defender for a guy 6'6". As far as smarts, I mean, nobody knows the opposing scouting report as well as Draymond Green, and he was absolutely terrific. And you're right, we probably should have mentioned something before. 888-957-9570. I see a lot of people on hold. We're going to get to you all on the other side. If you're just joining us, we are at the Stone Tree Golf Club. It's the Agape Golf Tournament sponsored by Atco Pest Control, and all proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of America. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Treat yourself to
Curry pops top of the key. Jab step, shoots a three. Quick release. Splash! Splash! 95-86. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call Saturday. He'll be on the call again tonight with Tom Tolbert. 7 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock Warriors Live, all right here on 95.7 The Game. And, yeah, you might want to come up on Steph Curry.
You think?
Although that, you know what? Of all the shots he's made in his career, that was a little bit of a new one where it was a quick one. It was a quick one.
I mean, wow. Like you were at the park.
It was quick.
Yeah.
And Dylan Brooks thought he was there, but he wasn't there. And Steph made him pay, and that was a big shot that put the Golden State Warriors up 9. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. We're at the Stone Tree Golf Club at the Agape Golf Tournament sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Let's jump into some calls, Goo. We have a lot of people that want to talk about the Dubs. Let's go to DJ in New Orleans. Hey, DJ, how you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on? It's David, man.
All right, David, how are you?
Yeah, man. Look, so I guess my silver lining was shining bright, huh?
We got to remind me.
Silver lining.
I got a great memory, but I may have forgotten.
Well,
yeah. When I called, I want to say that was the day of the game, and I was talking about the Houston loss when they lost to Houston, but towards the second half, how they started to play, they kept coming back, but Jalen Green just was going crazy, and I figured that we'll be able to win the game without Jimmy. I figured we'd be able to win that game without Jimmy just because of us coming home and stuff like that. But I just want to make a couple of points, fellas. I think that what hadn't been talked about in that game from an offensive standpoint was Steph not just being off of the ball, but the way he attacked the game with the ball and a live dribble, like how he was running around and manipulating the traps and double teams off of screens and making the passes and getting players wide open looks. He essentially kind of turned into a point guard towards the end of the game, even though he wasn't scoring. And I thought that took a lot of pressure off of the role players also. You saw GP2 hit the wide open key shot in the corner, and he was getting a lot of easy buckets for his teammates opposed to them trying to get easy buckets for him, which actually opened it up for him even more. Yeah. So I thought that was a good adjustment that they made. Also, I hear some callers talking about Jonathan Kuminga. I get it. We all want him to be like a franchise player, a great player. But I felt like for that specific game, I mean, he did enough. He did enough for what the game required. I mean, could he have played better? Yeah. But, I mean, we didn't need him to be a superhero because the rest of the team was playing so well. So, I mean, I felt like he did his job. And Draymond Green, the tech, man, that was the biggest play in the game. Before, I felt like they were sleepwalking. And when he got mad and went crazy, I just feel like it flipped the switch with the team. And I heard Buddy saying something about, he was always telling Draymond to calm down, and Jimmy was like, nah, let him go. I think we need that. So I think Draymond knew what he was doing, man. He was playing a mental game. And after that, he played better. I feel like it helped the team, but it also helped him lock in on defense because he was playing defense like his head was on fire after that. So, I think it was all around good win, man. So I'm pleased with what I saw.
Good stuff.
No, I don't disagree with you. I mean, when you start Jonathan Kuminga after playing in Game 2 for the first time in a couple weeks, you got to know that you're not going to. The odds are unlikely that he's going to be a star player in that game. But what you want him to do is gobble up some minutes, not hurt you, defend, which he was doing, and he played 17 minutes, and that's 17 minutes more than he's been playing outside of Game 2. So we'll see what happens now in Game 4, whether Jimmy Butler's back or not. And obviously that'll dictate a lot of Kuminga's minutes. And so we might be back to square one if Butler's healthy tonight. But We'll see.
Yeah, and it's funny he brought up Draymond, Stoney. I don't believe I've ever seen a guy feel like he got fouled on the floor and gets up and runs towards the ref. And I'm watching it in real time like he's Forrest Gump. But he needs the refs as an antagonist. And he's just perfect in regard to, I'm going to dump whatever's on my mind here. You missed a foul. But to piggyback off of that and take that frustration or that him being mad out on the Rockets, it's just he's all by himself in that category, Stoney. And when he gets going and he's mad, whoever they're playing, watch out. And that's what happened. But he also made a point about Steph Curry, because your word, I don't know if you know it's new, but demoralizing. You've been using that word a lot throughout these playoffs. And for the Rockets to blitz Steph, and he's going at 100 miles per hour, but him to have the wherewithal to do the bounce passes, the GP2 or whomever, make the right pass, that's when I feel like the Rockets are like, you got to be kidding me. We're chasing this guy around, and then he just bounce pass in the basket to whomever and a layup, and now it's on us with our inept offense to go down and try to combat it and get a bucket, man. It's just Steph's in the zone right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think about Saturday's game, Warrior fans? It's a 1-point game. In fact, the Rockets are leading that game by 1 with 6.5 minutes to go. Woo. And the Warriors just closed them out in a big way. Gary Payton was in the middle of it. Buddy Hield had a big game. And, of course, Steph Curry was there from start to finish. And the Golden State Warriors look to go up 3-1 tonight at Chase Center, 7 o'clock tip-off, 6 o'clock Warriors Live, all right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park.
T.
What's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's been a little bit since I called in, but seems like a good time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, guys, I would say Draymond Green was angry before that game even started, just because he missed out on the Defensive Player of the Year, which I think a lot of people thought he should have got. So that was a statement game a little bit for Green, I think even more so. So, yeah, he had an amazing defensive performance that game, and Steph Curry went off like Steph Curry does. I think the point that we need to see here is that it doesn't matter who the supporting cast is that steps up in that game. It's that somebody does. And in game 2, that didn't happen, and it was very frustrating. Nobody, once Butler was hurt, stepped up and decided they wanted to play basketball. It almost felt like they laid down and died for that game. I didn't know if they were going to win that game or not, being in Houston, but the point is that was a good get-back game, game 3, and a couple of guys, like you said, Hield showed up, Podziemski got 10, Gary Payton went off, and Draymond Green had a great defense. But we're not talking you got to start to talk a little bit about also the deeper that this series gets into, this is where the Warriors are dangerous, because that's when Steve Kerr can really start carving teams up. And if the team doesn't get off to a good start in the series against the Warriors, go up 2-0, go up 3-1, the Warriors are a scary team. And so I expect the Warriors to come out tonight and have a great game, but it's all about the supporting characters. It doesn't matter whether it's Kuminga, Podziemski, Hield, Moody, but a couple of guys got to get us some points. And as long as that happens, Curry's going to do his thing, Green is going to do his thing, and so that's what it's all about. And I don't think Jonathan Kuminga, I've been saying this forever, he's not a superstar. He did, like you said earlier, you just wanted him in the game to eat up some minutes and basically not make any mistakes, right? And just kind of just do his thing, but you don't have to go crazy. And so he did that. I don't know what the other caller was talking about, where he had a huge impact on the defensive side. I watched that game. I thought he was okay. Right. I didn't see anything that. Yeah. So anyway, guys, I guess my point is two things. As long as Steve Kerr's coaching the team, the deeper this series gets, the harder it's going to be for the Rockets. And so I think the Warriors will win this series, and I think they'll win tonight. And as long as a couple of guys step up, not named Curry and Green, and hopefully, we get Butler back, but you just need a couple of guys to do something. and we're going to be in good shape.
Appreciate it, Trevor. Thanks for the call.
Good stuff.
I want to address one of the things he said. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I think his thought is actually not conventional wisdom, and that is, Trevor said, he thinks the longer the series goes, the more Steve Kerr's in an advantage because of his coaching and the things he can do. I would think most fans would think the longer series goes, the worse it is for the Warriors because of their age and because of how quickly the games come later in a series. But look, we'll see. I look at tonight's game, and I would never go into the game saying, uh-oh. But I think it's fair to look at tonight's game and say, okay, well, this is the first game that the Warriors and Curry are playing with just 1 day's rest, and it's game 4 of the series. And if it goes 5 or 6, they're going to be playing Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I'm not saying Steph won't thrive. I'm not saying Steph's going to wear down, but I do think it's fair to kind of look at him this week and see how he responds to the uptick of games in a shorter period of time. I mean, to me, that's just what many people felt was the theme going into the series or going into the playoffs, whether the Warriors, have enough in the tank to win a round, then win 2, then win 3, then win 4.
Yeah, and it's, if you're asking me, Stoney, I'm just giving my 2 cents. That, if the longer it goes, just from a fan standpoint, that's where that word pedigree comes in. And the fact that, this is the Rockets' first time, in the playoffs. So fatigue would definitely be there. I'm not saying it wouldn't, but I would have my money, especially if Jimmy Butler's back, and we expect him to be. You got Kerr, Dre, and Steph and Jimmy, playing with their backs against the wall on this stage. They've done that. I would feel good about it.
Did you text Celebrini?
No.
Where'd you get we expect Butler to play?
No, I said I do. I said I expect him back. So I want to go back to the caller, JB, Stoney.
Okay, go ahead.
As great as Curry was, the last 25 points, he had 9 of them. He only had scored 9 of them. 6, Steph Curry. So the other, in the fourth quarter, he had 9 points.
Right, he had 6 of the last 25.
Exactly,
right.
And that is just a bouquet of flowers to the others. Like, if I'm the Rockets and you're telling me going in, that's how the fourth quarter's going to go, and he's the guy, we're going to be able to hold him to that, it just makes it worse in a sense, but others stepped up and got it done. That's where I'm going. And it's like, that's what felt so good about the win. Curry was the reason offensively, but GP2 and Buddy chipped in, and Houston has to be licking their wounds like, damn, we didn't stop the other 2 guys, Buddy Hield and Gary Payton II, and maybe this series, we're up.
Yeah, I still think, I always look for just every aspect of a win or a loss, and to me, it's pretty simple. One of the things is pretty simple. Game 1, Steph had 31. He was efficient. They won. Game 2, he had 20. He was 6 for 15. Not terrible, but they lost. Game 3, he has 36. He's efficient. They won. If Steph's going to get 30, the series is over.
Man.
Because then he doesn't need as much help as he does when he just gets 20. I don't think it's a coincidence that in Game 2, the role players weren't great, but in Game 3, they were. It all feeds off Steph Curry. And when Steph's got it going, they've got to pay more attention to him offensively. And, yes, it opens up other things for other players. Let's go to Skip. Skip's in Hayward. Hey, Skip, how you doing?
How you guys doing? Happy Monday, everyone.
Yes, how are you?
You guys look great on YouTube. Listen, we tend to forget that these are the playoffs, and coaching is very, very important. In Steve Kerr, we trust. He knows who to put in, and the coaching spectacular coaching staff. They know, they watch the minutes and they know the minutes. Look, we see Memphis out the playoffs and Denver is having issues with the backup coaches. J.J. Redick did a disservice with his rotation on the bench. Kerr knows who are ready to play. J.K. is not ready to play. These are the playoffs. We don't have time to cuddle you. We don't have time. You got to follow the leader. Steve Kerr is the leader. Either you're ready or not ready at the point of time. He's really more of a detriment for the team, you guys. J.K. has the potential to be a very, very great player. Everyone likes J.K., but at this point in time, he just doesn't have it. Thanks for taking the call, you guys.
Appreciate it, Skip. Well, I mean, he was in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And I don't mean this as a backhanded compliment. He didn't kill you, and you are in a playoff game. And they end up winning the game. So I think Steve Kerr looks at it all as a win-win because he started Jonathan Kuminga in a game that the Warriors ended up winning, and Kuminga was able to play some minutes and at least get a little more experience that you stack up, on top of all the experience he's gotten. And I'm now looking at Jonathan Kuminga like I look at Buddy Hield. Is there a game that he can have in the postseason where you look at him just like we look at Buddy Hield today, saying, we might not win that game without Buddy Hield on Saturday? Kuminga needs to have a game like that where the Warriors maybe aren't playing well, they need a boost, and if Kuminga can help you win one particular game, then I'm not going to say it's all this is worth it, but it would be very, very important. For example, look, Buddy Hield was inconsistent the last 6 weeks of the season. It doesn't matter right now. They are where they are, and he shot the ball great in Game 3,
yes,
and you won it.
Yeah.
That's all that matters right now.
But, Stoddy, when you say Buddy Hield, I know when he's on, I know what he's bringing to the table. I know what skill set that is. And he wasn't a cone on defense by any stretch, but it's the three ball. And, boy, was he hitting the three ball. 5 of 11, and you needed every one. I mean, man, they're not down 3 at halftime without Buddy and that flurry. You know, being a fan of Kuminga, I just don't know, Steiny, can he have that imprint and it not be points? Can it be
good question.
You know what I mean? And that's what's so maddening. It's like it's there, and I think Kerr is saying it doesn't just have to be scoring the ball, but how many times are we going to play this record to where we can talk about it, but he's got to be about it. And you're right. If that's where we're at now, Steiny, in 17 minutes as the start he got, nobody's happy Jonathan Butler got hurt. But before that game started and it was announced Saturday night that Kuminga was going to be starting, I jumped off the couch and I'm like, let's go. And again, he didn't get you beat. And maybe coaching Vallejo, there's something too. He kept young Jalen Green from getting going. But Steiny, if that's a report card, that's okay. But to me, I need a A- or a B+ to where you were so assertive. Jimmy come back or not, we're going to see Kuminga again, and I just don't know if we are. And I'll leave that there.
I mean, what Kuminga's got to realize is they don't need him to play an A+ game.
Well,
because in his mind, an A+ game would be getting you 25 points. That's not what they necessarily need. If he can have a game where he's 7 for 10 from the field, makes a couple threes, goes to the line and has 19 or 20, obviously you take that. But Kerr, I think, is looking for all the other stuff, and if he can do all the other stuff, maybe he'll get more time.
Yeah,
8-8.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Post in 27 minutes, had 12 rebounds. And I know Coach Vallejo was saying the ball's coming out deep. He's on the perimeter. But best believe Quentin Post stayed in the game because he got 12 big boards.
That's exactly right. And he clogged the middle a little bit.
Did.
And he gave the Warriors a dimension that, let's face it, if there's one theme of the Warriors fans over the course of not just this year, but for a while, it's we don't have a big man. We don't have a big man. Post is a little unconventional, but stick him in the middle of the lane like the Rockets stick Steven Adams in the middle of a lane. And he's not quite as big as Adams, but you got to go over him or around him.
Had a block.
Let's go to Mac in Oakland. What's up, Mac? How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay, hey, I really appreciate you guys' content. So let me first say, I'm a football guy. So I'm like that guy on Easter that goes to church once a year. About a week before playoffs, that's when I get involved. That's when I start watching. So I'm open to correction to my observations. But my observation is Kuminga is a guy who right now is being discounted, and you cannot keep doing this. This guy has to stay on the team. It's not going to be this year. The Warriors have older players, and this young man with his athleticism and his heart is going to be a part of what's going to continue the Warriors' greatness. He doesn't need to be part of the greatness now. And his 3 points is going to be getting downhill to the bucket and getting fouled and getting that free shot. That's 3 for him, not those long-ass free. He needs to be under, excuse my Swahili, he needs to be under the bucket. He needs to be rebounding and playing defense for now. And let me ask about Trace Jackson Davis. I'm wondering what it is that I'm missing, because this is another guy with an athletic pedigree who can get to the boards. And what I'm seeing is teams try to out-physical the Warriors. Right now, they are butchering or they're beating up on the Warriors. I wouldn't want to risk fouls on Quentin Post or Draymond. I would put this guy in for 2 or 3 or 4 minutes at a time when I could. Let him go out there and bump somebody. Let him go out there. If he gets 2 or 3 fouls, you weren't planning to use him anyway. But we're getting kind of sort of, to my view, out-physical, and we're allowing them to do too much. I don't want to have a fight, but I want to check them in a basketball manner that, hey, we're not going to let you mistreat our guys that you have been doing. I saw some fouls that should have been flagrant that were not, and I think the Warriors have to respond in a basketball context. And as far as the coach goes, he's not perfect, and he's our guy, so we got to go with his decisions whether we like it or not. And part of Kuminga's issue is application. The other part is the way the coach has decided to deal with him, and I don't know why that is. Could be a good reason. Bottom line is, he's a future star. Okay, guys, I'm ready to listen.
Thanks for the call. I mean, as it relates to Trace Jackson Davis and Post, I think it's obvious why he's going with Post. Post can spread the floor on offense. And you know what? Post is more physical than Trace Jackson Davis. That doesn't mean he's better, but in this type of series, maybe he leans toward Post because he wants the floor spread. And I think he's a bigger body, obviously, than Trace Jackson Davis, Goo.
Well, he gobbled up again, 12 rebounds. And what's been the one common theme to me in this series is the Rockets have been hammering the Warriors on the board. Well, guess what, Stoney? They lost again when you look at the totality of rebounded, but it was only 51-45 for total rebounds. So that's only a discrepancy of 6 and 5 when it comes to offensive rebounds. So in a crazy way, the Warriors closed that gap. As to games in the past, those numbers were bigger. And Quentin Post, again, I'm watching him grab 12 rebounds. If I'm Steve Kerr, the last guy I'm thinking about is Trace Jackson Davis when I'm watching my big gobble up 12 rebounds.
Yeah, I mean...
And be a threat to shoot it,
I mean, this is where Steve Kerr probably sees some things that we don't see as it relates to the guys who end up playing in a game or end up not playing in a game. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take Game 3, 104-93. And a win tonight puts them up 3-1 going back to Houston. Jimmy Butler status still undetermined for tonight, so we'll see if he plays at Chase Center or not. 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, I want to get into a player on the other team who looks a little bit scary, but why is he not playing more? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley.
teammate of the year.
Hey, Buddy Love.
Buddy was second.
Oh, who's first?
Voted by NBA players. Selfless play, on and off the court leadership as a mentor and role model to other NBA players. Loon would be a good choice too. Commitment and dedication to the team. All right.
Congratulations, Steph.
There you go, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steph Curry was the winner of the Jack Twyman Teammate of the Year award.
I'm getting emotional, man. That's what it's about. The dude's a superstar, and he wins that award in that presentation. You could never win that at the station because you don't like team meetings. You know what I mean? So you can't win it. But that's what it's about, Stoney. The fabric of I care about
God.
what I'm doing.
All right. Okay.
No, did you hear that presentation?
Seriously.
Buddy was second, but I'm a sucker for that stuff, man.
Yeah, wait till Curry says, of all the awards I've won, this one means the most. Yeah, okay. All right. Finals MVP,
man.
no. Give me the Jack Twyman. 888-957-9570 is the number.
I owe Curry nothing.
The shit.
During the break, the boss, Matt Nahigian, and Guru were talking about a player on the Rockets, Jabari Smith Jr., and that he's a guy that they're worried about. And for whatever reason, he's not playing a whole lot for the Rockets. Here's if you go, Steiny, why isn't Jabari Smith playing more?
Go ahead.
I would have to say, I can't give you a definitive answer because I don't watch the Rockets play 80 games.
Okay.
But here's what I'd have to imagine.
Give it to me.
On Ime Udoka's team, you have to defend. You have to. So I got to believe that Udoka does not feel like he's defensive-minded enough. What else could it be?
And
what else could it be?
I love that answer because that's all it could be, right? He's their Kuminga, but he's 6'10", and just, yesterday, Steiny, 4-8 from the field, 3 of 5 from the three-point range, 5 rebounds, now a -8. He had 12 points. We know that can, what goes up goes down with plus minus, but Steiny, I'm just looking at his log, and you tell me, was he a turnstile on D yesterday? I didn't feel like, and I feel like he's the type of body type that the Warriors don't have an answer for, but he can't bust that, past that 25-minute threshold. And I'm not saying he's been perfect, but just, game 2, 24 minutes, 5 rebounds, 5 points. Game 3, another 25 minutes. But get this, 4 of 8 from the field, 12 points, 3 rebounds, so 3 of 5 from deep. So I'm wondering, when they get up 12, I always feel like he's a part of it. He could put the ball on the floor. But if it is defensively, my friend, I would ask you, okay, well, who's giving him the business on the other end? Because it damn sure ain't Looney. It ain't Post. You know what I mean?
Well, this is where, though, that when you're defending against the Golden State Warriors, there's not just one thing you have to do. You have to all be locked in. And if on a certain possession you're going to blitz Steph Curry, well, then the other 3 guys got to know where to be and where the shooters are. Listen, again, I'm just speculating because he did average 30 minutes a game in the regular season. He's at, 25 now, 5 minutes a game. I don't know, but that's all I could imagine. Let's go to Bobby in Oakland. Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
Hey.
Are we locked in for this game today?
No doubt, baby.
Well,
Take control.
I'm not playing, but I'll be locked in as a
fans
fan.
are, Bobby. Yes, sir.
You'll be locked in, critical of them, right? We get it.
Fairly critical. Yes, fairly critical. Mm-hmm.
I want to say 30 was brilliant. I think we need to get off Kerr's back. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
I think that it's clear that the G League thing is not really, it didn't really work. And it's great to see Kuminga out there against Green, because Green also was part of that.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Teammates.
so you can see their limitations, development-wise. You can kind of see their limitations. I mean, everybody know that Kuminga's borderline superstar in the making. But to me, Kuminga's a rhythm guy, and he needs to play a lot more. When he doesn't get in that rhythm, that last game, I mean, the ball would get to him and it would just stick. Every time he get to him, the ball would stop. So, I think defensively, though, he's up par. We need him defensively.
No, and you know what? You brought up a good point about Jalen Green and Jonathan Kuminga. Both played on the G League Ignite team.
Mm-hmm.
And
so he's hating to see Green go off. But go ahead, Daddy.
I just think you can see. I think the caller's absolutely right. I want to give him credit, Bobby. You can see some of their limitations. They still are not close to finished products. They both can use a lot of work on the fundamentals. They both need to get more consistent. And the difference between the two players right now is Jalen Green has had an opportunity to play more than Jonathan Kuminga, but I do think Bobby's onto something there where they both have a lot of room for growth. They're both essentially the same age. Let's go to Delmore in Oakland. What's going on, Delmore?
Hey, fellas. I want to assure you, number one, I am locked in.
Nice.
There you go. Evening's game. I'm on the couch. I'm prone, just like it'll be tonight. And so, but I just want to point on Saturday's game. I felt like the Warriors were very lucky to be as close as they were at halftime. Right? That like if the Rockets actually make some free throws in the first half, it'd have been a lot worse. But Quentin Post's rebounding, not just in that game, but in the third quarter, coming out. Really, I think that was just part of what the turning of momentum was, to show that we could match up on the boards, which was not happening in the first half, and which I think was like part of why it felt like the Rockets game to that point to me.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. And that game started to be won in the second quarter. Warriors were down 12.
Oh, man.
By halftime, it's 3, and you almost felt like the Warriors were going into halftime up because they made that run at the end of the second quarter. And this is what I mean about
Buddy
a team.
got hot.
Yeah, this is what I mean about a team like the Rockets. They play a pretty good first half for most of it, and boom, 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 they go in, and the next thing you know, they're only up 3 at half when they probably feel like they should have been up 8 or 9.
And that's been a theme in this series, Donnie. Even if we take, break it down in sectors after the first quarter, even in Houston game 1, they're throwing, it feels like everything's going the Rockets' way, and then you look and the Warriors are going into the second quarter down 3. Like that's got to be deflating. And if you want to tell me, because I'm asking if it's just experience, I get that. And I don't want to play the blame game, but at the end of the day, it's upon the Rockets to take advantage of something they're working hard for. Then you go to the free throw line and miss. You're not prolonging your lead and putting in doubt into the Warriors' mind because you're smoking off chances to add that you've earned.
But that's the Rockets' Achilles heel. We're not seeing anything offensively that we didn't think might happen to the Houston Rockets. They are not a good offensive team. They can go dry for periods of time. They're not, I don't think they take great shots. But what that does is, I guarantee you one thing. Well, I shouldn't, but I will. And see if I'm wrong.
Death and taxes.
I guarantee you the Rockets cannot blow the Golden State Warriors out. Oh. And the reason they can't blow them out is because they cannot score enough points to blow the Warriors out, especially if the Warriors are being conscientious on defense. They don't have polished offensive players.
Yeah,
they
I love
just
that.
Don't. Other than Şengün, they don't have anybody who can get you consistent points if they're being guarded pretty well.
No doubt. I love that, Steiny, and I've been a one-trick pony with this nugget. But you just tell me, and I'm going back to demoralizing, the fact that the Rockets come into this series and you're holding the Warriors to 15 points less than what they average through 3 games, and you're down. To me, Steiny, we talk about the offense, and you put it, you talked about it brilliantly. But come on, man. You can't waste what you've done defensively by taking that number down 15 and being down 1-2.
Well, it tells you that the Warriors play D and the Rockets can't score. The only time the Rockets really offensively have gotten it going in the series consistently is when one guy, Jalen Green, went off.
Yeah.
And sometimes I guess that can happen, but it ain't going to happen 4 games. The Rockets are going to have to figure out a way to spread it out a little bit, but I think the Warriors are very comfortable defensively against this Rockets team, and I think they know that the Rockets absolutely have to be better and different than they've been offensively in the regular season for them to beat the Warriors. I think the Warriors know it.
Anything Udoka can do to help this Rocket team on the offensive end, or is it goo? He can't go out there and shoot for him. Tari Eason had 19 minutes. We talked about Jabari Smith Jr. I would roll the dice and see what he does in a bigger role, but Raymond Ritter told us, Donnie, it's a make-or-miss league at this juncture. What cards does he may have to kind of change the fortune of this Rocket offense? Or, dude, have you watched 82 games of the Rockets? This is just who they are.
I mean, you can't change your personnel. Man. They are not a good offensive team. They're not. They've got 4 22 or 23-year-olds. I will say this about the Rockets. I have this written down. Let me make sure I get it right.
Give it to me.
I'm going to tell you something about the Rockets. If their young core, I don't know anything about them, but Green, Şengün, Jabari Smith Jr., Eason, who's the other one? Who's the other guy?
Eason.
I forget, in their starting
Brooks,
lineup.
Thompson.
Yes, Amin Thompson.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, if those 5 guys are committed and they are professional and they really want to be great players, and then they get coached right, and I'm not saying they're not getting coached right at all, but if that team stays committed and they're coached well, they're going to be a big problem. They really are, because they just have to get more skilled as a team. But if they continue to play this hard and they're well coached, now they got to be good kids, if you will. You know, they got to really want to reach their potential as individual players. But that's a good team. That's going to be a good team down the line if they're committed and they have good coaching. And I have no reason to believe that Udoka's not a good coach.
Yeah, no doubt. And we saw what he did with Boston. It was just off the court issues. He got him in a new locale. But I will say this, as I'm staring and talking to you on this lovely Monday, Stoney, and the Rockets down 1-2, everything you just said was spot on. But when you talk about, hey, can we dangle some of our young talent, and I'm talking about Jalen Green, to go get what they yearn, and that is a professional, skilled, bona fide 25, 23-point scorer, and there's some names out there, and you get that in this nucleus, Donnie, the Houston Rockets could make 2 jumps to the Western Conference Finals, or maybe Finals, in my opinion, but that's how close they are. But I'll just go back to Amin Thompson, Steiny. Offensively, he's not been getting it done this series, I believe, and just 5 for 16. That's 11 misses. And again, I've never called him KD, but guys like that got to have a better game against the Warriors, and I just don't know if he's ready against this. We keep talking about the Rockets defense, but since Jimmy Butler's been in town, the Warriors have had the best defense. I don't know if that's going to happen the rest of this series as long as it goes.
So I know the guy you're thinking of, and I got to tell you, I have no interest in that. If I were Ime Udoka, I have no interest in Kevin Durant.
Well, give me the why, the number one.
We've got 5 22, 23-year-olds. They've made the playoffs for the first time. They're all growing. They're getting better. You bring Kevin Durant in, he's going to be the guy. they're all going to have to play around him. And I just wouldn't bring in a guy like that who's 37 or 38 and say, hey, everybody, we got a guy who's going to get 25 a game, maybe, but
36, I believe,
I just wouldn't. It changes their makeup too much. That's just my opinion.
But what if?
And it would,
what if you need that? Unless you're telling me Jalen Green is going to, his growth, for a fact it's going to happen. Because right now we're talking about a team that doesn't Şengün. It's up and down. It's up and down.
Well, they're 22. They're going to be up and down. They have to be because they're young, and that's what we're seeing in the postseason. All I'm saying is, and that's the point I made before. If Jalen Green's a good kid and he's a hard worker, he's going to get better. They're all going to get better. And I get they don't have a number one right now. Right. I think Şengün could be a number one in a couple years. I think Jalen Green would be a great number two in a couple years. But to bring Durant in as a crutch, I don't like the idea because he changes teams too much. And you know what else? Not necessarily for the better anymore.
Okay, what if I do this? And I know I'm reaching. We'll get back to the Dubs. What if I were to interest you in somehow, because Phoenix is just a train wreck.
No.
What if that guy was a Devin Booker?
Who you giving up?
Yeah, I would give up Jalen Green. Steiny,
boy.
I'm ready.
I wouldn't give if Jalen Green is an attitude problem, sure, I would do that. But if Jalen Green's not an attitude problem,
you're waiting it out.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
We're looking at a 22-year-old still.
But we saw this with the Memphis Grizzlies 3-4 years ago, where we just thought they were gonna make that.
But why didn't they? Because Ja Morant is immature. He's the biggest reason that the Memphis Grizzlies have not taken the next step. Ja Morant. I'm just saying, if Jalen Green's Ja Morant, then they might have a problem. But if Jalen Green's a pro, I'm not giving up on a 22-year-old.
Yeah.
Especially.
So you think they're going to sit still? Let's just say the Warriors close them out. You think they're going to sit still with the I don't. I think they're going to dangle some of their young stars to get that professional closer.
I'd be very, very careful about that if I were the let me ask you a question. Yeah. If they have 5 22-year-old guys, they made the playoffs for the first time, and they get beat in the first round, but there's some good signs, and they lost to a veteran team like the Warriors. Like, this is where teams mess up. It's like, let them grow. Let them get better. I don't understand why it has to happen now. You've got a young team. They've got a style. They need to become better offensively. Just let him go. Let him get better. Gary St. Jean, internal development. What's wrong with that?
You could be right, if they're feeling frisky and then, wow, tell me how you really feel, and they can kind of taste it, Steiny, and one of those guys is available. Well, I might think about,
I'll tell you right now, I don't care who they bring in. They're not going to win a title next year. They're still going to be too young. That's my feeling. I mean, very seldom do teams with 5, 22, or 23-year-olds or whatever it is advance in the playoffs. But I think this team's got a chance. Not this year, but over the course of the next 2 or 3 years, if you can keep the core together, there's no reason they couldn't become more of a factor in the Western Conference. I mean, even if you're the Houston Rockets, don't you have to say, we should be better than the Warriors in a year or two? We should be better.
Well, that would be conventional wisdom.
Right.
But if you're looking yourself in the mirror and you're saying, we're watching Steph Curry do it at his age, at 37, and you don't have that, then good luck waiting. You know what I mean, Steiny? Because that's the one thing. You don't have anything right now remotely close to that. You don't have anything remotely close to Anthony Edwards.
And I got you. I got you. How good was Steph Curry at 22 or 23?
Do you won the point already?
If these guys are workers, I'm not giving up on them. I'm talking about the Houston young players.
Well, real quick, last thing.
Especially
how do you
not for
improve
Durant.
this problem offense? Is it just
you get in the
off-season
gym.
going in?
You get in the gym.
Yeah.
You go to the lab.
I got you.
You become a better shooter, Jalen Green.
Yeah.
It's work. You got to work. Let's go to Dre and Lamore. What's up, Dre? No, they may go out and get Durant, and I'll say, yeah, you were right on the money.
Hey, fellas.
I'd just be a little worried. What's up, Dre?
Oh, man, I got to tell you, through all the years we've been watching playoffs with this Warrior bunch, Houston seems to really get my goat, whether it was with the beard and CP3 or whatnot. That game Saturday was off the hook. I was really mad after the first quarter with the low amount of points we had. Really happy with the way the defense stepped up, and we were down 3, I think, going into the third. I tell you what, man, that second half, Steph happens. Steph happens, guys.
I like that.
I was at a cousin's house, and she's my wife's cousin. She's a 49er fan, so her and me go crazy. She was looking at me like I just left the loony bin because that game was off the hook, back and forth. I was screaming. I was off my seat. This is going to be a good series. I think it's still going to be tight. I'd like to see Jimmy come tonight. But I'll tell you what, I gotta agree with you guys. Post came up big. The post man was there. He was there to swipe them boards. He's better at shooting the outside shot than he is finishing a little layup.
No doubt, no doubt, and you know what, Trey? And Trey, we got to hit it. But I thank you for the call. He was rushing his 3, I thought, just a little bit, and that'll happen in a game against the Rockets when they have their guys flying around. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Employee pricing for all is on right now at Ceremony Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Ceremony Boulevard or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, from America, for America.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here, and you know there are 2 things I love: sports.
don't know where Wiggins is. They had nobody. We're Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know where Wiggins is either right now. You didn't hear it. They just played your, I don't know where Wiggins is. He's in Miami. Have they been eliminated yet?
No, they play tonight.
Can't stand the East. It's the worst. It's the worst.
What's where the champs reside?
Yeah. Okay. No, they do.
But I hear you.
I'll take Boston and Cleveland, but other than that, and Indiana because they're my team, but I don't know.
Look at our guy, Billy. What's up, baby?
There's Billy from Atco.
Yes, sir.
And I'll use that as a reminder that Guru and I are at the Agape Golf Tournament. We are at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. That's where we are today. We'll be here 10 to 2. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. And we're talking about the Golden State Warriors and the Houston Rockets. 2-1. The Warriors lead the series, and we'll see if they can go up 3-1 tonight. Jimmy Butler, I got to believe he's going to be close to a game-time decision. We'll find out if he plays or not a little bit later.
I need a favor from you.
Well?
Any Warrior fan like myself, predicated on the outcome of tonight's game, but Steiny, when can you start maybe looking down the road saying, my goodness, they got action?
I'd say...
Because I feel that way now.
I'd say after they win a second round.
I'm going to do it before. That's why.
No, I know you are.
Steiny, I'm telling you, man.
You've already done it.
Yeah.
You did
Western
it.
Shasky got finals. I got Western Conference finals. Yeah. But every day the game that goes by, it doesn't sound ridiculous. Like we've been here before.
Yeah, I'm still watching these games. And by the way, if you're watching the games, you finally realize there's nothing going on with Steph Curry and the officials. Every single game is being officiated the same way. And you know what? I actually think that the NBA might be onto something. And I don't know if it was intentional or not. But I think the idea that the playoffs are different than the regular season, I think it's working in the league's favor right now, because I think that fans have gotten a little tired of all the three-point shooting, all the 135, 130.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I actually feel like these playoffs are a breath of fresh air.
Now, I love the physicality. Olivia Newton-John is my girl. Rest in peace to the queen. But the bottom line is, if it's across the board, I'm all for it. But if we watch missed call after missed call, like Josh Hart fouling Tim Hardaway Jr. on a jump shot, Steiny, then the NBA does have a problem, because the Knicks battled back. But that was a missed call, and the pool report's going to come out. Shout out Jordan. That report's going to come out and say that the refs missed a call, and you just can't have that on this level.
Yeah, they already said it. They already said that they missed a foul call on Tim Hardaway's potential game-winning three-pointer. 888-957-9570. Let's go to T in Oakland. What's going on, T? How you doing? All right, we got an issue or two with T, but that's all right.
Call back,
what was
buddy.
The one thing. Okay, T, what's going on? T in Oakland. How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
yeah,
man, I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey.
First of all, I got to start out by saying this. I know you guys might not agree with this, but Steiny, you and Guru are like therapists. You give us sports fans an opportunity to call in and vent or talk about sports, and I think that's real important.
Cool,
right?
Man,
so I
appreciate
really big you guys up for that.
Thank you.
You know, I call almost every day. But Friday you asked me a question. The question was what I thought about how the Warriors were playing. And my thing was, for Jonathan, I said it, and I'm going to say it again, Jonathan plays too timid. You know, it's like he plays scared, you know. But I think what he did the other day, it helped us in some type of way. It helped us because we won the game. And I'm going to keep on saying it. I'm never going to disagree with a guy who has 9 championships in Steve Kerr.
Whatever decision he makes, being a fan, I'm going to ride with it. He hasn't proved me wrong yet because he's out coaching Udoka right now. And I just think that in order for us to move forward, and I'm going to hesitate right here, I love Draymond's energy, but we got to cut down on them turnovers. And the ones I'm talking about are the stupid ones. You know, the stupid turnovers. I mean, I understand turnovers are part of the game, but sometimes we get a ball up and we don't need to. I appreciate Steph's brilliance in the sense of how he moves into the game. He's not whining. He's not crying. And let Houston keep playing the way they're playing. We don't need to change how we play either. If the referees don't make the calls, they don't make the calls, because I think that gives the Warriors an edge because of their championship DNA, if I could say it like that. I know everybody hesitates when you talk about DNA, but I see it in the Warriors. It starts with Laker. It goes into the general manager's office, and it's definitely with Steve Kerr. And then you got the consistency of Draymond Green and Steph Curry. Got to give Looney some credit as well. Teams will look at the Warriors and try to build their teams based on how the Warriors went about doing their business. And then, you know, Robin is here now. So I'm thankful that we have some success going on right now. And I look forward to tonight. You know, we can really put a stranglehold on it tonight if we get the win. So
there you go. Yep, appreciate it. Appreciate it, T.
Yeah.
And I bet you a lot of Warrior fans disagree with T saying if they're calling it this way, keep calling it this way, and I think it's fine. I actually think it's fine, too, at least in this series. I'm telling you, the more physical the series, I think it'll end up in the more skilled team's hands. Because if both teams are playing physical, who's likely to score more? The team with the skilled players like Curry and Butler, or a team like the Rockets that is offensively challenged?
Yeah, I love that. I love how you phrased it. So I'm going with the skilled players. But I get you don't go here where I'm about to go, Stoney, but there's just something about, and I'm focused on Steph right now, and kudos just for the Warriors team and Steve Kerr. They have not played into, the fans have, they have not played into the, we're getting held, they're tugging, they're doing this chef wrong, and it just means more to me when Steph goes out and scores 31, 36 points last night, and they're not going down that rabbit hole of, it's me, they're fouling. And that's what I love. Like, just go win the game. And you talk about Steph, again, building up that body, adding those muscles. And, Stoney, I love that they've been as quiet as a church mouse, not feeding into that. And they're going out handling business.
Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man?
Good, Steiny. Steiny Goo, thanks for having me on the call. I think there's two things. One, this is a beautifully coached game. You look at what Udoka did in the first half. He really disrupted the offense of the Warriors if you run the tape. They could do very little, and they really did a ball prevention on Green. So Curry had a hard time as they blitzed him to find an alternative to Green to get the flow and the rhythm of the offense going. They kept Post and Podziemski really uncomfortable in the three-point by jumping at them and making them kind of dive to the rim and not having the length to finish, especially for Pods. But you could tell that Post was not comfortable. So they did some adjustments, right? On the offensive side, they brought in GP2 to come and do the screen and the dive to the hoop. That was a big one. The other one was, they really need to heal this game, and he was able to spread the court and hit some big shots for them. And Curry obviously had the most efficient game, right? He did a phenomenal efficient game, which is important, 37 points. I believe it was like almost 48% shooting, which is great from the distance he's shooting from. Defensively, they've done a phenomenal job by flipping the script. You're going to touch Curry. We're going to touch Green. We're going to put GP2 on Green and make him feel comfortable full court. We're going to grab him because you're not going to call it on our side. Okay, we're going to play the same way the other side, and it worked. You could tell that Green was uncomfortable with GP2 playing real close on him and really touching him up because he didn't have anybody that played that close, preventing him from getting a run. That was important. They also did some studies on Şengün in the second half. They brought in Looney, and they rather than let Şengün get to the hoop or the rim, which is he's a great closer, they made him take that 4 or 5 footer. get some length with Looney, and then Post coming in and being a defensive disruptor, which was amazing to see his defensive play. So they did some studies there. They said, Thompson, all game, go ahead and take that 18-plus footer. You're not going to make it. That's going to help us on the rebound. It's going to help us stabilize some of the rebound differential. We got to be excited for Post, not scoring all but 2 points, but having 12 rebounds and 4 assists and being a defensive disruptor in the paint. You talk about the realm of possibility. I didn't even think that was in the realm of possibility. You got a 7-2 guy that's going to be able to do that and spread the court. Even though he had 2 points, that really puts a lot of pressure on the other side. It's a great to see. I'll tell you one thing. We will need Butler because Curry's going to have a hard time coming in and repeating what he did this last game. And the other thing, too, is you can't have 22 points with 6 minutes left to go in the first half. I just think Udoka is going to make enough adjustments where he's going to put more points on the board, which will put more pressure on the Warriors. You guys have a good one, and let's go Warriors.
Good stuff, Scott.
He was on it.
Appreciate the call, for sure.
And that's why I keep saying, Stoney, 19 points. The first 19 minutes of this ball game, the Rockets had held the Golden State Warriors in that offense to 27 points. Then you get to halftime, and you're only up 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Game 4 tonight. You can hear it all on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off is at 7, but start your night at 6. Warriors live. And obviously at 2 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs will come in to take you to 6 o'clock.
Live from Splash.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee in Fairfield. What's up, Mr. Lee? How you doing?
Fellas, my favorite 2 brothers during the afternoon. Hey, man, you know what?
Man.
I think the caller called earlier took a little of my thunder about the G League, man, and Kuminga, Green. And this question is for you, Guru, and Steiny. Name a G League guy who's had an impact on the league over the past 6, 7, 8 years.
Jordan Poole.
I just don't like these guys.
Yeah, Jordan Poole?
Jordan Poole. No. Straight out of high school G League.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm talking about these guys saying
I'm
ready to make the dollar today because that kid went to Michigan. So he got coached under a Hall of Fame kind of basketball coach. And these guys that in my opinion chase the dollar sooner than later, I feel like they always fall short. And Steiner, you talked about being patient with that Houston team. Keep in mind, Wembanyama gonna be back. Keep in mind, Cooper Flag gonna be in the league. So every time you say wait another couple of years for some of these kids, you're gonna have another 1 or 2 elite kids who may have went to school for a while, who's gonna impact the game greater than some of these guys that we're trying to be patient with this G League and G League and G League. No one from the G League has showed me anything yet because all they know how to do is come in and score. I'm the lead scorer. I'm ready to score. They don't know the game. You're not getting pressed to learn the game a particular way because you're not around some of these great college coaches who are going to say, hey, son, you're not going to play that many minutes. You got to play like this. You got to learn the game before we let you get out there. We see so many these McDonald All-American kids when they get to college, even their game changes because they're used to playing for some AAU team. Now, McDonald All-American, they get to a big-time college, Duke, North Carolina, and a lot of times they don't show up that well because the game is played a different way, i.e. the Warriors, old Bobby Knight. You didn't have the guys always jumping out of the gym when you had Bobby Knight, but the guy set the screen, the guy made the pass, the guy rolled, the guy dived, and he scored. That's how you play basketball.
Yeah, hey, Mr. Lee, great points. And, and that's why when I'm talking about Jalen Green, again, I don't know anything about him personally. Well, I don't know how hard he works, but you're right. The only way to stay ahead of the competition is to work and get better by next year. And again, I think if the Rockets core is a bunch of good guys and professionals, then I think they got a future.
And to his point, Stoney, I agree with a lot, but right now, regardless, because we're talking about the Warriors as one of the best defensive teams in the league, and they're showing that with Jimmy Butler, right? But I don't want to get it misconstrued. Jalen Green is a baller, and he had a hell of a season. So I'm not going to rip him from not being Kevin Durant or that polished yet. But to the caller's point, he's further along than Jonathan Kuminga. So I have to say, Stoney, that right now that arrow is pointed up for Jalen Green and the route that he's taken to get to the league. And if you're correct and you want to watch this thing play out and he's a gym rat, then the best is coming in regard to Green.
I mean, it better. The best better be yet to come.
And Willard and Dibbs are live from the team store. I said Splash.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for clearing that up. Let's go to Schlep Rock. What's going on, Schlep? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Got to be quick because I got like 44 tons. 101. But here's the thing. Can I give you the 3 reasons why I think the Warriors didn't lose?
Go ahead.
First off, they didn't play like a small team, even though they were. They put post in there, so they weren't really that small team, but they didn't allow second, third, and sometimes fourth shots, offensive shots, so they boxed out, they got rebounds, and they didn't turn the ball over. Those are my 3 main reasons, and they out free throw the guys this time. Cut down their turnovers. I want Dylan Brooks. I don't know when his contract is up or whatever. If it's next year or the year after, I want that dude on my squad because he's been showing me that he's more of a baller than I thought he was, and I just like that mentality. If Draymond Green plays another couple more years, can you imagine both of them on the same squad? And here's my question as I depart. Are we not lucky here in the Bay Area with our broadcasters that broadcast these sports? That call that Kuiper made at the walk-off, that's
incredible,
epic, man. That's epic.
Incredible.
If you guys could play that one more time before you guys exit, I'd love it because we've been blessed out here when it comes to announcers. I'll talk to you guys later, man.
All right.
Appreciate it, Schlep. Thanks for the call.
He's on fire, but that was one hell of a call, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Game 4 tonight at Chase Center. And Jimmy Butler will await his status. I get the feeling it's leaning in a positive direction, but I kind of thought that about Saturday, too, so I don't want to pretend that I know what's going on.
I'm going to shock you. What if I told you your partner's not scared if he plays or he doesn't play? The fact that and again, I got to be careful here. It's the offs. They don't have one to throw away, but technically they got one to play with. And if you want to just err and give him more rest for that contusion, that pelvic contusion, or what ails him, Steiny, I'm with it. And I say that, I guess, with a little bit of confidence from what we saw Saturday. Obviously, the Warriors got to go out there and win it. But, man, the magnitude and the shift of if they can get this one tonight and go back to Houston just in, 24 hours Wednesday, and try to wrap that thing up to really get rest, man.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd be worried about with Butler not playing tonight is Steph having to do it again, essentially, is have another game like Saturday night, and maybe even better than that if he doesn't get the help that he got on Saturday night. But the way I look at this is I would not allow the Warriors being up 2-1 to persuade me one way or the other. If they were down 2-1 or up 2-1, I would utilize the same caution or the same aggressiveness, whatever they do, because you gotta remember too that if Butler doesn't play tonight and the Warriors lose, well, that's well and great that he's coming back for Game 5, but you just lost home court advantage again.
Yeah.
And so that's something to factor in. If Butler can play, I think he should play. If he doesn't think he can or he's hampered too much, then I think he should sit out.
It's just it's so funny. Real quick here, Stoney. It's so funny that I sit here, me personally, and throw rocks at no pun intended, at the Rockets sometimes about squandering opportunities. But the fact of the matter is, as much as I run my mouth and it reeks of confidence in regard to this series, it was 80-80 with 7:30 left in this game. So nothing's been easy, right? You got two just top of the line defenses going at it, but Steiny, it was 80-80, and the reason I bring that up is this could have went a different route. You know what I'm saying? And if you're down, the series is 2-2, and then there's no Butler tonight, then what are you facing? But I just got to put some respect on the Rockets' name for their inept offense or offensively challenged team, but being in the game in the fourth on the road, tied up.
Yeah.
We got Curry, they don't.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation or jump into the text line. That's the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line if you want to send a message to us on 95.7 The Game. Let's get Matt in Louisville. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. Good show. Normally in Oakland, but I'm traveling this week, so caught you on YouTube.
All right.
I just had a quick hit about this. About this discussion about the future of Houston's offense. Houston's not a team I followed super closely this season until this series, but after watching them for a few games, they're really young. They're really offensively challenged. I do think they're a piece away, even if they get a couple more years under their belt. Şengün's great, but I don't see him as a true number one on like a championship caliber team. I see him maybe as a number two ceiling. I don't know who's available out there. They're young enough. Maybe they can draft their way into it, but I would throw out imagine an Anthony Edwards or a Jalen Brunson or Kawhi. Imagine them trading a couple guys, getting someone like that on the team. I'm not scared of them right now. I would be scared of a team like that. If they had a true crunch time, I just need a bucket, go get me a bucket, last 5 minutes guy. I think that's what they need. And I think if they get that in the next couple seasons, whenever it's right, they're going to be scary. Right now, cross my fingers, not quite as scared of them. That's my thought.
Gotcha.
Just curious what you guys think.
Well, I'm of the opinion that you put Edwards on any team, and they got a shot right now. Brunson, I don't. I mean, he's gonna. To me, he's gonna. Yeah, but he's gonna hamper the growth of everybody on that team because he's so ball dominant. Kawhi, sure. If you can get Kawhi, how old's he now? 33, 34?
Well, how old is he really after all the Carfax reports?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I wouldn't do if I'm Houston is get an old player.
Right.
I mean, if you can get a guy in its prime.
Where's Durant at in regard to that? Too old for you?
Yes. He's 36.
I'm disappointed in him, but I think he would help this. I'm telling you, Steiny.
How about this? He would kill them on the defensive end because they got 5 guys who play really hard on defense. He can't play both ways anymore.
But could it be like Luka when he was with Dallas and he had help and he could get beat? And when he was with Dallas, he had guys that helped him, so it wasn't that glaring.
So if you got Kevin Durant, you'd play on the Rockets. You'd play him like Luka played in Dallas.
I know I wouldn't play. I just used that as an example. The bottom line is, if you told me I could swap out Green and some young studs.
Well, who are the young studs?
None of the starters. Maybe Smith Jr. is out of here or some draft picks. But the major piece would be Jalen Green. Steiny, I think this Rocket team is lethal. Then
I think you're thinking of Kevin Durant 10 years ago. You mad at me for saying that?
No, he's living the life. I'm not. Well,
no, he lived the life.
I work with you, so
he lived the life.
Yeah.
But as Bob Dylan said, the times they are a-changing, and Kevin Durant.
You're down on him. I appreciate it.
He's a great player, but he's 36, 37 years old. I mean,
Curry's 37. Doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon.
Right.
You got to go, my brother.
Okay. We got to go, my brother. All right. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial.
everything possible to try to play tonight in Game 4. Everything in his power he's been doing. Treatment, workouts on the court over the last 24 hours, and then today was a full participant at shoot-around. I'm told the Warriors and Jimmy Butler are expecting him to make his return tonight in Game 4.
Jimmy Buckets!
Now,
all right,
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Sham Sharani of ESPN.
Yeah.
Looks
let's
like
go.
Jimmy Butler's going to play tonight in Game 4. Woo! He missed Game 3, obviously, and 3/4 of Game 2. So Jimmy Butler is going to play tonight. And the reason I think that's big, not only because he's Jimmy Butler, it's because I think you were asking Steph to do another Steph thing.
Right.
Which, not that he can't do, but it'll sure help that he's got Jimmy Butler alongside of him. Again, Sham Sharani of ESPN reporting that it looks like Jimmy Butler is going to play tonight. Good news for the Warriors, and we'll see if they can get up 3-1 against the Houston Rockets.
No doubt. And take a stranglehold on this series.
All right, so I wrote this down. I write a lot of stuff down during the games, and I want everybody to really take a listen to what I'm about to say here, because it's going to be unforeseen. But I do have to make a distinction. And
look how the boss is staring.
I'll start out, Goo, by asking you, who is my favorite player of all time?
Larry Legend.
That's right. It's Larry Bird.
Thank you, Evan.
Now, you will never get me to say that Steph Curry's a better basketball player than Larry Bird. I just don't think he is. I think Bird did it all. He passed, he rebounded, he scored. But I will say this. Curry's more impactful than Bird was. And I can't believe I'm saying that. But he is. I've never seen a player where the game is just dictated by him almost every single play down the court. I mean, the idea that every game he's going to make 3 to 5 shots that just, take your breath away and demoralize the other team. And then the whole gravity thing, which is very real. You can play a great game against the Warriors, but Steph might be able to get it done by himself. I'm not saying that's what he did Game 3 because he got some help, but I mean, Steph Curry was completely in control of that game after the first quarter, and you can never judge how he's going to play by the first quarter of a game. You can never judge how he's going to play at halftime of a game. You can never assume how he's going to play after 3/4 of a game, because he can make it all up in a short period of time. But I mean, Curry was terrific again, and he's been terrific in games 1 and 3 in this series.
And, I'm proud of you. I really am. That wasn't going out on a limb like we all thought. A lot of people
it was for me.
But
that was going out on a limb for me.
When Larry came out and got drafted, Larry and Magic lived up, if not did more than what they were supposed to be and saved the league. I get that. But Steiny, when Steph Curry got drafted and came in with those gimpy ankles and he got that contract, when people were kind of wondering way back when, what are the Warriors doing? And for him to be what he is now, and I'm going to go here since you didn't. I'm going to keep it to my era, Steiny. We can make an argument or go to the tail of the tape in regard to whose era this has been, LeBron or Steph. And Steph has never had the benefit, and I love me some LeBron James and what he's done and stood for, but he was in the East when he was going to all those finals. The bottom line is, when I watch a Curry flurry and I watch Steph perform, or the game's in the balance, and this goes to all the great ones, but Steiny, there's nothing like a guy coming past half court that can pull up from the logo or do the things that we're seeing this guy do. And now he's basically at the LeBron James phase of his career, to where you're defying age now. And LeBron's already 40 and doing that. But if you're telling me we got another 3 years of this Steph Curry, Bay Area, I mean, just get on your knees and pray. Just say thank you to the basketball gods for bringing him and the Warriors drafting him, because Steiny, I'm starting to tingle in regard to I'm focused on tonight. I really am. And the Rockets. But where this thing may end up and go, and if he can somehow get 5, I'm just like, this is crazy. And that's all. In my Rick Barry voice, this is crazy. It truly is. He's incredible.
Yep. And you can all thank David Kahn.
David Kahn.
You know who he is?
No.
He was the general manager of the Minnesota Timberwolves,
right.
Who took
Flynn.
2 point guards before Curry.
Flynn, and who's my other guy?
Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn.
Where is Kahn?
He's in a cave.
Wow.
I don't know where he is, but he's nowhere to be found in public. Let's go to Coach Duran in Union City. Hey, Coach, how you doing, man?
Steiny good. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Oh, man, it's on tonight. This is going to be spectacular. Warriors, Rockets, here's my prediction. It's not going to be easy. Ain't no walk in the park, but I'm going to go Warriors by 5. I'll go 103-98. I think we barely squeezed by. It might be a close one. But, yeah, hopefully they got me a Big Nate's barbecue with a pulled pork tonight. But, yeah, I'm going Warriors by 5. Let's take this home, Dub Nation. It's our time.
Wow. By 5, Steiny. That crack a C note again. 100 points.
That's a prediction, ladies and gentlemen. That's a prediction. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellers. Man, I'm doing great. And the Warriors are looking good. I hate to bring up JK, but I'm going to do it hopefully the last time. I have to change my view. You know, like many Warrior fans, I thought he was going to be the next whatever, you know, and have been pulling for him. And I had this attitude about Kerr. Why isn't he, sitting on Kerr, and he's not, why does everybody else see it, but Kerr doesn't see it? And it kind of poisoned my view of possibly one of the greatest coaches of all time in NBA history. I don't know basketball, but Kerr has 9 rings. He knows basketball. And I'm just going to go all in with Kerr from here on out. After yesterday's game, not so much because of JK's mediocre play, but because with the circumstances, with Jimmy out and all the stuff going on, that Kerr could come up with this win. I don't know. I just feel like he's gold, and I'm just going to go with him all the way. I'm all in with Kerr now. And JK, come around when he comes around, but, he had a chance to really shine.
Yeah.
And, you see him just kind of standing around, he gets the ball, he doesn't know where to go, he shoots it out. He's just, he's a project, and but Kerr is a Hall of Famer, so I'm all in with Steve Kerr, and whatever he decides, I'm going with it.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call.
You riding with Kerr? Can't go wrong.
I mean, from a practical standpoint, Kuminga's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
Because, there's the short term and the long term. And
they're coming to a head.
I'd love to see Kuminga get another 4 years of growth on this team. But the reality of the situation is, if he's on this team, he's going to show up to training camp next year, and he's not going to be a starter. He can't be a starter as long as Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are on the team.
No.
And I don't think he wants to come off the bench. And if there's a team out there that wants to offer him a contract, it's still going to be up to the Warriors whether or not they match it. And if it's a reasonable number, perhaps they'll do it. But there's just no room as long as Butler and Draymond are on this team for Kuminga.
No, and I think you hit it out the park, last week when you said, who actually got traded when Jimmy Butler came to town, because Jonathan Kuminga was impacted. But the bottom line is, Donnie, I look at it this way. You just said it. The next 2 to 3 years, Steph, Dre, and Jimmy are going nowhere, right? And that's a beautiful thing for the Golden State Warrior fans and the team. But with that said, I'm just asking, and for Coach and Vallejo and all the Kuminga fans, I'm in the club, but I'm dealing in reality. Guy Santos, it looks like, can give you what Kuminga's given you and more. So why would you spend an extra dime that you don't have to and get the production that's needed for a spot like Kuminga's, or overpay Kuminga and wait for 3 or 4 years for those guys that you just mentioned to be out the way and for him to grow into? Like the first 4 years were the first 3 years pre-Jimmy, that was the time for Kuminga to almost make it. And sometimes it felt like there's no way he's not going to don another uniform, or he is our future. And I felt that way. I don't feel that way today. And I'm just wondering, you got a guy like Guy Santos and others that are giving you the intangibles, and maybe that's all you need. Because Stoney, the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, is he's not going to be able to be a superstar as this team is currently constructed.
And he's not going to be able to be a superstar anywhere. Unless he gets better at a lot of different things. I mean, the one thing, I don't put Guy Santos in Kuminga's, in the Kuminga group. There's no way Guy Santos should be a more effective player than Kuminga.
Who was that on?
It's on Kuminga.
Yeah, no doubt.
Who else could it be on?
That was the answer I was looking for.
And, the other thing is, this Kuminga thing, I think, is quietly being put to bed this year because why are the Warriors, what are some of the reasons the Warriors are succeeding? Well, one reason is they've got a young player, Moses Moody, who's contributing. They have a second-round rookie contributing in Quentin Post. They've got a second-year player in Pajemski contributing. They are in the playoffs. So it's not a year where the Warriors aren't winning. The Warriors are winning, and Kerr is utilizing young players. So it tells me that there's nothing personal against Kuminga.
No doubt.
It's just he hasn't gotten the opportunity on this team for a variety of different reasons. And he'll become a restricted free agent in the offseason. We'll see what happens.
And I'll say this.
I don't know what's going to happen with Kuminga in the offseason. I'd be shocked if somebody offers 20 for him, to be quite honest. And, if somebody offers him the mid-level exception, maybe that's something you can match without even thinking twice about it.
Yeah, because it all boils down to just like our job. When I walk in, I see security and I see all kind of different people in our building, but they can all love me and think I'm the greatest guy in the world. But, Stoney, whose opinion matters the most? A guy from Chicago named Matt Nahigian. And
he's from the suburbs, though.
Well, he's from the side. The bottom
Lake
line
Forest, in fact, probably.
Shout out Gurney, Illinois. But the bottom line is there's something Kuminga's not doing to impress Kerr or to grow that trust. And that's just what it is. And I don't ever want to do a radio show, nor have we ever, where any subject we touch is like, oh, my God, not this again. But this kind of naturally happened because, and it stems from Jonathan Kuminga's intangibles. He's got all of it, but he's just not put it together in this system.
I mean, I think he doesn't have any intangibles. I think he's got athleticism.
Well, that's what, and the height, the length.
Yeah, well, you got to know
the motor.
You got to know how to play the game. You got to know how to play the game. And whether he can or he can't, Kerr doesn't think he can,
and
hasn't thought he can, for a while. And I don't know. If I asked you right now, has Kuminga gotten better in 4 years? How would you answer? I'd say a little. I think he's gotten a little better.
I would say, and I'm being real, as the president of the Kuminga fan club, not good enough.
Yeah. Let's go to James in San Jose. Hey, James, how you doing? Oh, there is no James? Austin.
There's a Rick James.
Austin in Redwood City. How you doing, Austin? What's going on?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I got a quick question for y'all.
All right.
Y'all said, who's better to me, LeBron or Curry in this day and age? I think Curry's better and has been a better player. Just the simple fact that he sells out the arenas. Without no Curry in the playoffs, I feel like the ratings are down. The ratings are way more up when Curry's in the playoffs. And not only that, Curry never cried for help. I believe he only asked help twice in his career. than LeBron. Always after super team after super team after super team complaining that he needs help. And not only that, when is the last person who ended the super teams? I believe Dirk Nowitzki ended the super teams, beating Miami in the finals or whatnot. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so with that being said, I feel like Curry is the better player just overall. He's holding the lead on his back. Yeah.
I mean, I would take Curry right now over LeBron.
Well, he's beat him 3 times on the biggest stage.
Yeah, I just mean right now as a player. I mean, I would have probably always taken LeBron over the course of his career, but I think Curry's a better player than LeBron right now.
Yeah, and they're both defying father time.
And I would like to correct one thing, though, from our guy.
Austin.
Yeah. He's right. Curry hasn't cried for help. He gets Draymond to do that for him.
Now, that's too funny. KD and Jimmy. Yeah. Nothing wrong with a little help.
No. But, that's Curry's too good for that. He pawns it off to Draymond, who's happy to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But as far as transcending and revolutionizing the game, as much as I love LeBron, that's Steph, Stoney, and we're watching it right now. Just go to a local gym, high school, CYO, and kids are the 3-ball is what. Forget the slam dunk. That's over. It's the 3-ball era, and my gosh, man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, although you're going to have to hustle to get in. If you're just joining us, Jimmy Butler, it looks like he's going to play tonight.
Jimmy.
That is being reported by Sham Charania of ESPN. I would say that things are trending in the right direction for Jimmy Butler to play, and now the question is, how effective can he be with the pelvis injury?
Man.
I got to believe that he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
If he's going to get out there. But yeah, one more time, Sham Charania reporting that things are trending in a positive direction for Jimmy Butler. And if the Warriors win tonight, they go up 3-1, and Game 5 will be Wednesday at Houston.
I love the games. Fast, quick, in a hurry, Stoney.
By the way,
you know where you're watching tonight?
Probably at home.
All right.
I've had a good time watching at home by myself lately, quite frankly. If you haven't heard, Damian Lillard's out for the rest of the season. He tore an Achilles. The NBA acknowledged that Josh Hart fouled Tim Hardaway Jr.
Oh, they're going to replay it.
Yeah. Nice try.
Who cares?
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to just throw a curveball at you. Can you handle it?
They got to come in.
What do you think about Shedeur Sanders going in the 5th round?
All right, I'm going to be real.
Deion Sanders' son, who's a quarterback at Colorado.
You played the card you thought you had, and I'm talking to the Sanders family. You thought your son was that guy, Cam Newton. He was not that guy. You could be a bank robber, and if you can throw the ball or they think you can win, they'll draft you in a second. So I honestly, truly believe there is no collusion. The black quarterbacks are everywhere, so it's not that. It's just I think this kid, and reports are coming out, thought he rolled up in these private meetings with headphones on, doing the do, thinking he was bigger than the program. Now, do I think, Stoney, some dudes that got drafted quarterbacks sooner than him, that wasn't fair a little bit, but the bottom line is you aren't good enough like you and your father thought, and the NFL sent you a message. Now you lick your wounds, you go to the lab, and if you are as good as you thought you were or think you are, it'll all come out in the wash. But as far as this, the cry me a river, it is what it is. I don't think your team was 4-8, and you had the telltale where you were patting the ball when you throw, and what's the Eddie Munster on ESPN, Mel Kiper? How much did they buy you off for you to just lose all insight on the draft and just turn into this plant, this stand for the Sanders family. I hate it. I love Deion. Bastani asked me, and I'm doing it. I don't think he's that good. Don't tell me they had a vendetta on you and an agenda. Stop it. We'll see, right?
Were they
we'll
4-8?
Yeah.
Really? I thought they won more games than that. Anyway, it was pretty
What did you think? Getting too much attention for your taste, or are you curious?
Well, you got too much attention before the draft. So once you get all that attention before the draft, then depending on where you go, you're going to get just as much attention.
So, last thing, if he were doing these things in the private meeting, just, making it be like, please, I'm the man. Are you shocked that word didn't get around it? If he was being that unprofessional, let's show this kid.
Yeah, I mean, if he went into meetings and
allegedly,
acted like
I'm bigger than
the organization needed him more than he needed the organization. Yeah, I mean, if I had any doubts about his his ability, then I'd probably pass on him. I'm just looking at his numbers, though. They're pretty impressive. Yeah. He led the league he led the college football in completions, attempts, completion percentage, yards, and touchdowns. Not to mention yards per attempt and yards per game and quarterback rating. So he had a nice college career. And he played 13 games last year. How could they be 4-8?
What was the record?
Well, he played 13.
Well, he must have went to a bowl game.
Let me see. Let me look. Schedule and results. Yeah, they were 9-4. He just kind of transposed.
What did I say?
4-8.
Oh.
Because I seem to remember they won some games early. Anyway, Goo, listen.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on. I'm working with a guy with a 143 IQ, and that kind of trivial, that's not where he gets his knowledge from. He gets it from other places.
Experience.
Exactly. Exactly right. We got crossover coming up next.
Yeah, they're at the
Willard
team store, Steiny.
and Dibbs. They're at the team store at Thrive City, and they're going to be there till 6 o'clock. And, of course, that's the site of the game tonight between the Golden State Warriors and the Houston Rockets, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 tonight, 7 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock Warriors live. Employee pricing for all is on right now at Ceremony Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay, no markups, no nonsense. Stop by Ceremony Boulevard or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, from America, for America.
Steiny, a few months ago, I had a checkup with my doctor, and he recommended I get healthy.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. It is the crossover, and they're joining us from the team store at Thrive City, adjacent to Chase Center. What's up, gentlemen? Is it starting to percolate out there?
Yeah. I don't know if we're there yet. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So yeah, we got a few stragglers, some people that are getting started, but no, we're not calling it a percolation sensation.
Well, I wasn't asking about you guys. I didn't really care about the stragglers. I was wondering about if there are other people out there.
Thank you,
yes,
Steiny.
I'm still on my game in Nevada.
There are other humans here, but no. Do we have the vibe of the game about to begin yet? We do not, and it's because you have not been singing on the air yet.
I got you.
I'll never forget that. The last time we had a beautiful day and a big playoff game that everybody was sort of drum beating and expecting to be a victory. It was when we were here for Game 6 against the Sacramento Kings. The Warriors went out there and had an absolutely horrible effort. So I'm glad that you're not singing because it didn't work that day.
Only for elimination games. That's it.
And Willard, I get a little jealous because you always act like he was solo. Your boy was also singing with them that day.
Yeah, but I would look at you and I'd expect you to be able to sing. What was so alluring about that day was that it was Steiny singing on the radio. It was just different, Goo. Like that fits with who you are. It does not fit who Steiny is. Steiny, it doesn't fit you. It was you stepping out of your comfort zone. That's what I loved about it.
Yeah, I really did. And speaking of stepping out of their comfort zone, well, that's not really going to be a good segue.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the game Saturday?
I thought it was awesome. I thought it was a great testimony to the toughness that the Warriors were able to show. You didn't have Jimmy Butler, and you guys mentioned it before, the lack of offense early in that game, and yet you just, like Teddy, KGB, and Rounders, you kept hanging around, and, they hung around, and they cut it to 3, and by the time you got to the third quarter, I felt like they were going to be able to make a push and get over, but then you think about how they did it, and, Buddy Hield was big. Quentin Post channeled his inner Kevon Looney with the big time rebounds, and you just you got it done. And Houston, you guys made great points earlier about their offense and how Houston's probably not going to beat you 125-95 in this series, but a game like that, I thought, was a recipe for kind of a disaster for the Warriors, but they hung in there, and then Steph did what he does, and you pulled out a huge Game 3 win, pivotal Game 3.
No doubt. And Willard, I want to just say this to you because you aren't by yourself. But last week you were just talking about the Rockets defensively yanking and pulling and grabbing the chef. But I just want to say this PSA to you two and everybody out there listening. This dude's pushing 37 years old. He's 37. We got to enjoy it, man, and it looks like it's not slowing down at all, but this is incredible. It's a team game. Buddy was great. The team was great. Kerr, everybody. But watching Steph Curry, Michael Jackson perform again and again without Jimmy Butler on that stage, and I got goosebumps when I saw him clap, do the Kevin Durant to Draymond. And he wasn't being mean, but it was like, give me the effing ball. I'm in a zone. And then to go down and do what he did, it's just spectacular. And I'm telling you guys, man, I can never get enough of it. It is truly, we are watching something special, man.
Enjoy every minute. And I also wonder, did each of you, and I'd say probably most of the listeners too, did you all take a moment during that game or afterward and pat yourselves on the back? Did you do it? Did you? Did you pat yourself on? Because you all deserve credit. Not. You should pat yourself on the back right now, Guru. Steiny, I'm not sure about you, but most people listening, pat yourself on the back because did you notice the referees twice called the Rockets for grabbing Steph off of the ball, and it's because the world made a big deal about it for about 48 hours leading up to Game 3. That's one of the things that I thought was incredibly important. It's the same thing I'll say. It's not even just about the Warriors or Steph. When you see the way the Knicks-Pistons game ended in Game 4 over the weekend, I'd like to make a huge deal, like we started to last week, about how the league handles review in the final 2 minutes of a game. Do it like the NFL. Don't leave it for someone to have a challenge still in their hip pocket. Well, you ruined a game. The wrong team won the basketball game because of the way, and they admitted it. They admitted it right afterwards. So I know sometimes what we all do in the world of sports media seems like it's like frivolous, and does it actually have a goal? Like, I truly believe that the chatter about what Houston does on Steph away from the ball led to calls in Game 3, because it happened twice, and it needs to happen again tonight, because this is the way Houston is coaching their players to play, and it's against the rules, and so I hope it keeps getting called.
Yeah,
that's for you, Stoney.
I mean, we'll see. I think the one thing that's obvious, and I like it, is it's almost like the NBA is embracing this truism that the playoffs are different than the regular season. And I know some people aren't going to like that, because they're going to say the game's the game and you should officiate the way you officiate it, and it should be consistent. But I look at every series, and I think the league has apparently gotten together and said, let them play more. And it has not, I don't really think it's hurt the Warriors at this point. But and I think of all the teams, it feels like the Warriors are and were completely prepared for it, and they're okay with it, and they think they can win that way too if they have to.
Yeah, and I do think that fans are caping up for the Warriors more than the Warriors are caping up for themselves. And I did also notice what Mark mentioned about a couple of different times where, they actually called it, where Steph was trying to move and they made the call, and still the Warriors got called for 4 more fouls than Houston. So I don't think that the Rockets can look at those 2 calls and think that they didn't get a fairly fair shake of the whistle. And Steiny, I've been looking at all the numbers of the fouls in the playoffs this year, and fouls are down about 1 foul a game over the regular year. So it's really not even that many more things they're letting go. They're still calling a lot of fouls, and if you look at the New York series that Mark was referencing, those games have been about 50 fouls a game, and the average in the NBA is about 37 or 38. So just depends on the series and depends on the physicality of that series. But I do think that this one, especially in Game 3, was called very fair for both teams.
Well, maybe I should say that the NBA is just acknowledging that the playoffs are different, not the officiating is different.
Right.
Because that would make sense to me if the foul call total is not increasing by a significant amount, but we know the intensity is.
Yes.
And the physicality is. So you're probably right. The refs are calling about the same amount of fouls, but you can see that the playoffs are played differently than the regular season.
I think that's the observation, because it's almost like the level of play suggests there should be 5 to 7 calls more per game, and there's actually 1 call less per game. So I'm with you on that, Steiny. And you know what I've heard a lot of people say, and I don't disagree, these playoffs have been really entertaining.
Yes.
They've been really, really entertaining. So maybe there's something to be said for it, but I think there's a nuance to how you do all of this. Are you in general going to let a few extra things go? Sure. But we can spotlight certain things, and like I tried to kind of detail last week, I absolutely think Steph is one of them. I think the way that Orlando is handling Jason Tatum is another one. Like, I think there's things out there that are strategic and purposeful that have been coached on for certain teams, and that's the kind of stuff that I think officials need to do a better job of looking out for, and they're starting to. They're starting to as we get to Game 3, 4, and 5 of these series.
Yeah, I came in this morning trying to, it wasn't my objective, but I was beating the Rockets up for who they are and their ineptitude on offense. But Steiny had the best phrase. They're a great story and a great team, but they're offensively challenged. But Dibbs and Willard, with all that said, with about 7:30 left in the game, it was 80-80. It was there. But Gary Payton's personal 9-0 run, I can't remember doing the Warriors' run of all the runs in the Kerr era where an other had his own personal 9-0 run. Dibbs, anybody come to mind? Willard, that was special, and they needed every one of them.
I remember a game where LeBron scored 25 straight points against Detroit, I want to say in an Eastern Conference final.
Well, that's LeBron. Yeah, I remember that at Detroit to close them out. But I'm talking about a Warrior. And GP is awesome. He's a champ. But a other player like that, guys, in a Warrior uniform, not named Steph Clay Durant.
Yeah, it's hard to remember anything like that, but, when you look at the game log, and Quentin Post had a big bucket in there as well, and, Steph Curry did so much to keep him even in it and set up the stage for GP2 to do that down the stretch. And I do think that when you look at the Rockets, and Steiny, you guys have made good points earlier about who this team really is, and they're built in the image of their head coach. And so even though they have many games this year where they scored 130 points, it's not really the way they go about winning a lot of games. And so if you look at a team that won 52 games in the regular season, they all weren't 91-90. So they do have the ability to score. Dylan Brooks had a great year in the regular year, and he has not been great in the series. And, Jalen Green had the one good game. And you know what? If he does that again tonight, the Warriors might be in trouble, because the way he won game 2 was that way. He just was on an absolute heater, and Jalen Green went off, and you had no answer for it.
You're listening, ladies and gentlemen, to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The one thing, and Guru's right about it, being 80-80 with about 7.5 left in the fourth quarter, and I get it. You say, man, but the Warriors are at an advantage. If the game is tied with 7 minutes to go, I think they're going to win 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 5 of all those games because of Steph and because of their experience, because they make foul shots, because they're more skilled offensively. I'm not saying that if you told Steve Kerr it's going to be 80-80 with 6 minutes to go, he said, I'll take it. But at 80-80 with 7 minutes to go, I think the Warriors feel good at that point.
I'll take it. There was at no point in that game where I wasn't thrilled when the Warriors were just close. Didn't you feel at halftime? I was shocked they were down by 3.
We said that, yes.
I thought they should be down by 15 with the way that first half went. And they were only down by 3. And then every time, because we were watching in a public place, every time that it got back to even, the whole place would light up. You were thrilled that they were hanging in there. I wasn't expecting them to win that game. They're not that great of a team without Jimmy Butler. They're not that great of a team without Jimmy Butler. Well, and they won that game. I didn't even look at what happened. What happened to the line when Jimmy was announced out? Was Houston favored in that game?
That I don't know.
They were only favored by 2 when people thought, or 3 when they thought he was going to be in. So I assumed that they quickly became the underdog. I don't know that, but at no point in the first half of that game did I watch with an eye of expectation that the Warriors would win Game 3. And then when they played the way they did in the fourth quarter, I don't know about you guys. I walked out of there. I think that's the most impressive performance by any single team in the playoffs so far. Game 3 Saturday night. Easily.
Easily.
First of all, only the Grizzlies and Warriors have had to play any games without a star. The Grizzlies did not win any games with or without their star. So it's the only team that has had to play without a frontline player. I guess you could argue the Bucks, but they'd been playing without Lillard for a really long time. He got knocked out in the middle of the game yesterday, but they didn't win any of those games. The only game they won, Lillard played. So, like I haven't seen anybody else go out there and win without one of their star players, let alone do it when you were immediately in the first half down by double digits. Like, add all of that up, what some of the role players, GP2, Buddy Hield, were able to go out there and do, yeah, that's the signature win of the playoffs by any team so far in my mind.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Well,
I mean, you can argue Minnesota.
That's
over
what
the
I would
weekend.
say yesterday.
You can argue that. Yep. Like, coming back from 10 down, but yeah, like
I hear what you're saying without Butler.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, Minnesota's full strength. I'm not convinced they're not better than the Lakers. Period.
I think you might be right, Dibs. Here's one thing I was thinking about when I was looking at the Warriors. You know, we've been spoiled here. Curry, Clay, Durant, Draymond, Bogut, West, Iguodala. These are monster names. Listen to this starting lineup. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Podziemski, Kuminga, Post.
Yeah.
That's who started for the Golden State Warriors in a big playoff game. And that's what stuck out to me before tip-off, Dibs, was, oh, my God, look at this Warrior team. It's not that great. And yet they found a way.
Second-year player, rookie, and a fourth-year player who has been put on ice for the better part of a month now. And, yeah, that's 3 of your starting 5. And so, yeah, you had Steph and Draymond for sure, but then you've got a 25-year-old rookie who is a stretch 5, and now he's here to stay. Pods has been amazing throughout the course of his year, certainly. And then Jonathan Kuminga, you didn't know what you were going to get. And I thought that he played pretty well in that first quarter stint. Offensively, I still think that he's a little bit unsure about what he is supposed to be doing, but defensively, that's where the game swung, and JK was pretty solid on Green most of the night.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that point, Dibs. Jalen Green, I was looking for him offensively, and I felt like the Rockets did a disservice not trying to get him going after his big game, but it is what it is. But to Jonathan Kuminga, I was disappointed, and 17 minutes after you start kind of tells the story of what I thought I saw or didn't see. But to that point, Quentin Post, 1 of 7 from the field, 0 of 3 from three-point land. But you know what, guys? 27 minutes. Wow, how does that happen? He got 12 rebounds. He was mixing it up, and that's what I was just telling Steiny. My last thing on Kuminga is it's not just about points. What else can you bring to the table to have your coach keep you in the game? And I thought Quentin Post put that on. He illustrated that just 100% Saturday night.
Game 4 and Game 3 are two totally different scenarios and assignments for Jonathan Kuminga. Game 3, I think it's unfair to kind of come down on him because nobody knew that was coming, and he had been incredibly rusty and just thrown in there because the alarms went off and Jimmy is headed to the locker room. It's very different when you get a ramp up of 2 days where you essentially know that this is very possible, and then you're a starting player. And Dibs is not wrong. There were some nice defensive moments, a couple of them, some nice defensive moments for Kuminga. But other than that, he did not put a stamp on the game. And he looks completely lost offensively. And if you want to blame that on Steve Kerr, past, present, future, whatever, go ahead and do it. The guy's been in the league for 4 years, and it's not like there was some weird, difficult assignment or whatever. We can't say this series is not built for him. Supposedly, he's very good against the Rockets. That's what happened earlier in the year. I think it's incredibly easy to call that a wildly large missed opportunity for Jonathan to go out there and change the tone of the discussion. I don't like, to me that was obvious.
Yeah, I don't know that you want him going out in that game and saying I'm going to make an imprint. Listen.
I don't want him to say it. I want him to do it.
He may be completely responsible for the position he's in right now, but that's a tough spot to put him in, and you have to. Don't get me wrong, you have to. And I'm not feeling sorry for him. This is different, but I think to start Kuminga and to expect him to score 20.
No. I didn't say score 20, but go out. Just dude, go look good.
Yeah,
he didn't
I'm
look
with
good.
you. I'm with you.
You can't, like, for me, I'm sorry. Lasting imprint. lasting visual of Jonathan Kuminga for me. Gets the ball on the left block, pivot, picked.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, dude. You're lost.
Yeah.
You're lost. Yeah, I don't know what to say. There's no excuse for that in the NBA.
I'm with you, Will.
Yeah.
I mean, Steiny, for me, it's like the imprint would be as simple as going out there and getting a rebound or two. He had 1 rebound. And, and Goo, you mentioned Quentin Post, a guy who was 1 for 7, but he kept playing because he had 12 rebounds. And so Quentin Post became a guy you absolutely had to play because he had 12 rebounds, he had 4 assists, and he was mixing it up on defense as well. And so I don't want to make this about, Jonathan Kuminga and his effectiveness or his ineffectiveness, but there was a spot in there, I thought, in the first quarter where he could go out there and try to do the things that would keep him on the floor, and he didn't. And it's not about him trying to score or the ha-ha and all the rest of it, which we all love the ha-ha, but it was more about doing the other things, the little things that would make it so they had to play him.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't done little things for his entire career. Here's the way I'll put it. When Steve Kerr inserted him into the starting lineup after everything that's happened, that's about the way I expected him to play. I just did. I mean, that's about what I expected out of Kuminga.
Yeah, that's fair. And I do think that, a guy in his 4th year and somebody from the G League Ignite, and I heard your caller earlier talking about any player who's come from the G League in that setting and has gone on to do really well. And I think that that's part of it because when you go into that setting, you're trying to worry about your own offense and scoring the basketball, and you're not going to really go through and learn all the nuances of, basketball. And I'm not going to compare him to Pods as players, but Brandon Pajemski played a couple years in college, and he played in 2 different systems, and he figured out what he could do to be an effective non-scoring NBA player because he didn't play great on Saturday night scoring the ball, but he does all the little things. He takes charges, he defends, he passes, he's in the mix, and so he becomes the guy you have to play.
Hey, Dibs, you're the residential ref. I know we're about to get out of here, so I want to throw this at you, and Willard and Stoney chime in. I think it's a joke that the NBA has this pull report and they admit what we all saw, but you can't fix or rectify it. How do the Detroit Pistons feel when this report comes out, but yet you don't do anything in the real time? Dibs, can you help me out as to what does the pull report accomplish?
Transparency, and mistakes are going to be made, and the Warriors tonight will have turnovers, and the Rockets will have turnovers, and the referees will have turnovers. And so for me, it's not about them being able to be perfect because they never will be. And I think the last 2-minute reports about transparency where the league looks at it and says, you know what? These were the things that were mistakes. And you remember it was the Memphis game in the play-in where in the last 2-minute report there were 4 mistakes, 2 against Memphis and 2 against the Warriors. And it's like, okay, the referees had a very bad last 2 minutes. So for me, it's more about like transparency and honesty. They're not going to ever get everything right. We know that.
But I don't know that no one's asking for them to be perfect. I think we're just asking for, fixable problems. If you can come out and tell us you messed up an hour after the game, why can't you tell us right then? And go fix it.
I'm with you.
I don't understand why someone doesn't have a challenge with a second left to go.
Who cares?
And so you're like, oops, oh well, you lose. Like that can't be. That just can't be the way we do it. The NFL has this figured out. Once you get to the 2-minute warning, we don't need your red hanky anymore.
Wow.
Should be the same thing in the NBA. All you got to do is look at that, see a foul, put him on the free throw line.
There
He's
you
going to
go.
hit at least 2 out of 3 in Detroit. Wins, and we're tied 2-2.
Man.
Dibs and Willard, Guru had a great one today. I said, the NBA's already come out and said they missed that game-winning call. And Guru goes, oh, cool, so we're playing it over.
Right.
Exactly. Not quite. We knew, but...
Not my best work.
It was awesome.
I laughed.
Rest assured tonight, if you are going to focus on the officials, and we all are, all 3 refs tonight are crew chiefs during the regular season. So you've got as much of an experienced crew as you could possibly want.
Wow.
All right, guys.
Do we have the Refalytics? Do we have the Refalytics? Do they like home teams?
No. They are dead solid in the middle.
Ugh.
They're like a 50-50 crew. They're a great crew.
All right, gents. Let me say thank you to the Stone Tree Golf Club. It is a wonderful place to golf. Beautiful day up here.
How
a lot of
was
people
your day?
taking.
You guys didn't talk about your day.
It was incredible.
It was a lot of fun.
The ambiance, Willard, the scenery.
Not done with my thank yous.
Oh, go ahead,
I know, but you know, I know what you're going to do. You're going to run real fast, and then you're going to leave. I want to hear how it was out there.
Tell them, Stein.
It's nice. It's sunny. We're in the clubhouse.
Can you expand a bit?
Did you hit any balls?
I did not, no.
Guru?
No.
No. Hey, I did so well last year, they took me away from the ceremonial first week.
Yeah, but you could have hit your own.
Well,
that's true. All right. So once again, thanks to the Stone Tree Golf Club here in Novato. Beautiful place to play golf. The Agape and Atkin Pest. Oh God, Goo, you do it. It's your account. Atco Pest Control.
There you go. My man's in the zone, baby.
Are you guys on your way to Chase?
Yeah, I am.
Good for you, Guru.
Yeah. I'm a game time decision.
No, you're not. I'll try to stop by. I'll try to stop by. Thanks. No, you're not.
No, but if I am down there, we should encourage people to go say hi to Willard and Dibbs and make sure when they're on the air, you try to distract them and try to talk to them. That's always fun.
And let's go Warriors. Let's go. Let's get her done.
We don't mind that at all. Yeah, absolutely come see us and make funny faces at us at the team store. Please.
All right, gentlemen. You can hear the game tonight starting at 7, Warriors Live at 6.
And
Willard
another
and Dibbs
special thanks to Atco Pest Control.
On 95.7. The game. Go ahead, Goo.
No, just another thank you to Atco Pest Control and company for having us out here. This was awesome.
All right, gents. Take it from here.
Bye, guys.
All right.
All right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Tonight at Chase Center, Willard and Dibbs on the scene, team store adjacent and ready to go. And for the YouTube audience, I'm going to hold this up right now and say hello to one of our viewers/listeners, Ken C., who said, can Willard and Dibbs please remind the fans to wear the damn shirts? Look at these shirts. Warriors. That's all it says right there.
Yeah.
Wear your shirt tonight if you are inside the arena. So those of you who are in your bathroom right now trying to pick out your outfit, do us all a favor. Scrap it. Just wear a T-shirt and jeans. Get your butt down here. Put the shirt on.
Well, you saw Juszczyk and McCaffrey wearing it live.
That's exactly right.
Saturday night,
so don't act like wearing the shirt's not cool. Wearing the shirt is cool. Warriors got a home playoff game tonight, and Dibbs, it is pivotal because they can take a 2-game lead in the series.
I mean, if you go up 3-1, the odds are very heavily in your favor that you win the series, but they're already heavily in your favor because you won Game 3 in a series that's one apiece. And we could debate pivotal or not pivotal. You need to win 4 of these, and they've won 2, and so now the Rockets need to win 3 of the final 4 in order to do what they want to do. And so it's more pivotal for Houston tonight, but then you look at the home court advantage part of it. If the Warriors don't come out on top, well, bye-bye home court. Now Houston would get 2 of the final 3, in theory, on their home court. So I do think we're going to get good news about Jimmy Butler, probably toward the tail end of the show.
We've pretty much already got it. Shams has already put his name on it.
Until he actually goes out there and plays.
He's going to play.
Yeah, I mean.
He's going to play.
Sure.
I'll put my name on it. He's going to play.
Yeah, okay.
What?
Nothing.
He's going to play.
I already said that I think that he's going to play, and you got 4 hours and 43 minutes until he actually has to play. So hopefully he can keep that tailbone tucked away so that when it comes time to play, he'll be ready to go.
Houston missed their chance. That's honestly what I really believe. And yes, they could. You're not wrong. They could go out and have a poor shooting night and all that. I thought they kind of had a poor shooting night on Saturday in the way that you would think. They needed someone else to step up. In the end, they did. GP2 did. Buddy, even in his own annoying way, did. But Podziemski still didn't hit, and Moody still didn't hit, and Jonathan Kuminga did not do anything offensively, and they still found a way to come out and win a basketball game that I didn't feel for much of the night that they were going to get. So it's hard not to believe that Houston has kind of had two chances, and they've not nailed it on either one of them. They came out, had the home court, they had the lead in game one in the first quarter, and then the Warriors dominate that basketball game. You win game one, a game we thought Houston pretty much had to have, they didn't have. Same thing game three. You get a game without Jimmy Butler. They didn't win it. Sure, they've got an opportunity to rectify that tonight. I don't love their chances. The Warriors are closer back to full strength, and the Warriors can take a stranglehold on this tonight. But before we get too far into tonight, I don't want to forget at all Saturday night, and we'd love to hear from you. The Warriors winning that game means what to you? I'll tell you what, I firmly believe the statement that I made, and I know some people are going to think that this is unfair because the Warriors were expected, they're favored to win this series. So was Minnesota's win over the Lakers yesterday, was that more impressive than the Warriors win Saturday night? You can debate that, but for me, with Jimmy Butler out of the lineup, that win, game three, Saturday night, wildly impressive for the Warriors. And for me, the most impressive single victory that any team has had in these playoffs so far. And it absolutely puts their signature on the fact that they are who we thought they were. Oklahoma City is already in the second round and waiting. They're going to be the favorite. That's not going to change. But the Warriors are going to put a stamp on these playoffs. The Lakers might not. But the Warriors are. That's what Game 3 said to me.
And Game 3 was very impressive, and, we can compare it to every other playoff game and say which was more impressive than the other. I do look at a Houston team that they're clearly not ready to advance or go that far in the playoffs. They've got such a young core. Steiny was laying it out earlier, and he's right. When you look at 5 of their guys, they're all 22 or 23, and those teams don't usually advance very far. So the Warriors were impressive without Jimmy Butler, but they are going against probably the second weakest of the 8 playoff teams, in my opinion. Memphis would be the other one. The Clippers and Denver, that looks to be a 7-game series. Yep. Maybe they're going to play 9 just on principle.
Dude.
That thing is legit knockdown, drag out, heavyweight bout. The Lakers have, major pedigree, and they're a team that, even though whatever J.J. Redick decided to do, he played 5 guys for the entire second half. That's like 1964 basketball.
He's been completely exposed. Yeah. And that's another thing that Game 3 states to me, which is, man, I am sure thankful for Steve Kerr, the entire Warriors staff, their medical staff even. Think about over the weekend what these two franchises, which often get compared, think about what they did. Both faced with a stressful situation. The Warriors said, relax. We're going to give Jimmy a night off because we think we can handle it anyway. And then they did. Meantime, the Lakers are down 3 in a Game 4 situation at halftime. They think they absolutely have to win it. J.J. Redick plays it as a Game 7 situation and loses the basketball game.
Up 10.
And now, even up 10 going into the fourth quarter does not change the strategy. Wears his 40-year-old out, and then he goes scoreless in the fourth. They lose the basketball game, and now they are in deep, deep trouble. There's where you see, for those of you who have struggled to figure out why Steve Kerr is as successful as he is, there's Exhibit A. You had a rookie coach with the Lakers get exposed over the weekend. You had a veteran head coach over the weekend stay calm in the face of adversity, pull out a victory, and now gets at least a healthier Jimmy Butler back in the fold tonight.
And it just is more than only Steve Kerr. It's an entire staff, and it's trust in the medical staff where Jimmy gets ready to play on Saturday, and he's clearly not all the way there. So there's really no decision to make. He doesn't play. And I know you want him to play and you want to win game 3, but like you said, you got to have a great faith in everything else you're going to put out there. And you go to Kuminga, and Jonathan Kuminga was okay. He didn't, like Steiny said earlier, I think it was a great phrase to describe it. He didn't cost you the game. He didn't hurt you. And so you had him out there for about 16 minutes, and he did what he did. And Buddy Hield was spectacular, and Quentin Post was great, and Steph was his usual self.
Steph was unbelievable.
And the other piece of it is Draymond Green defensively was just phenomenal. Again, stepping in and switching off and stepping in front of rocket offensive players. And so you pulled it out. Now Jimmy is almost assuredly going to play tonight, and you feel like, okay, this is the one where you really take the series by the scruff of the neck and you make it so that you put Houston away. It's up 3-1 if they do win this one, but then Houston would have to win 3 straight, including, 2 games at home and a game 7 with a young team. I don't like their chances.
No, don't like their chances at all. And so, yeah, the Warriors are catbird seat right now. Got to go do it tonight for sure. But I tell you what, that really, to me, that was a signal on Saturday. And I'm not going to disagree with anything that you said as far as where you frame Houston. Are they the second weakest team in the Western playoffs, even though they're the 2 seed? Probably just because of circumstance. I think they're a very good team, but they're youth. They're young. Yeah. So that youth kind of puts them in a little bit of a different spot, although you can look around at some of the other things that have happened out there. I did consider the Lakers an easier target for teams because they got worse defensively, even in the wake of becoming more dynamic offensively at the trade deadline, and that has proven to actually be a problem for them. They've not been able to get stops against the Timberwolves in that series. But anyway, I hear where you're coming from there, but no matter who you played, with that offensive lineup, to go out there and fly by 100 points and handle any playoff
they kind of crap by 100 points.
No,
but
they like in this series, that's flying by 100 points. It's the first time someone scored 100 points for the Warriors.
I had it at 101.95 going in, and so I was almost bang on the numbers.
What was the exact final?
104.93.
104.93. Yeah, I mean, look, you're not gonna. No one's gonna take the shine off of this one.
No,
I don't care what you say. I know you're not trying to.
No doubt.
But there is no diminishing what the Warriors achieved on Saturday night without Jimmy Butler. You are forgetting what they looked like in January. You're forgetting what they looked like in December. They went 2 months where they barely won games against anyone. And then they went out there with the last-minute word that they would not have their game-changing acquisition, and then immediately fell down by 13, 14 points. And so to win that basketball game, yeah, that's the one. That's the most impressive performance anybody's had for me so far in these playoffs, and it has set them up with the opportunity they have tonight.
That's right, and it set them up. And so now you are set up for the opportunity. Now you have to go out there and seize the opportunity because you're favored again. You're at home, and you're getting Jimmy Butler back. So go out there and exert your will and win this game the way that you should win the game, because if you go the other direction and you allow this Houston team to feel like they've got a little bit of extra life, well, now you put yourself into a really precarious spot.
All right, we'd love to hear from you all afternoon long. We're at the team store getting ready for Game 4 tonight. Game 3's performance means what to you for these playoffs? 888-957-9570. Big runway for all you listeners today. We'd love to hear from all of you coming out of the weekend and getting right in to Game 4 tonight. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament, which was today at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. All proceeds benefiting the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. Your phone calls right now, 888-957-9570 at the team store at Chase Center. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Chef, get ready to do your thing. That voice is none other than the great Tim Roy, and guess what? Tim Roy. 4:15.
All right, let's
Willard
go.
and Dibbs. He's going to stop by on his way to work tonight, and so that'll be a whole lot of fun. Other than that, it's all you. It's all you, people. We're getting ready for Game 4. We're still reacting to Game 3. And in fact, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Me and Dibbs, we're down on bended knee. Before every game, vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. This is brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Here's today's question. Game 3 on Saturday. Warriors had no Jimmy Butler. Trailed by as many as 13 in the first half, yet came back to win the game. I said it already. Do you agree? Was that the most impressive win by any team so far this postseason? Yes or no? I obviously am a yes. I got to imagine Grandy's a yes. What did you text us, that this was the biggest win of the dynasty or something like that?
One of the best wins of the whole dynasty, the last decade.
It's a big statement.
Considering down Jimmy Butler, you don't have another running mate, really?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's for me, that's kind of what I'm getting at. That was a memorable night. I did not go in feeling optimistic.
Oh, I did. I absolutely did. And, I mean, even though you don't have Jimmy Butler and we didn't know until the 11th hour that he wouldn't play, you're still better than the Houston Rockets. This is a young team that's not really good at scoring, and you've got one of the fill-in-the-blank greatest players in the history of the game, and you're playing at home. Honestly, even without Jimmy Butler, I look at that game and I expect you to win. And I would not put this in the pantheon of the dynasty and playoff wins. It was a good playoff win. It was needed. And I do think that tonight becomes as important if you really want to go on a run, because we've talked about this before. You're an older team, and you're an older team that needs rest. So you don't want this thing to go 6 games. God forbid it goes 7. If you really want to have a chance in the next round against probably Minnesota.
Looking like Minnesota, yeah.
Well, then if Minnesota polishes off LA in 5, you want to do the same, and you want to get equal rest. And so, yeah, it was a big win, and it was impressive. You didn't have Jimmy Butler, but for me to start talking about putting it in the pantheon, that's a little bit prisoner of the moment for me.
I'm not in pantheon, but I am going to say most impressive win I've seen any team get so far this postseason, and I think that you're slightly downplaying who the Warriors were prior to Jimmy Butler. When you say you're still better than Houston without Jimmy Butler, the season would suggest you're not.
A 12-3 start is, you didn't have Jimmy Butler. And,
right. That was a long time ago.
It
with
was.
With a lot of different pieces. But anyway.
Tons of different pieces. But I still look at who you are as a playoff team, and you've got the playoff experience. And we ran the numbers, and you could take Jimmy's playoff experience out of it, but Draymond's 170 and Steph's 150 something, and Kevon's played however many. Those things to me matter. And you've got a Houston team that is young and inexperienced, and
for sure
they're on the road. It was the first time they've ever played a playoff game on the road.
I mean, but you're the one who's gone back through the season a whole lot. Now, I don't know about the relevancy of it when they're at full strength, but the Warriors without Jimmy Butler this year don't even qualify for the playoffs. They're not a playoff team.
Oh, they're probably a play-in team, 9 or 10 seed.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Play your way out of that. So.
Yeah, which unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, and, it happened in the East, so it's certainly something that could possibly happen, but I just look at where you are, especially being at home and all the pedigree that you have, and, we can highlight the coaching advantage, and I know that a lot of fans don't probably want to give Steve Kerr his flowers.
Of course not.
Even though he's won, 101 playoff games now?
Is that all?
I think he just went by Larry Brown, and he's now 6th all-time, I think, in playoff victories as a coach, and so...
And second fastest to do it in a number of games. Only Phil Jackson did it in fewer games.
Well, there you go. Great add in there, Grandy. And that, I think, is just more fodder to the argument of, people who don't want to give him his flowers, and I don't understand it. But I like Ime Udoka, and I think with his team, he's got one way to coach, and this is the way. We got to beat him 90-89, and the Warriors were able to get some Steph Curry offense, and Buddy Hield was terrific from behind the line, and I mean,
kinda.
I love the Buddy Hield experience because he
Do
hits
you?
a three.
Do
and then
you
he gets
really
picked.
love it?
I love it because that's why I like sports. I mean,
I know,
Buddy's
but
got that big toothy grin, and Buddy's dribbling. It's like, Buddy, just stop.
Dude, you
stop
can't.
dribbling. And he gets whoop.
You can't enjoy that in the moment, though. Do not tell me that when he gets picked by Steven Adams.
Oh yeah.
You cannot.
Straight ripped him.
You cannot get enjoyment out of that.
I didn't enjoy that moment, but I do enjoy the Buddy Hield experience because he's a fun player, and he plays with that. I mean, he plays with the effusive joy of a 9-year-old. He's just a kid playing a game.
That's fine.
And I love to see it.
That's fine. Again, it is. You notice that all of the Buddy stuff this year, it kind of comes in the post-game press conference where people start joking around with Buddy after wins. And it's really the only time you can enjoy Buddy is when you look back and you're like, it ended up being okay. It ended up being okay, but it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay when you were doing it. Nobody enjoys Buddy Hield in the moment. You don't enjoy him till you get home and everybody's there safely.
I enjoy the three ball. And
you can have highs, but the lows come with it, and
it's all the same.
And they're heavy. They're heavy lows.
It's Buddy Hield, and it's kind of like any other player out there. And Draymond Green puts you on an emotional roller coaster as well, where great defensive play, terrible turnover, great defensive play, technical foul.
Sure.
He'll hit an open three, and so it's a little bit of a different roller coaster, but it is an emotional roller coaster.
It's got some gravity behind it, though, when Draymond does it. It has a resume behind it. When Buddy Hield does it, you're just like, are you serious right now? That's kind of how it feels when Buddy Hield does it. Yes, he does not have the cachet and the leash, if you will, that Draymond Green has.
Right.
Not even close.
I'm looking at a 90-second span of Buddy Hield.
My God.
9:07 to go. Hield steal. Buddy Hield, his third steal of the game.
Good Lord.
Curry misses a three. And then you come back the other way. Buddy Hield hits a three. Warriors take the lead. And 23 seconds later, Hield lost ball turnover. It's like, what are we doing?
It's just
Adams with the steal.
It's not even the turnovers. It's the size of them and the hilarity of them.
Steven Adams picked you.
The largest man on earth, not named Zach Edey, picked you, took it the other way, and scored that sucker. Grizzly Adams picked you and laid it in.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy dribbles the ball out of bounds. He gets picked by a lumberjack. What are we doing? But then, you're right. He hit some threes.
Yeah.
He hit some threes and some huge ones. So I'm not taking away the imprint that he had on the game. I'm just, the experience is a heavy one.
No, and I loved it. I loved all of it and the emotions of that game. There were highs and lows, and I was watching with I'll name check him, my father-in-law, who tends to, when things are trending in a bad direction,
he don't like Buddy Hield, does he?
No, it's not even about Buddy. It's about like the general flow of a game, and the Warriors go down 10 in the second quarter, and wow, this one's over.
Oh, totally.
That kind of a vibe, and so I was watching with Pop, and we're watching it, and the day before we did the pancreatic cancer walk in the city, and so the emotions are all raw anyway. And this thing's over. It's like they're only down 10.
Hey,
I mean, long way to go.
Let me tell everybody.
Long way to go.
What you're talking about, it is very, very interesting to me. Like, you have to choose wisely with who you watch these games with.
Oh, I'm fine. He's welcome anytime.
No. I know you are.
No, but
lovely Christy and I have watched each one of these. I love watching with her. She has a little bit of your pop in there, though, when it's not going well, and I'll be like bemoaning something. Oh my God, let me tell you, they can't. And she'll be like, well, yeah. You didn't think they were going to win tonight, did you? And I don't know if she's just trying to manage expectations and emotions, or if she actually is like, no, of course they're going to get their butts kicked. They're not very good. Don't you know they're not very good? You know this, right? And I'm like, no, they're good. They're actually good. And that's kind of circling back to what I came out of Saturday night with. I still think there's a lot of people who, in a way, Warrior fans now, who kind of hate watch this team. And what I mean by that is there's still a lot of eye rolling that goes on with the Warriors, whether it's the lack of depth, Draymond and his damn emotions, and technical fouls, and turnovers and bad passes, and Buddy Hield doesn't know what he's doing, and Kuminga's been ruined by Steve Kerr, and Pod's jump shot takes nights off. And how long are we going to wait for Moses Moody to actually make some jump shots? And this guy, Quentin Post, looks like a deer in the headlights. Everybody not named Steph is so damn flawed. Can you stop for a second and enjoy how insane this is right now? Wildly undersold. 37, 35, and 35. And here they are, out of the play-in tournament, running this series and looking, quite frankly, like the team that might have the best opportunity to dethrone Oklahoma City. I don't know if anyone can.
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone can.
If they can even get to
They've got, yes, right.
I mean, that's, yeah, I know what you're saying. But
the odds-on favorite was the Lakers. How we doing?
Not great.
How we doing, right? And the Clippers and Nuggets are going to beat each other up, right? Look, the Warriors could lose tonight, and then they end up in the same bucket. But if they win tonight, they and Minnesota, I would argue, end up, in fact, it would be likely one of those teams that is going to end up in the conference finals up against Oklahoma City.
I can't even think about the dethroning of Oklahoma City. And, you mentioned earlier about, like, the most impressive playoff performance. For me, it's Oklahoma City in game 1 of Memphis. And they beat Memphis by 55 or whatever it was. They could have won by 80, and they won that series in about 9 minutes. And so I know Memphis eventually lost John Morant, and they were overmatched anyway, but the way Oklahoma City came out in that game 1 and basically said, no, not only no, but we're going to hammer you in game 1, and we're going to go ahead and put this thing out of reach, and we're going to get a week off.
I don't disagree with you, other than it's a matter of perspective is what we're talking about here, because I told you that day, I'm like Oklahoma City minus 13.5 was my bet of the year.
Of course.
I'm like, they're going to crush Memphis, and they did. So my point is, if you match it up against the expectations you have, then what the Warriors did on Saturday, to me, is way more impressive. To go out there without one of your stars and knowing, let's be real, it's not that deep of a team. It's not that deep of a team, but it worked. 888-957-9570. What the Warriors did on Saturday night means what to you with regard to their playoff standing? Let's go to Paul in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs live at the team store. Hey, Paul, thank you for calling.
You are welcome. Good afternoon, guys. So let me preface my point and my perspective. I'm a longtime Warrior fan. I lived through trading Wilt Chamberlain and getting 3 next to nobodies. I lived through drafting Rick Barry and then losing him to the ABA. I watched him play for the Oakland Oaks and saw just how big a player he was in terms of a part for the Warriors. I lived through losing Nate Thurman. The gut punch for me was the 1976 Western Conference Finals, and Dibbs might have a recollection to this.
Oh, yeah, he was there
in that treacherous Game 6. And even though they've won the championships and they've won games that had bigger prizes attached to them, for me, the win on Saturday night finally eviscerated and got rid of that horrible kick to the groin that 1976 semifinal loss to Phoenix lingered for 50 years. And it wasn't just the win, but it was all the pieces that had to fall into place for them to get it. Without Jimmy, Curry having to just play darn near perfect ball, getting contributions from a lot of different guys. It kind of went back to the old strength in numbers that Coach Adles employed when they won the NBA championship back in 74, 75. So that game Saturday night, and I agree with Grandy and his take about it being a franchise, one of the greatest wins in franchise history.
Man, That's Paul. That's a very, very big statement. So this one actually, what year did you say this cleared?
1976.
This cleared like a 50-year-old wound for you.
1976. Watching Rick Barry and them just melt, and he, the allegation was he was pouting and all that, and for them, they came back. They came back and won the championships, the 4 rings and all that. But this one, the way it happened, finally got rid of that real deep groin kick that 76 series lost to Phoenix. It was huge. And I did run into Coach Adle's son on Saturday night at an event. And I've known Al the Third a little bit, and he saw me, and the first thing out of his mouth was, "This one finally did it." And I said, "Well, you know what? You're absolutely right." And it was awesome.
Paul, thank you for calling.
Rick Barry's always said that the 76 team was better than the 75 team. The 75 team actually won the title, and Rick always laments that they didn't go back-to-back because that team was actually better. And Phoenix got him with a buzzer beater in Game 6, and then Rick Barry and company were just not good in Game 7.
The greats always say the losses stick with you a lot more than the wins do. So, this one was a win, though. And again, I don't know. I'm actually surprised by some of these answers with it being kind of like a franchise iconic victory. I mean, it's round 1. I just was very, very, of all the playoff games that I've watched, good Lord, I've never watched this much basketball in my life, man. I'm watching almost every game that I can in these playoffs, and this one to me was the most, you're welcome. This one to me was the most impressive performance when you consider the factors involved.
It was an impressive win, no doubt, and I'm not going to try to counterpoint you on this because it was an awesome victory to be down 13 a couple of different times and to be mostly dead in the water offensively, and you found a way. You dug deep. Steph with a couple buckets. Buddy Hield in the second quarter helped keep you in it. And by the time you went to the locker room down 3, I was feeling really good about where they could probably get to in this ball game. I thought that
I was thrilled that they were
won
down
the
3
game in the second quarter to me.
Interesting.
Well, because you could have been down 18 or 19.
No doubt. I
mean, you were offensively, they had nothing going. And, Houston was doing just enough to keep you at bay.
I bounced to the bathroom at halftime.
Oh, I'm sure.
I was walking a foot above ground. I'm like, they're only down by 3?
Yep.
But I still couldn't sit there in that moment and be like, they got this. Not at all. I mean, where was the offense going to come from? And they got very, very creative in the second half. And then, yes, Buddy knocked down some shots. I think Quentin Post, did he only have 2 points in the game? But my goodness, that was a big bucket.
Oh, yeah?
That was a big bucket. The little one-handed floater there in the lane in the fourth quarter. So, and Gary Payton was obviously fantastic.
Phenomenal.
Just a tremendous game by him. Let's go to JJ in San Rafael. Hi, JJ. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I want to talk about Quentin Post. I think, first of all, his rebounding was absolutely sensational. But what I noticed was he's probably the second best pure three-point shooter on the team, but he's not good at shooting under pressure. And I think we need to, run Trace Jackson Davis or somebody at him and get him used to putting up three-pointers with a hand in his face. Because you got to be able to do that in the NBA.
Well, that's an interesting take, JJ. I would look at it a little bit differently from this perspective. I think it's a little early to start writing down things in ink with regard to what Quentin Post is or is not good at in the playoffs. This is only his 3rd game as a playoff performer. And remember, in Game 2, he knocked down 4 or 5 three-pointers. So 3-point shooters are allowed on off night. Houston is a very, very good defensive team. Nobody is leaning on or relying on Quentin Post to be a fantastic offensive performer. But I'd also say, I actually don't want Quentin knocking down contested threes. That's not his job. There are very few people who can take and make contested threes in the NBA. Those are the stars. But the way ball moves around on offense in the NBA now, what you're actually looking for is the ball to land with someone who can shoot a very open open three. And that's what Pods needs to be better at, and what Moody needs to shake off, and what Quentin needs to do. If they're contested, I want them to pass the ball, unless there's 1 second left on the shot clock.
Yeah, and I mean, and I thought that Quentin just got a little quick with his three, and, you know, some of it was they were more contested than what he's used to. But, yeah, you get into that spot, and you should have somebody who can hopefully move the ball. Gary's done really well at that, about getting in the corner, open three, and knocking it down. So you don't have a great shooting team. If Buddy Hield is not on, then who's your second best shooter outside of Steph? You don't really have one from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, you got guys.
Buddy's off.
You got a lot of guys who moonlight. I mean, Post is probably your next purest shooter.
He's a rookie, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a rookie.
Right.
And then, you're looking for people to get hot. It's Houston is no different. In fact, worse. Dylan Brooks is the only one who's like night in and night out reliable from out there.
Outside of Steph and Buddy, you were 4 for 21 from 3.
Yep. They were not good.
No, they
were actually,
bad.
To me, is the most encouraging thing going into tonight. Is the guys that you would think, okay, Jimmy's out, what do you need in order to win the game? The things that I would have pointed to didn't happen. They didn't happen, and they still won. Pods didn't hit. Moody didn't hit. If those two things, Jimmy's out, Pods didn't hit, Quentin didn't hit, Moses didn't hit, I'd have told you then they're going to lose.
Yeah, probably. You would figure, because that's been the formula. This team loves to shoot the three. They took 45 of them, and that's why I keep going back to the Buddy Hield experience, because if it wasn't for Buddy playing and shooting it the way he shot it, you probably aren't even in that game in the third quarter.
888-957-9570. The win without Jimmy on Saturday night means what to you with regard to this playoff run? I think it's the most impressive playoff win I've seen a team get so far here in this month of April. 888-957-9570. We are taking your phone calls. Tim Roy joins us in an hour and 20 minutes. Until then, it's just you. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good at the Team Store at Chase Center. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont.
Willard and
Now,
Dibs.
back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Now say it, Lucas. Now say it.
Go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, Willard and Dibs. We're at the team store outside the Warrior game, y'all. Come see us. Who's heading to the game tonight? Game 4. We're talking it out. Voice of the Dubs, Tim Roy, in just over an hour, joining us. Until then, we're talking to you. We're talking to you, and we're talking to you in a number of ways. 888-957-9570. If you're watching on YouTube, hi. Good to see you. And also, let's go live to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I like this one. 415 says, I don't watch with my family because if someone is doing bad, they need to be traded. Now, first time I read that, I thought he meant if somebody says the wrong thing in my family, I look to trade them.
Yeah, wow.
But I think what this person actually means is that if a Warrior is performing poorly, my family members all say this person needs to be traded. And there's a lot of you like that out there. Don't be so definitive in the moment with your takes. This is the social media generation, Dibs, and we've seen it with LeBron. It's like his legacy is on the line on every possession. It's like, come on here. We're not trading people because they missed a shot. You just stick with that's part of my message with this group today. That's what Saturday meant to me. Like, you got to stop hate watching a lot of these players. This has been a pretty amazing 2.5 month run that we're now watching, and it's already been pretty special, and I'm pretty interested to see where this ends up.
Yeah, me too, and I'm hoping it ends up in June, and it might, it may not, and I just think that this series now, with them up 2-1, is very much in their hands, and you got a home game tonight, and you get Jimmy Butler back. I know the odds makers would tell you that you're not heavy favorites. I see it at 4.5 on ESPN Bet. Maybe it's more than 4.5 wherever you shop, but it's not a definitive, easy sort of a slam dunk double-digit spread, but you got to go out there and you got to handle it. And if you can win this one, I really like their chances a lot to advance. And it looks like Minnesota's going to be that team. They're also up 3-1. And, we can get into that matchup if it actually happens. But, yeah, the more you look at what you said, 2.5 months since you got Jimmy Butler, you've won about 75-80% of your games, and it's been a spectacular run.
Big League Chew is on the line with us, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs for taking your calls. That win Saturday night, it means what to you with regard to this playoff run? Hey, Big League Chew, what are you doing?
Actually, speaking of what I'm doing, I'm a two-way player right now. Okay, I got food on the oven, and I have laundry going on. So the missus is at work, and this is my day to shine. So
you're crushing
I feel pretty good about it.
Good for you. Nice job.
Well, it only depends on after when she comes home and if she approves. That's when I'm crushing it.
Yeah.
But I will say there's a thing is in terms of Buddy Hield. I just want to talk about his contributions off the bench and his importance for the Warriors in totality. And the one thing that I got to say is, Buddy Hield, I'm not the biggest fan in terms of minutes and et cetera, but when he does score 15 points, I did scour his game log for 35 seconds earlier today. And when he scores 15 points, he's 20-6, or the Warriors are 20-6.
Yep.
So that, at the end of the day, if he just contributes in some form or fashion and he hits 5 or 6 shots, we actually have a super, super high chance to win. 20-6 if he scores 15. Now, a couple of those losses are against some playoff teams, which, maybe there's injuries or whatever down the road of the regular season. But all I got to say is I think in Buddy we trust if it comes to, coming off the bench and just hitting some shots. That's all I got to say. So,
Big League Chew.
I'm feeling good. Yeah.
All right, and good luck with your lady. I hope you impress her. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, good luck. Okay, Buddy Hield he's a little bit like a Draymond three-pointer because and I get it. Steve Kerr pointed a similar stat out to us earlier in the year when we were talking about Moses Moody and starting. Remember, we had that run where he had never lost a game as a starter, and we brought it up to Steve, and he's like, yep. And also, by the way, have you noticed that when Buddy scores like 16 points for us or more, we rarely ever lose? It makes sense, though, but because you're getting a contribution from someone you're not necessarily relying on. I'd argue that most playoff teams, you need that. You either need a star to go off, or, you're going to need, they're going to leave all these other guys open. So someone's going to have to knock them down. And to your point about how, I think that fans do need to battle a little complacency tonight. Not like we have an effect on the game, right? But there is this assumption that the Warriors are now up 3-1 because Jimmy's going to play tonight. And they're not. They're not up 3-1. They're a 3.5-point favorite. That is a tight spread. And Houston is still good and capable. And the Warriors are going to have to play well tonight to win the game.
They're going to have to even play better than they did the other night,
Agreed.
I think, offensively, because we talked about it before, where outside of Buddy and Steph from three, you almost couldn't make a three-point shot, and this team really relies on the three ball. So is Buddy going to go out there and do it again? Probably not. If you look at the Buddy Hield trajectory this year, he was amazing in October and November. Then he was kind of bad for a long period, and then he was good, bad, good, bad, 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 good, up and down. Sure. That's Buddy Hield, and so now you're going to look at Pods, whose shot has really kind of it's hit and miss. Moody, I mean, you want to look at his numbers. His three ball has been really, really poor of late. And then you got the rookie Quentin Post.
But I still, there are certain guys. Here's the thing about Buddy, and we all know this. I'm not going to be breaking anything that's new here. Buddy, that shot has to go in, or he's a net negative on the floor.
Exactly.
That's not true for Moses Moody. That's not true for Brandon Pajemski.
No, it's not, but you still need them to make some shots.
You do, but it's not true even for Quentin Post. His shot wasn't falling, but what did he do? He was the game's leading rebounder. What does Moses Moody do? Moses is their best on-ball defender, out in the perimeter at least.
That post-rebounding performance was, it was an anomaly unless he does it again. We've never seen him do that in the NBA level.
Nope.
Let alone in a playoff game.
Right, but sometimes I do think guys just need to put their focus on it. If I'm 7 feet tall and I'm watching the whole world talk about how small the Warriors are and how they can't get a rebound, I don't know, dude, take it personally. Let it look like he did. So that's the issue with Buddy Hield. If that shot is not going down, he will drive you nuts, and he will be a negative.
No, you're right.
For you on the floor.
You're right. And Steve Kerr, again, more plaudits for Steve Kerr. He's done a great job of seeing that and then not playing Buddy Hield major minutes. When you see that Buddy's not having a great offensive night, you understand that that's not going to be a night where Buddy Hield's going to be able to help you. So you turn to GP2 or you turn to other players to hopefully offset that. And you're right about Moses, even though he's really struggled from three in these playoffs. And I'm looking at he's 5 of 15 in the 3 playoff games. And even going into it before that, I see a 1 of 7, a 2 of 5, an 0 of 1.
Struggling. Yep.
He's been struggling for a long time. It's been the entire month of April. But to your point, when he's out there struggling with the shot, he still helps you in so many ways that you have to play him.
And 5 of 15 doesn't even sound as bad as it feels, by the way.
Yeah,
33% is not like the end of the world, especially in a small sample for a guy that's out there playing good defense. And then let's also run this through the prism of it's the playoffs. These are the best defensive teams. These games are so much more low scoring. Moses Moody's not the only one out there shooting 33% from 3. I would bet, checks notes, almost all of the Rockets are probably shooting below that from 3 as well.
Fred VanVleet dreams about 33%. He dreams about that mark.
He does. He does. So, anyway, what's up, Grandy?
We got a little bit of news. I think we already felt this, considering what Shams Charania put out there, but this comes courtesy of Chris B. Haynes, senior NBA insider. He just tweeted that Golden State Warriors star Jimmy Butler will play in Game 4 tonight.
He's in.
League sources tell him.
Yeah, there it is. All right, so confirmation, Jimmy Butler is in and ready to go, and I think that was, like my read on it, and I'm not on the inside, but I think he was pretty close to going on Saturday. I think it came pretty close. And you remember, we left on Friday feeling like he was likely going to give it a go because of the way Steve Kerr had talked about it publicly. I was very surprised to get the notification right before that game that he was out, but I think it was close. And you could see that coming out of that game, a lot of those on the inside were like, they've sort of made the decision it'll be Monday instead of Saturday. So not surprised at all that the Warriors have him, and they're going to need him, and then they're going to need to go out there and perform the way they have with him, because this is the linchpin. This is it. This is the middle. This is halftime of the series. Do you have control of it, or do you not even have home court advantage? This game, to me, all along in any series, this is the one. Game 4. And so a monster tonight for the Warriors. Again, those of you on your way down, come see us. We're at the team store. We're taking your calls. Tim Roy will be here in an hour. But until then, keep on basking in the glow of that Game 3 victory. What did that performance without Jimmy Butler mean to you for the Warrior playoff run? 888-957-9570, Warrior postseason coverage. Brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament, which was today at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. All the proceeds benefiting the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser.
Pass to Payton. Payton will take a three from the right wing. It's no good. Rebound Moody. Moody over to Hield. Takes a three. Topside. Yep. Good! Offensive rebound. Stops a 6-0 run for the Rockets and cuts their lead in half. 15-12 Houston.
He's going to have to hit some shots tonight.
Hield off a dribble. Comes left. Shoots a three. Knock that down. Back-to-back triples for the Warriors. That's 39-30. Golden State was 3 of 17 before those two makes. Off a screen by Curry. Back to Curry. Double to Buddy Hield. Fakes and fires. The three ball's good again. Buddy Love with his 5th three. The Warriors go up by 1.
And those are the ones you got to hit. Moses has one in this quarter. Buddy Hield got it. They got to be able to hit those shots.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Stay hot, buddy.
Feel free to go do it again.
That's right.
Feel free to go do it again. Glad you're with us. Team Store, Willard and Dibs, getting ready for Game 4 tonight. 888-957-9570. What did Saturday's performance without Jimmy Butler do for you, mean for you? For me, the most impressive individual victory by any playoff team I've seen so far this year. Very few have had to go out there without their stars. The Celtics did win a game without Jason Tatum. The Grizzlies had to play a couple times without Ja Morant. Obviously didn't get any wins. Tough situation there. They're nowhere near as good as Oklahoma City. But this one absolutely caught my eye. And also for a secondary reason. And I wanted to get into this with you. Listen, you and I are both huge fans of the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and we know damn well that everyone, that's because you talk to him every week and you won't hold his feet to the fire.
That's right.
It's because there's no fire. There's no fire.
He has feet.
He has feet.
Yeah, but there's no fire.
Nothing's on fire right now. And so I'd like to just draw a comparison. I mentioned it earlier. I want to lay it out there again. I think two of these teams in the entire NBA are a little bit not like the others so far this year. We know Oklahoma City, Boston, and Cleveland have been the best three teams in terms of record. But Vegas will tell you the next two teams at the start of the playoffs that had the best chance to win were kind of the legacy teams. And that's the Warriors and the Lakers. And they're there because of name and face value and all of those things that LeBron and Steph bring to the table. Take a look at the path that these two teams have taken so far. The Lakers have not been eliminated and the Warriors have not moved on yet. That's not what I'm saying. But if you want to whittle down to one word why the Warriors are where they are and why the Lakers are where they are, now you could use the word matchups. You could do that.
Okay.
But I'll take the word coaching. I think J.J. Redick has been exposed. I think he had a wonderful rookie year. I think he is and is going to be a very good coach. But these playoffs have pulled out huge weaknesses in his game. After game one, they surprised us with their physicality. And then you go out there in a game 4 situation and decide that you're going to play the same 5 players for the entire second half. You wear your team down. Your 40-year-old star scores 0 in the fourth quarter. You lose, and then you go to the press conference afterward and blame officiating. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. Meantime, here's Steve Kerr and the Warriors staff looking at a very stressful game 3 and a player who wants to play and is almost ready to play, and they decide maturely, no, you are not going to play. They trusted their team to go out there and have a chance anyway, and they still won the basketball game. The difference between Steve Kerr and J.J. Redick was on display this weekend.
Well, how would it not be? You just mentioned it. The guy's a rookie coach. He's not only a rookie head coach, I don't believe he's ever coached anything ever. So he went from player to broadcaster to now you're going to coach the Lakers and you're going to coach a 40-year-old LeBron James, a guy who's been through many, many coaches in his career. I'm not saying he's a coach killer, but he's worked his way through a number of different coaches. So you're expecting J.J. Redick to be able to come in and coach that player, and then this team where you add Luka Doncic in the middle. I don't fault him for it. I don't blame him. And of course, Steve Kerr is a better coach. And, Grandy mentioned it, second fastest ever to 100 playoff wins. He is an amazing coach. And fans can complain about the Kuminga development. They can complain about anything that they want to complain about. The guy's won 4 championships. He's won 101 playoff games. And like it or don't like it, he is a good coach. And
yes.
And you've got J.J. Redick in his first year, in his first playoff series. And honestly, Minnesota is probably a better team than the Los Angeles Lakers,
Maybe.
top to bottom. They're deeper. They've got length. And, Finch is a better coach than J.J. Redick.
No doubt.
He's a guy who's coached for many, many years.
No doubt. I mean, we said it going in. I mean, I know it's 3 seed, 6 seed. Their records were different by 1 game. And you know what I've called the Timberwolves all year long. They are the NBA's top. They should be better than they are team. I think their roster's incredible.
Yeah.
And if the Warriors end up playing them in the next round, it could really be a problem because I love their depth. I love what they throw at people offensively and defensively. It's a really tough team. That said, when you're in a desperate game 4 situation and you have a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter and you've got LeBron and Luka on your team, Austin Reeves too, and you play it the way he did, you don't give LeBron 3 minutes.
No.
You don't give him, you're up by 10.
None of those guys. They all got no minutes.
They all played the entire second half. That is a bananas decision. That's a bananas decision.
It's pretty unheard of, unless you get, like you said earlier, unless you get into a Game 7 scenario, and this was
totally.
Not. I mean, this is a Game 4, and it's pivotal because it's the even game, and you chose to go a certain route. And if you're a bench player on that team, like Jared Vanderbilt, a guy he's had a good year, he's a good young player, and you get 7 minutes, and you don't play in the second half. Nobody played in the second half. I just don't know. Not only does it lose you the game in the short term, but in the long term, if you're one of these guys who just didn't get to play, how do you bounce back and try to be ready to go for Game 5?
And how do you, now they get 2 nights off, luckily, for their older guys, but how do you even bounce back from the effort that was put out there? You're talking north of 45 minutes for Luka and LeBron.
46, yeah.
46 minutes. Just a crazy decision, especially then when given the double-digit lead at the start of the fourth quarter, to not come off of that decision, which he said he made at halftime, and then stuck with it despite a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter. For those of you who love to come out of Warrior games with your hot coaching takes, that is what a coaching mistake looks like. A big one. There are little ones made by everybody every day. But that, what we've seen in this series, that is what massive mistakes by a coach look like. And that's why the Timberwolves are up 3 games to 1.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's where, you look at the veterans, not only in coaching, but in our business as well. And you gotta give him the respect. And this he's done it. He was a front office, assistant coach, player, coach. J.J. Redick, not to cast any dispersions on his career, but he's a good shooter.
He's a good young coach. I mean, he did a great job. He won 50 games. I mean, come on. He did a good job, but I just think he's been exposed this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a funny thing when it comes to coaching, because if you have a really talented team and you win 50 games, okay, would a better coach have won 55 and a worse coach won 45? Who knows? This is where it matters, and that's why I look at Doc Rivers. This year's a little bit different because you didn't have Damian Lillard, then you got him back and he got hurt again, but Doc Rivers to me is a classic guy who isn't that good of a coach. He has talented teams, and they always seem to fall short.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from you. Let's go to Cass in Santa Rosa. Next up here on Willard and Dibbs, live at the team store. Again, 45 minutes away. Tim Roy joins us. Hey, Cass, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
You guys are awesome, first of all. I really appreciate you. I listen to you all the time.
Thank you.
Today I have the opportunity to really be listening because I'm preparing for a move. I'm in the garage, staging the place. I got my ear pods in, spelled with a Z, and just really enjoying the conversation. I just wanted to weigh in real quick on how big a win was it? And all I can say is my wife and I, we started watching the Warriors together back at the beginning of the run they got on. It was just before KD. So she's spoiled, right? But that game, man, we were giddy in the fourth quarter. Just giddy. If you're following the emotion in terms of how big a game it was, I've never been that just giddy at the end of a game. We couldn't go to sleep. So I think it's up there. I think it's right up there. I think it's one of the big wins of the dynasty, and I get what you're saying, Dibbs, but man, it was just, I've never felt, it's just the way it felt, and I trust that, and I think that was an amazing win.
Cass, I'll back you up for, and I was at B&V Whiskey Bar and Restaurant out in Sonoma. We made some friends out there and went out there to watch the game. And so it was a collective environment, kind of a thing where a lot of people were watching. And every second half three-pointer, the emotion was relief. You can feel when a room is sort of surprised by success. And this room watched the first 2.5 quarters and clearly thought the Warriors are going to lose this game. There's no Jimmy Butler. There's a 13-point deficit. Pods brick, Moody brick, post brick, Kuminga, go sit down. There was a big collective, and not going to happen tonight. And then when it started to happen in the second half, it took a minute for people to even buy it. It was this is great that we've drawn even, but can they actually push through at the end? And then when it went from 4 to 7 and to 9 there at the end, there was just, it's kind of like what Cass was saying. The room collectively was oh my goodness, I can't believe they did it.
Yeah, and it was impressive, no doubt. And to be down 13 and to be down in that fashion, and you're starting to think about the dread of being down 2-1 and, oh, here we go, it's a must-win in Game 4 and all the other nonsense. But I just think about the gravity of a Game 3 in the first round for me doesn't match up with some of the other games we've seen. Game 6 Clay, the clincher over the Rockets in the first title run, NBA championship clinching games, not with KD when you had a gentleman's sweep, but against Cleveland when you had to dig deep and win it. So I look at other games. I'm not going to tell Cass that his feelings and his emotions aren't real because, yeah, it was great watching it, and it was edge of the seat stuff, and it was exciting. And I did think when you got to halftime, I felt really good about their chances. I didn't know how it would go, and it didn't just go straight line to them, rolling on to victory, but I felt a lot better over the last 6 minutes of that second quarter.
Yeah, I'm not really of the mind that this is like one for the history books or anything like that, because I don't know what the end result of it is that this led to. But then again, I can also look at certain playoff performances that didn't lead to anything special in the end, but we still hold those dear. Game 7, Steph, 2 years ago.
No doubt.
Like you're going to hold on to that. So I do think this is one of those. I'm going to hold on to this one. This is a memorable one. But for me, the historic placement of it right now is simply just about this year. And I compare it to the other series that I'm watching. And for me, this one stands out as the eyebrow raiser of the NBA playoffs. All told, all series combined.
Yeah, even though you still were favored, even though you lost Jimmy Butler, I don't think that the number swung all the way to where...
Do you know what it was? I don't know what it was.
I didn't see it. I wasn't betting it, so I know that they were favored, and the news was that Jimmy was going to be a game-time decision. I don't think that, as we've noted in the past, an NBA game usually doesn't swing 4 or 5 points based on one player, even somebody who has the gravity of Jimmy Butler. But it's Game 3 in round 1, so maybe I'm putting too much perspective on it. But I even look at the game you were referencing, Steph Curry, 50 points, Game 7 in Sacramento. That one for me is more of a dramatic playoff game. Not only his performance, but it's Game 7 against Sacramento.
But also full strength. For me, every year is its own personality. And what do we know this year about Jimmy Butler? The Warriors were one thing, and then he walked in, and they were a completely different thing. When he leaves, they go back to being that other thing, and that other thing was not very good. So
good enough to win against the 2 seed.
And that's part of the point. Yeah. That's why it's so impressive to me. Let's go to Roque also in Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa is on fire. What up, Roque? What are you doing?
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
Yes, first time caller in daytime. I'm calling because Jimmy Butler's playing. I'm kind of nervous about this. I know we won the third game without him. I know Steve Kerr pushed the button there. He went to Plan B and got everybody together. And I hope, but then again, also the Rockets did not have it. Like sometimes we don't have it also. But hopefully tonight it would be totally different. It wouldn't be so close and nail biting. Okay, I just hope that someone will step up also, like we did the last game. 3-4 people, GP2 and Moody, Buddy Hield. If they can produce 10, 15 points, it'll be easier for Curry and Jimmy Butler. Also, before I go, I want to weigh in on this. But the referee no call on Hardaway, that's really gonna be the change of officiating. That's got to be changed because there's some calls right there. It's so easy to see it because you're right in the corner. All the eyes, the million watchers, they've seen that shot and not able to call that. I mean, that is ridiculous. That should have been 2-2. And if New York wins this series, they're going to have someone. I mean, it's going to be on their back all the way. Thank you for taking my call.
Okay, Roque, thanks. Yeah, just real quick, because I don't want to assume that our audience all watched the Knicks and the Pistons in the middle of the day yesterday. But bottom line comes down, really, really close game. Knicks are up by 1, and it kind of becomes a fire drill on the last possession. The ball's getting batted around. It rolls out to Tim Hardaway Jr. in the corner, who pulls up from 3. He definitely gets body contact from Josh Hart, flies into the stands. The three-pointer hits nothing, no call, and the Pistons Titans don't even have a challenge, and I actually don't even know the rule on being able to challenge a non-call. I know you can challenge a call. I don't know if you can challenge a non-call.
Yeah, I don't believe you can.
You maybe normally if you call a timeout, but in this case, the clock has expired. So I don't really know exactly what the rule states. I just know the league came out an hour later and said, whoops.
Yeah.
Messed that up, and it would have been 3 free throws, and he would have made a couple of them at least, and they would have won the basketball game. And it's very unfortunate, and I don't blame the refs, because in a fire drill situation, it's like, that's tough. It's really hard. It's a very physical series. For me, I blame more kind of the umbrella rule that I don't understand, which is why in the final seconds of games, we're relying on whether a team has used its challenge earlier. Was it successful? Please, league, just come in and take over the final minute of the basketball game.
And I don't think that you can challenge something that didn't occur. In other words, if there's no foul called, you can't then say, we want to review it because that was a foul.
Even if you go into a timeout, like, I don't know.
You could only review things that were called. So you're going to review a foul call, and you're going to twirl your finger, and you're going to look at it and say, well, was it an offensive foul or a defensive foul or no foul at all? I don't know if you can just review something that actually didn't occur.
Well, but if they do see a foul in the process, for example, did y'all watch the end of the Minnesota Lakers game yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
There was a review based on who was the ball off of to go out of bounds. So Minnesota's got, this is after a LeBron turnover. Minnesota is up 1 with the ball, 30 seconds left to go. Late in the shot clock, Anthony Edwards drives. The ball goes out of bounds off of Anthony Edwards. The call is Lakers ball. Minnesota has a challenge. They challenge. They say, no, the ball wasn't off of Minnesota. Guess what? It was, but what did they find in the process? It fell off of Anthony Edwards' hands because LeBron whacked him on the wrist. So they came out. They called a foul that had not been called. Edwards hit 2 free throws. Lakers missed the 3-point shot to tie. Minnesota wins the basketball game. So I don't know either. Yeah. I know you can call a foul that wasn't called. I just don't know if there's nothing to review if you can ask for a review, right? Like, I don't know. But that's why the league needs to handle the last minute.
That's the bigger point, I think, is when you get down to these situations, especially in the playoffs, and we all want to get the call right, quote unquote, but in these big moments where a 3-point shooter is clearly fouled, and then you go into the last 2-minute report, and they say, we blew it. Sorry about that, Detroit, you lose.
It's almost worse. It almost feels worse.
I was explaining to Guru that
the
league wants to be transparent.
Totally, and I get that.
It's better that they do this as opposed to, like, pretending like they didn't blow it. They come out and they say, look, we blew it, and I'm looking at the last 2-minute report from the Minnesota game you're referring to, and they had a couple of incorrect calls that they didn't make. McDaniels trips Luka, and it was no call.
He didn't even trip him. Luka stepped on his foot. He stepped on someone else's foot and fell down.
They're saying that McDaniels stepped into his path, initiating illegal contact, which would have been, to wit, a foul, ergo, the last 2-minute report. Sure. So if that makes you infuriated, or if it gives you the clarity and it gives you transparency.
It doesn't infuriate me because, again, calls are going to get missed.
The Lakers, so it makes
No,
even
happy. The Warriors. We saw, you mentioned the Memphis play-in game. Yep. Here comes the 2-minute report. They got some things that were in favor of the Warriors wrong. They got some things that were in favor of the Grizzlies wrong. I don't mind mistakes by the refs. Those are baked in.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. But a couple things are different. One, the inability to do anything about it because of something that happened 15 minutes earlier when you used a challenge doesn't make any sense to me at all. And B, the other thing that's different here, and this is where I really think sports leagues need to figure something out. I know we can look at an entire game and say, oh, well, there was a mistake here, and you can't ever blame a loss on one play. When it is literally the final second of the game, when the clock is expired, and you're literally going to say, hey, you either get 3 free throws or you don't. I don't know, man. There's got to be a different rule for that. There has to be. There has to be, because that one, the caller was like, well, if New York now wins this series, I got news for you. New York's winning this series. Detroit's going home, and they're going to eat this one the same way the Saints did against the Rams in the NFC title game years ago.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes. And, I don't know what the ref was thinking, but when you watch Hardaway Jr., he does kind of jump to the side a little bit, and he still is entitled to shoot the basketball however he wants. But I don't know if that's what the ref saw. And this is something that you've always advocated for, which is let's hear from the refs after the game.
That's right.
You can at least ask the ref, like, what were you thinking?
What'd you see?
What did you not see that made you not want to call the foul?
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for Tim Roy in a half hour, but we're still here for you until Tim gets here. So 888-957-9570. Game 4 is upon us. Give us a call. We'd love to talk to you, both about your Game 4 expectations. Jimmy is back in. And Game 3 without Jimmy. They win that one. What does that say to you? What does that mean to you with regard to this playoff win? We'll take your calls next at 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. With over $5 billion in business loans and more than 110 business specialists right here in the Bay Area, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Did you hear the new Mega Millions jackpots are going to be higher than ever?
How high?
Like really high.
As high as the top of this helipad?
Higher!
This hot air balloon is high enough, right?
Higher.
Higher than this 14,000-foot mountain?
Still higher.
Okay, we're in space. How much higher can the Mega Millions jackpot get? There's really no telling.
The bigger, better, new Mega Millions.
Millions!
From the California Lottery. Play today. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
This is Larry Flynn, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now until April 29th, means up to 50% off every product in stock, plus 2 years free financing. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area Flooring Authority.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. You can help protect native habitats and waterways right from your home. Stop using toxic pesticides and instead manually weed and prune your garden. Then use the garden waste, including stems, leaves, and roots, to start a compost pile. You can add leftover kitchen scraps and withered indoor plants and potting soil as well. What's your one thing? One Thing is brought to you by the San Francisco Zoo. Visit them online at sfzoo.org.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Anyone can follow. It takes something special to be an original, which is why the 2025 Lincoln Navigator SUV arrives with new ways of surrounding you in luxury, including the ultra-wide 48-inch panoramic display and the multi-sensory Lincoln Rejuvenate experience. A true original never stops evolving. So meet the 2025 Navigator, the original that's all new and better than ever. Learn more at Lincoln.com. Lincoln and Navigator are trademarks of Ford or its affiliates.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing? For New Year's, I wanted to try Ozempic, Wegovy, or other GLP-1 medications everyone's talked about. I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online. I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy? Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door. How do I get started with Zelfie? Just send them a text.
Text DATE to 200-300 to get started this New Year's with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic for 80 to 90% less. 100% online. Don't wait. Text DATE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, Dibbs, I'm going into this game 4 tonight with a completely different mindset. And I keep saying, I don't want to make it sound like this is the last time we're at the team store. We've been the team store a bunch of times, and everybody over here is great to us. We love being here because the fans can come on in, can come on in and say hi, and we're starting to get a little bit closer to tip-off, obviously. Still a ways away, over 3 hours away, but I can tell after just walking out on the plaza, a lot of the fans, nice day, beautiful day, they're getting down here early, all of that. And the vibe, clearly with the news that Jimmy Butler is back in after the win on Saturday, okay, let's boogie, 3-1 lead, here we go.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of Sacramento series PTSD when we sat in this exact same spot and got ready for Game 6 at home against the Sacramento Kings in a game that everybody just assumed the Warriors would go win. And then they came out and had a complete duck.
That's right. They were flat, and Sacramento was good. They weren't spectacular, but the Warriors basically stunk in that game, and then they had to go to Sacramento, and the famous get on the bus speech from Steph Curry, and he went out and had 50, and they won the series. So I always wonder about this part of it because, fans can be overconfident, fans can be lethargic and over the top as far as how much confidence they have, and that's what you get to do as a fan. And I feel that tonight. You're better than Houston, you get Jimmy Butler back, and you're at home, so go out there and win the game. Doesn't mean that they will, and if they don't, well, then we get to come in tomorrow and we can all start to
freak out.
Chicken Little Radio. The sky would then be falling, and we could talk about what that would mean with 3 games remaining, that you'd have to win two of them in Houston and all the rest of it. So I get that there's a certain amount of apathy among the fans. And, this fan base has been unbelievably spoiled over the last 11 or so years with 101 playoff wins and 4 championships.
I don't know if apathy is the right word, but
you were out there running around.
No, I think there's a very large confidence now, or relief of like Jimmy's back, and hell, like come on, the Rockets are still very dangerous in a 1-game situation, and I think this is the one on which the series pivots. Yeah, Grandy, what do you got?
It's funny you bring up Warriors-Kings Game 6 2 years ago. Warriors had the 3-2 series lead, a chance to close it out at home.
They'd won 3 in a row.
Yeah, that was on this day 2 years ago, April 28th, the exact day. And the Kings came in here and won 118-99.
Dude, like crushed them.
April 28th, 2023, 2 years ago to the day.
The Warriors were terrible. They were terrible. And it set up a Game 7 and suddenly staring down the barrel of actually being a first-round out. And so, gosh, that's interesting that this is an anniversary, because that was on my mind today. As soon as I started to get an indication this morning that Jimmy was going to play, like my thought immediately went to, don't just assume that the Warriors are now going to come out and win the basketball game just because you're now, air quotes, back at full strength.
And they are minus 370 to win the series, which is where they were after they won Game 1. So we've gone from, you bet 370 to win 100, and that's what they were after they took Game 1, and then they lost Game 2, and the number shrunk, and then they won Game 3, and the number went back up. So Vegas is telling you that they should still win the series, and tonight they're favored in this game, and it's at home. So everything points in the same direction, but you're right. The Sacramento thing, and Granny, I didn't realize that this was an anniversary either. That is pretty remarkable when you think about it. Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
And I remember it being a day like this as well. It was. Spectacularly beautiful day here in San Francisco.
And we all spent the day singing Phil Collins because of Steiny and Goo. Yep. And there was an energy. And the difference being also that was going to be a series clincher. And so all of that Kings versus Warriors rivalry angst was really evident, I thought, here in the plaza that day, of people being like, okay, we did it. Take the beam, shut it off. There's a power outage. You're going home. And that was the thought process, and it didn't happen. It happened a couple of nights later, but it did not happen. And one could, and many have, argued that loss that night is what set the Warriors back against the Lakers in the next round, because they had to expend the energy 2 days later in Sacramento, and they didn't have the energy for Game 1 against LA.
And that's what I'm, talking about when it comes to tonight, and the importance of getting this thing done as quickly as possible and not dragging it out to 6 games or even 7 games, if that is what it comes to, because Minnesota's now 1 win away from taking care of the Lakers. And if that happens, you're going to have a younger Minnesota team that's going to have a lot of rest. And so that puts you in a certain spot that you don't want to be at. And Game 1 is in Minnesota if you go that way.
Quick aside, if you'll allow me, I know everyone knows there's a big game tonight. There are 2 big games tonight. And I would like to send out a special hello and a special shout out, because I know my son is on his way. Thanks, Coach. Is on his way to his game tonight. And the Mill Valley Majors Division Phillies, coming off of a big dub over the weekend as well. Saturday went their way also. They will be taking on the Yankees tonight, and they are on their way. Yankees lose is what we're hoping we say in a few hours. The appetizer to the Warrior game, if you will. Phillies, Yankees, Boyle Park. Go Phillies. Have fun. Get it done tonight. And then celebrate by going to your homes and watching Game 4. Just want to give a little shout out, because I know the gang is they're on their way over to warm up right now.
Okay, it's a Little League shout out right there.
Yeah, it was. And it's the day after the Giants won a game on a Little League home run.
And you chose the Dubs over your kid's Little League game. That's a tough call. It's a tough call to make, but you know what?
Really? How?
I mean, it's playoffs for the Warriors.
Well, no, I wouldn't make it. I can't make it. Anyway. No, but I wouldn't make it in time. We got to hustle
up and get there.
No, then we would do the show. We have the show. The game starts at 5. We're here. We're on the air.
It starts at 5.
Yeah, it starts at 5
Gotcha.
o'clock.
Yeah, you catch the last
if the game
inning.
was at 7, I would have been there.
Under the lights at Boyle Park?
Yeah.
There were lights there?
They don't do that.
Yeah, hustle over.
Not playing
Hustle over and see your
11-year-olds
kid.
on a Monday night till 9:30 at night. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. So anyway, no, there's a 5 o'clock game. I chose work over that, not the Warriors.
Nice.
Don't try to pin me into bad fatherhood.
No.
I'm not LeBron, and you're not Stephen A.
You're
Don't you
hyping up.
come over here and make me a bad dad out of
and,
this.
Stephen A. with another hot take today about Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
I was reading that earlier today. We don't need to get into that. But, yeah, and I guess I didn't even think about the fact that we're another 5 miles south of where you would normally depart
No
from.
chance to make that
making
game.
it even more difficult.
No chance to make that
Stuff.
game. I know what you're fighting to do right now, though. You're fighting to stop yourself
from
betting on that game tonight.
The Little League game?
You love betting on Little League games.
You love it. I don't bet on the Little League World Series until we get to the World Series.
Well, maybe they'll get there. Maybe tonight will be the start of a 2-game win streak. And what do you mean?
Well, Mill Valley last year went further than they'd ever gone before, and they still were 2 or 3 tournaments away from getting there. So, no Marin team has ever even sniffed it.
And that's probably not going to change this year either. But just all you can do, as we say often with the Warriors, is play the team in front of you.
That's right.
Take the Yankees down. And take them down hard.
I love it.
Okay? All right. 888-957-9570. Tim Roy's going to be here in like less than 20 minutes.
Wait, yeah.
Tim Roy's going to be here. And that was a fun call in the game on Saturday night. And so, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, there's the PTSD of 2 years ago tonight, but you kind of combine it with, like, I don't know, dude. I spent a good portion of Saturday, like, really sitting there going, dude, you got to prepare yourself for a 2-1 deficit here. And sort of like the position that puts you in tonight was going to be a must-win. Tonight was going to be an absolute must-win. And I won't argue that now suddenly it's not. But, you know, if this series ends up 2-2, then yes, it has the look of maybe a 7-game series. I don't think the Warriors want that by any stretch. But tonight is not the desperate situation that I sort of felt in the first half of Game 3 that it was going to be. So, you know, those are two things that sort of battle each other right now. They're remembering what happened against the Kings 2 years ago, combined with the fact I think the Warriors have to be pretty thrilled with the position they're in, considering that Jimmy Butler has essentially missed 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be happy with that, especially when you have the performance that you had the other night without Jimmy Butler, and you had some of the others step up, and you dug yourself a 13-point hole, and still you were able to climb out of it. And Steph Curry, again, putting this franchise on his back and making huge things happen down the stretch of that game. But Buddy was big, and Quentin was rebounding, and the whole thing was, you know, you mentioned before about this is not strength in numbers, but that Game 3 was a little bit like strength in numbers, because you look at everybody who contributed, and Draymond didn't score a lot, but his defense was phenomenal.
Yeah, it really was.
Quentin Post was rebounding, and Buddy was hitting threes, and so everybody who was asked to step up pretty much did. Jonathan Kuminga was fine in his 16 or so minutes of action, and you know, you got to a spot where you realized you didn't even really need him down the stretch.
I don't want to make it. I really don't. Look, the Warriors are in a playoff series. They're up 2-1. I don't want to make it too much about him. I did not think he was fine. I really didn't. I mean, all I can do is tell you what I saw and what I felt. You're not wrong. I don't think he was like a disaster. His defense in certain spots was impressive. I don't know how you come out of that, though. And look, like it or not, and think it's stupid or not, Jonathan Kuminga has been a very big story. There's a lot of eyeballs on everything he does. Yes, he's a young player. Yes, he's been put in a tough spot. All of these things acknowledged. I don't know how you come out of that game and not feel disappointed about what we saw. I just don't.
I wasn't disappointed at all.
I really was.
I thought that he was fine defensively. He had some good plays on Jalen Green, and offensively he was a little bit off, but you know, so was everybody in the first half. It's not like he was the one guy who was mucking it up. I don't even want to get bogged down into that portion of it. I'm just wondering Jimmy Butler's going to play tonight, so is it another DNP for Kuminga?
I would think.
Yeah, exactly.
I would think.
If that is, and I would agree with you.
Yeah.
And if that's the way we're looking at it, then, you had a guy start a game. He was a spot starter, and he played 17 minutes, and he's basically your 10th man. So if you want to look at it through that lens, then he was fine. And if you want to look at it through the lens of who we thought that he was, well, he's not that player.
How about if I looked at it through this lens? I don't think the plan was for him to play 17 minutes. I think that's where it ended up because of the way he looked when he went out.
Well, I don't know what the plan was.
He's a starter.
I don't think the plan was to play Quentin Post 27 minutes, but you couldn't take him out.
That's what I'm getting at. What do you mean you couldn't? The guy couldn't score, but he
was getting all the rebounds.
Thank you.
Right.
So, Jonathan, he's going to rebound.
Yeah, it's not what he does.
Then he's not. Then
and that's why he's not in the rotation.
Exactly.
So, and that's why I look at what he did in 17 minutes, and he's your 10th man. He might be your 11th man.
But you're not when you're a starter.
You're
not a 10th or 11th.
And he's not going to play.
But you're not.
Because Jimmy Butler's playing in his spot. So that's exactly what he was.
No, you're a starter. You're a starter. You're one of the first 5. And I guarantee you they were hopeful of more than 20 minutes if he would go out there and do what so many have said he can do. Let him cook and all of this junk. I thought he was incredibly disappointing. I'm sorry. Just telling you how I feel. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I also want to go out to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line and answer this one. And I haven't talked to you about this yet. I wonder what you think. I'm sure you've seen the highlight. 415 said, hey, Mark and Dibs, do you think Dylan Brooks was purposefully trying to swat Steph's injured thumb? Now, did you see the play?
I'd have to look at it.
Okay, there was a play.
They call a foul on it?
No, there was no foul because he missed. He missed. But there was a very odd maneuver by Dylan where he's defending Steph one-on-one. Grandy's got it right here. Watch this play. So Steph is going to pull up on a three-pointer that I'm pretty sure goes in. Watch Dylan see that?
Oh, yeah.
See the double slap. He's got the hand and face, and then he swings the arm down as if he's trying to whack his hand.
Yeah.
And so, what'd you think? Is that purposeful?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a heads-up play.
Oh, see, I hate that.
I
get where you're coming from,
but I love it. But that's what you do in pro sports.
No, that's what some do.
Correct, and that's what he does. And if he would have connected and Steph would have been out for the game, then if you're a Houston Rocket fan, that's a brilliant play. That helps you win the basketball game. I know you don't like it.
I don't see it that way at all.
You don't yike it.
No, I don't.
But, I mean, it's...
I don't.
It's what many pro athletes do in high-leverage pro sports.
But, I don't think it's what many do. I really don't. I think that there are some who either play that way or make that decision in that moment. And I think we've outcast those. We've ostracized those. The most famous being Jalen Rose, who has admitted that he purposefully tried to injure Kobe Bryant. And he did injure Kobe Bryant. Yeah. And Kobe's a superstar, and he played through it. And Jalen did not get rewarded for it. They did not win the series. But, I don't think in one breath we can sit here and still feel guilty, for example, about what Zaza did to Kawhi Leonard. We can't call that dirty and then in the next breath go, dude, brilliant play, Dylan Brooks, if it works. No.
Well, the two things are equally true. Zaza's play was dirty, and if he doesn't do that to Kawhi, they probably don't beat the Spurs in that series.
I don't know about that. It was game 1.
They were down by 25.
It was game 1,
and he's their best player, and he was unable to play any longer.
Sure, but it was game 1. I'm not going to adjudicate the whole series, but I have no problem saying that what Zaza did that day was dirty.
I have no problem saying that Dylan Brooks, in my view, and this is the first time I've seen that play like that, and yeah, he's trying to do it. And you know what? Tonight, with Jimmy Butler and his bruised tailbone, there's going to be a Rocket or maybe more, somebody who's going to press on that, push on that, elbow that. trying to root him out of the post.
I'm not arguing that, but let's not celebrate it. Let's not act like it's okay. Let's not call
it celebrating.
You called it brilliant.
It is brilliant.
It's not. It's absolutely wrong and against the rules.
According to your morals.
And the leagues. Come on, man.
Did he get fined or suspended for that?
He didn't connect.
Exactly.
Did he get fined or suspended for what he did to Gary Payton?
He did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Because you
did
can't
Draymond Green
do
get
that
fined or
crap.
suspended for kicking Steven Adams in the balls?
Yes, because you can't do that
exactly.
stuff. I'm not making
So it's all part of it.
Right.
It's all part of it.
And it's not okay.
According to you.
And many others, including those who play in the league.
Correct.
It's not okay.
Well,
you can't have Greg Popovich over here.
It's part of the culture of the NBA.
It's not. Steve Kerr called it breaking the code. You can't do that.
That was when he committed that foul on Gary Payton.
Yes.
This is something that is not the same as him trying to clothesline Gary Payton in the head. These are not the same things.
That is the face of the league.
I get it.
And if that guy...
And he's got a bum thumb.
If he had connected and if he had knocked him out, it's the lead story nationally today. The league would be worse for it for not having Steph available, and Dylan Brooks...
Right, but what do Houston Rockets fans think?
I don't care what they would think. They're not the judge and jury of this.
And you're not either.
But you're telling me that I don't have the majority opinion on this?
That you're not the judge and jury.
I'm not calling myself that.
If the league looks at this, and I'm sure they
you're
have,
celebrating
so the league
dirty
is not
play.
going to...
You're celebrating dirty play.
I'm not celebrating it.
I'm
pointing
you called
out
it brilliant.
You know what I'm saying, Mark, is that this is real grown pro sports, and this is what grown men do in the playoffs.
They really don't. They really don't. Most don't.
Golden State Warrior has a guy who's done it for years, and so we're going to look beyond that.
And you have criticized that guy for years.
Absolutely.
So criticize this one.
I do criticize.
You didn't. You said that's a brilliant play if he connects.
It's a smart play because you're trying to take out their best player.
Yeah,
you may find it untenable.
I really do, and so do they.
Well, then
and
watch
so do
tonight
they.
and watch what happens with Jimmy Butler.
You can't be Dylan Brooks and say publicly in a press conference that we hope Jimmy's okay, and then come out the next night and pull this crap. You can't. And it deserves to be criticized. You can't.
He's allowed to, and he did.
Well, technically, it's not. It's against the rules.
For him to say that, for him to say, I hope Jimmy's okay.
No, it's against the rules to go after somebody and foul them. It is against the rules.
It's a foul if you foul him. He didn't touch him. So it's not a foul.
Right, but we're talking about the hypothetical of connecting, as he has often done in the past, and players get fined and suspended for this behavior. That player has, Draymond has, Zaza has. None of this is okay.
But did he get fined or suspended for this?
He didn't connect, Dibs.
Exactly,
he missed.
but he tried.
Right, and if he had, he should be suspended.
But even the very act of trying to do that, if the league, in their opinion, thought that he was trying to target Steph Curry's thumb, you could fine him, you can suspend him for that. And I don't think that they have.
Yeah, no, of course. They have not, because nothing ended up happening. But I was very taken aback by the fact that you're like, that's a smart play. That's not something the league wants. Nobody wants this in the league.
Not thinking about what the league wants. They're thinking about how do we win this game by any means necessary.
Right, which is actually, I don't think the way that teams should approach it, and it has been a major point of contention and conversation with a lot of these series and around the league. I promise you that the league is meeting behind the scenes with regard to the physicality that you're seeing and certain specific players who, to my eye, look like they're trying to pull this. Brooks is always one of them. Draymond rides the line. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, no doubt about it, is trying to knock Jason Tatum out of the series. And to me, it's incredibly unsavory and unfortunate. Go play ball. And if you're not good enough to win, you're not good enough to win. You should not want to win by purposefully knocking star players out of the series.
Well, OKC was able to get Ja Morant out of the series with a hard foul.
Yes, which to me was an inadvertent one, number one.
Okay.
And two, you're up 3 games in the series. You're clearly good enough. You're clearly good enough.
It doesn't matter. Like, Amen Thompson takes out Jimmy Butler, and, we all think what we think about. I didn't think so.
And I thought it was.
I thought it was a dirty play.
Okay.
And so, you can look at any of this stuff, and, Draymond Green putting Rudy Gobert in a chokehold, and, him flail punching Yusuf Nurkic, and, we can run down the list. It's not like Dylan Brooks going after Steph Curry's thumb is an isolated incident from a a lone actor who's a bad guy.
I will tell you, to me, there is a difference between even what we would call dirty play and seeking an injury. Seeking out the idea of injuring an already compromised spot on the body. I'm sorry. I find that to be another level up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And and I'm just like, you watched it, and that was your take.
Oh, it looked like, because he goes up to block the shot, and instead of like your normal motion of I'm going to block the shot at the peak, he swipes at the hand, and then he swipes again. It was the second swipe that made me think like, oh yeah, going after the thumb. And that's, I don't know I wouldn't coach it, but clearly, if you're out there trying to win, the best way to go about winning is by limiting the other team's best player.
Yeah, I hate it. Like, limit the best player by playing defense on him. It is a complete admission to me that you're not good enough if that's what you resort to. And again, the example I'll go to is the fact that Jalen Rose has publicly admitted all this. He knew he wasn't good enough to beat Kobe. He knew the Pacers couldn't beat the Lakers, and therefore resorted to this. And regrets it, by the way. I don't think Dillon Brooks regrets seemingly anything that he does. That's not the way he's ever talked. But Dillon Brooks, shockingly, if you really take your emotion out of it and watch him play ball this year, he's playing great. He's playing really well. He's a better player than I thought he was. And I find it incredibly unfortunate that he still feels the need to resort to this crap. No different than what we've said about James Harden and Chris Paul and all the others who are too good to constantly be foul baiting. LeBron James, too. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament, which was today at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. Plenty of room for your phone calls. Those of you on hold, stay right there. I know a lot of you want to weigh in. 888-957-9570, the number. Plus Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, joining us momentarily right here on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Already seeing slow traffic into and out of San Francisco via the Bay Bridge. San Francisco city streets definitely full of happy fans. And if you're traveling on 280 northbound, expect delays from Mariposa on the approach to King Street. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Don't miss the West Coast Buildings and Facilities Management Conference, Thursday, May 22nd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Earn free education, connect with over 100 vendors and experts, and enjoy free lunch at the Bay Area's annual event for building and facility management. Sponsored by IFMA, AFE, and NECA, this is your one-stop shop for all things buildings and facilities across the Bay Area. Register today at proexpos.com. That's PROEXPOS.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Still blocking the right lane there, and then a second crash in the backup.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS, and your local Honda dealer's traffic center. Brought to you by the all-new 2026 Passport Trail Sport, arriving daily at your local Honda dealer.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
with autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. With over $5 billion in business loans and more than 110 business specialists right here in the Bay Area, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Sunny and warm today, a bit warmer for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Don't miss Disturbed, performing live at Chase Center on May 10th. They'll be performing The Sickness in its entirety plus their greatest hits. Get your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to score tickets, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I just don't think the Warriors are good enough actors. You know?
You got to act.
You got to act in
You
today's NBA game.
got to draw attention to it. You have to. Some of the best that's ever done it were great actors.
Rebound goes to Van Vliet. This game's not over. 29 seconds to go. Van Vliet knows they need a 3. Pass to the wing. Stolen by Draymond. Ahead to Payton. Breakaway. Payton. Over the head. Dunk for GP2. A little elevation sensation. Warriors 101-93. There's the crack of the can. Thompson's jumper no good after the Curry free throws. He'll walk it across. Rockets won't foul. Ball game over. Warriors win and take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-7 series. Jalen Green and Draymond Green screaming at each other as they head off the floor.
Spicy.
It's spicy. It's the playoffs. It's supposed to be spicy. 104-93. Golden State with a win. Stephen Curry at the end of the first quarter had 2 points. He finishes with 36. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, that was fun. that was a fun listen. Tim Roy, River Island's guest line, sitting in front of us here at the team store. How long has Tommy been cracking the can? Because it's something that Dibs actually gets mad at me sometimes because I do it on the show usually. Sometimes
it's water. That's what bugs me.
But the sound makes you happy.
It does.
It's just a happy sound.
Very happy sound,
right?
yeah.
How long has Tommy been doing that?
He started it probably about mid-season.
Okay.
And it just one night, just pedaled up to the mic and said, "That's it. It's over." And I said, "Oh, okay, good. We cracked the can."
It's kind of his version of the night, so to speak.
Yes, it's his version of the night. If you know Tommy, he's cracked a few cans in his day.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
Bottles, tapped kegs, and all the rest of it.
Oh, yeah. We got our canned water out today. We're excited. It's Game 4, the voice of the Dubs. Tim Roy is here with us. Okay. What was your level of surprise that they were able to pull that off without Jimmy?
You know, I don't know. I wasn't shocked. I thought they could play well without Jimmy, but I was I just didn't know who was going to step up. I didn't, nobody thought Gary Payton was going to put up an 11-point fourth quarter, right? And so, I really did feel that if they were going to win, they were going to need other people to step up. And Buddy Hield stepped up, GP2 stepped up, and that allowed them to get to the victory. So I wasn't totally shocked about it. They played good enough defense to keep themselves in just about every game. And by the way, we're in Jeff Knepp's house. He's the head of merchandising and everything here. He has great stuff, and I can tell you that it travels, because when we go on the road, when we go to Houston for the game in 2 nights, there's going to be a lot of people wearing Warrior gear there. And so it's really, really good stuff. He's done a great job with the store here.
This place is beautiful, and all the way windows all around and different stuff, and they always rotate the stock so well. The new stuff comes in, and they get the old stuff to shuffle out, and I'm kind of thinking about a Quentin Post jersey.
There you go.
Quentin the rebound machine.
Oh,
how have you enjoyed and just seen his evolution over the course of the last few months, and what he did the other night as a rebounding force?
Well, when you talk about shooters, usually if they're not making shots, you get them off the floor. But he was rebounding so well, and there was a point in the game, and I'm not talking first quarter, point in middle of the game where he had the most assists of any Warrior, and so that to me showed that he was figuring some things out and how to contribute. And Tommy brought up a great point that a lot of the European guys tend to adjust quicker because they've played against men. They've been playing against men since they were teenagers. So coming into the NBA is not a big deal to them because they played in that kind of a league. So I think Quentin Post has benefited from that. And I think he's just a great find. They did a great job to not only, look at him and project him that he could be an NBA player, but also the fact that they, had to maneuver to get him in the second round. It's a really great pickup.
So Steve Kerr said this repeatedly when Jonathan Kuminga was coming back from injury. Very difficult to reintegrate to a lineup that's playing well. So how do they reintegrate Jimmy Butler into this 1-0 lineup, Tim?
You don't have to worry about
okay. All right.
Jimmy Butler, integrates himself to any lineup because he knows how to play. And if he plays tonight, it's just going to be, I expect it to be seamless. He just understands the game. He knows angles. He knows, he's like Draymond in the sense where he'll make a pass knowing what the next pass is going to be. And that's a great talent to have on your roster.
And again, Steve Kerr was lauding him for what he did on the sideline and helping, Buddy and some of the younger players. How important is it to have, especially this time of year, to have that additional veteran leadership, even when he's not playing in the game?
I think it's great. It also shows that he's in the game. He's a great teammate and had a wonderful looking coach. So I think combine all three of those, he looks the part and he acted the part. I think I think has really been sort of rejuvenated coming here. I think I haven't talked to him about it, but my guess is it's probably better than he thought it was going to be.
Is there maybe and look, you've been in the league for so long. Maybe you saw it differently than a lot of us did. Everybody's heard so much about Jimmy Butler through the years, and it's like, sure, there's the success, but oh man, it's a lot, and there's drama and everything. Has this marriage been maybe different than you thought it was going to be in some sort of a way?
Well, initially you're looking at and you're wondering, okay, what's the interest here, and why do they think it's going to work? And there were two things. One was Mike Dunleavy played with him in Chicago,
yes,
so he knows Jimmy Butler. And the second thing is, unlike some of his other situations, he's not the man here. Steph's the man, right? So this is Steph's team, and so you know that coming in, and you got Draymond. So I don't think there is that feeling that he had to come in and take everything over. He just had to come in and fit, and I think that's been a big difference. And the other part about it too is I thought they were really smart the way they really constructed the contract, because of the fact that all three of those guys will be ending that year. That's when this franchise will take a look, reassess, where do we go from here? And I think a guy like Jimmy Butler, I think that's all he wants to know is, okay, what do we got to do? What's the plan? Okay, and so they extended his contract by a year and said, okay, we're going to reassess here. That's why it's only say one extra year. And so I think that was a smart way to do it.
And the fact that they're all coterminous, and I think Steve Kerr would be he'd have to extend 1 year to be at the same timeline as the three of them. So we're trying not to get too far down that road, because we're just loving everything that's going on. But Jimmy, as a basketball player, what is the dimension that he brings that this team didn't have before he arrived?
He brings a sense of calm. Steph and Draymond are at their best in chaos. Draymond helps where maybe he shouldn't help, but he creates a turnover. Steph takes a shot that nobody else on earth would take it, and it goes in, right? So Jimmy gives you the calm part of it. He looks around, there's a run going, he gets a pump fake, gets himself to the free throw line. He makes the right play. He gives them another elite defender, a guy that understands how to play defense, and so I think he brought that. He's definitely, the number two scorer behind Steph. And I think at times in the last couple of years, they were always searching. Who's going to be the number two scorer? It was Wiggins for a while. Certainly in 22, he was great. But then is it going to be Kuminga? Who's it going to be? And so I think now that role is taken. It's Jimmy's role.
Who's he hang out with on the plane?
I sit in the back and put my headphones on and I kind of mind my own business. But there are card games going on, I think, at some point.
Here's why I ask, not just out of curiosity. I wonder sort of how does he go about his Warriors business when not on the court? Is he the type that dives into film? Is he talking to younger players? Is he just sitting there making fun of Buddy Hield? What does he do?
Well, I think he and Buddy have this thing going on the press conferences, so there's that. But I really don't know exactly what he does, but my sense is that he watches enough film to work, because he's such a smart player. And I think that's, I saw a clip the other day of Austin Rivers was talking about that with Chris Paul. Like he's watching a movie and Chris Paul's watching film.
I think we've got this clip, actually.
Yeah, it's an incredible clip.
Lucas, guys, do you have that clip that Tim is referring to? And if you do, fire away. Not yet. Okay. All right. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, they were doing something in the back. They're playing, ordering pizza, doing, whatever, No, but so it's really, I think it shows his intelligence, not just his basketball instincts, but he knows the league. He knows which guys he can push buttons with and which guys he needs to be really wary of. So my sense is that he studies a lot more than maybe we see.
And assuming he comes back, and I think we're all assuming that he will, Shams Charania with the report. I know it's not official until Dr. Rick Celebrini says it's okay for him to play. But when he comes back and the Rockets kind of an offensively anemic team, what do you think about the Rockets' chances tonight, being a team that struggles offensively against a Warrior defense that gets better with Jimmy back?
Well, they're the 2 seed for a reason. They won 52 games. It's 4 more than the Warriors, but they didn't have too many missteps over the course of the season, and they play hard physical defense. And I think what they would like to get back to is dominating the second chance points and dominating points in the paint, which they did in a previous game, but they didn't do it in game 3. So I think that's what they're going to be, their game plan is to come out, play real physical right at the start and establish Şengün, get him going. And I think that's how they're going to try to play it. They're not a great jump shooting team, but they can pound you inside if you let them.
Who's the guy for them that scares you? Either side of the ball, any role, who's the Rocket that you kind of look at?
Well, Şengün is I think their best player. He's their most talented player. I think an X factor for them might be in games. And if I were them, I'd encourage him to shoot more. Is Jabari Smith Jr.
Yep.
To me, he's played well against the Warriors, not only in this series but throughout the regular season. And I don't like it when he starts knocking down shots. He starts getting going. That to me can be a little scary.
Tim, why do role players tend to play better at home? Or is that just a complete myth in the association?
I don't know if it's a complete myth, but I think role players are more comfortable, when they're being cheered. Nobody likes to get booed. I mean, I heard you guys got booed a little bit here before, but that's
only a little bit though.
Yeah, we need you to get here.
Yeah,
but
sign of respect.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. They fear you. That's why they're booing you.
Yeah.
But no, I just think that they're more comfortable. Maybe it's sleeping in their own bed. There could be a variety of reasons. The playoffs are a real truth teller. You'll see guys who are in the regular season, they're confident, they're getting shots up, and then when it comes to a tight game in the playoff, boom, ball's moving. I don't want that shot. I'm not going to take that shot. So I think the playoffs kind of separates the guys who you want to have the rock in a big situation, the guys you don't. And so part of that is going on the road. I think that's, when you look at guys who can play well on the road in the playoffs, and then that's the guy you want in your rotation.
Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, is with us here on set. Willard and Dibbs Team Store getting ready for Game 4 tonight between the Rockets and Warriors. And yes, if you're just joining, Jimmy Butler is, quote, expected to be back and playing for the Warriors tonight. Hey, how do you feel and choose your words in the Buddy Hield experience when calling games?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. The Bahamian Bomber?
Because he will nail a three, and then he will take the ball and run into the fifth row for no reason, and then he will get picked by Grizzly Adams, and then nail another three. That's what he'll do.
Exactly. That's what he does. That's what you have to live with that. The one thing I will say this, the one thing I didn't realize about Buddy is how hard he plays. He plays hard. He's not a gifted, lockdown defender, but he's out there. He's giving you an effort. He's not just like, letting a guy go by him. He's at least getting you an effort out there. And the other part about Buddy that makes him a good Warrior is he's a great teammate. Everybody in that locker room loves Buddy. Whether they're making fun of him or they're just having fun with him, he's a guy that makes everybody laugh. And I think you have to have a player like that, or if you can, you'd like to have a player like that in your locker room. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, he like a lot of shooters, he'll make three in a row and then throw up an air ball. And you wonder, how is that possible? Right? You just hit three where the net barely moved, and now you can't hit even the basket. But that's just the way great shooters can go sometimes. They get really, really streaky.
And he's a throwback. He played 82 games again this year.
Yeah.
I think he played 84 last year.
84 because he got traded.
Right.
Yeah.
Strikes me as almost impossible, but he's just out there, and I was telling Mark that I just love to watch the toothy grin, and after a turnover, after an air ball, after a made three, the expression is unchanged, and that's got to be something that's really positive in the locker room, where even through the ups and downs, he doesn't seem to change his behavior.
And it's a great point about the number of games, because in this era of load management, and we know so much more about the human body than we did, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago, having a guy that can give you 82, that's important. That's a skill, so to speak. And so it's good to see. Plus, it allows me to mention Walt Bellamy, because he played over 82 games a couple of times. He got traded. Yeah. The old line about Walt Bellamy was he played great against his former teams, and the joke was that if he got traded a couple more times, he'd be the best player in the league. So.
Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, with us. Hey, what did you think of Jonathan Kuminga's effort the other night? Or maybe effort's not the right word, but what did you think of his production? And was it the plan to start him and only have 17 minutes, or do you think that they just found other things that were more effective?
I think they found a couple things that were more effective, and I think Jonathan just got off to a little bit of a slow start, and Quentin Post was playing really well. I think they probably would have thought maybe to have Kuminga in post role and slide, Draymond to the 5, but I thought Post was doing a really good job of battling out there, and so I think they just didn't get back to it. It's hard. I think it's hard for Jonathan right now because, he wasn't in the role now. Jimmy went out. Now he's got some minutes. Now Jimmy's coming back. That's a hard thing to do to stay consistent. You usually the guys that handle that really, really well are guys that have been in the league 10 years. Guys have been and they've been in a million different combinations and settings, and that they understand, okay, maybe I'm not going to get the call tonight, but I'm going to be ready, right? And then that's hard to do, I think, for young players.
And tonight it seems like, and Mark and I were having this discussion, if Jimmy Butler does play, and it looks like that he will, Kuminga could be back into DNP status.
You never know,
right.
But he's got the athletic chops to hang with this Houston team. So you might see him in a different combination. But when Jimmy going to play? I'm not sure. But if he does play, he will play, and he'll play a lot of minutes.
Tim, what do you make? And this is not just Warriors Rockets. This has been a discussion around the league. What do you make of the physicality that we're seeing in these playoffs, and what's your take on sort of the way the league and the officials are handling it?
I don't mind physical play per se. The one thing that I think we need to really get rid of is allowing guys to wrap their arms around people and not letting them cut. I think we need to that's not basketball. That's rugby. When you put your arms around a guy and keep him from cutting, that's not the game. Now, if you want to bump him on the cut, I'm all fine with that, right? But I think that's the line I would draw, is that you cannot just wrap your arms around the guy.
Looked like the message got received because there was a couple in the game in Game 3, a couple of early ones, and you heard the Bronx cheer go up, because Steph was trying to make a cut, and they got a whistle on that one. And ultimately, just looking at tonight's crew, 3 different crew chiefs all on the floor tonight, so I would expect a pretty well-officiated, even sort of a ball game out of these 3.
Yeah, it's always great when you get guys that are at the top of their game. And, the best of the best get to the playoffs and the finals. And Monty McCutcheon does a really great job with that. And I think we've seen some really, really good crews in the postseason. But as you heard right at the top there, I think we're lucky in this sense, because not every team can say this, is that the Warriors don't have guys that are real, theatrical. And we've all seen these guys where they get bumped and their head flies back, and they just, you just got hit by Rick Mahorn or something, But no. So I think it's great that we have Steph who doesn't do that, and it just plays the game the way it's supposed to be played.
Where are these two teams in terms of kind of like the alarms going off? You see Draymond and Jalen Green are yelling at each other as they depart the other night. We already know the history of Draymond and Dylan Brooks and these franchises and whatnot. So where's the temperature right now between the two?
Oh, I think it's a little spicy. I think that there's also the built-in angst of the Houston fan base. It's the Warriors again. It's Curry again. I don't know. And so I think there's some of that is translated in this series. But yeah, I think the Rockets have young guys, and they don't particularly like the Warriors. And so I think, which I find great. I think it's great. I thought back in the day when it was Warriors Clippers, those games were fun. When you knew the other team didn't like you, and so I'm always up for that. I think we have too many handshakes and hugs. I think we need to get back a little of the spicy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you might see the two greens come together again tonight, and just some of the exchanges they had in the Game 3 was pretty remarkable.
Yeah, just save the handshakes and hugs for after the series. After that, the series ends.
Series.
Yeah, be fine.
Did you
the hockey thing, right?
Yeah, the hocky thing. That's great.
Did you see what I thought?
Great overtime goal by Edmonton last night.
Oh, fantastic!
I don't know if it was Game 3 or 4. My memory is telling me it was Game 3. Lakers and T-Wolves. There's kind of a late review, minute or two to go, and Anthony Edwards and LeBron get out at midcourt, and it was like laughing and chatting and dapping up and hugs. And I know LeBron's been criticized by many. I've defended him for stuff like this, but it was fascinating to see it in the middle of what was a 1-1 series tie at the time at the end of a game.
Absolutely. I wasn't sure what was going on there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but you know, it's one thing if you grew up with somebody and you're a friend, you can go over and give them a hard time during the game. But again, I just that's just the way the world is now, and it's not like the old days where you had everybody hated the Pistons, the Celtics didn't like the Lakers didn't like the Celtics, and those guys carry that to this day. They don't like the other guys. So I wish we had a little bit more of that, because I think it adds to the drama of what we see.
Yeah, I think the drama in this series is kind of been spelled out after the Amen Thompson, Jimmy Butler collision, which, sent Jimmy to the sideline. And then you've had some more, as you called it, spiciness. But through it all, one man rises above. And the call on the way in, Steph Curry, 2 points in the first quarter. Yeah. And then from then on, he just took it over. And I'm not going to ask you if it ever gets old, because I know it doesn't. But just another Steph Curry singular performance after a quiet first quarter.
He just rises to whatever occasion it is necessary, and he is an unbelievable player. And if the Warriors were ever to win another title with Steph at the middle of it, then you couldn't deny anything from him. And I don't think you can deny anything from him right now. Four titles, right in the middle of that whole dynastic run. He's changed the way the game's played. He's just a once in a lifetime player, and we're so lucky because he's also a once in a lifetime person. Yeah. As well. And so when you combine those two, he, and along with Steve Kerr and the ownership group, they've set the tone for the franchise. And he's totally turned it around. Somebody asked me years ago, do you think they'll put up statues of Steph, Clay, and Draymond? I said, well, they don't put up statues for those guys. They're never putting up statues.
Right. Yeah.
So
rename the arena after him.
Exactly. So it never gets old, and he's always, to me, it's amazing how he figures things out during a game, how he needs to play. Like the other night in Houston, okay, they're denying him, they're keeping him from taking threes. What does he do? Well, he gets to the basket, goes and gets like 3 layups, and that got him going. All right, now the Rockets had to play him a little more honestly on the perimeter, and all of a sudden now he's getting a little more room, knocking down a couple shots. So he figures things out, and doesn't get enough credit for that, and doesn't get enough credit. He might be the best off-the-ball player on offense that we've ever seen.
Tim, let's crack a can tonight.
Crack a can. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's crack a can tonight. Hey, thank you for coming over. We really appreciate it.
Hey, just a quick reminder. Yeah. Remember that old ad that used to be on? There's always tickets to a game. The kid was showing the dad that there's always tickets available at Warriors.com. Even for playoff games. So, because not everybody can go to every game, so they turn the tickets back. You have a chance to come out and watch us and make some noise if you come out.
And wear the T-shirt, right?
Wear the T-shirt. Make some noise.
Got 2.5 hours before this thing tips off. So Warriors.com, come down and see us. Tim, thank you so much.
Is there a live stream of your Little League game that you're going to be able to monitor?
I think there actually is. If not, there's an after the fact one. Yeah, of course there is. There's an after the fact one for sure.
It would have been an ugly live stream back in my day because we still had the wool uniforms back then.
Oh boy.
No, they're looking good now.
Nothing says comfort like scratchy wool, on a cold Connecticut
summer day.
A hot summer day.
Hand-me-down scratchy wool.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year.
2 or 3 other guys have worn this jersey.
Yeah, exactly. Tim, thanks, man. All right, there he is, Tim Roy. Your phone calls next. Those of you who are already kind of in the queue, if you will, okay? Debbie and Steve and Fred, 888-957-9570. Now we're heading straight for Game 4. Let's talk all of it out. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here at the Team Store right outside Chase Center on Willard and Dibbs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Disturbed. Live. Oh. The 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. Saturday, May 10th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Disturbed live.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. With over $5 billion in business loans and more than 110 business specialists right here in the Bay Area, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
We can be twinsies,
to,
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Pass to Şengün. Green gets it back. Shot goes up. Blocked by Draymond. Pass by Curry to Kuminga on the break. He dunks it with the right hand.
Oh, you love when defense leads directly to offense.
Rebound goes to Van Vliet. This game's not over. 29 seconds to go. Van Vliet knows they need a three. Pass to the wing. Stolen by Draymond. Ahead to Payton. Breakaway. Payton over the head dunk for GP2. A little elevation sensation. Warriors 101-93. There's the crack of the can.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Did Tommy steal that from us?
That's what you were kind of intimating. That's why you asked him how long he's been doing it.
How long has he been doing that?
He's been doing it for years.
No, he just said he started mid-season. He said he just started mid-season.
Tim Roy must have not understood, because I've heard him do that like 2 years ago.
Take it up with the voice of the Dubs.
I will.
He said mid-season this year, crack of the can, and we've definitely been doing it longer than that.
Mm-hmm. You have, yeah.
I'll have to check with Tommy. Tommy, are you P1? 95.7 The Game.
Tommy stealing.
Tommy. 888-957-9570. Do you believe that? You said to me a second ago.
Yeah.
Like Clippers Nuggets, automatic, we're going to get a game 6.
Correct.
Any other series?
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
You think this is over in 5?
I do, yeah. I think the Warriors win tonight, and I've said
Even if they win tonight, they could very well end up back here Friday, don't you think?
They could, but I also look at what's gone on with the series, and you didn't have Jimmy in Game 3, and you still found a way to get it done. You get Jimmy back tonight in Game 4. You're home, and a young team playing its second playoff game on the road. I like the Warriors tonight, not in any sort of a blowout, but I think they win the game. And then, you get a veteran team that understands the value of rest going forward into later rounds of a postseason. So I would imagine that if the Warriors win tonight, they go to Houston on a mission, and that mission is Operation Rest. And then you look at the other series that we have, Minnesota and the Lakers.
Well, the Lakers are going to win Game 5. I think.
I mean,
I would bet on the Lakers to win Game 5.
I probably would too.
They're going to have 2 nights rest, facing elimination at home. LeBron and Luka. I think I think the league gives that game to the Lakers.
There you go, conspiracy theory. I'm not going to refute it, but Pacers, Bucks, Milwaukee loses Lillard.
No, the East
they're in trouble.
The East is over. The East is over. All 3 teams, we already know. So the Cavs, as you just said,
they're up 30-8.
They're going to probably close that out tonight. And then tomorrow night alone, the East could be down to the Final Four tomorrow night.
Yep.
Indiana, home, up 3-1. New York, home, up 3-1. Boston, home, up 3-1.
Yeah.
You're probably right. The East is down to 4 teams by tomorrow, probably.
And I suppose in the West, you could have, 2 or even 3 series go 6. I think that the Clippers and Nuggets are going 7. That is just a fantastic first-round series.
Good Lord, I thought the Clippers had it, man.
And then the Nuggets with a big Game 4 haymaker, just kapow, reminding people that they've gone through some stuff this year, but they're still a team 2 years removed from being a champ.
They're a good team.
They're still good.
They're a good team, but man, that was literally a centimeter, an arm hair away from going to overtime.
Yep.
And you got to like the Clippers' chances if they go to overtime, because they made a furious rally to draw back even. But yeah, that series is definitely the tightest. I do think the Lakers in Minnesota will go 6. I think Minnesota will get it in 6. And I have a hard time, I hope. It'd be great if the Warriors could finish this in 5. I would not be surprised if Houston's got one more message to send before this thing is over.
Yeah, and this could all be premature. If the Warriors lose tonight, then absolutely it's going to go 6.
Yeah, so guaranteed.
I look at the way the pendulum is swinging, and I'll go back to what I said at the start of the series. If you want to lay out the ways that the Rockets can win games in the series, well, they've already done it once which is shoot the lights out. They had Jalen Green play an unbelievable game, and you won that game. And the other games, the other style of game, I think that Houston can win, they've lost both of those games. Lower scoring, physical games where, you know, you're able to kind of make the Warriors play your brand of basketball, and the Warriors won both those games.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking at tonight, is Houston going to be able to muck it up and win a defensive kind of ball game with Jimmy Butler back? I mean, they can.
I look at Houston this way, and this is why you do have to always pay them respect. You don't know when a rocket or two are suddenly going to make threes.
Yeah.
And when they do, they're very difficult. They are very, very challenging if that happens. Game 2, Jalen Green. Go back to the regular season game here a few weeks back, 3 weeks back, and you saw both Dylan Brooks and a handful of others. The Rockets shot the ball well. They scored over 100 points. Holy hell.
Right.
So it's in there. It's not always there. You could argue it's even usually not there, but it's in there. And so to me, I think where, you know, it's not what we talk about usually, but where the Warriors have a two game to one edge in this series, and what you're really counting on again tonight is their defense. And if they play great defense and they hold Houston to a, 35% or below from 3-point kind of a percentage, and if they do, again, win that turnover battle that we talk so much about, and you love having Jimmy Butler back for this kind of a reason, if they do all of that, then yes, they're the better basketball team. But are the Rockets capable of shots, and are the Warriors capable of dumb mistakes? You betcha, you betcha.
Of course.
You better, you bet.
Thank you. Shout out Nick Costos. You made the reference of the game a few weeks back, and yeah, they shot it pretty well, 48% from the floor.
Yeah.
And
what were they from three?
They were 10 of 30. Not that great.
Not great. But they had a couple guys. What was Brooks?
Brooks was 3 of 4, but he was very good from 2.
There you go.
The biggest problem in that game, Steph was 1 for 10, and you turned it over 20 times. And even through all that, Houston should have won that game by a lot more than 10, but they won the game by just 10 points. So Houston shot it pretty well. The Warriors gave it away a bunch. Steph was almost a non-factor offensively, and still, that was a ball game in the fourth quarter. So it's not as easy as, well, Houston shoots lights out and you got no chance.
No, I still, to me, we go back all 3 games. We can come up with all the different angles.
Oh, yeah.
Or Jimmy was in, Jimmy was out, Jimmy was there for a second, and then Jimmy was out, and we can play all the things that we talk about and who shot what from 3 and everything. You know exactly what I'm about to say. All 3 games. The team that only turns it over 10 to 11 times versus the team that turns it over 14 to 16 times. The team that turns it over 10 to 11 times wins. It's happened all 3 times.
Yeah.
That's the deal. Take care of the ball. And even when you come out of game 3, and as fans, we remember, oh, Draymond, come on, dude. Draymond, you keep throwing the ball away. And, buddy, you're getting picked there at half court by Grizzly Adams. All of these things, those are the things you remember, but that was the tail of the tape. Warriors had 10 turnovers. Houston had 14. Warriors by 11.
Yeah, Steve's always said to us, and everywhere he talks about it, it's the possession game. How many possessions do you get versus Houston? And they're really good at that. They're a very good offensive rebounding team, number 1 in the association. And so when you get into a game, when you get into a game with Houston, you've got to limit the amount of free possessions you give them. And you look at game 3, they shot 86 times. The Warriors shot 90. Warriors win. The possession game. Warriors win the actual game.
And I want to shout out the names: Moses Moody, GP2, Kevon Looney, Brandon Pajemski, Quentin Post. What do they all have in common? 0 turnovers.
Oh, wow. All of them. Okay.
None. The team had 10. Draymond had half of them.
Yeah, he did.
He had half of them.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, Steph had a couple. I'll take that from Steph with how much the ball is in his hands. Kuminga had 1, and you know who had the other 2.
Buddy, please don't dribble.
Buddy, don't.
Buddy,
when you have the ball, buddy, it's hot potato. You shoot it, or you give it to someone else right now.
He's got the ball at half court, and he sees Adams on him, and he's like, I'm about to cross this Kiwi over.
Seriously.
And he goes, whoop, And Adams gets that little paw in there, and we're going the other way. It's oh my God.
Like, could there be, in this series, a more embarrassing occurrence than getting picked at half court by Steven Adams?
Right.
Is it, like, give me one thing that would be more embarrassing than that.
Well, man, I was going to say getting posterized by Dylan Brooks, but he's an actually, good athlete.
An actual good basketball player.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM in HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Taking your phone calls, taking your text messages. For example, 707 just hit us up on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line and wrote one word. The word was Waikiki.
Oh.
Is that where Houston will be on Thursday?
I doubt it. I mean, that's a long flight from Houston. Probably more like Cancun.
Nice,
it's a short little hop to Cancun from Houston.
Yeah, probably.
Isn't Cancun like the cliched destination for a team when they get eliminated?
NBA on TNT has adopted, Cancun.
1, 2, 3, Cancun.
I don't know why Cabo got left out, but all of those places, whatever. Tahiti, dude, go where you want. Go where you want. These are people of much resource.
Some means, yeah.
Yes.
They got some means. So, they're probably not really ready to book flights just yet, but if you're Houston, it's not a must-win, but I was looking at the numbers earlier, and numbers are numbers.
They are.
Only 13 teams have ever come back from 3-1 down.
Oh, yeah. No, this is...
It's 4.5%.
Yeah, no.
That's the number.
This is the pivotal one. This is the Warriors take control of the series if they win tonight, for sure. Okay, it's 5 o'clock, not somewhere, here. And we got one more hour to hang out until we get fully into Game 4 coverage right here on 95.7 The Game. And our goal between now and then is to hear from as many of you as possible, especially if you're on your way to the game. But even if you're not, if you're on your way to the sports bar, if you're on your way to a friend's house, if you're on your way home, whatever it is you're doing as you get ready for this game, let's talk it out. Let's have some fun. 888-957-9570 is the number here on Willard and Dibbs. Let's go to Debbie in Palo Alto. Hi, Debbie. Thank you for waiting. What's going on?
Hi. I'll be pretty quick. I have a quick thing on Jimmy and then Jonathan Kuminga.
Sure.
I think the way I remember with Jimmy, he and Lillard wanted desperately to play together, and I think there were contract negotiations, and they fell through. And, I think Jimmy is somebody you just have to listen to and go as far as you can to make him happy, or because it seemed like the next year things didn't go well with him. And with Jonathan Kuminga, he's a kid. And think about when you were, 22, 23. I think for him to know that there's constant banter about, oh my God, what's wrong with him? And he's going to get traded and there's no way he's going to stay on the team. I think it gets to him, and it would get to me. Anyway, that's it.
Debbie, thanks. Listen, there's no refuting that. I don't know exactly what's going on in the head of Jonathan Kuminga, and no doubt this is difficult. Of course it's difficult. There's only one piece of what you said that I kind of will push back on, and it's when we go, he's 22, he's just a kid. You mean like all of the Rockets? They're all 22, and nobody is saying, oh, there's something wrong with him. It's simply, I think, for me, you all can do however you want with it, I think it's fair to say that performance the other night was disappointing. I found it to be a disappointment. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with him. It doesn't mean I hate him. It doesn't mean I want him traded right away. All of these things that people say, we get so like yin yang where it's got to be all the way at one end of the spectrum. Jonathan had a build-up, a lead-up, messaging, and notice that he would start, and that an opportunity presented itself on Saturday night. I don't think he did much with it. That's all.
Yeah, I think he did more with it than you think, and that's where I don't know if it's going to determine whether or not he gets playing time tonight, because it feels like if Jimmy's going to play, and Tim Roy actually made this point, if Jimmy's going to be healthy enough to play, then he's going to play, and he's going to play a lot. And if the prevailing notion is that Jonathan and Jimmy don't play well together, and Jimmy Butler plays 40 minutes in this game tonight, well then I don't know how much runway there is for Jonathan Kuminga. I look at the way JK played, and I thought that defensively he was really solid, especially on Jalen Green early in that ball game, and he made a couple of great moves and scored a couple of baskets. He missed a few open bunnies, layups going to the basket, and he took maybe one ill-advised shot. And the one thing that he didn't do, that he hasn't consistently done in his career, is rebound. And that's the one thing for me as I look to the future of Jonathan Kuminga. When you're 6'7" and that athletic, you should be a better rebounder than getting 1 in 17 minutes.
Totally agree. 888-957-9570. Steve in Oakland is next up. Hi, Steve. We thank you for the call.
Hey, guys. Thank you for being on. I would want to talk about the physicality. I know for a fact that if the NBA allowed the physicality in the playoffs to be more like the regular season, you would see so many more viewers. This is what we want to see as fans, the physicality. And, you know, I know everyone says Dylan Brooks is dirty. You know, he's like Ime. He's going to get away with whatever that the out. So it's on the refs in the league. If they want cleaner play, they got to tighten it up a little bit. And then lastly, what I want to say is leave Zaza alone. That dude was a big klutz that whole season. He almost injured Steph rolling into his knee. Zaza wasn't even looking at Kawhi when he injured him, and Kawhi actually had rolled his ankle the series before. So Zaza wasn't being dirty when Kawhi landed on his foot. He wasn't even looking at him. But, you know, I do think the increased physicality in the playoffs is something we like seeing, and it's a reason why, you know, players like James Harden and stuff, they can't cut it when they get to the playoffs because of the physicality.
Steve, thanks. Appreciate the call. I'm going to leave the Zaza stuff out because it's just kind of water under the bridge. I don't know that we can pick and choose when something's dirty or not based on our own fandom. The larger point that Steve is making, though, about the physicality, look, I'm going to largely agree. I don't mind it. I think that this has become very watchable to a degree. There's just a line. There's a line, and then even more so, I think there are specific things that the referees and the league really need to focus on. I'm going to kind of borrow what Tim Roy said. I agree with him completely. Physicality, fine. There are specific things that you can tell are being strategically coached in certain series for certain players, and I think it's incumbent on the referees to be ready for them, look for them. I think you're starting to see it. I'm talking about the way Orlando is pushing around Jason Tatum. I'm definitely talking about the way the Rockets are hugging Steph Curry, and we saw 2 calls in Game 3 when that was happening, and I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's the freedom of movement stuff, and I agree with the caller and, you know, what you said about physicality, because part of it, when you allow more physicality, it does take some of the flopping out of the game. Not completely, but it makes it so that players are going to know that they're not going to get the calls that they normally would get maybe in the regular season, and that for me becomes a good measure to try to cut back on flopping, because nobody likes to see that. We don't watch basketball to watch a guy throw his head back or throw his leg into somebody to try to foul bait and the rest of it. And so if the officials are going to allow more contact and more physicality, that in and of itself, I think, limits players' ability to draw calls, because you're not going to get the real fouls, so you're not going to be able to embellish and get the fake fouls either.
That's a tremendous observation. I think that's a great point and a way to look at this that maybe will make people feel a little bit better, which is we always get so angry at all the fake stuff. And if you've got players who see the physicality being allowed out and they I don't know that they all do, but if they process that and go, look, just go play.
Yeah.
Just go play. Try to score. Don't try to draw a foul because you can't trust that it's going to be there. That's a net positive. That's a good thing if it plays that way.
And I don't know if that's the way that some of the famous floppers like Harden and Trae Young and even LeBron and in his way, if they are internalizing it that way, but I think we're all seeing it watching a ton of NBA playoffs.
Yep.
They're letting a lot more occur. They're letting a lot more go. And the physicality is obviously going to be ratcheted up because it's the playoffs. And these guys understand that, it's win or go home. And if you want to win a championship, you can't afford to lose games.
Let's keep it going. 888-957-9570. Fred in Richmond next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Fred.
Willard and Dibs, how y'all doing, man?
Come on, Fred. Bring it.
Hey, man, I'm feeling that hat you got on, man. That's a nice hat you got on, Willard. I'm watching from the YouTube.
This is the one that I wear when things are getting big, and that was a pretty perfect Bay Area sports weekend. You had the win without Jimmy Game 3. You had back-to-back Giants walk-offs, and you had the Lakers lose twice. I'm feeling SF today, Fred.
That's what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to get into this situation with Game 4. I just know that the Warriors are going to win. I would love Dylan Brooks to shoot the ball about 10 times, or he could go about 3 for 10 because he's a horrible shooter. He really thinks he be on, but he really don't be. About Kuminga has to just be professional at this point. We'll worry about that situation at the end of the season. It looked like we're in a championship mode. Hopefully Jimmy comes back tonight. If he don't, Kuminga, get your head in the game, baby. Go Dubs.
Fred, thanks. Jimmy is already confirmed in.
And I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga has been unprofessional.
Not at all. I agree with you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I got that out there because he wasn't saying that he was being unprofessional, but he's just saying that he needs to be a professional.
I think he has been.
And I think that he went out there in Game 3 and he got the start. And I don't know how quickly before the game he found out, but he went out there and did his level best. He was defending and he was playing as hard as he always does. Now, you may want him to play harder.
It's not hard enough.
Sure.
It's not hard enough.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah, on offense, look, what do we ask of all of these players? Decisiveness. We've asked it of all of them. Like Tim Roy even sat here and said, like you asked him that question about why do role players play better at home?
Yeah.
And he said, sometimes in the playoffs, like there's just that split second where you're like, oh, am I going to be the one to shoot this? Wait a minute. I only average 9 a night. Like you want me and the second you think that, the shot's gone.
Yeah.
And so you give it up. You want decisiveness. And sure, you can say there's a reason for his indecisiveness, but the bottom line is it's there. It's there, and he is searching, and there are no holes, and his decision-making on the offensive side. I'll agree with you. I saw some good defense from Jonathan Kuminga. I thought on the offensive side of the ball, he really did not meet the opportunity.
Well, and again, this is not the time for him to be unsure or for them to be unsure about him. And that's why, Quentin Post is getting minutes and he's getting run because he's playing with decisiveness. And Pods has been doing that for his entire career. He's a guy who plays with the swagger. He's not somebody who is locking up in the moment. Even Moses Moody, struggling as he might be at times from 3, he still is shooting the open shot. He's not turning down open looks because he's not feeling confident.
888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs at the team store. And man, the place is filling up. Energy is good here tonight on a beautiful day in the city as we get ready for Game 4. The coverage from beginning to end is all right here on your home for Warrior basketball. 95-7 the game. Let's go to Charlie in LA. Hey, Charlie, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, can you hear me okay?
We got you, brother.
Awesome. Just wanted to say I'm a big fan of the program. You guys definitely make me feel way less homesick being a transplant in LA. And I wanted to call to just kind of give my perspective from behind enemy lines here. But I spend a lot of my time defending the Warriors, all my teams, against my coworkers and friends. And LA fans are a very, to be politically correct, overconfident group of people. And I'm not the biggest stats nerd, but I like, are you guys familiar with Pythagorean wins?
What if we say yes? Go ahead.
That's based on your plus-minus point total, right? And it computes what your win total should be based on points for and points against.
Exactly. So it's like a statistical way to kind of approximate if you're lucky or unlucky team. Good sports example from a couple of years ago would be the Minnesota Vikings were like, I think like an 11 or 12 win team, but they were barely breaking even with point differential, and they flamed out in the playoffs. So I have been repeatedly hammering to Lakers fans how lucky they are, whether it's just, maybe Redick's good and coaching them to wins or LeBron gets his calls, but they have the point differential of a team that should be barely over 500. So when the playoffs started, they were all giving me a hard time about how we were going to get smoked by the Rockets, and I stood my ground that I thought that we were a horrible matchup for the Rockets as long as, Jimmy and Steph are healthy, but that goes for every team in the playoffs. And I thought that Minnesota was a horrible matchup for them. To end my story, and I'll let you guys move on to other callers, I work in a restaurant, and I was able to personally enjoy and appreciate a live reaction from a lot of Lakers fans at the bar for their last game. And I've been following, and I hear them all erupt in cheers like they just won the game. And I kind of knew in my head that there should be time on the clock still. So I walked over, and I'm expecting to see maybe LeBron or someone put them up 5 or 6, and they night-nighted Minnesota. And they're up 2, and it's a Minnesota ball. And I'm just thinking in my head, I don't say anything because I'm not trying to be the in-your-face asshole. I'm, again, behind enemy lines here. But I kind of walked away, and I was like, they're going to lose this game. These people don't know what they're watching. And sure enough, you got the McDaniels layup. They hit the foul. All of a sudden, they're down. They completely fell apart. And as a Bay Area guy, you could lick the tears off these people's faces. I wish I could share it with everyone that's listening, honestly.
Put Laker tears on the menu at the restaurant where you work, and that would be a good time. Thanks so much for the call. Yeah, look, that thing, I mean, JJ Redick, he ran his team into the ground, and they didn't have anything left in that game. But it's interesting, he brings up that point differential thing.
Pythagoras.
Well, you could do whatever you want with that. Like, for instance, who's got a better point differential than the Warriors? The Rockets. Yep. The Rockets do. But Minnesota does have they have the second best point differential in all of the playoffs. How about in the West? Who's got the lowest? He's right. It's the Lakers. The Lakers have the lowest point differential. So does it mean something? Look, I don't know. The bottom line is they are now up against it. They are probably going out. And I don't know how you could look at that any other way than a massive disappointment. When LeBron James and Luka Doncic are both on the team, I'd feel the same way if this series takes a turn and heads the other direction.
Yeah, no doubt, because you went out and you got Jimmy Butler for this. And, you have a couple more years to try to accomplish what you want to accomplish, but you made the move this year at this moment because we want to maximize the Steph Curry window, and you wanted to give him a swing. You wanted to give him a bite at the apple. Well, here you go, chef. How about them apples? You got an apple, take the bite, and you're up 2-1.
I will say something real cool. This is kind of a quick aside, but it's the lines of what you're talking about there. I don't know if you saw Draymond Green and his comments over the weekend, sharing a little bit into what he and Steph said to one another and how they reacted when they were in Utah and found out that the team had acquired Jimmy Butler. And they go out, and they've got to say goodbye to some teammates, including Andrew Wiggins, a champion.
Yep.
And then they go out and completely blow an awful basketball game against an awful team. But the emotion of the night, and I'm paraphrasing, but they sat together for a minute, and they felt almost overwhelmed by what the trade meant. The message that they got was, dude, the team still believes in us. And this was a conversation that Draymond and Steph shared with one another. Almost overwhelmed at their age. They still believe in us to go do this for us, and we've got to go make good on that. And that's kind of what they've carried with them the rest of the way. And so Jimmy gets all this credit for coming here and changing the team, and that's not wrong. But at the same time, I think the energy that started to get put into the team by those two who've been here all along, like they've played really well since Jimmy arrived as well.
Yeah,
So
that's a great point and a good story because, that is honestly a big vote of confidence when you trade all those players and a draft pick to bring in somebody who is, another blank hole in the room, as Draymond said it. And you know what? Here's your chance. And you signed Jimmy Butler to a 2-year contract extension, which tells you not only do we believe in you this year, but we're going to give you a long run. We're going to give you 2 more years, all of you together. And like Tim was saying, Tim Roy joined us an hour ago, if you get to the end of those contracts, well, then you might have a decision to make. Maybe you want to run it back 1 more year. Maybe that's going to be the end of whatever this is going to be. But you bring in Jimmy for this year, and it's go time, but you also have a couple more years to work with.
Yeah, Granny, what do you got?
A couple of things. First, I do have the quote that you're referring to. I'll read that in a sec, but one more timely piece from Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler speaking pregame. One, he confirmed that he is going to play, but he added, quote, he's not on a minutes restriction. It'll just depend on how he's feeling. Okay, so that's Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler.
That's interesting.
And the quote that you're referring to, this comes courtesy of a story from Om Youngmasuk on ESPN. Let's bleep and go then. Draymond told ESPN what he said back to the teary-eyed Curry in Utah. Let's do it. There's an appreciation that we felt and feel. We were sitting there and coming to the realization we got an obligation to uphold. They traded for Butler for us because they still believe in us.
Pretty cool.
That's Draymond.
It's pretty cool. So go read that whole story because that, in reading that, it stuck with me. To think about the way those two guys reacted and all the emotion of that evening. Wiggins is leaving, Butler's coming. Maybe there's some fear, some anger, some excitement, the joy, all of the emotions at once. And then you look at them, let the dust settle, and see what they've done since then. And it was a 23-8 record in the regular season, and now a 2-1 record in the playoffs, and potentially on the doorstep of being the only non-top 4 seed to end up in the second round.
Right, and it's all not just because of Jimmy, but like you were saying, Draymond and Steph get a little bit of an energized jolt, knowing that the franchise does still believe. And if you take the 12-3 start aside, what they did over the course of the next 40 or so games was just flatline, mediocre. 2 up, 1 down, 1 up, 2 down. They were unable to get any real traction. They were languishing as a 10 or 11 seed, and they were going nowhere. They were dead in the water, and it felt like, okay, you're going to have to wait till another offseason. You're not getting KD. We don't want Zach LaVine, Vujacic, and Cam Johnson and all the rest.
Cam Johnson's still coming, by the way.
No, and that'd
Cam
be great.
Johnson,
maybe.
Cam Johnson's coming next year.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's allowed to if they trade for him, but it just felt like everything was just going to kind of be stuck and off to the play-in, and maybe they'll get a series, and it just wasn't looking good.
Let's keep going with y'all. Jason on 280. Hey, Jason, thanks for calling.
Hey, Willard and Diz. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, ma'am.
I was at the game Saturday on my way in tonight. I wanted to talk about the latest chapter in the Buddy Hield experience. You talk about you can go 1 for 7 and you can be angry. He could get picked by Adams and you're angry, and he can also make 6 threes and win you a playoff game. So we give him his flowers for that. But what do you think that means for Steve Kerr and Buddy going forward? Does he get more run? See how he's going. Is he going to close the game tonight like he did on Saturday?
Well, here's what I would say. Jason, thanks. I think Buddy Hield, maybe more so than any other player on the Warriors, is always on a night-to-night, minute-to-minute scenario.
Yeah.
So when you say, will he close the game, that's never going to be in the plan. I don't know if there are plans with regard to Buddy. Buddy is, as I would call it, and this is dating ourselves a little bit, but you'll remember Choose Your Own Adventure books.
Oh, yeah, you love this.
Choose Your Own Adventure. And so here's what a Choose Your Own Adventure book was. You read the first 2 pages, and then it would be like, if you want the story to go this way, go to page 15. If you want it to go that way, go to page 32. Well, that's Buddy. buddy, you get to earn more minutes when the shots go in. If the shots are not going in and you're dribbling into the fifth row and Steven Adams is picking your pocket, you sit down next to me and you're not going to play any more basketball. So I just think that he, more so than any other Warrior, his plan only comes together in the moment.
Of course. And, you look at Game 3 and he goes 6 of 13 from the floor, 29 minutes. Game 2, 2 of 4 from the floor, 16 minutes. Yep. So based on how he's looking and how his shot is looking, he's going to earn a lot of minutes. Or if the shot's not great, he's not going to get a lot of minutes.
What's your nightly over-under on how many times a fan yells the word buddy in the middle of the game while watching?
Well, especially if it's like, oh, buddy, or nobody.
Or buddy! Okay. All of them. I mean, any buddy yell,
I would say
it's kind of
5.5 per fan.
I was going to say 4.5.
Yeah.
4.5. I'll take the over tonight.
Well, because I was watching at home on the couch, and I probably had 4 or 5, buddy. And then there were a couple, buddy!
Sometimes.
A couple threes, it's like, buddy!
Sometimes I get so mad I can't even say it. I just drop my face into my hands. That's it. Like you just,
oh, buddy,
man, what are we doing? Why is this person on the Warriors? And then 2 seconds later, splash,
yep.
buddy, my guy.
That's right.
Yeah,
always been my guy.
I loved you from the beginning.
Never
buddy.
Gave up on you, buddy.
Let's go to Eric in the city. Eric, what's good?
Hi, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Oh, I'm just looking forward to tonight's Warriors game and glad that Jimmy Butler's playing. Looking on the internet, they've got a 62.4% chance of winning tonight, so that's good. Rockets 37.6% chance of winning. So I'm just looking forward to the game.
Eric,
Warriors.
what does that actually mean to you? Like the win probability?
Warriors win, lock it up.
That's fun. Do you really sit down for a game and go, okay, 62.4% chance, I'm happy in 3 hours?
Well, it gives me a good feeling about the game itself, that the Warriors have that edge over the Rockets, and so, yeah, what else can we say? It's a home game. We're looking forward to another Warriors win, and they can take command of this series.
Eric, no doubt, and thanks for the call. Enjoy the heck out of the night. I'll say this. Each game, look, playoff games always carry with them automatically. The day after, if they win, you're very, very excited and optimistic. And if they lose, it's obviously the opposite. But there are quirks, I think, to each game that are a little bit different. For example, if they had lost Saturday, then I think you wake up Sunday morning fearful about the series.
Yeah.
But also like, okay, I can explain it. Jimmy Butler was gone. Now hopefully Jimmy Butler will be back and they will stage a comeback, like a thoroughbred coming down the stretch. That's the thought. This one to me, here's the quirk of this one. Warriors win tonight, and whether it's fair or not, fans are going to start the round 2 party. If you lose this one, it's going to feel like something got stolen from you, and it's going to bring fear.
Yeah, home court will be what got stolen from you.
Totally, and it's going to bring fear to the party and the realization that this is officially a long series. So to me, that is as significant of a dichotomy as you can have.
It's pretty dramatic.
That's why I'm so into Game 4s.
Yeah, it's a big one, and it can go a number of different ways. And this Warrior postseason is unlike many others. It probably would be most reminiscent of 2022 if they indeed go on a run, because when you had Kevin Durant here, there were really no low spots. One year you went 16-1. You won the first 15 games in the playoffs. Then you lost Game 4 in the finals, and then you just won the title. There was no real, highs and lows, good game, bad game. This Warrior team, if they make it out of this series and if they get into the next series, there's going to be at least a game, hopefully not more than one game, where it's like, ooh, they were bad and they were flat, they were this, they were that. This team doesn't have the same margin for error that those other championship teams had. That's why it reminds me a little bit of 2022, where you had a couple of rough patches, nothing too prolonged, and you were able to handle your business at home, steal one on the road. road. That's the formula to win a series.
888-957-9570. Jonathan in the city is next up. Hi, Jonathan. What's good?
Hey, what's up, man? You know what's good is I got a feeling that tonight we're going to see that classic playoff Jimmy game and also in the next game. So go ahead and exercise that killer instinct. Put him in their coffin tonight, and in the next game, nails in the coffin. Get rid of the Rockets because it looks like it's going to be the Timberwolves, and the Timberwolves are way better than the Rockets. Thank you, GP2, for showing up in the fourth quarter. He was kind of like that SEAL Team 6 that got airdropped behind enemy lines and did their thing. Buddy Yield had a pretty good game, and for that, I owe him a buddy.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it, man. I'm fighting like hell to not do, and I know he wasn't.
We're not doing it.
No, he wasn't doing this, but the fact that he even brought it up, I am not letting the quote-unquote Minnesota Golden State matchup, I'm just not allowing it into my head. At least not until after tonight, at minimum.
Yeah, I'm not even going to entertain it after tonight because, as mentioned, you've had some teams, including this franchise, blow a 3-1 series lead.
True.
And that was on the heels of them coming back from a 3-1 deficit.
Totally.
So they had two of those in the same postseason. You did it to OKC, and then Cleveland did it to you, and it's like 3-1 it's kind of triggering.
Lil Jude sometimes, because he's 11, he gets his facts wrong, but like any 11-year-old, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like being called out when his facts are wrong. And he saw Minnesota go up 3-1, and he came in just like the little kid from Jerry Maguire. He walks in the kitchen and he goes, "Dad, did you know only one team has come back from down 3-1 in the history of the NBA?" And I went, chokes on the open net. I said, it actually happened to the Warriors twice in a week and a half, Jude. So I know that stat's wrong. Back to the drawing board. Well, no pizza for you tonight.
The stat, and he was close but no cigar, only one team's ever come back in the finals from being down 3-1. That's probably the stat that he had heard and the stat that he wanted to regurge to his father.
Or maybe he's just 11 and somebody said something at school. I don't know.
But odds are that he was probably on it, but just slightly off. And, it's happened 13 times.
Yeah.
So this would be, you don't want to see it. And spoiler alert, I don't think it's going to happen in the Eastern Conference. Cavaliers 66, Heat 23.
Well, they're not even up 3-1. They're up 3-0.
66-23.
Yeah, Miami.
But Miami would have to win in order to be down 3-1.
Correct.
They're down by 4. Oh, they cut it to 41, Mark.
Okay, good. They're on their way back.
Yep.
888-957-9570. We're not done with you guys. Sammy in San Jose. Hey, Sammy. What's going on, man?
Willard and Dibbs, it's good to hear from you guys. I'm a long-time listener, super long-time listener, and I've finally been patched through. I'm stoked.
So are we, Sammy. Let's hear it.
All right. So we've been beating this subject to death, JK, but I want to offer a little nuance. What we have here for JK, as we saw in his last start, is a procrastination sensation.
That's awesome.
Here it is. Here it is. If I'm JK and I get 17 minutes, thank you. I get 17 minutes and one rebound, what does that signal to me? That signals that I am not crashing the boards. I am not getting a sprained ankle. I am not twisting my knee. I'm in a contract year. And you know what? I've been on ice over and over again. So let me give my minimal amount, perhaps. I don't know for sure, but I'm not getting injured. And that's a business decision.
Yeah, that's interesting, Sammy, and I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, especially in the context of this particular player and situation that we're talking about, I'd argue that the more he does that and the fewer minutes he gets, dude, your business decision's a bad one. You're losing millions of dollars by the week right now, and I hate saying it that way because I have no idea, A, what he's going to make, and I don't have any idea what he was going to make, but there is no way that the last 7 weeks have been kind to Jonathan Kuminga's marketability. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
True. And, we don't know what's coursing through his mind. And I want him to succeed. We all do. We see the potential. We see the explosion. So let's see if he can meet his next opportunities. We don't know.
All right, Sammy, thank you. Appreciate it. 888-957-9570.
I don't know if he's out there making business decisions. I'm not seeing that
they're
from
bad
Jonathan
ones.
Kuminga.
Yeah, I don't either. But if he is, they're bad ones.
Well, he's just not. I don't think that he is hardwired to go in there and rebound at the level we all think that he should rebound. And it's something that takes attitude and effort, and he hasn't shown it consistently throughout his career. Even earlier this year when he was getting a lot of minutes before Jimmy came, you see a lot of these games before the injury and 2 rebounds in 28 minutes. And, he had games of 10 and 8 rebounds, so it's there. He has it in him, but it's just the consistency in doing it.
This might be a good time. And, Lucas, if you have this queued up now, that Austin Rivers piece of content that Tim Roy was talking about, there's something tucked into it that I do want everybody to hear. And basically, he's talking about the fact that Jonathan Kuminga is a very hard worker. Like, if anybody's thinking that this guy just kind of doesn't have his head screwed on straight, I really don't think that's it. Lucas, do we have Austin Rivers? All right, let's take a listen to this.
Players need to watch film just as much as they get in their bag.
Well, here, Mike Malone said that players don't watch film when they can.
They don't watch film anymore. Mike Malone, they don't watch film anymore.
Yeah.
They want bag work. Kuminga is actually, and I give him credit, he has tremendous work ethic. I know people who know him personally. The guy lives in the gym. Great. None of it's useful right now. Do you know how to move it out the ball? Bro, you'd be surprised how many guys don't know sets. That's why JJ lost his mind the other day when he called timeout. Guys, forget plays or what's that? Where am I at? There's not a play on the floor where Steph don't know. There's not a play on the floor that Draymond Green does not know. The good ones study. I realized how wrong I was doing it. Game ends. We got to win. I played well. I had 20, 18, 15, whatever. That was a great game for me, at least. I wasn't no all-star, but me scoring 15, 20 points, I'm like, all right, good night. I'm on the plane. I crack open the laptop. I put on a movie. I look at Chris Paul next to me. This is in there on Synergy. It's breaking down clips. The whole flight. I'm watching holes. Grandpa, I'm tired of digging his hole. That's too damn bad. You remember that? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. He's watching film, studying the game, getting better, learning stuff. That is the difference, bro. Learning, watching, studying up here. What separates the greats, though, like the really, really good players from the not, is up here.
Of course, as he's saying up here, he's pointing to his head.
Yeah.
But tucked into that, like, Jonathan's not dogging it. I don't know. Jonathan is not dogging it. He's handled it well. He's trying, but
he's living in the gym.
He also called it useless right now. All the work that he's doing in the gym, it's not translating to what the Warriors are trying to do.
Yeah, and I do think that it comes down to a fit situation, and I don't know if the fit is going to be one that is successful over the next couple of years just based on the personnel, because Jimmy Butler's going to be on the court and he's going to be the ISO player, and I don't know how much better Kuminga can get in the other areas and how fast he can go about doing that to where he'd be able to contribute next year.
Want to know who called?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, you have the call screen. I can't really see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Hey, there's the best sports boys in the Bay Area. Willard and Dibs 95.7.
You found us again, Kurt.
Man.
Well, hey, fellas, I just had to talk about Curry. That's who won the game for us, fellas. Curry won that game. 36 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, and how many steals? Was it 1 or 2? He had a tremendous game. You know what he did? All those little players, the young players, he faked them all out. He faked them out. He's a fake-out artist. I think he's got to be probably the best fake-out artist in NBA history and the best dribbler, not only the best shooter, but everything else. He was fantastic. He won the game for us, even though we got help from some other players. But if it wasn't for Curry, the greatest shooter in the world, we won the game, put a star next to his name. And tonight, we're going to win tonight. If we win tonight, we go up 3-1, and then you could stick a fork in Houston. They're not going to win tonight.
Yeah, what do you think's happening tonight, Kurt?
You know what's happening. Jimmy's going to play a big game. Curry's going to do shooting. Green's going to be defense. There's going to be another battle with the young fellas. And what's his name? Maybe he might get thrown out of the game. He fouled out yesterday. That's for sure. Saturday, he fouled out. So, he's not that good. I don't think he's good at all. And the Houston's are too young. I see him going up 3-1. And there's another team you could stick a fork in, the Lakers. They're finished. They're not going to beat them.
I love it. Lock it up.
Yeah, they finished. What do you mean? You think they're going to stop Edwards? Forget about it.
Mark thinks they're going to win Game 5, and he's probably right on that. But after that, when they go to Minnesota, I think that will be just about all for the Lakers.
Yeah, stick a fork in them.
Okay. So if somebody pulled out their bracket, we were doing those NBA playoff brackets, Kurt. If they pulled out their bracket,
go ahead, brother.
right, and they had their round 2, and it says the Rockets against the Lakers, the 2 seed versus the 3 seed. What would you say to that bracket? Kurt's back. He's back. Look, everybody turns the ball over sometimes.
It's okay.
But it's what you do next. It's what you do in life with your tough moments that matters most, Dibs.
And he is like the Buddy Hield of callers. You just never know what you're going to get.
Hey, Dylan, let me tell you something. If you came around my neighborhood, I hope you're listening. If you came in my neighborhood, I'll make a phone call and we'll have you busted up.
Okay, there's Kurt threatening Dylan Brooks just late
from a
last
couple
week.
days ago, that's a little throwback there. I got scared for a minute. I thought he was still on the phone. I thought maybe I'd crossed Kurt.
Yeah.
Hey, Dibs, you little runt.
Kurt does such a good Kurt that you don't know if it's live or taped.
And also being on remote, you never know. So, Kurt, I'm not going to cross you. And, I'm not going to your neighborhood.
Call.
Dude, seriously.
Game 4.
Have it busted up.
Game 4, Warriors-Rockets tips off at 7. Warriors live with Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings. We got both tonight starting at 6, 20 minutes away, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Those of you who are ready to chat and have connected, stay right where you are. We've got more time for calls. We're coming to you next right here on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Well, we're definitely seeing some game day traffic with northbound 280 slowdowns getting onto San Francisco City streets. Northbound 101 heavy from Cesar Chavez getting onto eastbound 80. I've also got reports of slow westbound Bay Bridge traffic. Metering lights are on. That's your game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% off weekly with For You and your Safeway app. How about this week? Hass avocados or mangoes. 4 for $5 or $1.25 each.
What about Signature Farms boneless, skinless chicken breasts or thighs? Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. And an exclusive digital deal on Sargento shredded or sliced cheeses, 5 to 8 ounce selected varieties, $1.97 each, and limit 4.
Let's see. Avocados, chicken, cheese.
Yeah.
I think I'm in.
For what?
What do you like with those 3?
How about a chicken quesadilla?
I'm in with mangoes on the side, apparently. These and other great digital deals.
He had a tremendous game. You know what he did? All those little players, the young players, he faked them all out. He faked them out. He's a fake-out artist. I think he's got to be probably the best fake-out artist in NBA history and the best dribbler, not only the best shooter, but everything else.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
There it is. That's a lot of run for Kurt over the last 8 minutes of our lives. But that's all right. He's threatening Dylan Brooks, so he's okay in my book. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs, Team Store. We're getting ready to hand this thing over to Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy, and that means game time is almost here.
Yeah, and I love the stuff that they put down, and that'll lead right into Tim and Tom, and we go around the association and this date in NBA history and all the rest of it. It's become part of my routine. You and I hustle to the car, and you get in the car on a weeknight, and you get usually the tail end of Grandy or Evan. Tonight you get both, and then rolls right into tip time about 7:05 tonight.
I'm not hustling to the car tonight. I'm hustling to Splash for some nachos.
I'm hustling to my media seat, and I'll be
fancy
taking
pants.
it in. Yeah, I'll be taking in the game.
Stay for the whole thing?
Probably. Although, depending,
I'll try to stop by.
Well, if it's fourth quarter and there's 4 minutes to go and they're up 14, we out the building.
I hear you.
You don't want to join us for post-game, Dibs?
I'm afraid I can't
Go
tonight.
talk to Steve.
Yeah.
Go talk to him in person.
Steve, do we lose you?
Yeah, probably.
There's already, enough touches to go around
You
with
could
these
stay for Steph, too, if you want to stay up till 1 in the morning.
Oh, I surely could. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Dude, Steph, man, that night owl, people don't even know how long that brother makes people wait.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Anyway.
Yeah, I got a 2-year-old who is relentless at 6:30 in the morning, so she's not going to, hey, you know what, Daddy had a late night. I'm going to go ahead and stay in the crib.
Might still be here at 6:30 in the morning.
Seriously.
Steph just coming out of the shower, I'm going to come talk to you guys just a sec. Anyway, Chef can do whatever he wants.
Yep.
Don't want to make it sound any otherwise. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game. We do it on game days. It's presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. All right, here's what we asked today. Game 3 Saturday, Warriors with no Jimmy Butler, trailed by as many as 13. I said this is the most impressive win that any NBA playoff team has had so far. Do you agree? Yes or no? And the poll results are in. 84% of the respondents say yes, this was the highlighted win of the entire playoffs by any team.
Interesting, because the same question got put on the YouTube feed, and it's running about 62-38. And normally those numbers line up pretty close. The Twitter numbers and the YouTube numbers. So
and Twitter being the more positive place, I did not have that on my bingo card.
No, that's an upset.
Hey, YouTubers,
Absolutely.
you're more negative than Twitter today.
Unheard of. Yeah, 63% to 37%. 520 votes in just 3 hours.
Okay,
People are engaged.
Yeah, YouTube. Yes, they are. And congratulations to all of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. 888-957-9570. How about John in the city? What's up, John? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how are you guys? Can you hear me?
So good. We got you, man.
Oh, thank you. I am so happy with a third game, man. I mean, the Rockets have been beating up our boys since the first game and second game. We saw headlocks in Draymond. They're, throwing down Pajemski on the floor, grabbing Curry. I'm so glad the third game I saw, Gary Payton, level Dylan Brooks. our bench just, getting physical. I mean, we gave them a wake-up call and they didn't know what hit them. That's me. That's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
John, thank you. Yeah, you got to look. I've never worried about the Warriors on this front. I worry about it from the standpoint of, A, is it going to lead to an injury? It kind of already did. Even though your take and my take a little different on that. I don't think Amen Thompson was trying to hurt Jimmy Butler. But I worry about it from creating an injury, and I worry about it in specific spots, as I've said so many times, where I see something very strategic and illegal happening. like the Rockets hugging Steph Curry off of the ball, sometimes even on the ball. I want to see that stuff get out of the game. Outside of that, there's no way around this. The playoffs in the NBA are physical, and your team needs to be ready to meet that, or they're going to lose. And I'm never worried about the Warriors on that front. They've been through this 100 times. They are completely aware of what they were getting into, and they're not shying away from that. They're ready for that.
Yeah, they have to be ready, and they've matched the physicality. And, you can talk about the Amen Thompson on Jimmy Butler, dirty or not dirty. It doesn't really matter anymore. It happened, and Jimmy got hurt, and then the caller mentioned in GP2 putting a little bit of a thump onto Dylan Brooks. It's going to be physical, and tonight's not going to be any different. If you're Houston and you realize your number one best way to go about beating the Warriors is by harassing and trying to contain Steph Curry. So you're going to come at him even harder than you have through the first 3 games.
I mean, it's desperation time. Mm-hmm. And again, the Rockets are not facing elimination tonight, but to a degree, you start to feel that. Again, just look, the Lakers were in this situation yesterday. On the road, trailing 2-1. J.J. Redick at halftime went, none of you are ever sitting out ever again.
Yeah, which is weird.
Which is a terrible move, but my point is that's the level of desperation a team feels in this moment, and that's what Houston's going to have tonight.
And I wonder about the message you send in the locker room to your team when you do that. And the Warriors will never do that. I mean, Jimmy Butler,
not their style.
If the Warriors lose this game and you get to a Game 5 in Houston, Jimmy Butler might play 46 minutes. He's done it before. He might play all the minutes because that's what Jimmy does, but you're not just going to suddenly go, Steph and Draymond, you're playing 42, and that's not going to work. No. And it's not going to help the short term or the long term. So tonight, I do wonder about Jimmy Butler and his minutes. Steve said no restriction, but we'll see how he feels when he goes out there.
Yeah, we just watched him walk into the arena. No limp, but that's just walking. And so, we'll see. Grandy, what do you got for us?
Well, you guys were talking with Tim Roy earlier, and Lucas back in the studio played a highlight from Saturday, Warriors win, where Tom Tolbert cracked a can of beer open at the very end to signify the game is over. Okay. And you were wondering, when did he start this? Well, I found some evidence along with some help from Lucas back in the studio. Lucas, let this highlight rip.
DiVincenzo defensive rebound finds Poole. Poole penetrates to Thompson. Thompson left side. 3-ball! Number 11 for Clay. Timeout for OKC. It's 120-95. Tom Tolbert has called it.
Okay,
that was
take it up with Tim.
February 2023. 2 years ago.
Take it up with Tim Roy. He's the one who said it started middle of the season.
He must have not have understood your question.
I mean, I thought it was a pretty simple question. It was, when did Tom start cracking the can?
I
don't know how is there a way that could feel confusing?
Maybe it took a hiatus because they weren't winning a lot of basketball games until Jimmy Butler got here. I'm not sure.
And he wasn't doing all the games. He wasn't doing the road games and things. I don't know. But you take it up with Tim, and that was pretty definitive. That was evidence.
Yeah, that's a can crack.
Yeah.
And so it turns out he didn't take it from you, although that's been doing it for a couple of years now, maybe even longer.
Yeah, although they signify different things.
Right.
Mine just means I'm about to have water. I'm feeling dehydrated.
Yeah,
that's all that means.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Tom's is a little bit cooler.
It's a little bit. I think everything about Tom is a little bit cooler. I don't take offense to that at all.